Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Court Chapter 128 I want you to kill Muzan, the ultimate martial arts mystery. What a ghost. Such a despicable, shameless and obscene trick. Is it really possible for a human to come up with it? Chibai continued. As for what you said, who you were and why you were so powerful, I don't want to know at all. Huh? Why? Azumo asked subconsciously. Because, a person once told me a word, the more you know, the faster you die. I think this sentence is very reasonable, so, I don't want to know. Let's go. After speaking, Chibai waved his hand and left without looking back, leaving behind a dazed Azumo. Azumo's mood at this time is very complicated. He feels that his layout so far seems to have been in vain. I clearly planned, after defeating Chibai, I will pretend to be 13 to make Chibai curious about his own identity, and then I will pretend to be mysterious and not reveal it. Tell him again, I am amazed by his bones, and have been cultivating him secretly. Now the time is ripe, I can tell him his mission. The result is that the battle that was supposed to be a win was directly won by Chibai with despicable tricks. It's fine if you win the fight, but the most bloody thing is that he walked away without being curious about anything. His punch seemed to hit the cotton, and he didn't need any strength at all. Seeing the back of Chibai gradually disappearing, Azumo was a little crazy. Right now, he would rather be hacked by some scumbag than deal with this kid. However, there are some things that have to be done. After calming down his terrified mood, Azumo rushed towards Chibai's back. I don't believe that I can't deal with this kid, and I have lived for thousands of years anyway. Chibai, who left, was thinking about what to do next. Now, there are basically no ghosts in Tokyo, and it is extremely quiet. I and Muzan are always tired of crooked at home, and I always feel that I have forgotten something. Just when Chibai was thinking about it, On's shoulder was tapped again. Advertisement, Chibai said without looking back. What's the matter? What else is there for Uncle Azumo? It's fine if you take me to Waji. My wife is very powerful. I don't dare to go to Waji. Of course I won't go. It's enough to have a wife. I'm not lying, my wife is really powerful. If she gets angry, I guess this Tokyo will snap. It's gone. Hearing this, Azumo couldn't help but rolled his eyes and then said sourly, hey, you're only 15 years old, and you only have one wife. It's strange to be so intimate. How old are you? Really, at first glance, you are a strict wife. To know that being a samurai means. He was interrupted by Chibai before he finished speaking. Stop. Stop. Don't talk to me about the biggest tricks of men. That trick is useless to me. If you have anything to say, just talk about it, Uncle Azumo. In this regard, Azumo shrugged and didn't say anything else. Just about to help his medicine box, he found that the own medicine box fell in Hinaichi. He just touched his nose helplessly. I have something to do, but this is not the place to talk. Come with me. Let's go to the izakaya. After speaking, Azumo walked in the front. And Chibai didn't say anything, just followed behind him silently. Not long after, the two arrived at an izakaya. As soon as he sat down, Azumo couldn't wait to order a pot of sake and drink it. After drinking a few cups, Azumo said, I really don't know who you learned such a despicable trick from, but it doesn't matter now. Your strength has passed, and it is more than enough to be a pillar in the ghost killing squad. Now, your first task is to be a pillar in the ghost killing squad. Call him. Chibai suddenly wanted to laugh, and said that he became a pillar 2 years ago, although his pillar has not yet belonged to his own title. What did you say? Where did the title ghost pillar go? Chibai said that he would not tell you. He was busy with Muzan every day, and forgot to tell Yubayashiki Kagaya about this. However, I don't know what's going on. There are fewer and fewer ghosts now, and it's not easy to kill 50 ghosts. After Azumo said these words, he drank the sake in the cup in one gulp, got up and was about to leave. Advertisement and Chibai wanted to laugh when he heard it. Yes, there are fewer and fewer ghosts, and it was all because of himself that he let Muzan directly come to a big layoff, so there will be less. Seeing Azumo leave, Chibai asked, what are you doing? You haven't told me that after becoming a pillar. Azumo smiled and said, I'll tell you after you become Zu. Just when he was about to walk out of the izakaya, Chibai's words almost dropped his jaw in shock. I'm already Zu, but I don't have a name, because I haven't decided what to call Zu. Hearing this, Azumo ran up to Chibai, grabbed his collar, and asked in disbelief, you really became a pillar? Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Chibai asked, so tell me now, what's the matter with you, Uncle Azumo? See for yourself, this button says it all. But, you are a doctor, I really can't think of killing Kibutsuji Muzan, what good will it do you? Chibai pointed to a golden button on the collar of his Ghost Slayer squad uniform. That's really strengthening the body. A body that can only be strengthened for a while will be cold in a few years, and he died suddenly. I didn't expect that you would become Zu so soon. Very good, it's not in vain for me to concoct a potion for you to strengthen your body. Chibai did not agree immediately, but asked, why did you kill Kibutsuji Muzan? After all, you can unite everyone and kill Kibutsuji Muzan with you. I heard Azumo continue to say, I know this task is very difficult, but for you who are now Zu, this task is not too difficult. It's very simple, Azumo said and sat back. That is, I want you to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Hearing this, Chibai's pupils shrank, but he didn't say anything. Hearing Azumo say that the potion he prepared for himself made him want to roll his eyes. What the hell is going on? Yubayashiki Kagaya wants to kill his wife, why does he want to? Then he said excitedly. That's right, this is indeed a golden button that only Zu can have. I can understand that the Yubayashiki family beheaded Kibutsuji Muzan. After all, they are cursed by God. They cannot be lifted unless they kill Kibutsuji Muzan. After hearing this, Azumo looked at the golden opening and studied it carefully for a while. And your strength is not weak. I feel that if you kill Kibutsuji Muzan yourself, it shouldn't take much effort. Killed. Kibutsuji Muzan, Chapter 129 Eating Cherries. Hearing Chibai's words, Azumo was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, you still know a lot of things, and you even know the curse of the Yubayashiki family. Chibai said. I have a good relationship with Kagaya, he didn't hide anything from me. In this regard, Azumo did not doubt it, and continued. Well, I didn't expect you to be quite good. As for what you said killing Kibutsuji Muzan would do me any good. No good, ha 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 ha. If I'm serious, I just don't want to see ghosts wreaking havoc in the world. Isn't killing Kibutsuji Muzan the goal of your Demon Slayer squad all along? Also, why don't I go in person? Ha ha ha, how could I beat Kibutsuji Muzan? I'm just an ordinary doctor, just a little stronger. Chibai. I'm afraid, only a fool would believe that he is an ordinary doctor. Whose ordinary doctor can knock out a 2-meter-tall strong man with one punch, and make the strong man unable to fight back? I really don't want to see ghosts raging in the world, this reason is too fake. It's better to say that I care about the common people in the world. However, Azumo didn't mean to say anything, and Chibai didn't intend to continue asking. Kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is my own wife. It hurts me to beat her for a long time, and kill her. Tui, sooner or later, I will have to fart this Azumo brain. He actually wanted to kill his own wife. But why on earth did he kill Muzan, why? Although he was puzzled for a while, Chibai nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll kill Kibutsuji Muzan, but I have to tell you that we, the Demon Slayers, have never seen him from the beginning to the end, and have nowhere to go. So it will take a long time, maybe a year, maybe 10 years. You'd better not rush. Azumo nodded, expressing that he was not in a hurry, then took out a bottle of crimson potion from his arms and handed it to Chibai. He said solemnly, this is my upgraded potion. It can strengthen your physical fitness a lot. You can take it. However, Chibai did not take the potion, but looked at Azumo with playful eyes. And Azumo naturally understood what Chibai meant, and continued, don't worry, this bottle of medicine is very safe and has no side effects. Advertisement. After Chibai heard this, he reached out to take the medicine and put it in his arms. As for Azumo's words, just treat it as fart, he won't be so kind. Seeing Chibai take the potion, Azumo turned around and was about to leave without hesitation. As soon as he arrived at the door, Azumo suddenly turned around and looked at Chibai. According to my personal opinion, it's best to kill Kibutsuji Muzan as soon as possible, and don't delay it until 10 years later. Why? Chibai asked. Azumo replied without any hesitation, because the longer the delay, the more people will be victimized. That's it, let's go. After speaking, Azumo left without looking back. Chibai sat and waited for a while, and after confirming that Azumo would not come back, he gave the drink money and turned to leave. But, FK. Azumo discount. Why always make yourself pay? I don't understand. After leaving the izakaya, I left Yoshiwara Flower Street and came to a place separate from Muzan. I saw Muzan frowning tightly with Mukago, standing on the side of the road waiting for himself. After Chibai saw this, he hurried over and picked up Muzan. Mukago. Understood, I'm superfluous, I shouldn't exist. Chibai said softly. Didn't I tell you? My friend is a man, not a woman. Why are you angry, you idiot? Muzan's frown did not relax after hearing this. I'm not worried about whether your friend is a man or a woman, but that friend of yours looks familiar to me. But I just can't remember who he is. Hearing Muzan's words, Chibai was shocked, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, Muzan has lived for 1,000 years, and it is normal for some memories to be mixed and misidentified. If you can't remember it, don't think about it. Be good, let's go back after eating something. Muzan nodded after hearing this, broke free from Chibai's arms, and stood on the ground. Mukago on the side stretched out his hand expectantly, signaling Chibai to hug him too, but before Chibai reached out, Muzan stared back. Suddenly, Mukago felt wronged. Obviously, he was much faster than her, but in the end. Fortunately, after Chibai saw it, he whispered a few words to Muzan, and then hugged Mukago under Muzan's cannibalistic eyes. Soon, the three of them ate and prepared to go back to the villa to rest. On the way, Mukago suddenly pointed to something on a booth and asked, Master Muzan, look, what is that? Advertisement. Looking in the direction of Mukago's finger, I saw several kinds of fruits on the stall. They are watermelon, grape, honeydew melon, strawberry, and cherry. And the fruit Mukago refers to as cherries. The moment Chibai saw the fruit, he couldn't move his eyes away. It seems that I haven't eaten fruit for a long time, I really want to eat it. Those 5 kinds of fruits are so tempting. And I heard that most of the fruits here are very precious, specially cultivated, and have a different flavor. Looking at the fruit, Chibai immediately decided to buy it, must try. What the hell is Zu? Ju's salary is unlimited, not short of money at all. Ever since, Chibai brought the 3 of them to the fruit stand. Rio. Muzan shook his head and didn't say anything. And Muzan didn't eat it, but looked at Chibai. This is the first time I have eaten such a beautiful fruit, so sweet. Chibai was holding 10 watermelons, Mukago and Muzan each had 2 boxes, and led by Chibai, the 3 came to a remote place. There are not many things, about 10 watermelons and about 1 box of other fruits. These civilians can't afford it, and the rich look down on the fruits they sell, so they can only wait for the fruits to rot. He said to the fruit seller, I want all the fruits. Chibai didn't talk anymore, but picked up a cherry and put it in his mouth. He hasn't eaten a cherry for a long time, so he must taste it carefully. Pass it to Muzan and Mukago. Fortunately, Chibai bought it. With a thought, I put all the fruits in the own ring, and then took out a handful of big cherries alone. Chibai said, This is a cherry, it's delicious, try it. Muzan. The man who bought the fruit was drowsy at first, but he regained his energy when he heard this, quickly collected the money, then gave all the fruit to Chibai, and disappeared in a flash. Chibai was puzzled and asked, What's the matter, ma'am? Mukago couldn't wait to take a bite, squinting his eyes happily. For him, these fruits are too much to lose money. Advertisement chapter 130 touching the brain. Why'd I want to give him a gas-guzzling heel when I see my little boyfriend eating cherries? One thing to say, his tongue. Ahem, off topic. Just then, an accident occurred. I saw the cherry swaying for a while and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Chibai frowned and even bent down to pick up the cherry. I accidentally dropped it on the ground, what a waste, I'd better pick it up and eat it. As he spoke, he put the cherry he picked up into his mouth. At this moment, Muzan couldn't bear it any longer. He slapped the cherry in Chibai's hand, and his backhand hit Chibai's chin with a gas-consuming heel. Hearing a crisp cracking sound, Chibai flew out. Hey, that's enough, you're really disgusting, why do you want to eat cherries like that? Who did you learn from? Muzan rubbed his fists and said with disgust. And Chibai, who was beaten into the air, rubbed his chin and said vaguely, Isn't it right to eat cherries like that? I don't think there is anything wrong. As for who I learned from, I learned how to eat cherries from Wawa. What's wrong, what's the matter? I'm too lazy to type those vague onomatopoeia, so I just said it directly. If there is such a plot in the future, it will be like this, just make up your mind. Before Chibai could finish his sentence, he was entangled in the whip behind Muzan and hung in the air. At this time, Chibai was still puzzled. This happened, why did he hang himself in mid-air? Fortunately, there are no outsiders in the alley, otherwise. Ma'am, what's the matter? Chibai asked cautiously. However, Muzan asked coldly, Wawa, who is she? She taught you to eat cherries. You were very proficient in eating cherries. It seems that you and that beggar Wawa have practiced together for countless times. Chibai. It wasn't until this time that Chibai realized why Muzan hanged himself up. In sum, he misunderstood himself and got jealous. And practice eating cherries with Wawa? IFCK. This is too scary, how dare Muzan think that? Hence, Chibai hastily explained. Madam, please listen to my explanation. Say, I want to hear how you argue, Muzan said in a cold tone. Hearing these words without a trace of emotion, Chibai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Muzan in a jealous state is scary. Advertisement. It seems that if I can't explain it clearly, it is very likely that today will be the own festival day next year. Thinking of this, Chibai hurriedly said, Madam, how dare I argue, listen to me. The Wawa I'm talking about is a man, and his full name is Noriaki Kakuen. It's not a girl, don't think too much about it. Really? Muzan was a little skeptical when he heard Chibai's words. However, Chibai was let go in the end, because she can feel that own Xiaomao friend is not lying, but telling the truth. As for who Noriaki Kakuen is, she has no interest at all. With a plop, Chibai fell to the ground. After getting up from the ground and dusting off the dust on his body, Chibai hurriedly hugged Muzan, and said softly, Madam, I only have you in my heart. How could there be other dogs, you know this? Mukago, who was watching from the side, issued his own question weakly. That, master, then me, what should I do? After hearing this, Chibai coughed twice, and said with a serious face, You? Strictly speaking, you are all my wings. While speaking, Chibai emitted bursts of white light all over his body, just like an angel descending into the world. However, in fact, the so-called white light is only simulated by Chibai with his own chi. How else to put it, she is omnipotent, and Muzan just rolled his eyes. HMPH, let's go. After speaking, Muzan walked towards the villa. However, before Muzan could take a few steps, he was hugged by a princess named Chibai and held him in his arms. I hug you, hee. After Mukago saw it, he tugged at the corner of Chibai's clothes. Master, I wanted to. After thinking for a while, Chibai bent down and said to Mukago, Climb on my back, and I will carry you back. Mukago nodded happily after hearing this, and quickly climbed onto Chibai's back. Soon, Chibai took 2 girls, one big and one small, towards home, and of course he didn't forget to buy some other food on the way. Just eating fruit is not enough. After the 3 of them arrived home, Chibai threw Muzan and Mukago on the bed, took out a watermelon and a honeydew melon from the ring, cut them into pieces, and put them on a plate. Advertisement. He also called them 2 to come down and eat melons. Needless to say, Mukago, This is naturally the first time for her to eat watermelon and honeydew melon, and she enjoyed it very much. It was also the first time for Muzan to eat, but her movements were still very graceful. And Chi-bai tastes very nostalgic, But now, so expensive. Fortunately, I am not short of money, thanks to the boss Yubayashiki Kagaya. After eating, he naturally went to sleep. Speaking of sleeping, I just can't go into details. Can this be elaborated? Anyway, Chi-bai is young and in good health. Confused, it was noon again, during which Chi-bai only slept for less than an hour. As for Mukago, he was lying in Chi-bai's arms. Mainly, Mukago is too small, one place is enough for her to lie down. The three of them just enjoyed the sunbath quietly. After a while, it was Izumo who met yesterday again. His real purpose should not be as simple as killing his wife, but... At this time, Chi-bai's mind was full of thoughts, and for a while, it was the curse of the Yubayashiki family, and what else could be done to lift it? Ma'am, Chi-bai called out. Before he knew it, Chi-bai was about to fall asleep, but Muzan's words suddenly woke Chi-bai up. What? Muzan responded. When talking, Chi-bai didn't open his eyes, so he didn't see Muzan's tangled look. Nothing, I just miss you, he. Chi-bai smirked as he spoke. Wake up, Chi-bai, I have something to tell you. In this regard, Muzan rolled his eyes and did not speak. The two lay leisurely on the deck chairs basking in the midday sun. That what? Can you be lighter in the future? Sometimes, it just touches my brain. Oh, what's the matter, ma'am, tell me, Chi-bai said in a daze. At this time, Chi-bai had already gotten up, and moved out two reclining chairs out of nowhere, and placed them in the yard. The warm sun shone on her body, making her feel uncomfortable. After a while, when Chi-bai was about to fall asleep again, Muzan spoke. Chapter 131 Return to Mount Sagiri. Hearing this, Chi-bai jumped up as if his butt was on fire. She said with a look of surprise. What, ma'am, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly. Muzan. What is this for? As for being so surprised, jumping up. Holding back his shyness, Muzan repeated it again, but Chi-bai still didn't understand. Here, can I touch your brain? Huh, ma'am, you are exaggerating, please stop making trouble. Muzan rolled his eyes and said, don't you know that I have 5 brains and 7 hearts? I have a brain right here in the lower abdomen, do you understand this time? Chi-bai. Good guy, I forgot about this. But, Chi-bai always feels that this is too. Anyway, there is no way to describe it. After being shocked for a while, Chi-bai silently agreed to Muzan's request. Immediately, the two continued to bask in the sun. After a while, Muzan suddenly asked again. Chi-bai, what did your friend look for you yesterday? Who is he? Is he from the Ghost Slayer? After asking 3 times in a row, Chi-bai didn't know where to start. It seemed that his wife was jealous again. Ma'am. Why are you so concerned about this all of a sudden? That friend is really just a man. Muzan shook his head after hearing this. It has nothing to do with men and women. I just saw that your friend looks familiar, so I asked these questions. Hearing this, Chi-bai regained his spirits. People who can make Muzan feel familiar, things are suddenly a bit problematic. So Chi-bai truthfully confessed. My friend is not from the ghost killing squad. He is a doctor. He came to me yesterday to help the ghost killing squad pass a message to me. Chi-bai chose to hide some things. After all, most of the things about Izumo are mysteries, and I don't know about it. If I tell Muzan directly, I'm afraid Muzan will go to him directly. At that time, if there is any accident, it will be too late to regret. When Muzan heard Chi-bai say the word doctor, his pupils shrank suddenly and then returned to normal. Well, this way, I know. Muzan agreed and didn't speak, but continued to bask in the sun. Although Muzan was basking in the sun on the surface, she was thinking about the doctor Chi-bai was talking about in her heart. Doctor. I hacked a doctor to death 1,000 years ago. After that, I dumped the doctor's body directly in the wilderness. I think too much. Thinking of this, Muzan smiled, and then enjoyed the sun bath with peace of mind. As for Mukago, she had already been sleeping in Chi-bai's arms. After all, she had put in a lot of effort last night. Advertisement Chi-bai, but he didn't sleep. At this time, he was thinking about the fight with Izumo that day. Obviously, I didn't use my full strength. Izumo was useless. He could crush himself with only the strength of his physical body. As for his true strength, hey, who knows? Anyway, I have the origin of my body, and I am getting stronger all the time. At worst, I will survive for a few years, and when I get out, my own wife is not my opponent. Thinking about it, Chi-bai also fell asleep in a daze. Time flickered to night. Chi-bai woke up in a daze, opened his eyes and looked at the sky. At this time, it was already dark. Just when Chi-bai was about to enter the house with Mukago in hand, Muzan's voice suddenly came. Are you awake? Just right, I made something, let's eat something. Chi-bai, who was still dazed at first, immediately regained his spirits when he heard Muzan's words. What the hell? Muzan cooks the food himself. This FCK is so rare, I have to eat it myself. Throwing Mukago on the bed, Chi-bai came to the restaurant. On the table in the restaurant, there were 2 plates of things. One of the plates Chi-bai recognized was natto and a raw egg. As for the other set, it was pitch black, and Chi-bai looked at it for a long time but couldn't recognize what it was. At this time, Muzan handed Chi-bai a bowl of rice. Try it, This is my first time cooking, and that is the natto I bought. The black one is charcoal grilled sauri. She buy. Charcoal grilled sauri. FK. It's very good, it's very charcoal, it's burned to carbon directly. And from the point of view of quality, this is a first-class good carbon. Even if Tanjiro is here, when he sees this carbon, he has to say hello. Shibai first took a mouthful of natto with a blank expression. Well, no difference, after all, it was bought. Then, under Muzan's anticipation, Shibai picked up the charcoal grilled sauri and took a bite. In the next second, a shocked expression appeared on Shibai's face. Wow, ma'am, this sauri tastes really good. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Advertisement. Hearing Shibai's praise of own sauri, Muzan also showed a smile on his face. HMPH, sure, I'm the Ghost King Muzan, cooking is a piece of cake. However, the reality is, the charcoal grilled sauri really tasted like carbon, and it was so bitter, salty and fishy that it was impossible to swallow it. But, Muzan is his own wife. No matter how bad the cooking is, he has to say it is delicious. This is Muzan's intention. Ever since, Shibai took advantage of Muzan's laugh and put the charcoal grilled sauri into the ring with a whoosh. How can such a delicacy be enjoyed alone? It must be kept for Sabito to eat. Sabito is his best brother. Meanwhile, on Mount Sagiri, Sabito shudders as he trains. Why do I have a bad feeling? With natto, Shibai ate a bowl of rice, put down the bowl and chopsticks, picked up Muzan, and walked towards the bedroom. It's really hard for you today, ma'am, for cooking such a delicious meal for me. Go to the bedroom and rest first, I'll do the dishes. Putting down Muzan, Shibai quickly came to the kitchen and began to wash the dishes. At this time, Muzan is still happy. As expected of me, I cooked so well for the first time, he. Shibai, who was cleaning the dishes, let out a long sigh. Let's cook by ourselves in the future, the food made by Muzan is a bit horrible. At this moment, the window of the villa was knocked suddenly. Shibai, open the window sill, it's me, Kuromaru. Hearing that it was Haiwan, Shibai was quite surprised. Kuromaru, why did it come here? Thinking of this, Shibai opened the window, and then continued to wash the dishes. After the black pill flew in, it circled around and landed on Shibai's head unceremoniously. Shibai, long time no see, Kuromaru said. Long time no see, Kuromaru. Shibai responded, did you come to me this time to convey a mission to me, or did you mean something else? After hearing this, Kuromaru said, I am sending you a message for Mr. Yurokotake Sakanji. Hearing that it was Yurokotake Sakanji's name, Shibai stopped the movement of his hands. The teacher asked you to send me a message. What message? Kuromaru cleared his throat and said, Mr. Yurokotake Sakanji, let me tell you, after dawn, set off and return to Mount Sagiri. Chapter 132 Madam, you've learned badly. Ha, several question marks appeared on Shibai's forehead. Mr. Ryotaki asked himself to go back. What are you doing? What is it that makes you so anxious? Looks like this, Kuromaru, do you know what Rinaki-sensei wants from me? Shibai asked. Ah, Kuromaru thought for a while, and replied, I don't really know, you know, I'm just a messenger crow, how could I know so many things? Hearing Heiwan's words, Shibai said yes, and planned to let Heiwan go. But Kuromaru had no intention of leaving, but stretched out his wings towards Shibai. Seeing this, Shibai was a little puzzled, what is this for? Please eat bird wings yourself. If this is the case, Shibai said that he is impolite, just curious about the taste of bird wings, he. Just as Shibai was preparing to stew Heiwan in an iron pot, Heiwan spoke. Hey, why are you so hot and stupid, you don't understand what I mean. I flew so far to send you a message, do you have the heart not to give me something to eat? Hearing this, Shibai let out a bit of disappointment, thinking that Heiwan had suddenly become generous, and wanted to treat himself to a bird's wing. But, since Heiwan had already spoken, how could he let it go away empty-handed? He had to prepare some food for it. But what to prepare to eat? Shibai was at a loss. Suddenly, Shibai had a flash of inspiration, he knew what to prepare for Heiwan. There are 2 charcoal grilled sauris that Muzan made for himself just now, one of which he took a bite for himself, and the other was saved for Sabito. Ah, the fish for Sabito was immobile. That being the case, then give Kuromaru the charcoal grilled sauri that he took a bite of. Thinking of this, Shibai took out the black sauri from the ring and handed it to Heiwan. Here you are, I bought this at a huge price, the miraculous charcoal roasted cashew nuts, I can't bear to eat them myself, here they are for you. As soon as Heiwan heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and under Shibai's gaze, he hurriedly snatched away the pitch-black charcoal grilled sauri. Immediately, it flapped its wings and flew away. And Shibai quickly washed the dishes and went back upstairs to find Muzan. As soon as he saw Muzan, Shibai threw himself into Muzan's arms. Ma'am, I miss you so much. Muzan, do you dare to lie a little more? It's been like this for a few minutes. Muzan touched Shibai's hair helplessly, and asked, okay, just tell me if you have something to do, okay, you are a 2-meter tall man, and you are acting like a baby, huh? Advertisement. Speaking of this, Muzan couldn't help but shudder. Seeing that Muzan saw through him, Shibai chuckled, and then said, Madam still understands me. Ms. Rinaki asked me to go back to Mount Sagiri. I don't know what it is, so let me ask you, will you go back with me, or wait for me here, or you go to busy with your business? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Muzan's expression turned cold instantly. This face-changing speed directly made Chibai stupid. FK, is it so fast for a woman to change her face? You said you want to go back alone. Muzan's cold voice sounded. Chibai hastily explained, no, I said, if possible, let's go back together. I didn't say I'd go back alone, ma'am. You are so important to me, how could I leave you alone? However, Muzan's answer directly exploded Chibai's mentality. I get it, you're thinking about that little girl on Mount Sagiri. Are you? You want to ditch me and go find that Makomo, don't you? The more Muzan talked, the more excited he became, and even 9 pipe whips appeared, as if the 9 pipe whips were about to hit him in the next second. Chibai, what the hell? What's the situation? When did I say I went to find Makomo? What the hell is Muzan thinking? Could it be that this is the girlfriend's exclusive skill, created out of nothing? Hiss. So terrible. Thinking of this, Chibai hurriedly stepped forward to hug Muzan, and then came a kiss. After a while, Chibai let go of Muzan. Madam, are you a little too sensitive? What Makomo am I looking for? I repeat, I only have you in my heart. Do you understand? Mukago on the side asked weakly, what about me? Chibai, messy Mukago, need a spanking. In the next second, Mukago suffered a crisp brain collapse. Turning his head, Chibai continued, ma'am, you have to trust me. Before he finished speaking, Muzan interrupted directly. I'm kidding you. Advertisement. The sentence I teased you made Chibai hold back all the next words in his stomach. Chibai couldn't believe it and asked, What are you talking about? Ma'am, are you kidding me? Yes. Muzan nodded. Suddenly, Chibai felt so tired. Why did Muzan learn badly all of a sudden? So blue and thin. However, in other respects, this is also a good thing. Muzan can learn to joke. This is a big change. I believe that the changes will become bigger and bigger over time. So, this matter, he is a good thing. There is no way, whoever makes Muzan his own wife, he will pamper him. But, after thinking about it, Chibai still asked, Madam, you don't usually joke around, why are you kidding me this time? After hearing this, Muzan said, that's what Gu Huo now, one of the next strings, told me. She said that this appearance is conducive to enhancing the relationship between husband and wife. It looks pretty good now. Chibai, that wife and Aunt Huo now, right? I remember her. He even taught Muzan badly and let her scare himself, damn it. Why can't there be 12 ghosts who have been in a normal relationship, ghosts? Like, no one in 12 Kazuki has ever had a normal relationship. Wind up a single dog, younger brother. Winding 2 woods to get feelings, what kind of love are you talking about? Although Shangxian-san has been in love, he has lost his memory, rounding up, and has not talked about it. Winding 4 or 5, one of these 2 is an artist, and the other is a little sick. Winding 6, brother control plus sister control. As for the bottom string, there is nothing to say. You can change a new batch at any time, it depends on whether your wife wants to change it or not. Looking at it this way, 12 Kazuki has never been in a serious relationship, so helpless. Thinking of this, Chibai suddenly realized, didn't he ask Muzan to go back to Mount Sagiri with him or separate, why did he digress? What? How can it be repaired? Okay, ma'am, let's start the joke later. Let's get down to business first. Chibai pinched Muzan's face, and then asked, Madam, are you going back with me, or are you going to split up? After hearing this, Muzan said without even thinking about it, why separate, I must go back with you. Chapter 133 Ubuyashiki Kagaya's Breath of Water. Hearing Muzan's answer, Chibai nodded and asked again, leaving tomorrow morning. Or, let's go in the morning, let Nakame take the 2 of us back. Sleep. After Muzan finished speaking, he hugged Chibai's neck and pressed him on the bed. Mukago, who had a weak sense of presence, tugged at the corner of Chibai's clothes, and then looked at Chibai pitifully. The meaning is obvious, what should I do? Well, Chibai can't make the decision, so he turned to Muzan again. Muzan said, you look after the house, take care of the cleaning, and do what your maid should do. Hearing this, Mukago wilted instantly like an eggplant beaten by frost. Chibai wanted to say something nice to Muzan and ask her to bring Mukago, but Muzan's words made him stop thinking about it. Mukago can't go, that's the home of the ex-Shueiju, she will be the first to die in an accident. She's too weak, she can't go anywhere related to the ghost-killing squad. Damn it, if you think about it carefully, it's really like what Muzan said, if something happens, Mukago will die first. It's just a small string and can be killed easily. As expected of Mrs. Muzan with 5 brains and 7 hearts, she is thoughtful when thinking about things. So, our Mukago obeyed Muzan's advice and stayed at home obediently. She didn't want to be decapitated by breath of water. After unifying their opinions, the 3 of them turned off the lights and rested. However, something unexpected happened at Kuromaru's end. After receiving the charcoal roasted cashew nuts from Chibai, Haiwan suppressed the desire to eat and flew all the way to the forest. After settling down on a sturdy tree, Haiwan couldn't wait to take a bite of charcoal roasted cashews. In the next second, a desperate expression appeared on Kuromaru's bird face. Yes, a bird with a look of despair on its face. Then I heard Kuromaru struggling to say, Shibai. No wonder Sabito said you were a dog, let me stay away from you. I didn't expect you to poison the cashew nuts. After speaking, Haiwan foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, leaned against the big tree and went back unconscious. If Chibai is here, I will definitely say with emotion, it is indeed the charcoal grilled soury made by Mrs. Muzan, but it is different. However, at this moment, Chibai hugged Muzan and was sound asleep. Advertisement. Soon the next morning arrived. Chibai and Muzan got up and tidied up. They first gave some money to Mukago, and then gave her instructions. This made Nakame dial Pippa and send himself and Chibai to Mount Sagiri. With a sound of Pippa, Muzan and Chibai appeared directly under Mount Sagiri. Chibai smacked his lips, it's really good to have Nakame, it saves time on the road, really good. Muzan just rolled his eyes at that. Soon, Chibai held Muzan's hand, and the two walked towards Mount Sagiri. It is morning now, the fog on Mount Sagiri has not cleared much, and the visibility is still a bit low. However, the air is very fresh. The two chatted while walking, and soon reached the halfway up the mountain. Just when Chibai was about to kiss Muzan, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, but Chibai did not recognize who the owner of the voice was. Water breathing. One shape. Water surface slash. Immediately, a blue and surging water wave went straight to Muzan's head and chopped it off. However, just when Dao Guang was about to touch Muzan, Chibai's big hand directly held Dao Guang. With a click, the light of the knife was directly crushed by Chibai. In the next second, Chibai's arm suddenly exerted force, and directly pulled the person who was using water breathing out of the mist. When Chibai saw that person, he was stunned. According to Chibai's estimation, there is no one else except Sabito who uses the breath of water to sneak attack on people. Because only Sabito would play around with himself like this. However, the person who was dragged out by Chibai at this time was not Sabito, but Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Chibai was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What's the situation? When will the Ubuyashiki's family be able to learn the breathing method, and they can still perform it? At this time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya greeted Chibai with a smile. Long time no see, Chibai. After hearing this, Chibai replied with a dark face. Oh, long time no see, Kagaya. However, Kagaya, can you tell me what's going on here and why you learned to breathe water? Hearing Chibai's question, Ubuyashiki Kagaya did not answer the question immediately, but said, I will answer this question later. Advertisement. Now, please let me go first, Chibai, and follow me. Chibai listened, let go of his hand, and put Ubuyashiki Kagaya down. Looking at the Nichiren blades crushed by Chibai in his hands, Ubuyashiki sighed and said nothing more. Ubuyashiki Kagaya walked on top, Chibai and Muzan followed behind. Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who was leading the way, began to tell Chibai what was going on. It turned out that after returning to the ghost-killing team with Sorrowful Isle a year ago, Ubuyashiki also thought about the many breathing methods. Although he is the protagonist of the ghost-killing squad, which man would refuse the breathing method with special effects? And now Owen's body has also improved, so it's normal to learn a breathing method by yourself. After Ubuyashiki Kagaya's thousands of choices, he finally chose the gentle and easy to learn water breathing. After Ubuyashiki Kagaya learned the breath of water, he got the inheritance of the breath of the sun. Moreover, one of the cabins looks very brand new, and it looks like it has just been completed. Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who was walking ahead, was even more worried. Thinking of this, Chibai shuddered. When he saw Chibai came back, he said happily, I'm back, Chibai. After hearing this, Chibai stepped forward and gave Yurokotaki Sakanji a big hug. According to the normal storyline, it must be like this. Good guy, I can't even think about this plot, it's just two, what the hell. This is simply too bad, that is the king of ghosts. After walking for a while, the three arrived at Yurokotaki Sakanji. After listening to the ins and outs of Chibai, he wiped off his cold sweat. I saw that there were originally 3 lonely cabins on the mountain, but now there were 3. Then, he came to Mount Sagiri and began to study with Yurokotaki Sakanji. At this time, Yurokotaki Sakanji came out from one of the cabins. When it was time for the decisive battle, Ubuyashiki Kagaya appeared in front of Muzan holding a handful of Nichiren blades, and said to Muzan, What's so funny, what do you think of your life? Good guy, Ubuyashiki Kagaya learns pranayama, isn't that messed up? I'm back, Mr. Ryotaki. Last time, I clearly told Chibai that his girlfriend had problems and told him to stay away from his own girlfriend, but why the relationship between the two of them is still close. Advertisement Chapter 134 The Tired Kagaya. Although this big hug is really warm, from Yurokotaki Sakanji's point of view, this hug is really too oppressive. Chibai is 2 meters tall and has a muscular body. When he raises his hand, he looks like a big black bear, full of oppression. By the way, Chibai is not black. Yurokotaki Sakanji, who was hugged by Chibai, was a little out of breath, so he almost broke away from Chibai's embrace. However, Chibai didn't care, just hugged Yurokotaki Sakanji's shoulder enthusiastically and walked into the room. After a few steps, Yurokotaki Sakanji broke free again. Chibai asked with some doubts, What's the matter, Teacher Linlong, are you unhappy to see me back? However, Yurokotaki Sakanji didn't speak, but hurried forward. Chibai, who was very puzzled, reached out to stop Yurokotake Sakanji and continued to ask questions. Teacher Lintaki. This is you. Finally Yurokotake Sakanji spoke. Shibai, can you let go first? Why? Shibai asked. Because. Yurokotake Sakanji hesitated before saying, because I'm going to the toilet. After speaking, he left in a hurry. And Shibai looked at Yurokotake Sakanji's back, stroked his chin, and murmured. Oh, it turns out that Ryokotake-sensei also needs to go to the toilet. I thought that as the former Mizutaki-sensei, Rinaki-sensei, he didn't need to go to the bathroom. Yurokotake Sakanji, who was walking in front, almost fell to the ground when he heard what Shibai said. Muzan and Ubuyashiki Kagaya rolled their eyes in unison. Moments later, Yurokotake Sakanji returned. Immediately, a group of people entered the room and sat down. As soon as they sat down here, Ubuyashiki Amane appeared from nowhere with a teapot in hand and refilled everyone. When she added water to Chibai, she blushed again. Chibai. Advertisement. Can anyone tell me what our Mrs. Amane is blushing about? Take it. After taking a sip of tea, Chibai asked. Teacher Linlong, what's the rush for you to ask me to come back? You actually asked the crow to deliver the letter. After hearing this, Yurokotake Sakanji said. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that you haven't come back for too long. Everyone misses you a little bit. Oh, is it? When Chibai heard this, his expression immediately became a little smug. It turns out that everyone misses me. Mr. Lintaki, do you miss me? No. Yurokotake Sakanji replied directly. In the next second, everyone sitting in the room seemed to hear something breaking. I saw Chibai plunged into Muzan's arms, losing his dream like a salted fish. At this time, Muzan didn't comfort Chibai as before, but sat there with his chest straight, motionless. Chibai, who had been waiting for quite a while, did not wait for Muzan to comfort him, and then realized that he was no longer in the villa, but on Mount Sagiri. FK. The scene of a large social death. Thinking of this, Chibai hastily got up from Muzan's arms, showing an embarrassed smile. Regarding this matter, Yurokotake Sakanji didn't have much reaction. After all, young people, all understand, and I have come here since I was young. Ubuyashiki Kagaya is less calm than Yurokotake Sakanji. He had a headache seeing this scene. He never imagined that in just 1 year, the relationship between Chibai and the Ghost King would develop to such an extent, if he was told the truth at this time. Hey, Chibai must not be able to accept it. What should I do? How should I tell Chibai so that he can accept that her girlfriend was replaced by Muzan? As for Mrs. Amane, her thoughts have flown to nowhere, and she is not chatting at all. Chibai got up from Muzan's arms, and there was no embarrassment on his face, only incomparable calmness. I heard Chibai ask Yurokotake Sakanji, Mr. Ryokotake, Sabito and Makomo, where are they? Where did they go? Sabito is starting with Kyujiro in the final selection at the end of the year, and Makomo is with them both. Advertisement. After hearing Kyujiro, Chibai was a little surprised, but Kyujiro also came over. It seems that all the people I know are gathered here. Does this mean that something big is about to happen? When Chibai wanted to ask Kyujiro why he came to Mount Sagiri, Yurokotake Sakanji suddenly got up and walked towards the door. While walking, he said, talk slowly, the old man still has some things to do. After speaking, Yurokotake Sakanji walked out of the house. At this moment, only Ubuyashiki Kagaya and his wife were left in the room, as well as Chibai, the couple. Looking at the Nichiren blades in the hands of Ubuyashiki Kagaya, Chibai took the initiative to ask, Kagaya, what do you think of the breathing method? After hearing this, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said seriously, well, it's quite simple to learn, and the breathing method is really amazing. I just don't know what's going on. Every time I use the complete concentration, my body will be weak for a while, and after being weak, my physical condition will be worse. Chibai, who was planning to complain, became serious when he heard the second half of Ubuyashiki Kagaya's sentence. What did you say? After you use the breathing method, your physical fitness will decrease a lot. Yes, Ubuyashiki Kagaya nodded, I don't know why either. After hearing this, Chibai held Ubuyashiki Kagaya's hand and said, use the full concentration breathing method, let me see what's going on. As soon as he spoke, Chibai sent out a stream of chi from his body and flowed into Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body. According to Chibai's instructions, Ubuyashiki Kagaya directly used the full concentration breathing method, and the breathing method stopped after 5 seconds. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, when I first learned the breathing method, I could use the complete concentration for more than 10 seconds. But now, it's very difficult to last for 5 seconds. Chibai didn't listen to Ubuyashiki Kagaya's words at all. At this moment, his brows were tightly frowned with a serious expression on his face. Now he knows why Ubuyashiki Kagaya's physical fitness has slipped after using the fully concentrated breathing method. The reason is simple, the reason Ubuyashiki Kagaya has such a good body is that Chibai's chi nourishes his cells and suppresses the curse. However, as time goes by, the effect of chi will decrease a little bit, and the cells will be eroded by the curse again. The emergence of the whole concentration breathing method hastened the loss of energy, because every time Ubuyashiki Kagaya used the full concentration breathing method, he used the chi left by Chibai as fuel. The rest, needless to say so detailed. I have to say, Ubuyashiki Kagaya is really tired of living. Chapter 135 Gathering. This. At this moment, Shibai was a little hesitant, and he didn't know how to tell Ubuyashiki Kagaya about it. After hesitating for a long time, Shibai finally said under Ubuyashiki's gentle gaze, Kagaya, the truth may be cruel, you have to hold on. After hearing this, Ubuyashiki Kagaya just nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. Seeing Ubuyashiki Kagaya like this, Shibai couldn't bear to tell the truth. This is equivalent to telling a healthy person that you have a terminal illness. Shibai opened his mouth to say something, but finally closed it. After a while, when Shibai was finally ready to tell the truth, he was interrupted by Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Looking at your expression, I think I should know what's going on. Probably, I can't use the breathing method. Although Ubuyashiki Kagaya said it himself, Shibai was still in a bad mood. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said again. Don't feel uncomfortable, Shibai, I can live a normal life, and then feel the breathing method, and I will be satisfied. After all, there are some things where it is impossible to have the best of both worlds. Besides, I would also like to thank you, it was you who made me do the breathing technique myself. Thank you, Shibai. After saying these words, Shibai felt even more uncomfortable. Obviously Ubuyashiki Kagaya is the one who needs to be comforted, why is it now that he comforts himself? If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, I would have to crawl into Muzan's arms for comfort. Just when Shibai was about to say something, Sabido's voice came from outside the room. I'm back. Then, bang. The door was pushed open, and then Sabido, Makomo, and Kyujiro walked in one by one. Teacher Lintaki, I'm back, what shall we have for lunch today? Sabido said without looking up. Hearing this, Shibai rolled his eyes. Sabido is really an atmosphere killer. The atmosphere I had created with great difficulty just now disappeared immediately when Sabido pushed the door open. Advertisement. Lunch at noon today is spicy rabbit head. Shibai said angrily. Hearing Shibai's voice, Sabido was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Shibai and exclaimed, Shibai. You are back. When did you come back? How long have you been back? Just came back, and then you came in, rabbit. Shibai said. Sabido smirked when he heard that. Makomo behind him saw Shibai came back, greeted Shibai with a smile, and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. When Kyujiro saw Shibai, he didn't say hello immediately, but looked at Shibai first, and then said, Shibai Dage, long time no see. However, why do I feel that you have grown a lot taller? Is it an illusion? For Kyujiro's observation ability, Shibai gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the Yanzu of the future, there are details in the rough, and this vision is really good. As for Sabido, a silly rabbit, even if he becomes a water column, he is still a silly rabbit. Anyway, he is a silly rabbit in his own eyes. Ha ha ha, Kyujiro, you have to be good at observation. I have indeed grown taller recently, and now I am 2 meters tall. As soon as the words came out, everyone present except Ubuyashiki Kagaya was surprised. The reason why Ubuyashiki Kagaya was not surprised was simple. In his ghost-killing team, there was a person who was about the same height as Shibai, and this person was going to be promoted to Yenju recently. See Gui, 2 meters. If only I could grow that tall. Kyujiro said with emotion. Shibai smiled after hearing this, and patted Rengoku Kyujiro on the shoulder. Don't even think about 2 meters. Few people can grow that tall, but you can still do it when you grow to 180. Sabido on the side listened and complained mercilessly. Drink, Shibai, you can get 180 with 180, I don't believe what you said. Unless, you can tell me how tall I can grow in the future. Shibai, tisk tisk tisk, the rabbit tail is exposed, Sabido. You made that little abacus, and I heard it from such a long distance. But, I really don't know how tall Sabido can grow. After all, he got the boxed lunch a little too quickly. However, referring to Tomioka Gyu's height of 176, Sabido must also have a height of 180. Advertisement. Ever since, Shibai said. You are about 180 in height. At the same time, Shibai added in his heart, whether it is Sabido or Kyujiro, after the two of them are rounded up, they are all 180. By the way, Kyujiro's height is 177, only 1 centimeter taller than Tomioka Gyu. Perfunctory, Sabido raised his head and said a little sunere. Ubuyashiki Kagaya watched this scene, just shook his head and smiled. And our Mrs. Amane didn't know what was going on, but she blushed again. I had to hide behind Ubuyashiki Kagaya, not daring to show up. As for Mrs. Muzan, she was silent and expressionless from the beginning. After all, you can't expect Mrs. Muzan to have a good look at the members of the Ghost Slayer who are chasing her. Soon, Sabido and Kyujiro took off their shoes and sat around with Shibai and others and started chatting. It's just that the conversation was fragmented this day. Except for Sabido and Kyujiro, almost everyone has something on their minds, and the state is absent-minded. But Sabido and Kyujiro didn't notice this situation at all. After a while, Makomo invited everyone to eat. Today Makomo prepared beef curry rice, a big pot full. Shibai was quite emotional while eating the lunch made by Makomo. Unexpectedly, Makomo's cooking skills have improved a lot, it's so delicious. If only Mrs. Muzan had half the skills of Makomo. Muzan, who was eating, seemed to have sensed Shibai's thoughts, quietly stretched out the whip on his leg and put it under the table, stabbing Shibai hard. Immediately, Shibai burst into tears with pain, and looked at Muzan with pitiful eyes. It seems to be saying, Madam, why did you suddenly stab me? It hurts so much. Muzan, on the other hand, responded to Chi-Bai's gaze with a blank stare. The meaning is obvious, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and most of the curry beef rice went into Chi-Bai's stomach. After the meal, Chi-Bai quietly took out 2 large watermelons from the ring in a place where no one was around, cut them into small pieces and distributed them to everyone. Except for myself and Mrs. Muzan, as well as Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Amane, it was the first time for the rest of them to eat watermelon, including Yurokotaki Sakanji for the first time. Chi-Bai took a piece of watermelon and ate it up in just 3 or 2 bites. Then he came to Sabito, who was eating watermelon with watermelon seeds in his mouth. Chapter 136. This is no ordinary Saori. Sabito, who was eating melons, was a little puzzled when he saw Chi-Bai approaching him. What is he going to do? Shouldn't you be with your girlfriend? Why come to find yourself? What's the matter? Chi-Bai, what's the matter with you? Sabito said vaguely. Chi-Bai nodded and did not speak. Seeing this scene, Sabito suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart for some reason. Without waiting for Sabito to react, Chi-Bai suddenly reached out and held Sabito firmly. Seed machine gun. Chug chug chug. The watermelon seeds in Chi-Bai's mouth shot out like bullets from a machine gun, hitting Sabito's face one after another. Although Sabito really wanted to dodge, his body was already held tightly by Chi-Bai, and he couldn't escape at all, so he could only take the watermelon seeds with his face. When the seed machine gun ended, Sabito's face was covered with watermelon seeds, and he looked at Chi-Bai blankly. Obviously, he has been stunned by this seed machine gun. 3 seconds later, Sabito's heart-piercing shouts sounded in the room. Chi-Bai, you dog. You are a real dog. This matter will not end until you die. The shape of 11, specially cut off Chi-Bai dog's head. Immediately, Chi-Bai's voice sounded. Wow, rabbit, you actually killed me. I knew that after I had a girlfriend, you thought I didn't love you anymore, woo woo woo. You have to believe me, I love you the most. Get out. I, Sabito, need a dog's head on your neck today. Eat me, breath of water. 12 shapes, shocking waves. Ah. Pioneering with a hammer, I'm still in a hurry, stop and don't run away. Slightly, idiots don't run away, idiot rabbits come to chase me, if you catch me, I'll let you he. Ah, Chi-Bai, you be asterisk 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 d, I'm going to hack you to death. With Sabito's roar, Chi-Bai broke through the door and fled to the distance, while Sabito was holding a Nichiren blades and using the breath of water to chase after Chi-Bai. Advertisement. It was the first time for Kyujiro to experience such a thing, he got up a little worried and planned to chase the 2 of them. But was stopped by Makomo. Don't worry about the 2 of them, Kyujiro, Sabito and Chi-Bai have been like this since they met, except that Sabito was still using a wooden knife at that time. After speaking, Makomo covered his mouth and laughed softly. Yurokotaki Sakanji also said, sit down, Kyujiro, just wait here for the 2 of them to come back. After hearing what Yurokotaki Sakanji said, Kyujiro sat down suspiciously. Seeing this scene, Ubuyashiki Kagaya couldn't help laughing. In his opinion, Yanzu, who will succeed him in the future, is a little too real, so he will suffer a loss. And Muzan curled his lips when he saw the disappearing figures of the 2, and said in a low voice, childish guy. Soon, everyone continued to eat watermelon calmly, only Kyujiro glanced at the direction where Sabito and Chi-Bai disappeared from time to time, his eyes full of worry. At this time, Chi-Bai, whom Kyujiro was worried about, was running fast, and behind him was Sabito holding Nichiren blades. While running, Sabito yelled, you dog, stop for me, let me cut you. It's just a small cut, and at most a bowl of big scars. Chi-Bai ran faster when he heard it. FCK, rabbit, you really dare to say that you have a scar the size of a bowl. My head is also a scar the size of a bowl. I see, you obviously want to see my head. Seeing that his intention was seen through by Chi-Bai, Sabito immediately used full concentration breathing, trying to catch up with Chi-Bai. However, all this is in vain. No matter how Sabito pursues Chi-Bai and how he uses breathing techniques, the distance between the 2 has not changed at all. Even so, Sabito still did not give up, but continued to chase Chi-Bai. He believes that Chi-Bai must have a time when he is exhausted, and at that time, he must take good care of him. Soon the 2 ran from the mountainside to the top of the mountain, and then ran from the top of the mountain to the side of the waterfall. Beside the waterfall, Chi-Bai stopped. Seeing that Chi-Bai stopped running away, Sabito showed a wicked smile. Run, you keep running, why don't you run? Chi-Bai said shyly after hearing this. Oh, isn't he waiting for you specially? Look at this waterfall, isn't it very suitable for bathing? Now that you have caught up with me, then I will, he. Said Chi-Bai showed a shy smile. Sabito. Advertisement. I seem to be blind, what's going on? Oh, right. It's Chi-Bai. He used extremely terrifying biological and chemical weapons. At this time, Sabito was very tired, and his whole body was not well. Can you imagine what it would be like for a muscular man with a height of 2 meters to show a shy smile to himself? The feeling, Sabito said, was horrific. Looking at the shy Chi-Bai, Sabito finally covered his eyes and said, enough is enough, Chi-Bai, stop talking, you won. Hey, I'm still too young, so I'm not the opponent of Chi-Bai who even talks to Diva. When Chibai heard that Sabito had conceded, he laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, sure enough, stupid Sabito, you are still too young. In response, Sabito just rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Well, let me add, my own hands are not itchy now, and I can still control it. Putting away the Nichiren blades, Sabito came and sat down in front of Chibai. Take off your shoes with Chibai and soak your feet in the pool. The cold pool water cheered up both of them. At this time, Chibai suddenly took out the second saori that had turned into carbon from the own ring, and handed it to Sabito. Looking at the saori in Chibai's hands, Sabito asked in great confusion. Chibai, why are you giving me carbon? There is still a long time before winter, and there is no need for carbon at all. Unexpectedly, what Chibai said made Sabito a little confused. This is not carbon, this is charcoal grilled saori, eat it while it's hot. When Sabito heard it, he carefully looked at the carbon in his hand. A moment later, Sabito finally found traces of saori on this piece of carbon. Not Chibai, why did you give me a piece of carbonized saori? Is there something different? Sabito asked puzzled. At this time, Chibai said to Sabito with a serious face. You are right, I tell you that this is not an ordinary saori, it is the saori in Wang Wei's poem, have you never heard of Wang Wei? Sabito didn't listen to what Chibai said later, and at this moment, his eyes were full of question marks. Chapter 137 Brain Protection Mechanism. Sabito. I know every word Chibai said, but why I don't know when they are combined together. Who is Wang Wei? What happened to the saori in his poem? Could it be that the saori in his poem knows how to breathe? I don't understand, I really don't understand. These questions are too difficult, and Sabito's CPU has been burned trying to think about the answers to these questions. At this point, Sabito has turned into a circle of eyes. Looking at Sabito who turned into circles, Chibai shook his head with emotion. Look, this is the consequence of not studying hard, and even Wang Wei doesn't know who he is. He is a legendary poet. Off topic. Moreover, Sabito has been circling the eyes for too long, and I am afraid that the CPU is not really burned. Thinking of this, Chibai hurriedly picked up a handful of water and splashed it on Sabito's face. Splashed by the cold pool water, Sabito shuddered, and then his circle of eyes returned to normal. Seeing that Sabito has turned back, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. Before Sabito could ask his own question, Chibai patted Sabito on the shoulder and said seriously, Rabbit, don't worry about what's going on with this saori. Let me tell you, you just need to know that this saori is very unusual. This is the saori I specially reserved for you. Eat it. Looking at the pitch-black saori in his hand, Sabito really wanted to ask Chibai, is this really edible? But hearing what Chibai said just now, this is specially reserved for himself, Sabito decided to eat this saori no matter what. This is the wish of my good brother. Anyway, it is impossible for Chibai to be poisoned. So, under Chibai's eager eyes, Sabito took a bite of the saori and began to chew it. In the next second, an indescribable taste filled Sabito's mouth. The taste, the only thing that can be described as bitter, fishy, and salty. For the rest of the taste, Sabito couldn't find a suitable adjective at all. Advertisement. Before the mouthful of saori was swallowed, Sabito rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. Before passing out, a thought floated in Sabito's mind. Chibai, this B************** D, really cheated himself again. Then Sabito lost consciousness. Looking at the unconscious Sabito, Chibai was frightened into an emoticon. Good guy, isn't it? The saori made by my wife is so terrible. Can actually eat people to death. Thinking of this, Chibai carefully stretched out his hand to test Sabito's breath. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the rabbit didn't die, and I didn't lose a good brother forever. However, when Sabito wakes up, seeing the saori will probably be bloody again. As a result, Chibai took the saori from Sabito, dug a hole to bury the saori, and destroyed the evidence. After a while when Sabito woke up, he insisted that Sabito was the one who passed out by himself. I am really a genius. Chibai, who was about to continue washing his feet, suddenly remembered that Sabito still had saori residues in his mouth, which he hadn't destroyed. So, Chibai picked up Sabito carefully, brushed his teeth, and cleaned the saori residue in his mouth. At this time, something Chibai did not expect happened again. The saori residue washed out of Sabito's mouth fell into the pool and was eaten by the fish. Originally, Chibai didn't care about this matter at all, he ate the fish as soon as he ate them, so what can he do? However, the fish that ate the saori residue turned over in the next second and floated up with its belly up. Chibai, hey. Owen's life is really hard enough, even after taking a bite of Muzan's cooking, he is still alive and kicking. Now, I am starting to wonder what exactly Muzan uses to make rice, this power is really big enough. Good guy, if there is such a saori in the original book, Tamayo's aging medicine, Kocho Shinobu's hundreds of times concentrated wisteria flower venom, all of them will stand aside. Can these two things be as good as Muzan's cooking? Fear is fear, and complaints are complaints. Chibai will not let go of those fish that have turned their bellies in the pool. Rolling up his sleeves, after a short while, he caught all the belly-turned fish in the pool. Advertisement. Taking advantage of the pond water, Chibai cleaned up the fish again. Then a bonfire was raised not far away, the fish was placed on it, and the fish began to concentrate on grilling. Under the grill of the flame, the fish is cooked. Chibai hurriedly grabbed a fish, tore off a piece of meat, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. In the next second, the juicy and sweet fish exploded in Chibai's mouth. Even Chibai, who didn't want to eat fish, couldn't help feeling that this kind of cold water fish was delicious. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times will finish a fish. Then, Chibai dragged Sabito to the campfire, and by the way, put the rest of the fish on the campfire and grilled them. After a while, the fish was ready. Sabito, who was in a coma, smelled the smell of grilled fish, and suddenly sat up from the ground, and saw Chibai who was grilling fish together. Hey, Chibai, what happened just now? Why am I unconscious here? After hearing this, Chibai said without even looking at it, I don't know, the two of us were chatting, and you suddenly fell into a coma. When Sabito heard this, he stroked his hair in confusion. When did I become so fragile that I could pass out while chatting? For this answer, Sabito does not believe it, but for now there is only such an answer. Although it looks like this, Sabito always feels like he has forgotten something, but he just can't remember it. At this time, Chibai suddenly gave Sabito a skewer of grilled fish. Try this grilled fish, it's a cold water fish, it tastes pretty good. Looking at the grilled fish in his hand, Sabito seemed to have recovered some of his forgotten memories. Sabito looked at the grilled fish and subconsciously said, grilled fish is so unpalatable. Chibai, who was flipping the fish, was taken aback subconsciously when he heard this, but soon returned to normal. What's unpalatable? You haven't eaten grilled fish yet, and you say you can eat it. Rabbit, you are a little too much. Chibai said pretending to be sad. Ah, I don't know why I said that. Immediately, Sabito apologized to Chibai. I'm sorry Chibai, I didn't mean to say that fish is bad, so don't take it to heart. At this moment, Sabito's appearance made Chibai want to laugh. It seems that Sabito doesn't remember the Saori at all. It should be that the Saori made Sabito's brain turn on the protection mechanism, and then forcibly forget it. Well, I'm probably safe. It's okay, Rabbit, Chibai said indifferently, let's eat the fish first, and we can talk about anything after eating the fish. Chapter 138 Survive. Urged by Chibai, Sabito picked up the grilled fish and took a big bite. Okay, needless to say, the taste of grilled fish must be really good. It tastes tender and juicy, and the skin is crispy. I really don't know how Chibai does it. But, although the grilled fish is really delicious, Sabito always feels that this grilled fish, just how to say, something is wrong, but he still can't tell what is wrong. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, Sabito finished one grilled fish. When he wanted to continue eating the second one, Sabito thought about it and gave up. Seeing this, Chibai asked, what's the matter, why didn't the rabbit eat it? Is it not delicious? Sabito shook his head, it's not that it's not delicious, I just think this grilled fish is strange. What's wrong with it? I can't say it yet, but I feel, it smells like death. Chibai. The smell of death. Dude, Muzan's Saori had such serious consequences for Sabito. What a sin, I hope Sabito will not suffer from fish phobia in the future. Seeing that Sabito was not eating grilled fish, Chibai did not continue to grill, but skewered the remaining raw fish with branches and hung them on the tree. Seeing Sabito's puzzled eyes, Chibai explained, take it back later, and eat it at night, don't let it go to waste. For this explanation, Sabito nodded and said nothing more. The two sat quietly under the big tree, neither of them spoke. After a while, Chibai suddenly asked, Rabbit, I heard from teacher Lintaki that you are going to participate in the final selection. Yeah, Sabito nodded, yeah, I talked with Ryotaki-sensei for a long time before I got Ryotaki-sensei to agree. When I pass the final selection, I will also be a member of the ghost-killing squad. Sooner or later, I will also become a pillar of water. However, Chibai didn't react too much after hearing this, and just hummed lightly. Chibai's attitude made Sabito very dissatisfied. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* zoo. Sabito said angrily. Shibai shook his head. I'm not unhappy, but the road to becoming a pillar will be very dangerous. You also saw what happened to me that day, the third winding. HMPH, what's the matter? Sabito said, it's been a long time since I joined the ghost killing squad, so it's good to survive. I'm not the same as you, I will become the most powerful zoo, and then kill the ghost. Advertisement. Before Sabito could finish speaking, he asked Shibai to knock his head. Damn, Muzan is his wife, so Sabito can kill him. Shibai, this person, nothing else is loyalty. Drink it and it's still righteous. Between wives and brothers, Shibai will definitely choose his wife. What are you doing? Sabito rubbed his head and said very dissatisfied. Shibai rolled his eyes and explained, let's join the ghost killing squad first. Stop talking big, and kill the ghost king. Why don't you just send yourself into the ghost king's mouth with a sliding shovel? A slide shovel reminded Sabito of what Shibai said that day. Suddenly, Sabito blushed. You were enough. Didn't we not bring Nichiren blades that day? If we had brought Nichiren blades, we would have beaten him. To this, Shibai just said perfunctorily. Yes, you were right. This appearance of Shibai, in the eyes of Sabito, really deserves a beating. Really want to kill him. Suddenly, Sabito seemed to remember something, as if he was going to kill him just now. What was the reason? Without waiting for Sabito to think about it, Shibai suddenly said seriously, Sabito. Sabito, who was thinking, suddenly froze. Excluding the time when the two first met, this seems to be the first time Shibai called On by his full name. He usually calls himself Rabbit. Thinking of this, Sabito also became serious. What's wrong, Shibai? It's nothing, Sabito, I just want to tell you. Shibai suddenly didn't know what to say in the middle of speaking. After thinking for a while, he continued, Sabito. If you encounter a strong ghost in the future, remember, don't fight foolishly, remember to run away. I know, these words are actually not very pleasant. But you have to know that only by living can you have a future. Seeing Shibai with a serious face, Sabito, who wanted to refute a few words, agreed very solemnly. Well, I remember, Shibai. Don't worry, if I really encounter a strong enemy, I will take protecting myself as the first condition, and then go to help others. Hearing Sabito say this, Shibai smiled. Now he felt relieved, at least Sabito knew to run away when he met Tioni, instead of being tough to the end. Advertisement. Survive, only survive will have a future. In the next second, Shibai returned to its previous appearance, and Sabito was stunned by such a silky state transition. I go. This switching speed is absolutely amazing. After saying this, the two of them didn't speak for a long time, but just sat there quietly, looking at the waterfall. After an unknown amount of time, Sabito got up suddenly and pulled out the Nichiren blades. Shibai, let's compete, let me see how big the gap is between us. However, Shibai directly refused without looking at it. Daba, I don't want it, I refuse. Why? Sabito was puzzled. No reason, Shibai said without looking back. Now you are too weak, I don't even have the heart to do it. Forget it. This sentence directly made Sabito furious. FCK, just kidding. This dog. At this time, Sabito, who is a single dog, suddenly received 1,000,000 critical damage. Sabito looked at it and was a little puzzled. What are you talking about the waterfall at this time? Okay, I'm done praising you, let's go back, I miss my girlfriend a little bit. Ah, B asterisk 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 D. Why can't you be serious for a while? Sabito, did you see that waterfall? I can split a rock with a single knife at least now, and I've also killed real ghosts before. Ah, Shibai, get up, Sabito said frantically. Fall. What, did I hear something wrong? Oh, that's right, then you are awesome. Come on, Rabbit, you are the strongest. Shibai tucked his nose after hearing this, and perfunctory Sabito again. Shibai let himself cut off the waterfall. What do you mean I'm too weak? I don't even have the intention to make you do it. Seeing Sabito's mad look, Shibai just sighed helplessly. Without waiting for Sabito to speak, Shibai continued. Well, how to say that? You cut off that waterfall with a knife, and I will stand up and compete with you. Okay, Rabbit. Chapter 139. What kind of honey moves are these? Cutting off the waterfall, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for Mr. Rinaki. Shibai, you are enough. Even if you really don't want to compete with me, you won't let me cut off the waterfall. Who can do this? Sabito said angrily. After hearing this, Shibai replied seriously. Yes, of course someone can cut off the waterfall, and it's not with a knife. Shibai didn't lie about this, there really is someone who can cut a waterfall without a knife. As for who this person is, of course Ubuyashiki Kagaya's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Gia. But, whether Naruto belongs to this theater, I can't control it, anyway Sabito didn't ask. As for Sabito, he was in shock right now. Can someone really cut through a waterfall? Is this still a human being? After being shocked for a while, Sabito said, I don't believe it unless you tell me who that person is. Shibai didn't hesitate, and said directly, Jigyu Ueni, the person who invented the breathing method, his son's breath can easily cut off the waterfall. Shibai really wasn't lying when he said that Jiguiwan was able to cut off the waterfall. At that time, my wife met Jiguiwan, who was hacked by Jiguiwan to doubt her life, so she blew herself up into 1800 pieces and ran away. As a result, 1,500 pieces were chopped off with one knife, and only 300 pieces escaped. If it wasn't for my wife's sudden self-explosion, I'm afraid she would really be dead. By analogy, assuming that Jiguiwan had only 1 second to destroy the fragments, that is to say, he would pay $1,500 in 1 second. Can't such a speed cut off the waterfall? The above part about Jiguiwan only represents the author's personal opinion. If there is any mistake, please correct me. I am too lazy to change it. Jigyu Ueni. Sabito muttered softly, I've never heard of it, I'm afraid you're talking nonsense. After hearing this, Shibai didn't argue with Sabito. The reason is that very few people know about the history of Jiguo Yuanyi. Tamayo counts as one, Ubuyashiki's family counts as one, and then there is Rengoku's family. There are only 3 people in total, and one of them is a ghost. It is normal for Sabito not to know. Looking at Sabito, Shibai finally took a step back. Okay, let me compete with you on the silly rabbit, really. After finishing speaking, Shibai stood up and moved his limbs. He put on a posture and said, Rabbit, let me say it first, if you can't beat me, don't cry. Advertisement. Cry your woolly nose, Sabito said angrily, while holding the Nichiren blades tightly with both hands, using the full concentration breathing method. In the next second, Sabito rushed directly to Chibai with both legs. Water breathing. 7 shapes. Shizuku ripple sting. I saw the Nichiren blades in Sabito's hand piercing Chibai's body at an extremely fast speed. Chibai just smiled, and then flew up with all his strength on his toes. Try this. Crows fly. Sabito, who heard this name, almost got stuck in the lake. Crows fly. The FCK, what the hell name? By the way, what is an airplane? It's the first time I've heard it. The most taboo thing in battle is fractionated divinity, and Sabito already has fractionated divinity. I saw Chibai standing lightly on the Nichiren blades in Sabito's hand like a real crow. Looking at Sabito, Chibai asked, "Do you still fight?" At this time, although Sabito was very shocked, he didn't pay attention to Chibai's words, and waved the Nichiren blades upwards in his hand, and a burst of dazzling flames appeared on the Nichiren blades. Breath of flame. 2 types. Rise to summer. Suddenly, a burst of flames swept past Chibai's feet, almost cutting off Chibai's shoelace. Seeing this, Chibai couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. It was so dangerous that his shoes almost broke. At the same time, he was shocked by Sabito's breath of flame. Riding on a horse. Isn't the breath of flame the Rengoku family's breathing method? How can Sabito still use it? What's happening here? Moreover, doesn't Sabito, a stupid rabbit, know that switching breathing suddenly will cause a lot of burden on the body? Sabito, what's going on with you? Why can you still use the breath of flame? Chibai shouted. After hearing this, Sabito didn't stop waving the Nichiren blades in his hands, but slashed Chibai while answering his question. Why? It's very simple, because this is what Kyujiro taught me. Although there are only the first 3 types, it is enough to kill you. Watch out. Water breathing. 4 shapes. Striking tide. Chibai. Advertisement. I really underestimated Sabito. It was agreed that switching the breathing method would have very serious side effects, but there is nothing wrong with Sabito here. It seems that there is no small improvement. After dodging Sabito Nichiren blades again, Chibai also said, I didn't expect you to be so big, so I can't fall behind. Sabito ate me with a tornado destroying the parking lot. Then Chibai suddenly stopped dodging, spread his arms, and the whole body spun on the spot, and the twirling speed was so fast that it set off a whirlwind nearby. Sabito. What the hell is this? Can this trick really hit people? Don't turn yourself dizzy first. Just when Sabito was speechless, a wind blade suddenly slashed towards Sabito. The speed was so fast that Sabito had no time to block it with Nichiren blades, so he could only dodge sideways. Whoosh. It was the sound of wind blades brushing against Sabito's clothes. Immediately, the wind blade slashed fiercely on the big tree behind Sabito, leaving a deep mark. Seeing this, Sabito said angrily, How dare you talk about me? You obviously learned other breathing methods. You even said that I learned the breath of flame. Chibai, who was rotating, said, Don't talk nonsense, I have not learned other breathing methods. It's not that you don't know, I don't have the qualifications to learn breathing techniques. Hearing Chibai's words, only then did Sabito react. I have forgotten that Chibai can't learn breathing techniques, so what's the matter with this wind blade? This wind blade can only be issued by learning the breath of wind. At this time, Sabito's CPU is not enough. Seeing Sabito like this, Chibai smiled unkindly. Ha ha ha, be silly, I know how to use the whirlwind iron fist, and that one can also send out wind blades. And the whirlwind outside him is an illusion made by himself with chi. Ha ha, Sabito, don't be in a daze, come here and don't be indecent, you also take my trick. This is the mantis boxing, this is the serpentine step, and the lotus flower floats, the scorpion palm, the flying hammer, the cat lands, the cat shakes the water, and the bear's paw strikes. As Chibai kept yelling the names of the moves, his fists kept waving towards Sabito. Sabito looked confused. You have shouted so many moves, it seems that they are just ordinary punches. Chapter 140 Complaints from the System. Looking at Chibai, who was full of X-chats, Sabito suddenly understood. Oh, Chibai fell ill again, and that's the end of the story. Although Chibai fell ill, his punching speed was still extremely fast, making it very difficult for Sabito to dodge. While dodging, Sabito tried to catch Chibai's punch hard. As for the result, Sabito just wanted to say that if he hadn't used Lulyu to relieve his strength in time, he might have already flown out by now. Ha ha ha, rabbit, don't just dodge, come on, if it's a man, punch me head on. Then Chibai punched Sabito in the head. Eat me with a smashing melon punch. Seeing the flying fist, Sabito's hair stood on end in fright. Good guy, if I was really hit by this punch, my head would be smashed to pieces like a watermelon. Ever since, Sabito hastily rolled a lazy A and narrowly escaped the punch. Chibai, do you want to kill him? Sabito, who got up from the ground, roared angrily. Ha ha ha, you are overthinking. You are my dear friend, how could I kill you, idiot rabbit? After Chibai finished speaking, he punched Sabito again. Rabbit punch, mule kick, lobster claw, cobra, oyster shell, orangutan branch. Sabito, tired, I am really tired. Why, just in an ordinary competition, Chibai can also talk non-stop. And how did he have the nerve to call out such a shameful trick name? This time the punching was much faster than last time. Sabito could only dodge Chibai's attack with nine-shaped, water spray, chaotic and irregular movements. Before Sabito could heave a sigh of relief, Chibai followed closely behind his pace. Also, the big bad wolf eats the little white rabbit. Sabito, who was preparing to fight back, almost got stuck on the ground when he heard this sentence. Damn, this guy Chibai, besides, who is the little white rabbit? I am Sabito, it's not a little white rabbit. In an instant, Sabito adjusted his mentality, and the breathing method instantly switched to the breath of inflammation. The whole person jumped up, and it was a breath of inflammation. 3 types. All phenomena of inflammation. Looking at the attacking Sabito, Chibai didn't intend to dodge at all, and shouted, good job. Look at me, 100% empty-handed and empty-handed. Advertisement. I saw Chibai half kneeling on the ground, raised his hands together, and forcibly caught Sabito's Chi Yan Vientian. Sabito. FCK. Empty hands. Isn't this a bit wrong? This is the breath of flame. Although Sabito was stunned, but only for 0.00001 second, Sabito dropped Nichiren blades in an instant, swung his arms, and faced Chibai's face with a big punch. Let the big bad wolf eat the little white rabbit. Try this, I'll call him Chibai to eat the little white rabbit. I heard a snap. Then Sabito ran straight into the depths of the forest without looking back. Only Chibai was left half kneeling on the spot with a dazed face. After a while, Chibai realized that Sabito gave himself a big mouth. FK. Sabito really gave himself a big mouth. IFCK. Ah, dead rabbit, where are you going? Stop. Chibai's roar resounded through the forest. Sabito, who was running away frantically, had a smile on his face after hearing the roar. Hey, Chibai, you dog, let you talk so much. Before Sabito could enjoy himself for 3 seconds, he saw a small tornado erupt behind On, about 2 meters high. I saw that the trees touched by the tornado turned into a pile of powder in an instant, and the tornado was running towards him at a terrifying speed, which scared Sabito to quicken his pace. Why, there will be a tornado in the forest, this is too wrong. By the way, Chibai that. What should he do? However, 10 seconds later, the tornado came behind Sabito and was about to engulf Sabito. I don't know whether Sabito's potential has exploded, or what, but his running speed has increased a lot, and he has abruptly opened a considerable distance from the tornado. Another 5 seconds passed. The tornado caught up with Sabito again, a scream sounded, and Sabito was sucked into the tornado. Suddenly there was a sense of weightlessness, and just when Sabito was sure to fall badly, a pair of big hands caught him. Immediately, the tornado dissipated. Hey, the stupid rabbit is scared to death. Chibai's voice rang in Sabito's ear. Advertisement. After hearing this, Sabito opened his eyes suddenly, but saw that he was in Chibai's arms, and he was not only surprised. That tornado, is that you? Sabito asked in surprise. Chibai nodded. That's right, it's me, isn't it exciting? Sabito rolled his eyes after hearing this, because he thought the tornado appeared out of thin air, but he didn't expect it to be made by Chibai, he scared himself to death. Fortunately, I was still so worried about him. Depend on. Thinking of this, Sabito jumped out of Chibai's arms. I can't believe that you are so powerful, you can use the breath of wind to create a tornado, I really underestimate you. After Chibai heard this, he gave Sabito a headache, and squatted on the ground covering Sabito's forehead. At this time, Chibai's voice sounded. Stupid rabbit, have you forgotten? I can't use the breathing technique. Sabito was puzzled. Then, what are you? Whirlwind Iron Fist, Chibai said. This name is very unfamiliar to Sabito, and it is the first time he has heard of it. After all, in Sabito's cognition, only the breath of wind can form a tornado. Is this something you created yourself? Sabito asked. After Chibai heard this question, he hesitated for a moment. This whirlwind iron fist was created by Bangpu, not by himself. But, Bump is not here, and he is the only user of whirlwind iron fist, that is to say. That's right, I created it. How about it, isn't it amazing? When Chibai said this, he was confident, without any guilt. Chibai's words were overheard by the system by chance, and the system began to complain in a low voice. I have never seen such a brazen person. Close black lens bracket. Chibai. Shut up. In an instant, the system closed its mouth and entered the disappearing state again. At this time, Chibai's body began to shine brightly in Sabito's eyes. It's really amazing that a person who can't use breathing method can create such a powerful fist technique. If Chibai heard what Sabito was thinking, he would probably wipe off his cold sweat and say that the last sentence was awesome. FK. Without waiting for Sabito to say anything, Chibai picked up Sabito, tucked it under his arm, and walked towards the waterfall. You know, that piece of fish hasn't been eaten yet. Chapter 141 Sabito, I wronged. Sabito, who was caught under Chibai's arm, was taken aback for a moment, then struggled. Chibai, what are you doing? Let me down. Don't you feel ashamed like this? Sabito's struggle is doomed to be in vain. Chibai's arm was like a solid steel bar, motionless. Hearing Sabito's words, what are you doing? Chibai said subconsciously, what are you doing? You are moving, FKU. Sabito. What the hell? Do yourself. Ever since, Sabito's CPU burned up again, and he froze in place. It was only then that Chibai realized that he had said the wrong thing, coughed twice in embarrassment, and didn't say anything else. Soon, Chibai took Sabito back to the waterfall. The bonfire that was lit just now has not been extinguished at this time, it is burning faintly, and it seems to be burning out. Seeing this scene, Chibai hurriedly put down the Sabito whose CPU was burned, and started to tinker with the bonfire. Well said, set fire to the mountain and sit in prison. Of course, for now, Chibai has no plans to go to jail. After poking the bonfire, Chibai turned his head to look, and saw Sabito still in place, not only a little worried. So, he pushed Sabito lightly. Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Do you have something called Sabito's dazed syndrome? When Sabito came back to his senses, when he heard the name of the disease, a black line appeared on his face. Riding on a horse. Really, this disease? Didn't you make it up on the spot? At this time, Sabito suddenly felt that it would be better for Chibai to stay in Asakusa. Why should he come back? He came back, and he was the only one who was troubled. But, the most disturbing thing is that I can't beat him, shit. Thinking of this, Sabito became very upset. Simply, Sabito sat down on the ground, picked up the grilled fish beside him and ate it with big mouthfuls. As if the grilled fish is Chibai. As for Chibai, he scratched his hair innocently. Conscience, I didn't do anything, why Sabito reacted like this, I don't understand. Unable to figure it out, Chibai simply gave up thinking and sat beside Sabito, eating grilled fish with him. After eating a piece of grilled fish, Sabito spoke suddenly. Chibai. Advertisement. Chibai, who was eating grilled fish, raised his head when he heard it. What's the matter, Sabito? I saw Sabito looked at the waterfall, and then said, remember the thing you said just now that someone can cut off the waterfall? Remember, what's the matter? Chibai was a little puzzled, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Rabbit. Sabito pondered for a while and said, I was thinking, Jiguiwan is so powerful that he can cut off the waterfall, why can't he destroy the king of ghosts? Hearing this question, Chibai glanced at Sabito in surprise. He never thought that the stupid Sabito would ask such a profound question. Seeing Chibai's surprised eyes, Sabito was a little puzzled. What is he surprised about? Before Sabito could ask, Chibai said, why didn't you kill the Ghost King? This is really a good question. The reason is very simple, because. Speaking of this, Chibai was stunned, he didn't know how to answer Sabito. If I tell that period of history, Sabito will definitely continue to ask, and when the time comes, it will be even more difficult for me to answer. So, under Sabito's gaze, Chibai said solemnly, hey, the reason is very simple, because Jiguiwan met a rabbit at that time, and that rabbit was called Sabito. Sabito. Chibai must have some serious illness, how did this problem come to own? Baffling. After giving Chibai a blank look, Sabito asked a second question. Then, Chibai, can you cut off the waterfall? Hearing this question, Chibai froze immediately. Can you, yourself, truncate, waterfall? FK. I really never thought about this problem. Ever since, Chibai replied. I don't know, I really haven't tried it. Upon hearing this, Sabito came alive. Is it like this? Then you just try to see if you can cut off the waterfall, hurry up. As Sabito said, he got up and dragged Chibai towards the waterfall. However, Sabito couldn't drag Chibai at all. It's not because Chibai's weight is too heavy, but Chibai doesn't want Sabito to be dragged at all, and uses chi to fix himself on purpose. Just kidding, I can interrupt the waterfall but I can't. If Sabito tells this, he wants to retire from the Demon Slayer squad. One might wonder why this is. It's very simple, would you be willing to scrap a powerful nuclear bomb? Advertisement. No, I can't. That's it. After Chibai finished speaking, he lay down on the ground and started to lift his body. However, Sabito didn't want to let Chibai go, but dragged Chibai's thigh towards the waterfall. I think you can. You can create a tornado out of thin air, let alone cut off the waterfall. You can definitely, Sabito said, using more strength. Under the dragging force of this force, Chibai actually had a tendency to be dragged, so frightened that he hurriedly hugged a big tree beside him. Give up, silly rabbit, it's not that I'm full, and I cut off the waterfall, so I won't go. Let me go. No, go, no. When the two were arguing, Muzan came out from the forest beside him. Sabito immediately let go of Chibai after seeing Muzan, pretending nothing happened. This is Chibai's girlfriend, if she makes her mistakenly think that she is bullying Chibai, she will be finished. I don't want to be beaten for no reason. No, I won't go if I don't go, and I won't go if I'm killed. And Chibai didn't know anything about Muzan's arrival, and was still talking to himself. Chibai, when did I say I'm going to Flower Street? Don't be bloody, Sabito retorted. What Chibai said was awe-inspiring, and he was an innocent victim. Looking at Chibai, Sabito was so angry that he was about to smoke. However, at Chibai's next words, the angry Sabito gritted his teeth. At this moment, Muzan spoke. Hearing Muzan's words, Chibai immediately got up from the ground and said with a righteous face, Sabito said, take me to Waji together. What the hell, Sabito? I am more wrong than Doi. Who am I? I'm Zu. I definitely can't go. At this moment, He really wanted to rush forward to fight with Shibai, but with Muzan around, he couldn't do that. Why not go? Why did this dog, Shibai, cheat him again? When did he say he went to Waji? He obviously never said it. However, Sabito refused to do it and insisted on dragging me, so we started arguing. Although this beating does not hurt. Chapter 142 Missing. I saw Chibai patted Sabito's shoulder and said earnestly, Rabbit, I can understand your anxious heart, after all, you are also a normal boy. But, it's really not good to go to Waji. Not to mention the high cost, it's also very dangerous. You really can't go. What is the danger of someone spending the street? The Daki brothers and sisters said, your question is good, Elbow, come into the room with me, let's talk while eating. At this time, Sabito was so angry that he couldn't be any more angry, and his expression was already distorted. Probably like this. Chibai. Sabito couldn't bear Chibai's serious nonsense anymore, and rushed over with Nichiren blades. Chibai was so scared that he hurriedly hid behind Muzan, stretched out a finger, and used a unique secret technique. Sabito. You, come here. I don't know if you can imagine that a strong man with a height of 2 meters is hiding behind a 165 girl, and his expression is special, cheap. Sabito. God, please, come and accept this BCH Chibai, I really can't take it anymore. Holding the Nichiren blades, Sabito yelled at Chibai behind Muzan. Chibai, if you have the ability, come out. If you're a man, come out. Don't hide behind women. Unexpectedly, Chibai made a funny face at Sabito. I don't. If you have the ability, come here. Also, I'm only 15 years old this year, just a boy, and I'm still 3 years away from being a man. Hearing this, Sabito's eyes went dark, and he almost passed out directly. What kind of person is this? Two not wanting face, own blood pressure, whoosh went up. Finally, Muzan couldn't bear the quarrel between the two, and frowned, enough. I see that you are the one who wants to go to Flower Street. Chibai, you still want to slander Sabito, come back with me. After speaking, he pinched Chibai's ear and walked towards the wooden house. It hurts, madam, it hurts. With Chibai's scream, the backs of the two disappeared from sight. Sabito, on the other hand, looked at Muzan's back with admiration. Woo, this brother and sister recognized themselves. From now on, the siblings will be covered by me, and no one can touch her. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sabito took a few sips of water from the pool, calmed down, and then returned to the wooden house. But Chibai and Muzan stopped on the way. Madam, let go of my ears first, okay. Chibai said pitifully. No, Muzan refused decisively. Hearing this, Chibai immediately wailed, why, ma'am, did I do something wrong? After hearing this, Muzan shook his head and said, no, I just want to pinch your ears. Why not? Chibai, who can tell me why Muzan has such a strong learning ability, and why she has learned all the unique skills of his girlfriend? Just as long as you're happy. Chibai said, sighing, hey. However, ma'am, why did you come to see me suddenly? Chibai asked again. After hearing these words, Muzan let go of Chibai's ears, and then said seriously, something happened, Chibai. Huh, what's the matter, ma'am? Is it someone from the Ghost Slayer squad who wants to kill you? Or is Ji Guoyuani resurrected? Chibai asked curiously after hearing this. Muzan, this brat, can't you expect yourself to order it? After all, she is also his girlfriend. Muzan rolled his eyes, stretched out a whip, and hit Chibai hard on the head. Can't you think of something better? Just looking forward to my death so much. Muzan said angrily, and rolled his eyes by the way. No, ma'am, look at what you said. Chibai leaned over to Muzan's side very doggily while speaking, and squeezed her shoulder. Ma'am, didn't you tell me something happened? I think it must be a big deal for you to tell me something happened. Besides, you're still so powerful, right? The only thing I can think of is that the ghost-killing squad discovered your identity, or that Ji Guiwan was resurrected. Look at what I said, it makes sense. HMPH, if you can talk, I'll forgive you. Muzan said, however, this matter can be big or small. Not long ago, Hyugai and Rokuro, who were in the last string, got out of my control, and this happened, which means that the two of them died. But, I don't know why, I just received this message. Hearing this, Chibai was a little surprised. Advertisement. 2 people died, whether this matter is serious or not, it depends on how to deal with it. After thinking about it for a while, Chibai finally said, most likely, he was killed by someone from the ghost-killing squad. It's not a big deal. I'm talking, ma'am, can't you make the next string easily? Why did you suddenly pay attention to this matter? After Muzan heard this, he frowned and said, if someone from the ghost-killing squad kills him, he will kill him. I won't care too much. However, I can't see the memories of the two of them before death at all, as if they died suddenly. Suddenly, died. Immediately, Chibai frowned tightly. To be honest, I don't know what's going on, suddenly my hand is out of control, hey. Regarding this question, Chibai said that he couldn't figure it out, really couldn't figure it out. But now, I just asked 3 questions and don't know anything, and I don't know anything. Then, Nakim's pipa sounded, and the figures of the two disappeared in place. Well, that's the only way to go. After speaking, Muzan nodded. And our Sabito has already returned to the wooden house. However, within a few steps, Muzan suddenly glared at Shibai. Be honest with me. You are not afraid of shame, but I am afraid of that. Even if it is a pillar, you have to hit it twice. After being reprimanded by Muzan, the two continued on their way, but before they could take a few steps, they suddenly looked at each other and showed a very tacit smile. Although Kyugai and Rokuro are very weak, they are two bottom strings anyway. Who can kill two bottom strings suddenly? He looked outside the door and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's the matter? I'm already back, why haven't Shibai and his siblings arrived yet?" Even if it is inference, there must be clues. After Shibai heard this, he shyly withdrew his own salty pig's hand, and continued on his way obediently. Well, when I go back later, I'll ask Kagaya insinuatingly, has there been any member of the Demon Slayer squad recently? So, Shibai took Muzan's hand and continued to walk towards the wooden house. After thinking for a while, Shibai said, "This, I have no idea at all." The two of them left first. Chapter 143 The Problem of the Ghost-Killing Team. Sabito's question is destined to be unanswered by anyone. Everyone waited and waited and waited and waited. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed, and the sun was about to set. At this moment, Kyujiro stood up suddenly and said, "It's been so long, Shibai Dage and sister-in-law haven't come back yet, did they encounter some danger?" "No, I don't worry, I'm going to find the two of them." Sabito and Makomo also got up, the two of us followed. After speaking, the three of them were about to go out to find Shibai, but they were stopped by Yurokotaki Sakanji. "Sit down, Shibai will be fine." But, Sabito wanted to refute, but Yurokotaki Sakanji stopped him with a single sentence. "Sabito, have you forgotten that Shibai is a pillar?" After hearing this, Sabito and the others sat down unwillingly. Although Sabito and the others were very worried, Yurokotaki Sakanji was very calm. As an elderly man in his 60s, he knew very well what the two of them were doing, and at the same time he was still thinking about when he would be able to embrace his grandson. And Ubuyashiki Kagaya was thinking, did Muzan trick Shibai into a place where no one was around and eat him? As for Mrs. Amane, at this time she was sitting quietly beside Ubuyashiki Kagaya, rarely blushing. Another half an hour passed, and finally Shibai and Muzan appeared outside the wooden house. Shibai held a box in one hand, and held Muzan's hand in the other. After seeing the wooden house, he walked a few steps quickly and returned to the wooden house. As soon as he entered the wooden house, Shibai immediately put down the box and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I suddenly remembered something just now, and I went back to East Kyochi." Then he opened the box. "Look, I'm going back to get this. These are cherries. Come and taste them." After hearing this, Sabito, Makomo, and Kyujiro didn't doubt anything, but stepped forward to grab a handful of cherries. Seeing that Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Yurokotaki Sakanji hadn't moved, Shibai picked up the box and handed it to them. Only then did the two take some. "Oh, you said Mrs. Amane, Ubuyashiki Kagaya will naturally share it with her." Immediately, Shibai found a place to sit down, picked up a cherry and was about to eat it, so scared that Muzan quickly pinched Shibai. Advertisement. That means restrain me a little bit. Fortunately, Shibai ate cherries this time, just eating them normally, and did not start working hard. This relieved Muzan. Although I am the king of ghosts, it is terrible to be ashamed of death. Eating the cherries, Shibai said. "I said, you won't be waiting here for me, right? Or what?" Sabito rolled his eyes. "Shibai, what? So many people are waiting for me here." No, did something very important happen? But why didn't Muzan tell himself? Without waiting for Shibai to think about it, Makomo said, "Shibai, my lord said I wanted to discuss something with you, and Sister Yuuwu said she would inform you. Didn't Sister Yuuwu tell you?" When celebrating the new year with Sabito and the others, Shibai introduced to them that Muzan is called Moon Dancer. Hearing this, Shibai tremblingly turned his head and glanced at Muzan. Sure enough, there were a few words written on Muzan's face. "What about the Ubuyashiki family has nothing to do with my Kibutsuji." Shibai. "Ah, how did I forget about this? Yuuwu told me, I forgot." When Shibai said this, he felt very guilty. Fortunately, no one bothered with him about it. At this time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said, "Sabito, Makomo, Kyujiro, you. Mrs. Yuuwu, please avoid me, I have something, I want to talk to Shibai alone." "Okay. ×3, the three agreed and left the cabin. And Muzan snorted coldly before leaving the room. Shibai asked very puzzled. "What's the matter, Kagaya, you are so mysterious." Something more important. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said, "In the past year, the number of ghosts who don't know why has decreased significantly. I sent people to make statistics. Originally, the frequency of ghost attacks in this area was 5 to 10 times a month. But now, the ghosts in this area only happen once a month, and after the ghosts appear, they are killed by unknown people immediately." Hearing this, Shibai was very satisfied. Sure enough, his decision to lay off employees was correct. I believe that after a while, everyone in the ghost killing squad will lose their jobs. Advertisement. Wonderful, isn't this great? Shibai said. Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head. Although this is a good thing, it has a very important impact on the final selection. Hearing this, Shibai reacted instantly. After there are fewer ghosts, there will be no ghosts to recruit into the vines to attack the mountain. Without ghosts to replenish, the final selection will be The next sentence of Ubuyashiki Kagaya proved Shibai's conjecture. I think the selection method of the ghost-killing team needs to be changed. So, Shibai, what good solution do you have? Oh, it's not Kuromaru. It wasn't the Ghost Slayer squad who killed the next string, so who would have killed it? After hearing Kagaya's answer, Shibai agreed and didn't say anything, but fell into a daze. At this moment, Shibai suddenly thought of what Muzan had told On just now, so he hurriedly asked, Hey. Kagaya, let me ask you, has the ghost-killing team killed Sha Xian recently? At this time, it was completely dark. After entering the house, the crow landed on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's arm, and said loudly, Not far from Mount Sagiri, there seems to be a ghost. And this matter, shouldn't you hold a Zuhei meeting, why are you looking for me alone? Well, I have to tell Muzan about this later, after all, she has a lot of brains, maybe she can figure out what's going on. Just when Shibai was wondering who would kill Sha Xian, a crow flew into the house. Thinking of this, Shibai couldn't help but glanced outside. It was a stranger's crow. It seems that things are getting more confusing. I really overestimated myself, what can I do if I am a salted fish? No, Kagaya shook his head, now, ordinary ghosts can't be touched, and the strings are still played, hey. Return to the members of the ghost-killing team, go and investigate immediately. Shibai was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, there is no way. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said about this, I think you should have a solution, so I asked. As for the Zuhei meeting, I will hold it when I go back. Shibai. Chapter 144 The Devil Who Eats the Crow. After the crow repeated several times, it flew out of the house and stayed on the eaves. When Makomo saw it, he took some rice from the kitchen and fed it to the crow. And Shibai looked at Ubuyashiki Kagaya with a strange look, his eyes clearly said, Don't you say that there are no ghosts, why did another ghost suddenly pop out? It was somewhat embarrassing to be stared at by Shibai at Ubuyashiki Kagaya. He heard him cough a few times to ease the embarrassment, and then said, Ahem, since there is a ghost problem, we might as well solve the ghost problem first. Look, who will solve this task? As soon as the words fell, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, Ubuyashiki Amane, and Yurokotaki Sakanji looked at Shibai together. Shibai, see what you're doing, really. Before Shibai could speak, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said, I'm the protagonist of the Ghost Slayer squad, so don't let me go out on missions myself, and I'm weak and sick. My wife, Amane, is a weak woman, she can't. Shibai. I don't know when I first came up, whoever I met cut me with the breath of water. Yurokotaki Sakanji also said, I am getting older, my legs are not so flexible, and I have retired. Shibai, as the only Ghost Slayer team member here, you are still Zoo, so I can only trouble you to make a trip. Shibai, just a horse, how should I say it? Needless to say, I know that I must be doing the mission myself, so why bother? Also, is Mr. Rinaki's statement that his legs and feet are not good, and he runs too slowly, is it serious? You are the former Shueiju, your running speed is so fast that I can't catch up with you. So, Shibai rolled his eyes, walked out of the house, grabbed the crow that was eating, and was ready to set off to perform the task. Seeing Shibai who was about to set off, Sabito immediately said, Shibai, I will go with you. However, it was rejected by Shibai. No, silly rabbit, you will hold me back, and I will be back soon. After finishing speaking, Shibai walked down the mountain, but after a few steps, he seemed to think of something, turned around suddenly and said, Makomo, help me prepare some salmon stewed radish, please. Okay, I see. Although Makomo was curious, he agreed and walked towards the kitchen. Advertisement. After Shibai thought for a while to make sure there was nothing wrong, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Unexpectedly, Muzan followed up suddenly. Ma'am, why are you following me? Wait for me here, okay. Shibai whispered. Muzan's answer was, not good. The two looked at each other for a long time, and finally Shibai was defeated. Okay, ma'am, follow me closely. After Shibai finished speaking, he led Muzan down the mountain. Behind them came Sabito's roar. Shibai, you dog. A guy who values SX and despises friends, take his wife, not me. Shit. Soon, Shibai's reply drifted to Sabito's ears. I have a little white rabbit and I never ride it. Suddenly one day I rode him to the market on a whim. I was very proud with the candle in my hand. Sabito. Although I don't understand what Shibai's song means, but it's not a serious person singing it. Tui. When Sabito was angry, Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Yurokotaki Sakanji walked out of the house, and they were very curious to see the angry Sabito. Sabito, what's the matter, why are you so angry? Yurokotaki Sakanji asked. Sabito replied. Mr. Lintaki, Shibai, a guy who values SX and despises friends, actually took his own wife to investigate ghost troubles. That's investigating ghosts. If ghosts appear, wouldn't the Yuuwu brothers and sisters be injured? As soon as the words came out, the heart of Ubuyashiki Kagaya on the side became cold. At this point, he had only one thought. It's over, Shibai will never come back from this trip. Kibutsuji Muzan has calculated the time, he is going to kill Shibai. This time, there is one missing general in the own ghost-killing team. Shibai, you go all the way, I will avenge you. At this time Shibai was running wildly with Muzan in his arms and led by the crow. While on the way, Shibai chatted with the crow. Hey, I remember that my exclusive crow is Kuromaru, why didn't he come? Advertisement. Heiwan has food poisoning for some reason, and it still hasn't recovered. I'll perform a task for him first, said the strange crow. The next second, the strange crow suddenly sensed something was wrong. No, why can you understand what I said? This. Maybe it's because I ate a few crows, so I can understand what you said. Chibai said. Strange crow. Eat crows. ... Help, help. I probably won't survive this mission. Woohoo, I wouldn't have helped Kuromaru if I had known. Looking at the loveless crow, Chibai couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This loud laughter has been spread far, far away. A few minutes later, Chibai hugged Muzan and came to a dilapidated house. The crow looked at the house and said, "Here, there are traces of ghosts. Specifically, you need to investigate by yourself." At this time Muzan said suddenly, "There is no need to investigate, the ghost has appeared." When Chibai heard this, he immediately let go of the crow and let him leave on his own, he didn't want anything to happen here. But the crow felt that Chibai let go of it, and immediately waved its wings and flew towards the distance. At the same time, it secretly rejoiced that it survived from the mouth of the devil that ate the crow. "Ma'am, ghost." Before Chibai could finish speaking, a scream came from the dilapidated house in front of him. "Ah, what kind of monster is this?" After hearing the scream, Chibai shrugged. "Well, there is no need to ask, the ghost will appear by itself, which is really a face for yourself." Immediately, Chibai rushed to the door of the house and kicked the door open. In the room, an evil ghost with disheveled hair, red eyes, and two horns on its head pressed a young man under him, stretched its neck and bit the man's neck desperately. But the man stretched out his hand and resisted it. Behind the man is a young woman, and in the woman's arms, there is also a child who seems to be about the same age as Sabito. Chibai looked at this child and felt familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember who this child was. At this moment, Chibai came back to his senses with a roar from the evil spirit. I saw that the man couldn't hold on any longer, and the devil's teeth approached the man's neck bit by bit. Chapter 145 Tomioka Giyu. FCK. I almost forgot the business. Chibai cursed secretly, immediately stretched out his hands to pinch the evil spirit's head, and slammed out the door. There was a bang, and Chibai threw the evil spirit onto the tree trunk, and it immediately fell apart. Seeing this, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. Own wife is outside, let that evil spirit have a good talk with his wife. I believe Muzan would be very willing to lay off this ghost directly. Looking at the three people in the room, Chibai said, Okay, it's okay, let's do whatever we have to do. Just treat what happened just now as a dream, nothing happened, that's all. After speaking, Chibai was about to leave the room, and was going to check on Muzan's situation. The man didn't speak after getting up from the ground, he just panted heavily, looking terrified. The woman said, Thank you very much for saving us, may I ask who you are? Chibai scratched his hair in embarrassment. My name is Chibai, I'm from the Ghost Slayer squad, that's it. Regarding this situation, Chibai said that he was not very used to it. This was the first time he broke into a private house, and it was very embarrassing. Seeing that Chibai was about to leave, the woman hurriedly said, Please stay a little longer, my name is Tomioka Sudazi, and in my arms is my little brother, Tomioka Giyu. The man over there is my fiancé. Hearing the name Tomioka Giyu, Chibai suddenly became energetic. FK, Tomioka Giyu. I accidentally saved Tomioka Giyu's sister and brother-in-law. FK, I was still thinking about it, someday I would ask Kagaya to help find the traces of Yuyoshi Tomioka, which is good, and it will be delivered directly to my door. There is a saying that arranging flowers with intention will make willows, but unintentionally inserting willows and willows will become shade. What a coincidence. At this time, the man was almost relieved, and he got up and said, Thank you very much for saving our family, please stay and eat and go. However, Chibai refused. No, I still have something to do, I'll talk about it tomorrow, if you don't mind, I'll come again. Regarding Chibai's proposal, Tomioka Sudako and her fiancé had no objection, and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two agreed to come down, Chibai took out a handful of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into Tomioka Giyu's hand. Advertisement. Giyu, right, ha, this is for you. I hope I didn't scare you just now. Tomioka Giyu. Degree. Seeing that Tomioka Giyu did not speak, Tomioka Sudako hurriedly said, Giyu, this child, has been reluctant to speak since he was a child, Chibai waved his hand, expressing that he didn't care. Although I don't know what Tomioka Giyu was like when he was a child, but it doesn't delay anything. Then Chibai rubbed Tomioka Giyu's hair vigorously, and said, Giyu, I'm 15 years old this year, we are the same age. I have a question to ask you. If this evil spirit killed your family today, how would you react? Would you hate on being weak, or would you yearn for great power? Tomioka Giyu, what do you mean? This is the first time Tomioka Giyu speaks, his voice sounds, except for a little immature, the rest is no different from the anime. What do you mean? Chibai rubbed his chin and said while thinking, It doesn't have any special meaning, I just want to tell you. A man should become strong for his loved ones, and not escape. That's it. After Chibai finished speaking, he turned and left without giving Tomioka Giyu a chance to speak. When Chibai came outside, Muzan was stepping on the evil spirit just now. At this time, the evil spirit was not trembling like other evil spirits. Instead, he kept struggling, trying to get rid of Muzan's control. Chibai, who saw this scene, was very surprised. Ma'am, what's going on? This ghost isn't afraid of you. What happened? Muzan exerted force on his feet, and the evil spirit immediately became torn apart, but its body was quickly reassembled. Looking at this, Chibai also noticed something was wrong. What's going on? His rebirth speed seems to be faster than other ghosts. Madam. At this time, Muzan finally spoke. There is something wrong with this ghost. In my perception, I can't perceive this ghost at all, which means that this ghost is not created by me at all. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Chibai was shocked. What, ma'am, you mean you didn't create this ghost? Then this is advertisement. Looking at the evil spirit at his feet, Muzan said, I don't know where he came from. And this ghost has no reason at all. There is only one idea in his mind, and that is to eat people. Keep eating and never stop. After hearing these words, Chibai's face became serious. Ma'am, is what you said true? Muzan nodded. Really? Seeing Muzan's affirmative expression, Chibai knew that things were in trouble, and some things started to develop beyond the expected range. Just when Chibai wanted to keep Muzan alive for an experiment tomorrow morning, Muzan's arm suddenly magnified, turning into a big mouth, and swallowed the ghost directly in one bite. It's not right. Why did I taste the missing blood in this ghost's body? Can't you eat slowly and let yourself express your opinion? This scene made Chibai dumbfounded. The most frightening thing is that Muzan can't read the ghost's memory. What the hell is going on here? How could there be a ghost outside of Muzan's control? This is really true. My miserable sister in society, people don't talk too much. No. Muzan shook his head. This ghost seems to be made by mixing Shashian's blood, so he is not under my control at all. Chibai was very surprised when he heard this. Muzan nodded after hearing this, and immediately forced out some ghost blood from his fingertips, and handed it to Chibai. Why does it feel like this ghost is aiming at Muzan, irrational and unable to read memory? That's it. Chibai agreed, but his brows became more and more wrinkled. After some contemplation, Chibai said, Ma'am, give me some of that ghost's blood, I have to find someone to test it. However, this is my own wife, so just eat it, at worst, find another one yourself. Just when Chibai was wondering whether this kind of ghost would appear again, Muzan's words made Chibai feel the seriousness of the matter immediately. Missing the string blood? You are not joking, ma'am. Even if I devour him, I can't see his memory is blank for me. Chibai collected the blood with a bottle. Chapter 146 Muzan. Chick. Through the moonlight, the blood showed a dark red color, and the blood was very cloudy, like a layer of mist. Ma'am. Chibai called softly. Huh? Muzan looked at Chibai suspiciously. What's wrong? Give me some of your blood or other blood from the string, Chibai said. Muzan didn't hesitate after hearing this, and disappeared in place with the sound of pipa. A few minutes later, Muzan returned with a vial of blood. He took the bottle of blood and pointed the blood at the moonlight. Under the moonlight, this bottle of blood was not black and red, but bright red and strange. And the blood is not so cloudy. Looking at Chibai, Muzan asked, What do you see? After hearing this, Chibai took out the black and red blood and placed them under the moonlight together with the red blood. Look, ma'am, the two bloods are very different. After taking a closer look, Muzan rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Of course it's different. At this time, Chibai asked again. Ma'am, whose blood is this? Girls. Muzan finished, and walked in the direction of Mount Sagiri. One of the last girls caught the bird? Chibai muttered, Oh, I misremembered the time, and now that perverted BCH is still alive. It will take a few years before she is killed by that grumpy brother Shinazugawa Sanemi. After Chibai finished speaking, he looked up and saw that Muzan was far away from him, so he hurriedly called out, Ma'am, wait for me. Then he quickly chased after him. But what Chibai didn't notice was that Tomioka Giyu was lying on the window, watching his back quietly, and didn't leave the window until the bag disappeared. Because Muzan was walking very fast, Chibai couldn't keep up, so he could only catch up with all his strength. But what Chibai didn't know was that in the Infinite City at this time, a beautiful woman was sitting there holding On's head with a depressed expression on her face. What's the matter with Mr. Muzan? Why do you want my blood? And he still looks very anxious. Guvuo Nayo held On's head and muttered in puzzlement. However, none of the ghosts could answer her doubts. Soon, Chibai and Muzan returned home. After having dinner with everyone, Chibai was about to rest, but he found it difficult to look at the room in front of him. Advertisement. Where are you and Muzan going to sleep? What a big problem. Soon, Chibai realized that the worry of owning was unnecessary. I saw Urokodaki Sakanji brought the two of them to the cabin that had just been built. You can sleep here tonight. This wooden house was specially built for you when you came back. Before Chibai could speak, Urokodaki Sakanji turned and left the wooden house. Only Muzan and Chibai were left. Looking at Muzan, Chibai obediently went to make the bed, and the bed was made after a few minutes. The two put on their pajamas and got into bed to prepare for sleep. At this time, Muzan suddenly asked, Chibai, who do you want to hand over the ghost's blood for testing? Chibai said without thinking, who else can be? Of course it is Tamayo. I only know Tamayo, who is a medical student, and I don't know anyone else. In the next second, Chibai was bound by Muzan's 2 whips and fell to the ground again. You said, Tamayo, are you going to find that betrayer? Chibai. Ah, forgot. Tamayo betrayed his wife, and he even said that he was really sick when he mentioned Tamayo in front of Muzan. Seeing the angry Muzan, Chibai hurriedly said, Ma'am, listen to me explain to you. Muzan. Ma'am, listen to me, didn't you take Tamayo to overcome the sun, and hundreds of years have passed, and Tamayo's medical skills have become more sophisticated. Moreover, she can use her own blood to create new ghosts now, and the newly created ghosts are out of your control. Hearing this, Muzan let go of Chibai and put him back on the bed. Meanwhile, Muzan said, create new ghosts without my blood? According to what you mean, you suspect that this ghost was made by her. Chibai shook his head after hearing this. It won't be Tamayo's, just her and Yushiro. Oh, Yushiro is Tamayo's newly created ghost, and the only one that succeeds. Although Tamayo can create new ghosts, the success rate is very low. Advertisement. Muzan nodded and motioned for Chibai to continue talking. Seeing that Mrs. Owen was not angry, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief, and continued. Tamayo and Yushiro are 2 fighting scumbags, so that Mukago can kill both of them in the past, and let them both grab the 2 strings. It's better to say that Ji Guoyuan can recover. Before the movable type could speak, Chibai's mouth was blocked by Muzan. As for what to use to block it, please imagine for yourself, don't think about it crookedly. Don't mention Ji Guoyuan again, did you hear me? Muzan said angrily. Okay. Chibai made a no-problem gesture and continued talking. Besides, you know best what Tamayo looks like, ma'am. Based on the above, it cannot be done by the 2 of them. Okay. Muzan nodded. I didn't expect Tamayo to improve in the past few hundred years. It really surprised me. I'm still wondering if she's making a medicine to transform into a human being. Chibai, do you know that 100 years ago, she was about to die of illness? I couldn't bear to see her die, so I turned her into a ghost. As a result, she got out of control and killed her own husband and children. Ha ha ha, her desperate look at that time was really. Just when Muzan was about to say the last 2 words, he suddenly saw Chibai looking at him expressionlessly, and suddenly a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Chibai. Muzan poked Chibai carefully, but Chibai grabbed his wrist. I heard Chibai say with a blank face. So, what do you want to express? You plan to kill me in the future, is that what you mean? Muzan. Hey, when did I say that? I was just talking about Tamayo. Wrong. I'm not. Muzan hadn't finished speaking 3 times in a row of denials, and the wrist of the other hand was also tightly held by Chibai. I saw Chibai approaching Muzan's ear and whispered, isn't it, ma'am? I see what you mean, it's clear that you want to kill me after you have a deep relationship, don't you? The hot air from Chibai's mouth was blowing on Muzan's ears, making her dizzy, and her brain began to congest. So much so that she couldn't hear what Chibai said clearly. Soon, Muzan collapsed in Chibai's arms like a puddle of water, unable to move. At this time, her face was blushing, and she looked at Chibai with watery eyes. Chapter 147 System. You can't die, I'm covering you. I didn't. Chibai, I didn't want to kill you, Muzan stammered. At the same time, the whip behind her carefully unbuttoned Chibai's clothes. Chibai did not respond to this. Just kidding, just use this to test yourself? Who are you? I am a veteran cadre, how can I be tempted by such a thing? Madam, I advise you to explain this matter clearly, otherwise don't even try to touch me. Muzan. This, what is the situation with own little boyfriend? He was not like this before. Looking at Chibai with a serious face, Muzan finally gave in. I don't have any. I just want to talk about Tamayo again. How could I be willing to kill you? Muzan laughed silly twice. Immediately, Chibai felt as if his own head had been hit hard. No way, how can my Mrs. Muzan be so cute? Even so, Chibai still suppressed this feeling, and continued. Then why are you reluctant to kill me, ma'am? Hearing this question, Muzan's face twitched, it couldn't be more red. He hesitated for a long time, but did not say a complete sentence. It's this, because, that, that's it. It's okay if you don't give a reason, tell me why, Chibai said. Looking at Chibai, Muzan hesitated for a long time, and finally said with a voice the size of a mosquito. I like you. Although you are shameless and perverted, you are the first person who dared to treat me like that. And, in the end, the voice became smaller and smaller, and Chibai couldn't hear clearly at all. However, Chibai heard Muzan say that he likes himself. That alone is enough. But why does this sound so awkward? When did I become shameless and perverted? I am a righteous person. Moreover, he is still the pillar of the ghost-killing squad. Chibai continued to ask. Do you really like me, or are you lying to me? Advertisement, really, I'll hit you again, Muzan said, and hit Chibai's chest twice with his fist. Immediately, Chibai felt that On's chest was hit by a hammer, and he wanted to vomit blood. Really? Punch your chest. Fortunately, Chi is continuously repairing own body. After a few seconds, the pain in his chest disappeared. Looking at Muzan, Chibai moved closer to Muzan's ear and said, since it's true. Then, I want you to tell me yourself that you will never leave me and you will always be together. Muzan was taken aback when he heard this, and then his expression became very disappointed. Together forever. You can't become a ghost. How can it be, together forever? Besides, I know about the duel between you and Akaza. You suddenly became stronger, you must have stripes. You won't live to be 25 years old. Kokoshibu opened the stripes at the beginning, so. Having said this, Muzan sighed. Muzan's words gave Chibai a headache. Yes, own lifespan is only 10 years. It's been 2 years, now there are only 8 years left, what's the matter? Thinking of this, Chibai asked the system. Dog system, how can I live longer? There are only 8 years left, after 8 years, I will die. After more than 10 seconds, the system's voice sounded, but there was impatience in the system's voice. Why did you pick the middle of the night to bother me? I'm really convinced of you, the sixth child. They don't look for me during the day, they pick me up in the middle of the night. Close black lens bracket. Brother Tong, brother, Dage, just tell me what I'm going to do. You don't want to hang out with me either, Chibai said. This. To tell you the truth, your death doesn't affect me in the slightest. After you die, I'll just change the host. Close black lens bracket. Chibai. FK. What's happening here? Isn't the dog system bound to itself? Didn't he say that he died with 1 body and 2 lives? This. What the hell? The system saw Chibai, who was stunned, and secretly smiled. Let this kid be no big or small, scare him to death. Hey, in fact, I have been bound to him for a long time. One prospers all, one hurts all. How come there is no influence? Just when Chibai didn't intend to disturb the system spoke again, and what the system said this time made him breathe a sigh of relief. Advertisement, don't worry, boy, how could I let you die? Although it has nothing to do with me, it's a slap in the face. Close black lens bracket. In the future, if other systems see it, I will say that my business is not good at all. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, so put your heart in your stomach, I'll cover you. 8 years later, it's not your time to die, so I won't tell you, I'll go to bed first. Close black lens bracket. Finally, I hate the night shift. Close black lens bracket. After the system finished speaking, there was no movement, and it seemed that it had gone to sleep. After receiving the reply from the system, Chibai finally breathed a sigh of relief regarding his lifespan. I am also a person covered by the system. Looking at the lost Muzan, Chibai hurriedly hugged her and comforted her. Don't think too much, don't worry, I didn't open any markings, I can't die. As long as you promise me that you will always be with me and never separate, I will not die. Hearing this, Muzan rolled his eyes. These words, no matter how you look at them, seem to be coaxing children, and you look like a child. Seeing that Muzan didn't speak but just rolled his eyes, Chibai lightly tapped his head. HMPH, hurry up and say it, if you don't say it again, I will acquiesce to you and don't like me anymore. Upon hearing this, Muzan immediately closed his eyes. Okay, I say it's not enough. I, like, you, want, forever, to be with, you. Chibai shook his head after hearing this. I can't say it again. Who are you? You have to say your name. Muzan. Name? This. Shame explosion, can I not say it? However, looking at Chibai's firm eyes, Muzan could only say it again. I like you, Chibai. I want to be with Chibai forever. Muzan spoke quickly, and buried his head in Chibai's arms after speaking. And Chibai showed a that kind of smile. Today can be regarded as training Muzan, right? Thinking of this, he hugged Muzan, and with a swipe, the lights in the room went out. Immediately, Muzan's angry voice came out. Take it easy, it hit my brain again. However, Chibai didn't notice that when Muzan said he liked him and wanted to be with him forever, his title, the legendary Ghost Pillar, was automatically equipped, and the second effect of the title automatically surfaced. The second effect of the title is impressively, Chapter 148 Who Opened My Door? Next morning, Chibai reluctantly climbed up from the bed, but as soon as he got up, Muzan pushed him back on the bed. Don't get up, lie down for a while. These words were exactly what Chibai wanted, so Chibai turned over, embraced the naked Muzan and fell asleep again. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. Sabito and Kyojuro were exercising, and there is no disturbance in Chibai's waking up. For them, this matter is so normal that it cannot be normal anymore. It would be something wrong if one day Chibai suddenly woke up early. As for Yubayashiki Kagaya and his wife, although they are not at the headquarters of the ghost killing squad, they still have a lot of things to deal with. So, Chibai didn't get up, they didn't care about it at all. Isn't it normal to stay in bed with one pillar? Yorokodaki Sakanji? From the first day he took Chibai to exercise, he knew that Chibai was willing to stay in bed. Everyone thinks Chibai lying in bed is a very normal thing, only Mikomo. At this time, Mikomo, who was preparing lunch, looked at Chibai's cabin and fell into deep thought. Although I know that Chibai is willing to stay in bed, but the time of staying in bed this time is too long, it is already noon, and I still don't get up. And Sister Yuwu, why is she able to sleep like this? There are many doubts in Mikomo's small head. Finally, Mikomo decided to go and shout Chibai and Muzan to get up. Ever since, Mikomo put down his lunch and came to the door of the cabin. Chibai, Sister Yuwu, it's already noon now, it's time to get up. However, Mikomo was answered only by silence. At this time, Chibai in the room glanced sleepily at the door of the wooden house, then fell on the bed and continued to sleep. Mikomo, who did not wait for a reply, knocked on the door again and shouted again. This time, Chibai responded. I saw Chibai gently push Muzan. Ma'am, I seem to hear someone calling us too. Muzan said. No, you heard it wrong, go to sleep. After speaking, he gave Chibai a suffocating hug. And Mikomo didn't wait for a response, and looked at the wooden door and hesitated. Do you want to open the door and call them to get up? After some struggle, Mikomo decided to open the door of the wooden house and wake them up. Having made a decision, Mikomo took a deep breath, then pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked in. Advertisement. After Mikomo opened the bedroom door again, he froze. After 5 seconds, Mikomo reacted. At this time, Mikomo's face was blushing, like a big ripe apple. In the next second, Mikomo directly used Liuliuwu in breath of water and disappeared instantly. A gust of cool wind blew, awakening Chibai from his sleep. Huh, what's the situation? I remember that I closed the door, why is there a cold wind blowing over? Chibai muttered, stood up and looked towards the door. Seeing that the door had been opened, an ominous premonition flooded Chibai's heart. FK. No one has been in the own room. I and Muzan are. Worry. This is really a social death scene. Thinking of this, Chibai took out clothes to put on himself, then wrapped Muzan tightly with a quilt, and walked out of the bedroom. Sure enough, the door of the own wooden house was wide open, and it was obvious that someone had been there. At this moment, a drop of cold sweat ran across Chibai's forehead. It's over now, the legendary social death has actually happened to me. I just don't know which of them came to the own room. After thinking about it, Chibai felt that only Sabito was the most suspicious. Mainly, I have cheated him too many times, I am a little worried. Hence, Chibai carefully closed the door and embarked on a journey to find Sabito. 5 minutes later, Chibai found Sabito. At this time Sabito was exercising with Kyojuru. The two waved wooden knives and kept colliding with each other, causing shock after wave. The surrounding grass has long been dilapidated. Watching the two practice, Chibai smacked his lips. According to Sabito's current strength, it is impossible to defeat himself. But, if you go to participate in the final selection, you can definitely kill Fujishishan. As for the stubborn Tioni, it can be easily solved. Sabito and Kyojuru stopped sparring with the sound of two wooden knives snapping. At this moment, Sabito saw Chibai beside him, and not only rolled his eyes. Advertisement, look, who is this? Isn't this our pillar? It's already noon, are you finally willing to get up? Oh, it's good to be a pillar. You can wake up at any time you like, don't you? Kyojuru, do you want to be a pillar? After hearing this, Kyojuru had some different opinions on this. Sabito, I don't think being a pillar means you can stay in bed, on the contrary, being a pillar is more of a responsibility, Before Kyojuru finished speaking, Sabito covered his mouth. At this moment, in Sabito's heart, 10,000 mud horses galloped past. Kyojuru, why are you so honest? Why can't I hear that I am connoting Chibai? Why? Sabito said that he was very tired. In this regard, Chibai shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't expect that Sabito has improved a lot, and even learned the yin and yang strange shi, which is really good. Really, thanks to myself. However, he thought he could beat himself like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. Who made me a pillar, rabbit? You just woke up. Chibai. Chibai. Operator Omega backquote, Sabito. After hearing this, Chibai said, no, I just woke up, how'd I know when to have lunch? Huh. I will become a water column sooner or later. Sabito resisted Chibai symbolically, and then said, quickly tell me, what are you looking for me in Kyojuru for? Is it time for lunch? Let's go. Kyojuru, stop practicing, go back and have dinner. No, you think too much, rabbit. I'm Zu, how could I be ashamed of myself? After finishing speaking, Chibai left without looking back. Kyojuru and I sparred here as soon as the sun rose, Hearing Chibai say that he just woke up, Sabito rolled his eyes. Let me tell you, if you were Zu, you could look like me, unfortunately, you are not Zu. By the way, what time did you two get up today? Have you been exercising here? I have never seen such a brazen person. Chibai's shamelessness has refreshed my understanding of the word shameless. Ah, I knew it would end like this, why did I still have to argue with Chibai? Thinking of this, Sabito snorted coldly, Sabito. Hearing that I got up so early, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? I just came to see how your training is going. Chapter 149 The case solved. At this time, Chibai had already returned to the house. What is certain now is that it wasn't Sabito who came to the own room. There are certain things that silly rabbit can't lie about. Who else? At this time, Chibai thought of Yubayashiki Kagaya. Soon, Chibai arrived at Yubayashiki Kagaya and saw. Damn it. These two are making people. Embarrassing, so embarrassing, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing myself. Fortunately, I didn't make a big fuss, I just passed by silently. Ever since, the suspicion of the couple was ruled out. Then Chibai set his sights on Yorokodaki Sakanji again. But, soon, Chibai overturned this idea. Will Mr. Ryotaki come to disturb his sleep? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the end, there was only one Mikomo left as a suspect. For Chibai, Mikomo was the least likely, so Chibai just skipped it.
What? Why do you say you trust Makomo so much? Chibai said. Makomo is weak and shy, how could she go to other people's bedrooms, and she also knows that she would like to stay in bed the most. So, definitely not Makomo. Just when Chibai turned into Detective Conan, Muzan, wearing a black kimono, came behind Chibai. What are you thinking about? So preoccupied? Muzan asked. Chibai, who was thinking seriously, was taken aback by Muzan, but he quickly returned to normal. Ma'am, when the two of us were sleeping just now, it seemed that someone came over. I have to investigate clearly who came here. Oh, how is it like this, is there any result? Muzan said. No. Chibai shook his head, I've asked everyone around the corner, but none of them have been here. Hey. Looking at Chibai's frowning, Muzan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Chibai's face. Okay, don't think about it, just come, it's not a big deal. However, Chibai broke free from Muzan's tender hand, and said righteously, it's not a big deal, I've been seen all over. Advertisement. Woo. Don't let me know who came to my room, if you let me know, I will. At this point, Chibai didn't continue. Huh, what do you want? Muzan asked curiously. I insist on watching it. Ma'am, watch it with me too. Chibai said, showing a frenzied smile. Muzan, Owen's little boyfriend fell ill again, still feeling guilty. Hit you. Muzan raised his small fist and aimed it as if threatening. However, because our Mrs. Muzan is so good looking, such a threat is even more tempting, making Chibai unable to control himself at all. A princess hugged directly and hugged Muzan. Ma'am, he. Saying that, Chibai was about to kiss Muzan. Without waiting for Chibai to kiss, Muzan suddenly said, someone is coming. Then he broke free from Chibai's embrace and stood on the ground. At this time, Makomo ran over from a distance, and when he saw Chibai and Muzan, his face turned red. Hearing that, Makomo stammered and said, that, Chibai, Sister Yuuwu, when did you wake up? Lunch is ready. Do you go to eat? After saying these words, Makomo's face turned red again into a big apple. Seeing this scene, Chibai and Muzan looked at each other. The meaning is obvious, there must be a problem here. Still a big problem. Otherwise, Makomo blushed with a bubble teapot. So, Chibai directly asked, Makomo, what's wrong with you, is this uncomfortable? Why is your face so red? After hearing this, Makomo looked up at Chibai and Muzan quickly, and said in a voice about the size of a mosquito, it's nothing. Immediately, she performed Luluwu and ran behind her, the speed was so fast that even Chibai couldn't react. Muzan laughed when he saw this. Case solved, it looks like Makomo got into our bedroom. Chibai, didn't you say that you want to strip the person who enters the bedroom and see them back? Now that you know it's Makomo, go. Hearing Muzan's ridicule, Chibai was unmoved. Oh, ma'am, what do you call this? Chibai, am I that kind of person? I am a person who behaves well and does things right. Don't mention this matter again. Let's have dinner. After speaking, Chibai took the lead and walked in front. Looking at Chibai's back, Muzan covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Owen's little boyfriend is just stubborn. Advertisement. Soon, everyone gathered at the table, ready to eat lunch. Today's lunch is very unpretentious, just a simple lychee hot pot. There are 8 steaming hot pots on the table. At this time, the pots are gurgling. Regarding today's lunch, Chibai said, it's okay, that's the thing, as long as you can eat enough. But why is the atmosphere at lunch today so depressing? It's fine if Makomo doesn't speak, why doesn't Ubuyashiki Kagaya also speak? Also why are Sabito and Kyujiro so silent? What the hell happened? Finally Chibai couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and spoke first. Yorokodaki Sakanji, would you mind taking another disciple? He was also afraid that his future disciples would also leave and never return. I see that you obviously ate too much food, and you've made it to the end. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little nervous. After listening, Chibai explained. When I went to carry out the mission last night, I found a child with great potential. His name is Tomioka Giyu. Before Yorokodaki Sakanji could finish speaking, Chibai immediately said, just agree, I'll go back and pick him up after dinner. You will not be disappointed with this disciple, trust me. Yorokodaki Sakanji pondered after hearing this. Needless to say, at this time, Yorokodaki Sakanji must be worried about the final selection again. He is afraid that Sabito will never return. I can see that his potential is extraordinary, so I want him to be your disciple. Yorokodaki Sakanji, who was eating, was taken aback for a moment, then raised his head and said, huh. How do you say that? And Yorokodaki Sakanji just sighed and didn't say anything. After finishing speaking, Chibai accelerated the speed of eating. Sabito. However, Chibai said without raising his head after hearing this, nervous, why are you nervous? Although Yorokodaki Sakanji was very worried, Sabito was very excited and kept asking Chibai. After a while, Yorokodaki Sakanji said, it is possible, but... Chibai, am I going to have a new junior? On the contrary, it can be seen that he is worried about something. Chapter 150 Tomioka Giyu joins the team. B*****************. D. You are the one who is full. Shibai still didn't have much reaction after hearing this. I'm not full yet. Oh, you don't want to eat. I'll help you eat your share. Before Sabito could react, Shibai snatched Sabito's uneaten food, and ate a clean one. Sabito. Why, a person can be like this. Oil and salt do not enter. Looking at his empty job bowl, a tear of regret flowed down the corner of Sabito's eye. I'm going to be hungry again today. Fortunately, there was still a lot of rice left in the pot, which saved Sabito from the suffering of starvation. After eating, Shibai said hello, took Muzan, and went straight to Tomioka Gyu's house. In a moment, Shibai and Muzan came near Tomioka Gyu's house. Before the two could enter the door, they saw Tomioka Gyu sitting at the door of Own. As soon as they saw Shibai and Muzan coming, they immediately got up and walked over. Seeing this, Shibai was quite surprised. It seems that Tomioka Gyu was deliberately waiting for the arrival of Own. Speeding up their pace, the two soon came to him. Before Shibai could speak, Tomioka Gyu said, I'll go with you. For this, Shibai was quite surprised. Tomioka Gyu left with him without saying anything. Is this too unscientific? At this moment, Tomioka Gyu's sister, Tomioka Sudako, came out of the house with a small package. After seeing Shibai, she said, Last night, after you left, Gyu didn't sleep for a long time. Quote. He has been thinking about what you said, and finally he told me that he wants to join you, you see. When hearing what her sister said, Tomioka Gyu raised her head and looked at Shibai with a blank expression. Although his face was expressionless, Shibai still saw expectation in his eyes. Without hesitation, Shibai immediately agreed. Ah, of course, but what a surprise, I didn't expect Gyu to want to join us. Advertisement. However, just join us like this, aren't you worried? Are you not afraid that we are, bad organization? Shibai rubbed Tomioka Gyu's hair after finishing speaking. This kind of thing only had a chance when Tomioka Gyu was a child. After 8 years, it is estimated that there will be no chance. Ha ha ha, and Tomioka Sudako also laughed when she heard Shibai say that. You are so humorous. If you are bad people, why would you come to save us? Also, I heard from my grandma that there are ghosts in the world. Besides ghosts, there are also guardians. It seems to be called a team. If nothing else happens, what I met last night was a ghost, and you saved us, so you must be a member of that organization. Hearing what Tomioka said, Shibai couldn't help but nodded. It turned out that I had heard of the Ghost Slayer Squad, no wonder I was so easy to talk about, but I still need to introduce the Ghost Slayer Squad like Tomioka Sudako. Ha ha ha, Miss Tiaozi, I'm glad you've heard about us. We are called the Ghost Killing Squad, responsible for killing evil spirits and protecting the world. Muzan on the side not only rolled his eyes when he heard this. The Ubuyashiki family beheaded evil spirits and believed in themselves. As for Shibai, dishonesty. Very dishonest. If it were a few hundred years ago, he would be the same as Ji Guiwan, he would have to get out of the ghost-killing squad. Shibai, who didn't notice Muzan's reaction, was still talking about the ghost-killing squad. Miss Sudako, I need to tell you that joining the ghost-killing squad is life-threatening and you will lose your life at any time. Even so, do you still want Gyu to join? After hearing the words lost life, Tomioka Sudako suddenly fell silent. Originally, she thought that there would be no danger in joining the ghost-killing squad, but Shibai's words shattered her imagination. At this time, Tomioka Gyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Sister, I want to join the ghost-killing squad. I want to protect you. Let me join. Tomioka Sudako was very hesitant when she heard this. This is her only relative, if something happens to Gyu. Seeing this scene, Shibai said without losing the opportunity, Miss Sudazi, don't worry, I will guarantee that nothing will happen to Gyu. His talent is very good, and has the potential to become Zu. Oh, Zu is a very powerful swordsman. With a single strike, a big tree will be cut in half. Listening to Chibai's words, he looked at own little brother again. Finally Tomioka Sudako nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree, let Gyu join the ghost-killing team, but, please make sure Gyu. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chibai. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Gyu will be fine. Leave it to me. After finishing speaking, he took the small bundle from Tomioka Sudako's hand, took Tomioka Gyu with him, and walked into the distance under the watchful eyes of Tomioka Sudako. Just when Tomioka was regretting, Shibai suddenly turned around and said, Miss Sudako, please don't be sad, you have to know that the most common member of the ghost-killing team will have a monthly salary of 200,000. And, I believe, it won't be long before all the evil spirits will be wiped out, and Gyu will return safely. After speaking, Shibai turned around and left with Tomioka Gyu without looking back. After another rush, Shibai returned to Mount Sagiri. At this moment, Sabito was sitting on the stool, squinting his eyes and looking at the sky. Kyujiro, why do I think I can use the breath of fire so easily, but you can't learn the breath of water at all? Kyujiro, who was eating sweet potatoes, said, I heard from my father that the conditions for learning the breath of flames are that the heart must be as hot as a flame to learn the breath of flames. Sabito, your heart must be as hot as a flame. Hearing this answer, Sabito glanced at Own's chest suspiciously. As Own's heart is hot as a flame. It's really hot when you think about it carefully, but more of it is because of Chibai's heat. If according to what Kyujiro said, I should understand why Kyujiro can't learn to breathe water. How can a person with a burning flame in his heart be as still water? Well, this explanation is very reasonable. Just when Sabito was thinking wildly, Chibai's voice came from afar. Rabbit, come out to pick up the guests. Look, I brought our junior brother back. Sabito. Chibai still deserved a beating as always, why did he come out to pick up the guests? This guy really can't speak, damn it. However, I have a junior, this is something to be happy about. As for Chibai, well, that's a dog, he's not Mr. Own. Chapter 151 Going to see Tamayo. In the next second, Sabito swished towards Chibai's back direction. Soon, Chibai's figure came into Sabito's eyes. However, Sabito directly ignored Chibai and turned to look at the other two figures. Muzan skipped it directly, that was Chibai's girlfriend and had nothing to do with him. Another. Sabito's eyes lit up when he saw Tomioka Gyu's figure. This kid, at first glance, is his junior brother. So, Sabito immediately ran over and put his arms around Tomioka Gyu's shoulder. You are my future brother, my name is Sabito. It is your future brother, just call me Sabito. Tomioka Gyu sad face. Hearing Sabito's words, Tomioka Gyu did not speak, but silently hid behind Chibai, looking at Chibai for help. Sabito. Why? Here is a pair of pruned plums. Why did junior brother Own hide when he saw him? And he had to hide behind that unreliable Chibai. Do not. However, Chibai's next words made Sabito feel that he had fallen into the underworld. What kind of rabbit? I was wrong, this is not your junior, I am the disciple introduced by Uncle Makijiro, strictly speaking, Kyujiro's junior. After Sabito heard this, his whole body immediately petrified. Do not. Why? Please pair it with Yijinmei again. Silly rabbit, I'm just kidding, I'm going to find teacher Rinaki. Chibai gave a cheap laugh, and walked towards the wooden house without looking at the petrified Sabito. When Chibai entered the wooden house, Sabito was released from the petrified state. At this moment, Sabito was furious, and he felt that there was a flame burning in Own's heart. If you don't chop Chibai up, you'll be sorry for him. But soon, Sabito gave up on the idea. Now that I have another junior, I must set a good example for my junior, and I can't just use Nichiren blades to kill people. Thinking of this, Sabito calmed down again, returned to the stool, and continued to look at the sky. Don't ask Sabito why he's looking at the sky, he's just bored. At this time, Tomioka Gyu has been apprenticed to Yurokotaki Sakanji. Yurokotaki Sakanji looked at the disciple in front of him and sighed. Advertisement. Then I took Tomioka Gyu out and introduced Sabito and Makomo. Seeing this, Chibai followed behind Yurokotaki Sakanji, said goodbye to him, and brought Muzan back to Tokyo. Although Mount Sagiri is really nice, it is not very convenient because there are too many people living here. When there are many people, know everything. On the way back, Chibai was very happy, and the speed of the journey accelerated a lot. The reason why Chibai is happy is very simple, because now, the future pillars, I have gathered 3 of them. They are Yenju Kyujiro, Water Column Tomioka Gyu, Himahima Kyume. As for what Sabito and Makomo will be, well, Chibai said that it depends on their own. Anyway, I am a ghost pillar, Gia. Looking at the happy Chibai, Muzan asked curiously, what are you happy about? After Chibai heard it, he said without thinking, it's very simple, because someone said he loves me, so I'm happy. When Muzan heard this, a blush appeared on his face. Last night, I just said that I love him. Thinking of this, Muzan felt so shy. Seeing Muzan's appearance, Chibai smiled crookedly. Oh, woman, that's all. However, there was a strange feeling in Chibai's heart. I don't know why, but I always think that I must gather the pillars of the future. Ah, what a strange idea. However, I also mean the same thing, although I don't need to fight Muzan in the future, but I am a collector, how can I resist collecting 9 pins? Think about it, in the future pillars meeting, all 9 pillars have to bow their heads to themselves, tisk tisk tisk. It's amazing. While thinking about the future, they hurried on their way, and soon the two returned to their villa in Tokyo. As soon as he got back to the villa, Mukago rushed over and threw himself on Chibai. Master, I miss you so much, woo. However, within a second, he was thrown aside by Muzan's whip. Mukago, who told you to jump over? Muzan angrily yelled.
Seeing this, Mukago could only hide aggrieved and stop talking. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Chibai smiled helplessly. I can only go back and hug Mukago to comfort her. Muzan, on the other hand, sat on the side with a blank expression, looking at the two of them. Being stared at by Muzan, Chibai expressed that he couldn't bear it a little bit, and immediately put Mukago down after Mukago's mood improved. Immediately, Chibai moved to Muzan's side. Ma'am, I'm going to Tamayo to test the blood you brought back tonight. I'll be back late, so you take a look. Muzan nodded after listening. Well, I got it. You go, I won't be angry. Before Chibai could breathe a sigh of relief, Muzan's next words surprised Chibai. I haven't seen Tamayo for hundreds of years. I just took this opportunity to go and see Tamayo with you. I'm also curious about how much she has improved. Chibai. What the hell? Did you hear me right? Muzan actually went to see Tamayo. Good guy, I could have predicted that this would be a bloody storm. Thinking of this, Chibai hesitated. Although, I should listen to my wife, but for now, Tamayo is indispensable. If own wife blows her hair, I'm afraid Tamayo will be P***D. Muzan seemed to see through Chibai's worry and said, don't worry, I won't do anything to Tamayo. I know she's important right now. For this, Chibai said that he didn't believe it. If his own wife suddenly repented, wouldn't it be over? But looking at Muzan's serious face, Chibai hesitated for a few minutes, and finally agreed to Muzan, whoever let in his heart, his wife is the biggest. Well, I promise your wife, but you must not do anything. If there is anything, I will be in charge of communication, okay? Muzan nodded and agreed. After Chibai saw it, he felt relieved. Although my own wife used to be very disdainful, but, believe in her yourself. That's right, that's it. Mukago, who was on the side, disappeared in a flash when he heard Chibai say that he was going to see Tamayo at night. The last person she wants to see now is Tamayo, because seeing Tamayo reminds her of the time when her blood was drawn. The blood was drawn at least 4 or 5 times a day, which was really terrible. Woo 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 XX. Chapter 152 Yushiro with fried hair. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Looking at the night, Chibai nodded. The time is almost up, and he can go to see Tamayo. Madam, let's go. Let's go to see Tamayo. If Tamayo sees you, she must be very pleasantly surprised, ha ha ha. Hearing Chibai's words, Muzan rolled his eyes in good time. Was it a surprise for Tamayo to see himself? FK, I'm afraid it's not frightening to see myself, and it can scare people to death in place. Chibai took the initiative to hold Muzan's little hand, and the two walked towards the street. One thing I have to say is that my wife's little hands are really tender. It's so touching that I want to cry, and Mukago looked at the backs of the two, and silently wiped away his tears. It's not that I don't live up to expectations, but that Tamayo is really terrible. If I hadn't gone to Tamayo, I would have followed. How could I be willing to stay at home and take the initiative to look after the house? As soon as Chibai and Muzan went out, they went straight to Tamayo's house with a clear purpose. Of course, Chibai was in front and Muzan followed. On the way, Chibai kept telling Muzan, "Ma'am, let me tell you, you can't do anything when you see Tamayo later, you just look at me. Also, there is a ghost named Yushiro next to Tamayo, please don't talk to him, that kid has something wrong with his head. You have to remember what I said, don't mess around, ma'am." Muzan was quite speechless after listening to these exhortations. I have lived for thousands of years anyway, how could I not understand anything? Do you still need a little brat like you to tell me back and forth? If Chibai could hear Muzan's voice, he would definitely roll his eyes. Is that a question of understanding? If On's wife gets squeamish, it will be a disaster, and I don't want to keep telling her. Accompanied by Chibai's nagging, the two finally came to the door of Tamayo's house. Looking at the stone wall in front of him, Muzan asked, "Is this the wall of Tamayo's house? Do you want me to break it down?" Chibai shook his head and explained to Muzan, "This isn't the fence of Tamayo's house, it's the vampire technique unique to that ghost named Yushiro. Advertisement, he can create an enchantment for people to hide in, or it can obscure the sight of others, creating visual illusions and hallucinations. Tamayo has not been discovered by you for so many years, all because of Yushiro's blood ghost technique. Of course, according to reality, Yushiro only transformed into a ghost 20 years ago. It's not that Tamayo met Yushiro after he separated from you." Muzan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. At the same time, he was thinking about what role Yushiro could play in the Infinite City. At this time, Chibai has already stepped into the barrier with one step. Muzan only felt that Chibai's figure disappeared into the wall in front of his eyes. Just when Muzan was about to reach out and touch the wall, Chibai suddenly stuck out his head from the wall. "Ma'am, come in quickly, be careful not to be seen by ordinary people." After Muzan heard this, Tsunere snorted, and then stepped into the wall. I just felt that the wall disappeared with a flash in front of my eyes, replaced by an independent small villa with a small yard in front of the villa. "Is Tamayo in there?" Muzan asked. Chibai nodded after listening. "Yes, Tamayo is in there. However, we have stepped into the enchantment now, presumably Yushiro has sensed the two of us, now wait here for a while." Before Chibai could finish his sentence, he saw Yushiro frowning tightly and came out of the villa. Just when Yushiro was about to see who broke into this place, Chibai shouted loudly at Yushiro. "Yo, Yushiro, here. I'm your old friend, Chibai, long time no see, do you miss me?" However, after hearing Chibai's voice, Yushiro turned around and went back to the villa without even looking at it, and closed the door with a bang. In an instant, the expression on Chibai's face froze. "Damn it. Yushiro. This little brat, dared to ignore himself." Muzan at the side, seeing Chibai's appearance, raised the corner of his mouth unconsciously. "I seldom see it before, my little boyfriend is deflated, after careful calculation, this should be the second time, right? Interesting." Yushiro, who returned to the villa, said to Tamayo. "Master Tamayo, I feel wrong, no one has stepped into my barrier." Tamayo, who was holding a test tube and didn't know what potion he was mixing, stopped when he heard Yushiro's words. "Huh? Really, Yushiro? Advertisement? I heard someone greet you just now, it sounds like Chibai. Chibai hasn't come here for a long time. The blood left by Mukago last time is almost used up. I hope he can also leave me at 12 Kazuki when he comes here." While Tamayo was talking, the door of the villa was kicked open with a bang. Immediately, a muscular man with a height of 2 meters appeared at the door. Needless to say, that man was Chibai. Seeing that it was Chibai, Tamayo said hello. Long time no see, Chibai. After hearing this, Chibai also politely replied, long time no see, Miss Tamayo. Before we chat, please wait a moment, I want to exchange feelings with Yushiro. As he spoke, Chibai stretched out his hand and grabbed Yushiro. Looking at the muscular Chibai, Yushiro couldn't help swallowing. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Chibai's aura has become much stronger. If there is a fight, I'm afraid he can beat himself into a cherry cake. Well, Yushiro stuffing. Yushiro, hee, Chibai grinned grimly. This weird laughter couldn't help but make Yushiro's chrysanthemum tighten. Chibai, what is he going to do? At this time, Yushiro was not only a little scared. However, Chibai's next sentence directly made Yushiro furious. Yushiro, it's been so long, it looks like you're still an idiot, ha 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 ha. You rookie, I even have a wife, idiot Yushiro. Yushiro. Damn it guy, why is his mouth still so irritating? How can I be an idiot? Could it be that a silent liking is an idiot? Looking at Yushiro who wanted to refute, Chibai decisively presented evidence. Oh, I really don't know, how many diaries someone has written now, is it still recording someone's behavior at a frequency of minutes? As soon as the words came out, Yushiro yelled. B*********, D. Shut up and stop talking. Chapter 153 Little Happy Muzan. Will Chibai listen and shut up obediently? Of course not. Yushiro with fried hair is so interesting, I haven't seen him for a long time, it's time to tease him well. Let Yushiro remember Own is terrible. Ha ha ha. Yushiro, tell me, what kind of behavior are you not being an idiot? Chibai continued, can't you be like me, just say out loud when you love. I came here today, but I brought my girlfriend here specially, ha ha ha. Some idiot, it's too miserable, ha ha ha. Stimulated by Chibai's words, Yushiro's face flushed red. He wanted to say something to refute Chibai, but what Chibai said was true, and he had no way to refute it. What? Damn it, why does this guy know so many private things? Tamayo on the side couldn't stand Chibai flirting with Yushiro like this. So he opened his mouth to help Yushiro. Okay, Chibai, don't tease Yushiro's child anymore, that child is already shy, and you still tease him like this. By the way, you said you have a girlfriend, and you brought her along, can you let me see it too? No problem. Chibai agreed, turned around and went out to find Muzan. Tamayo must be very happy to see his own wife. After seeing Chibai go out, Yushiro asked with a puzzled face. Master Tamayo, Chibai brought the rest of the people in, you. But Tamayo waved his hand indifferently, it's all trivial, presumably Chibai's wife must be a member of the ghost killing squad. We have to deal with the people in the ghost killing team after eating, but it's just earlier and later. While the two were talking, Chibai had already embraced Muzan, walked towards the villa, and at the same time kept telling Muzan. Ma'am, don't do anything suddenly, I beg you, you must hold back, okay. Finally, Muzan couldn't stand Chibai's order anymore, and said angrily. Shut up, you don't need to say more, I know how to measure it. Advertisement, did you think that my 1,000 years of life were in vain? HMPH. Seeing Muzan's appearance at this time, Chibai couldn't say anything more. And Chibai really wanted to tell Muzan, Madam, you are not a matter of proportion, your problem is that you are very disdainful. Of course, when Muzan was with himself, he never disdained, he. Soon, Chibai came to the villa with Muzan in his arms. Putting Muzan on the ground, Chibai introduced to Tamayo. This is my wife, you can call her Moondancer, of course she has another name, but I don't want to say it. Yushiro pouted after hearing this. Oh, don't tell me if you don't say it, I don't want to know yet, ugly girl. Not as good looking as Master Tamayo. As soon as the word, ugly girl, was said, Chibai's smiling face suddenly cooled down. As soon as he moved, he came to Yushiro's side, quickly stretched out his hand to pinch Yushiro's neck, and lifted him into the air. Looking at Yushiro, Chibai said coldly, Yamamoto Yushiro, what were you talking about just now? Do you dare to say it loudly again? Yushiro wanted to repeat the ugly girl, but after seeing Chibai's cold face, he swallowed those two words back. Because, he felt the killing intent from Chibai, it was indeed the killing intent. Yushiro could feel that as long as he said these two words, Chibai would mercilessly pinch On's neck. In the next second, Yushiro admitted decisively. I didn't say anything, I just said that Tamayo-sama is beautiful. After Chibai heard this, the original cold face disappeared instantly, replaced by the smiling face just now. This way, well, I'm sorry, Yushiro. After speaking, Chibai let go of Yushiro. Looking at the terrified Yushiro, Chibai said silently in his heart, Brother, don't blame Big Brother for being cruel, Big Brother is also saving you. This is Muzan. If you say he is ugly, you are really tired of living. But it is not known whether there is any private goods of Chibai in it. As for Muzan behind Chibai, when he saw Chibai's sudden move, he let out a disdainful cut. When I came here, I also told myself not to be impulsive, but now it seems that I may be impulsive, how could I care too much about a weak chicken ghost? But it feels good for someone to maintain own, but I have never felt it before, happy. Advertisement from the beginning to the end of this incident, Tamayo's expression didn't fluctuate too much, as if she knew that Chibai would not really do anything. However, there is a small question, why does Mrs. Chibai look so familiar? It's as if I've seen her somewhere, but I just can't remember it all of a sudden. Tamayo looked at Yushiro and said, Yushiro, think about what you say in the future, don't be so impulsive. Then he looked at Chibai again. It looks like you love your wife, Chibai. So, what's the purpose of your visit this time? Tamayo said, guiding the two towards the living room. Soon, the three of them were seated, and Yushiro went to boil water and make tea. Looking at Tamayo, Chibai didn't hesitate, and with a thought, he took out the bottle of muddy blood in his ring and handed it to Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, I have something very important to trouble you this time. Look at this bottle of blood. After hearing this, Tamayo took the vial of blood, looked at it through the light, and shook it again. Then he said, Ghost blood, it seems, there is something wrong with it, impure. But it's not clear about the specifics. It needs to be tested to know. What, is there a big problem with this bottle of blood? Is it 12 Kazuki's blood? Chibai shook his head and said, this bottle of blood is not from 12 Kazuki, but it has some relationship with 12 Kazuki. Specifically, it's not convenient for me to say, Miss Tamayo, I would like to ask you to test this blood in detail. When Tamayo heard that this bottle of blood had a great relationship with 12 Kazuki, his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking like this, I can test it for you, it's a trivial matter, but how do you know that this blood has a great relationship with 12 Kazuki? You just said that this vial of blood was not obtained from 12 Kazuki. Chibai was a little hesitant about Tamayo's question, but finally told the truth. Well, what should I say? If you really want to know the answer, all I can say is that Kibutsuji Muzan told me. This is enough. When Tamayo heard the name Kibutsuji Muzan, his face instantly became serious. Chapter 154. Stop asking. You mean Kibutsuji Muzan? Tamayo asked. Kibutsuji told you? Chibai, you are so interesting. How could Kibutsuji Muzan tell you these things? Don't forget that you were a ghost hunter. When you appeared in front of him, you were either killed or turned into a new ghost by him. How could he tell you these things? Tamayo's words made Chibai very embarrassed. By the way, Kibutsuji Muzan is sitting next to him. Can you stop saying that? Thinking of this, Chibai-san carefully looked at Muzan next to him. Fortunately, there was no reaction, but his face was still expressionless. No expression is a good thing. Chibai thought for a while and organized his words. Is there a possibility? Actually, Kibutsuji Muzan is quite easy to talk to. What's the matter? She will say it directly, not as cruel as you imagined. Although, her character is really not very good. Before he finished speaking, Chibai suddenly screamed. This scream made Tamayo a little puzzled. What's wrong, Chibai? Is there something uncomfortable? Or? Chibai quickly waved his hand. It's okay, it's just that my nerves went bad, and I suddenly felt a pain. It's nothing, Chibai smiled deliberately as he said that. However, the truth of the matter is that when Chibai said that Muzan was of poor character, Muzan who was on the side was very upset when he heard it, so he quietly stretched out the whip and stabbed Chibai's thigh fiercely. This made Chibai scream. However, how could Chibai be willing to suffer? I saw Chibai's hand quietly poked under the table, ran towards Muzan and squeezed it. Immediately, Chibai's hand pinched a place, it was Muzan's butt, familiar with the touch. And Muzan, whose asterisk was pinched, snorted coquettishly, and gave Chibai a hard look with his eyes, but he didn't let Chibai take his hand away. Tamayo, who heard the movement, looked at the two suspiciously before continuing to speak. But I know where you heard Kibutsuji Muzan was easy talking and not brutal. You have to know, I was with Kibutsuji Muzan 100 years ago. I really know him too well. I never think he has anything to talk about. Advertisement. Tamayo said these words firmly, giving people a sense of irrefutable. Looking at Tamayo, Chibai fell into silence. It seems that things will be troublesome later. It's so sad that I would have never brought Muzan here. If she doesn't come, I can still find a reason to fool her, but now, hey, I have to be more careful in every word. After a while, Chibai said, just, Ms. Tamayo, I personally think that Muzan is really good. What, just take it as I beg you, don't ask me about my source, okay. Looking at the troubled Chibai, Tamayo felt that something must be wrong. In the next second, a terrible thought appeared in Tamayo's mind. Why Chibai didn't let her pursue the source and is still defending Muzan? There is only one possibility, that is, Chibai has taken refuge in Muzan, and now Chibai is a ghost. As soon as this thought appeared, Tamayo immediately became nervous. The hand hidden under the table also quietly rested on his other arm, ready to activate the vampire technique at any time and run for his life. Tamayo is confident, own vampirism, but few people can resist it. At this time, Yushiro came over with tea, and poured a cup of tea for Chibai and Muzan reluctantly. It happened that Chibai was thirsty, so he drank the hot tea in one gulp. Don't ask Chibai if it's hot, it's not hot at all, said hot will affect their own installation 13. Looking at Tamayo who drank the hot tea, he hesitated again. If he becomes a ghost, he cannot eat human food, but Chibai has no problem drinking tea, this is. Ever since, Tamayo began to be in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. However, Chibai didn't notice Tamayo's abnormality, and continued. Anyway, I really didn't lie to you, Miss Tamayo. You'd better go to test the blood first. Okay. Looking at the muddy blood in front of him, Tamayo made a decision. No, I can't help you Chibai, I only have a blood sample from Mukago here, and I can't test anything at all. Unless you can get the blood of other 12 Kazuki, I have a sample that can help you, Shibai, you. Advertisement at this time, Muzan, who had been silent on the side, interrupted Tamayo directly. Enough, Shibai, let's go, can't you hear that, she is rejecting you. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, I didn't expect you to be the same, Tamayo. As Muzan said, he grabbed Shibai's hand and turned around to leave. Let's go, isn't it just a blood test, what's so great, I will too. Tamayo was dumbfounded seeing this scene. Shibai's girlfriend seems to know him. He also said that he hadn't seen him for 100 years, what? At this time, Shibai was very shocked. How could Tamayo listen to Shibai's words, and Tamayo looked at Muzan aggressively, without any intention of retreating. Miss Tamayo, you don't need to activate the vampire technique, your vampire technique is ineffective against the two of us. Shibai sighed after speaking. What a model wife. I am really touched. Who are you, why do you know me? You said you saw me hundreds of years ago, are you also a ghost? Yushiro on the side has already taken out the charm, and is watching the two with eyesore. As long as Tamayo gives an order, he will do it. Shibai knew that Tamayo was preparing to launch his own vampire technique. No, today, please tell me who you are, otherwise, you may not be able to leave here today. Tamayo rejected Shibai's proposal, and at the same time lifted his sleeves to reveal his own arms. At this time, Shibai replied for Muzan. Miss Tamayo, it's better not to ask, it's better not to know the truth about some things. This is really a face for myself, riding on a horse. Confused blood the fragrance of visual fantasy. My own wife, Muzan, didn't blow up her hair, but wanted to take herself away. This blood ghost technique is very simple. If one smells this scent, many different flowers will appear in front of the person's eyes, and he will be unable to move at the same time. In contrast, Shibai just wanted to say, Yushiro, you can do it, just your 2 slaps are all for giving away people's heads. And the one in front of you is the pillar of the Demon Slayer team, a ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Muzan, you just say that you can beat that. Just when the two of them got up, Tamayo suddenly stopped them and looked at Muzan. Suddenly, Shibai picked up Muzan, who was beside him, and put on a posture full of secondary illnesses. Chapter 155 Tamayo. This dog food is not good Tamayo, Yushiro. What is the purpose of posing in such a shameful pose? When the two were puzzled, Shibai finally spoke, but if you ask me sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace, to implement true love and justice. Tamayo, Yushiro. These are all inexplicable lines, depend on. And Muzan in Shibai's arms also quietly covered his own face at this time. Damn it, the face I have accumulated for thousands of years, after meeting this little boyfriend, in just a few days, everything was lost. What should I do? I actually have the urge to kill my boyfriend. At this time, Shibai was immersed in the second illness, unable to extricate himself, and did not notice Muzan's appearance at all. Changing his posture, he continued. I am Shibai, my wife Muzan. He pointed at Muzan again. White hole white, tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it. Muzan, Tamayo, Yushiro. What the hell is this? How would I know this thing? Shame on the FCK. And Shibai looked at the 3 people who were shocked, and nodded with satisfaction. This is what he wanted, ha ha ha. In a few minutes, Tamayo and Yushiro finally recovered from the shock. Pointing at Muzan, Tamayo said, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. It's too shameful for you to say it. Shibai. People nowadays are really too much, and they don't even listen to others.
If Muzan heard what Shibai was thinking, he will definitely be hung up and beaten 1,000 times.
Just talking about others won't listen, why don't you talk about why you put on a shameful posture? Just when Shibai was about to put on that pose and say it again, Muzan finally couldn't bear it anymore. You are enough, Shibai, if you are not talking well, wait until you go back and see how I deal with you. Hearing his wife talking, Shibai immediately became serious, pointed to Muzan and said, her name is Kibutsuji Muzan, and she is the king of ghosts in your mouth, but now, she is my wife, just like this. After hearing this, Tamayo nodded with a smile, and then his expression froze suddenly. Advertisement what the hell? What did he just say? The woman in his arms is Kibutsuji Muzan. IFCK, IFCK, IFCK. At this time, Tamayo was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked, and he was completely dumbfounded. That woman turned out to be Kibutsuji Muzan. FK, what's the situation? As for Shibai, this is my wife. It was directly ignored by Tamayo. What a joke, Muzan is a man, how could he be your wife? Obviously, you are Kibutsuji's backup food, right? After 10 minutes of petrification, Tamayo finally reacted. I saw Tamayo scratching On's arm in an instant, and released her blood ghost technique, blood confusion visual dreamy fragrance. And Yushiro threw the own spell directly, activated the blood ghost technique, and concealed his eyes, intending to confuse Muzan's sight. Looking at the actions of the two, Shibai just wanted to say that everything you do is futile. Sure enough, Tamayo's confused blood visual fantasy fragrance didn't work at all, and Yushiro's spell was whipped to the ground by Muzan with a pipe. 3 seconds later, Tamayo and Yushiro, each with a big bag on their head, sat on the ground trembling. Looking at the two, Shibai shook his head regretfully. Hey, I told you all, you shouldn't inquire, don't ask nonsense, why don't you listen? Look at it now, let yourself fall into it. Let me tell you that in a distant country, there is a saying said by a wise man, If you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of you. You guys are living examples. As soon as Chibai's voice fell, Tamayo said, "What's the point of you talking more? When you maintain Kibutsuji Muzan, I should understand. Chibai, you, the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, have turned to Kibutsuji Muzan. You are a disgrace to the Demon Slayer squad." Hearing Tamayo said that he took refuge in Kibutsuji Muzan, Chibai immediately retorted, "Hey, Miss Tamayo, when did I take refuge in Kibutsuji Muzan? I remember I told you, this is my wife, you don't understand what it means to be a wife. It means wife, Muzan is my wife. Also, it's only natural for me to help my wife, is there any problem?" The sentence Muzan is my wife successfully confused Tamayo. And Yushiro. Well, the current Yushiro just wants to protect Tamayo. As for who is Kibutsuji Muzan, I don't know, I haven't seen it, I only have Miss Tamayo in my heart. Advertisement, you, Kibutsuji Muzan is your wife, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Let alone whether he is the Ghost King, his body is a man. Unless you. Speaking of this, Tamayo showing a complex expression. Chibai. Damn it, I knew Tamayo would have this expression, I hate it. What are you thinking, Miss Tamayo? I don't like men. Chibai shook his head helplessly, ready to explain this matter to Tamayo. However, after thinking about it, Chibai realized that it's very complicated to explain. In the end Chibai just said, "I can only say, Muzan is my wife, not a man, understand?" However, answering Chibai was just a supercilious look from Tamayo. Seeing this, Chibai was immediately furious. Hey, this old lady, she doesn't seem to believe it. And Chibai is very proud. I said Muzan is my wife, why don't you believe me? After a long time, Chibai and Muzan separated. What is this called?
Prove it, we are a real couple. After Chibai finished speaking, amidst the question mark on Muzan's face, he kissed him directly.
At this time, Tamayo was very emotional. Yushiro. Well done, I have saved my face for 1,000 years, but lost it today. Eating dog food, I think it is very normal, after all, it would be strange not to eat dog food at such an age. After speaking, he kissed Muzan hard on the face again. Muzan. However, I never dreamed that I ate Kibutsuji Muzan's dog food. Tamayo. However, just then, a dish of candied sweet potato came out, which made Tamayo blush. Ah, how did this suddenly kiss? What's the situation? It's Kibutsuji Muzan. It's over. Chibai will die very badly later.
What? Muzan asked puzzled. For a moment, Tamayo was silent. Thinking of this, Chibai hugged Muzan tightly. It's just a kiss, there is no fluctuation in On's heart, he just wants to kiss Master Tamayo. Chapter 156 Waiting for me to die. At this time, Muzan suddenly didn't want to test any blood, so she just left here quickly. You must know that Tamayo is her former subordinate, and she has always been majestic and inviolable in her eyes. Muzan thinks to himself, but now, don't mention it, I lost my face. As for Tamayo, well, how to say that? Now Tamayo has been petrified in place, and his brain can't think. Chibai's words echoed in her mind, Muzan is my wife. The content contained in this sentence makes it impossible for Tamayo's CPU to interpret it. It took a long time for Tamayo to recover from his petrified state. She looked first at Muzan, then at Chibai, and finally let out a long sigh. I wanted to say something to persuade Chibai to be more careful, but thinking of Chibai's very intimate behavior with Kibutsuji Muzan just now, Tamayo dismissed this idea. After all, the relationship between the two of them is really too close. Just like a married couple, if you say more, it may be a little redundant. Immediately, Tamayo reorganized and continued the previous topic. So what if she is your wife? You still betrayed human beings in the ghost-killing squad. She is the king of ghosts, a disaster that walks in the world, and everyone can punish her. She has done countless bad things. How many families have been destroyed and how many people have been killed? And she tricked others into becoming ghosts, woo woo woo. Speaking of this, Tamayo couldn't stop crying. Seeing sad Tamayo, our Yushiro exploded. Bastards. You dare to make Master Tamayo sad, you are dead. 3 seconds later, Yushiro's limbs were randomly discarded on the side, leaving Yushiro with only one body lying on the side and passed out. Seeing this, Tamayo didn't bother to cry, and hurriedly hugged Yushiro who had lost his limbs, and called out worriedly. Yushiro, how are you doing? No matter how Tamayo called, Yushiro just lay on the ground motionless. Advertisement. After Muzan cast a glance, he said lightly, it's best to be honest with me, and next time, I don't mind giving him my blood and making him a ghost under my control. After finishing speaking, Muzan began to refute Tamayo's other words. Tamayo, as a traitor, how did you have the nerve to say that? Back when you were sick and dying, if I hadn't transformed you into a ghost, you would have died a long time ago. It's okay not to say. Tamayo became even angrier after hearing this. Kibutsuji Muzan, don't talk nonsense. If you don't convert me into a ghost, how can my child and husband be eaten by me? Cut. Muzan was very disdainful. It can only be blamed on your lack of determination, and you are only a mere human being, an inferior creature, you can kill a few of them. Before Muzan finished speaking, Chibai gently pinched her buttocks. Madam, calm down, I am also human. Remember to use your brain when you speak. Also, Don't be too dismissive, let's have a good talk. Muzan, who was warned, showed a slight embarrassment on his face, and soon returned to normal. Immediately, Muzan skipped the subject. Tamayo, as a defector, you never thought you would be here today. Then I'm afraid that you will also give you blood, return to my subordinates, and work for me. After speaking, Muzan stretched out the whip to give Tamayo an injection, but Muzan's action was stopped by Chibai. Ma'am, let me have a word with Tamayo. Muzan wanted to refuse, but after seeing Chibai's determined expression, he changed his mind and agreed to Chibai. After getting Muzan's consent, Chibai came to sit down in front of Tamayo, and before Chibai could speak, Tamayo turned his head away. I don't communicate with a guy like you who betrays humanity. Hearing Tamayo's words, Chibai smiled. Just kidding, just say that I have never convinced anyone about the quarrel. Not to mention a mere Tamayo. Oh, I'm a traitor, what are you? You betrayed my wife. How do you say that? Chibai said sharply. After hearing this, Tamayo was taken aback for a moment, but soon found the words to refute. It was your wife who tricked me into becoming a ghost. And I don't want to be a ghost myself. How can this be called betrayal? It's called abandoning darkness and turning to light. Well, it seems that Tamayo has unknowingly accepted some strange settings. Advertisement. Then it's only natural for me to help my wife. How could I have betrayed human beings in the ghost-killing squad? Don't kidnap me casually, okay? Tamayo. IFCK, this is moral kidnapping. It's obviously anti-humanity. You are anti-human, why are you still so confident and plausible? At this time, Tamayo suddenly felt Yushiru's heart tired. Indeed, Chibai has a real not wanting face, he can say anything. Simply, Tamayo turned his head and ignored Chibai, letting Chibai talk about the sky, and he ignored him. But Chibai didn't seem to see Tamayo's reaction, just talking to himself. Hey, Tamayo, I admit that those things are my wife's fault, but she has indeed done a lot, very disgraceful things. But the old saying is good, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Now under my advice, he has rectified his evil ways, so please forgive him. A person cannot be resurrected after death. You have to look forward, and you can't stay in the past, right? Some things are in the past, so they are in the past. Hearing Chibai's words, Tamayo almost vomited blood in anger. Listen, what are these words? Is it human? It's not that your family members were killed by you. Tamayo hated it so much that the roots of his teeth were itchy. If he couldn't beat Muzan, he would have to fight him. Ah, Yushiro turned out to be such a pain. Seeing Tamayo's reaction, Chibai secretly smiled. Sure enough, even a ghost couldn't stand up to my own combination of moral kidnapping punches. If I continue to work hard, I think I can drive Tamayo to death. Thinking of this, Chibai couldn't help laughing, but soon returned to normal. Looking at Tamayo who was gnashing his teeth, Chibai coughed, and said with a straight face, Ahem, Miss Tamayo, what I just said is nothing more than words. I'm going to get down to business now. I've explained the extent of the matter, and you can decide for yourself whether to help you or not. Of course, I can understand the deep hatred between you and my wife, so after I die, you can do anything to Muzan. How about it? These words successfully made Tamayo roll his eyes a few more times. At this moment, Tamayo suddenly thought that Chibai's lifespan seems to be running out, and there are only 7 or 8 years left, that is to say. Thinking of this, Tamayo snorted coldly, HMPH, tell me, what's the matter? I want to see, what's the matter that made Kibutsuji Muzan come to me too? Chapter 157 Serious. Seeing that Tamayo agreed, Chibai secretly laughed. How could he not know what Tamayo was thinking? Want to wait until I die in 8 years, and then clean up Muzan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have a system to cover men, it is absolutely impossible to die prematurely. But, having said that, own wife, Muzan is really doing all kinds of bad things, and she is quite scornful. But fortunately, the crumbs have changed a lot. As for doing all the bad things, Chibai couldn't think of how to solve it for a while, there was only one way. Then let's drag it on. Hey, no way. No matter who let Muzan be my wife, no matter what happens, I can't abandon her. Chibai suddenly felt that he was a good man, but not a good man. At this time, someone may ask, isn't this appearance deceiving Tamayo? Chibai said that what he called a white lie, and gave Tamayo an idea, how could it be called deception? Yes, exactly. Looking at Tamayo, Chibai talked about specific things. Miss Tamayo, I wonder if you have noticed that the frequency of ghosts appearing in various places has gradually decreased recently, or even disappeared. After hearing this, Tamayo thought about it seriously and nodded. Well, I found out, it's indeed a lot less, but what does this have to do with what you said? Tamayo asked. Chibai said. Yes, the real reason for the reduction of ghosts is that I asked Muzan to kill all these miscellaneous fish ghosts. As soon as the words came out, Tamayo was shocked again. Tamayo just felt that Chibai's words seemed to be joking, not true at all. Command Muzan to deal with ghosts. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Tamayo looked at Muzan. Unexpectedly, Muzan just nodded slightly, indicating that what Chibai said was correct. Then, Tamayo's own view collapsed. Is this really Muzan? Tamayo even began to doubt Muzan's identity. Chibai didn't care about this and continued talking. Advertisement. After the layoffs, the number of ghosts began to decrease significantly, and the ghost killing team is considered unemployed, haha. Shibai said, making a joke. However, just yesterday, 2 lower strings suddenly disappeared from 12 Kazuki. I thought it was the people from the Demon Slayer squad who killed them directly. But no, then we found out that night, a different ghost. Hearing this, Tamayo, who was originally dismissive, also became interested. A different ghost. How different? Immediately, a word that made Tamayo nervous came out of Shibai's mouth. Just like you, it is not under my wife's control, and this ghost's memory is blank, my wife can't read his memory at all. At this moment, Tamayo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shibai. My wife ate this ghost, and felt the missing blood from his blood. At this time Shibai took out the bottle of blood again and handed it to Tamayo, and said, this is the blood of that ghost. Miss Tamayo, you can decide for yourself whether you want to help us or not. After finishing speaking, Shibai stopped talking, and sat aside, quietly waiting for Tamayo's response. After Tamayo finished listening, he also became serious. She picked up the bottle of blood from the table, hesitated. At this moment, she already felt the seriousness of the matter. I and Yushiro are the only 2 ghosts who are not under Muzan's control, and I don't know how much effort I spent to do it. But now, thinking of this, Tamayo asked, is there only one such ghost? Muzan shook his head, I don't know, there may be one, or there may be countless. I can't get the memory of that ghost. That's why we came to you to see if you can get anything from this ghost's blood. After hearing Muzan's answer, Tamayo didn't speak, just took the blood, got up silently, and walked to the basement. After a few hours, Tamayo came out with a serious face. Looking at Muzan and Shibai, Tamayo said, it seems to be serious. When Shibai heard this, he hurriedly asked, it's serious. What's the situation? I saw Tamayo with a bag of blood in his mouth, and threw another bag of blood behind Muzan. Then he said, I get very little useful information from the blood. Advertisement. After testing, there is indeed some Muzan's ghost blood in this blood, but this ghost blood is mixed with some other things. This kind of thing, how to say that, I really don't understand. But it is certain that this kind of thing has mutated the ghosts. It will make the ghosts lose their minds and let them only know about eating endlessly. Moreover, his regeneration speed will be very fast. Fortunately, this kind of ghost, no matter how much flesh and blood he eats, he will not become stronger. Muzan and Shibai looked at each other after hearing this, but did not speak. I heard Tamayo continue to say, and this kind of ghost only needs a very small amount of ghost blood, and can produce hundreds or thousands of them. Based on the missing 2 lower strings, it is not a problem to make at least 1,000. After hearing this, Shibai pondered for a while and asked, aside from that, is there nothing else? Tamayo drank the blood bag in his hand, took a breath, and said, yes, but I'm not very sure. You say, Shibai said. At this moment, none of the 3 people in the room spoke, they were all thinking quietly. This kind of ghost, they seem to have overcome the sunlight. Tamayo said word by word. For example, becoming Shibai's wife. You must know that in order to overcome the sun, you have paid a very huge price. I can only say, if you still catch this kind of ghost in the future, please send it to me. I need more samples for experiments. Especially Muzan, the whole person is not well. If so, what a fart. After hearing this, Tamayo thought for a while and said, I don't have any opinions, and you all know that I have no fighting power. As soon as these words came out, the 2 of them were stunned. Muzan said he was not convinced. Cough cough cough, these are not important. And Shibai thought of another question, the ghost killed by Muzan, could it be the Kamado family? No, I have to find an opportunity to retire directly, and then go to Kamado Tanjiro's house to have a look, I am not at ease. It is very likely that the battlefield of the ghost killing squad has shifted from night to day. After a while, Shibai said, according to the current situation, things are already in trouble. But, why this ghost can overcome the sun without taking the blue bana flower? Miss Tamayo, what do you think? This also means that it will become more dangerous. Chapter 158 Daki. Tamayo has no objection to Chibai's words. Chibai went on to say, ma'am, I will trouble you later, go and inform the Shangjins, and tell them that they are not afraid of the sunshine ghost. Okay, no problem. Muzan agreed. By the way, why don't you let the lower strings participate? Muzan asked again. After hearing this, Chibai rolled his eyes. Well, look for yourself and see how many are left, except for Ji Huo now and Pei Lang. Yes, there is also one tired, but that can be ignored. A brat can't count on it. You let the 2 guys, Ji Huo now and Pei Lang, fight together, and they can't beat Agutaro. What do you want them to do? Let them come to help, isn't this just giving away the head? Let's rely on the winding, at least the fighting power of the winding is quite good. You're right, I didn't even notice. Muzan looked like you were right after hearing that. Tamayo on the side was stunned. Are there any hallucinations in your eyes? Shibai actually talked to Muzan like this, it's okay to talk like this, the most amazing thing is that Muzan actually agreed, and he didn't get angry. It seems that Muzan has really changed his temper. Miss Tamayo, let's leave first. If we catch such a ghost later, we will send it to you. After Chibai finished speaking, he took Muzan and was about to leave. At this point, Tamayo asked a question. Kibutsuji Muzan, it's not like you deliberately messed up all this, you want to use this matter to divert my attention. This almost made Muzan laugh out loud. Divert your attention. Are you worthy of Tamayo? After speaking, Muzan left here without looking back at Tamayo. Only Tamayo was left, and Yushiro on the ground with his limbs missing. Looking at Muzan's back, Tamayo sighed. Today is too fantasy, not to mention the ex-boss turned into a woman, and even married. The most amazing thing is that her originally cruel and ruthless character actually changed. Thinking of these, Tamayo has a feeling that he is dreaming. At this time, Yushiro on the ground woke up. Tamayo-sama. Hearing Yushiro's voice, Tamayo immediately hugged Yushiro and asked anxiously, Yushiro, you're awake, how are you feeling? Yushiro shook his head, I'm fine Master Tamayo, this little injury will recover soon, but, just failed to protect Master Tamayo. No, Yushiro, don't think too much, you've done well. Tamayo said, grabbing the bag of Muzan's blood on the table and feeding it to Yushiro. Advertisement. After drinking the blood, Yushiro regenerated his limbs in just a few minutes. Looking at the complete Yushiro, Tamayo said reproachfully, Yushiro, don't be so impulsive anymore. After hearing this, Yushiro said loudly, I have no impulse. Protecting Master Tamayo from getting hurt is what I should do. Even if I sacrifice my life for Tamayo-sama, I will not hesitate. Yushiro. Tamayo sighed lightly and didn't say anything more. She is not a fool, how could she not understand Yushiro's intentions, but now. At this time, Chibai and Muzan had already arrived on the street, and Muzan took Chibai through the street non-stop, and went straight to Yoshiwara Flower Street. Soon, the two arrived in Yoshihara, and they were in a family. Well, I won't go into details. Anyway, Daki was found. Daki looks a bit busy at this point, because she's torturing an ordinary girl. You trash, you can't even do such a small thing well, why do you want to live? It's really redundant for you to live. Looking at the non-stop output of Daki, Chibai shook his head. This girl is really bad. It's all the fault of Gyutaro, the sister-in-law. Well, but it was really miserable before the two of them turned into ghosts. In a moment, the girl serving Daki left, leaving only Daki in the room. When Muzan saw that there was no one else, he jumped in from the window with Chibai in his arms and came behind Daki. Chibai. The feeling of owning your wife is really amazing. Muzan. Shut up. At this time Daki was looking at the mirror. When she saw Muzan behind her through the mirror, her eyes lit up. He turned around without hesitation, and then flew straight into Muzan's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Master Muzan. That voice is so sweet. And Muzan hugged Daki not at all disgusted, and gently stroked her hair. As for Chibai, he looked at Daki with disgust. Damn it. Advertisement. That's the own position, woo woo woo. Stroking Daki's hair, Muzan asked softly, Daki, answer me, has there been any different ghosts here in Yoshiwara recently? Daki, who was caressed by Muzan, his eyes were drawn into a slit, and he seemed to enjoy it very much. Is it a different ghost? I haven't encountered it before, Master Muzan. Well, I see. Muzan promised and continued, you must always pay attention, if there is a different ghost here in Yoshihara, you must catch it as soon as possible, and then give it to me. Did you hear that? Yeah. Daki nodded frantically, as if Muzan's words were sacred. At this time, Chibai at the side was crazily jealous. This is my wife, how can I hug someone else? With a puff, he knelt down on the ground. At this time, I heard Muzan say in a very low voice, Daki, I can understand that you are directing me. Seeing this scene, Chibai felt a sense of relief. The more Chibai thought about it, the happier he became, and the last one who didn't pay attention actually laughed out loud. When Muzan heard this question, he froze in place. Master Muzan, why do you use the identity of a woman? Horse riding, this thing is difficult to be human. Daki. Muzan called softly, can you restore the appearance of a man? I want to be in the arms of Master Muzan who looks like that. At this time, Daki suddenly raised a fatal question. Daki raised his head in a daze after hearing this. Master Muzan. In the next second, Daki's face turned pale. Of course, the main reason is that I can't change at all. Women can't do it either, they can only hug themselves. No, Master Muzan, I dare not. Please Master Muzan, Daki stammered, too frightened to even complete a sentence. You unlucky boy, let you occupy my place, how about it, clean it up. What? Daki is female, I can't change myself, besides, my boyfriend is still here, so I can and cannot change. Chapter 159 Daki's brain is not working. In an instant, the two looked at Chibai. The meaning of Muzan's eyes is obvious, that is, you are laughing And Daki's eyes are more complicated, but the most of them is hatred, soaring hatred. At this moment, Daki stood up from the ground, looked at Chibai, and cursed. Damn guy, what are you laughing at? A muscular, ugly, and disgusting guy like you deserves to appear beside Master Muzan. A guy like you, even worth being eaten. Speaking of this, Daki suddenly froze and did not speak again. It was only at this time that she noticed that Chibai was wearing the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad, and he was still a human being. After just a few seconds, Daki finally spoke. However, what she said this time was still not a good thing. It turned out to be from the ghost killing team. If Master Muzan can personally arrest you, it looks like you should be the pillar. However, the current taste of the ghost-killing team is so bad that such a person is worthy of being a pillar, not to mention not good-looking, but also has disgusting muscles. This kind of garbage is really disgusting. You must be killed by Muzan. No, it should be said that killing you will dirty Master Muzan's hands. Chi Bai. Damn it, this tiger BCH, in Giant Go, is really damn it. Moreover, why is he so ugly? Although he is not as good looking as a pig, his painting style is different from them. This is a tough guy painting style. And own muscles, why is it disgusting? Own teacher, the overlord of the sky, Rao's muscles are even more exaggerated than his own, why are his muscles disgusting? There is absolutely nothing to say about the tough guy's face and the muscles in this body. How disgusting it was in Daki's mouth. Damn it Yango. The author is not Yango, he. And Muzan on the side, after hearing Daki's words, his face was also extremely ugly. FK. Why is my boyfriend ugly, but I look pretty good? Just as Muzan was about to clean up Daki, Shibai gestured with his eyes to take care of it himself. After Muzan saw it, he didn't say anything, but nodded and took a step back, letting Shibai solve it by himself. And Shibai was not polite, and replied directly, you are good looking, you are the best looking, and your whole family is good looking. Advertisement. Good looking is good looking, but your brain is not very smart, you must have exchanged your brain for your appearance. It's really hard for you. I don't have any brains at all, and I trade my brains for my appearance, tisk tisk tisk, you are awesome. It's really embarrassing for my wife, with a subordinate like you who can't use his brain. Really, if I want you to be, just simply hang yourself with the ribbon on your body. With this series of words, he scolded Daki to death. The whole ghost froze in place, motionless. But Shibai turned his head and gave Muzan a thumbs up. Muzan. What do you mean? Shibai. I'm telling the big guys in the audience, don't forget to click the yellow button called reminder. Muzan. Off topic. At this moment, the dead Daki had only one thought. How dare he scold himself for being insane? Why is my brain not working well, and I have scolded so many times? Finally, Daki reacted. Damn it, you dare to call me insane, I've been talking for a long time, but Daki didn't say a single reason. And Shibai continued. I am a hammer, believe it or not, I will take your brother's sickle and give you a blow, let you me. You also said that your brain is not good, and you can't even come up with a rebuttal. I really don't understand where your self-confidence comes from, and you think you are smart. At this time, Daki is about to collapse, why is Own's brain not working well? Looking at Daki with a dissatisfied face, Shibai said, don't be dissatisfied, I'll give you a question, if you can figure it out, I won't say you're not smart enough. How about it? Do you want to try it? Daki didn't hesitate after hearing this, and immediately agreed. You say, ahem. Shibai cleared his throat, listen well. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll give you a simple question. The first question is some calculation. May I ask 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 and so on, what is it equal to 100? After getting the question, Daki immediately began to calculate. 5 minutes later, Daki is still calculating and has not calculated the answer. However, now Daki's face is full of veins, looking like he is about to explode. Muzan, who was standing on the side, started to worry about Daki. Originally, her brain was not working well, so don't become a fool just because of this calculation. Advertisement. Hey, who let her meet Shibai, this big BCH? Muzan said that he feels sorry for Daki. Another few minutes passed. At this time, Daki's face was covered with sweat, and his expression was very ferocious. Shibai coughed, if you can't figure it out, forget it, don't forget it. But Daki said, I'll figure it out right away. Wait a minute. Seeing Daki like this, Shibai wanted to tell her, don't burn your brain. Finally Shibai couldn't take it anymore and directly announced the answer. The answer is 5050, my mother, I'm scared to see you like this. After hearing this, Daki yelled at Shibai, you bloody B asterisk 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 D, I'm going to figure it out right away, why publish the answer? This one doesn't count, it doesn't count. Okay, it doesn't count, it's my fault. Shibai said. HMPH, you're smart. Daki said, I haven't learned how to calculate. I'm at a disadvantage in this round. You have to ask a question again. Do you hear me? Okay. Shibai gestured, thought for a while, and then said, guess the riddle, how about this one? Hearing that it was a guessing game, Daki cheered up, he is very good at this game. You must know that you are an Oran, and as an Oran, you have to drink and play games with guests. It just so happens that you are very good at guessing riddles. Say. Daki signaled Shibai to speak with a confident face. Shibai thought for a while and asked the question, a cow faces north, then turns back, and then turns east. At this time, is the tail of the cow facing east or west? Please answer. Daki. Is this a guessing game? Why have I never heard of it? But, brave Daki, not afraid of difficulties. After thinking for a while, Daki replied, to the west. No. Shibai shook his head. Then head east. Not right. Daki. There are only 2 answers in total, why not right? Understood. This person is playing himself, one of the 2 answers must be right. However, he just refused to admit it. Ever since, Daki chose to ask for help outside the court and looked at Muzan. Chapter 160 Just This Brain. Muzan, who was asked for help off the court, covered his face in despair. Damn it, the cow's tail hangs down. Of course it's down. Why is it going east and west? Do you think the ox tail is Chi Bai's? Well, straight. At first, I thought that Daki was not smart, but looking at it now, she is not humble at all, she is really not smart. Looking at Daki's small eyes asking for help, Muzan could only say, the tail of the cow is hanging down, of course it is facing downwards, how could it be facing in another direction? Hearing this answer, Daki froze in place. Why, the simple answer didn't occur to me. Could it be that I am too stupid? Do not. I am not stupid at all. You must know that Lord Muzan likes himself the most. If he is stupid, how could Lord Muzan still like himself? That's right. Ever since, Daki successfully brainwashed himself. Your question is not a riddle at all, this question doesn't count, it doesn't count. Daki said. Looking at Daki who still doesn't admit that he is not smart, Shibai shrugged. Do not admit it. There are still many own questions, which will make you doubt life sooner or later. Thinking of this, Shibai said. Okay, don't say I bully the little girl, this question doesn't count, okay. I'll give you another chance, this time it's a question of common sense. Hearing that it was a common sense question, Daki cheered up, quickly asked. Shibai nodded, took out a piece of iron from his ring, and showed Daki. Daki looked at the iron block with a puzzled expression on his face. At this moment, Shibai said, do you know what I'm holding in my hand? Looking at the iron block, Daki nodded in disdain, what are you kidding, how could he not know the iron block? It's iron. Daki replied. Shibai nodded, put the iron block back, and took out a small piece of cotton. What about this thing? Daki rolled his eyes in his heart. Cotton, do you think I'm stupid? How could I not even know cotton and iron? Shibai didn't care about Daki's words. Okay, as long as you know each other, I'm afraid you don't know. Since you know each other, I'll tell you the topic. Okay, tell me, Daki urged. Advertisement. Excuse me, who is heavier, a caddy of cotton or a caddy of iron? After Shibai finished speaking, he kindly reminded Daki. Don't answer in a hurry, think carefully before answering. However, Daki laughed out loud when he heard the question. How dare you come up with such a simple topic? You are bringing shame on yourself. Shibai was speechless. Since you are so powerful, hurry up and tell me the answer, let yourself see. Then I heard Daki say confidently, it must be a caddy of iron that weighs more. That's iron. How can cotton grow better than it? This answer directly shocked Shibai. Damn it, he knew that this Daki must not be able to use his brain well. Who weighs a pound of iron or a pound of cotton? Of course it is the same weight. It's all a caddy. FK. Really convinced. Looking at the confident Daki, Shibai cautiously reminded, you'd better think again. Muzan on the side is also curious. Although Daki answered 2 questions wrong just now, he answered this question correctly. It is true that iron is heavier. Why does own boyfriend remind her so much? No need to change, this is the answer, I must be right. Daki said. To this, Shibai could only say regretfully, I'm sorry, you answered wrong. A caddy of cotton weighs the same as a caddy of iron. Is your mind muddled? What are you thinking? Daki. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, how can these 2 things weigh the same? Obviously it's iron. Wait a minute, a pound of cotton and a pound of iron. It wasn't until this time that Daki realized it. In the next second, Daki's face turned red, as if he had received some great humiliation. Finally Daki broke out. You are ugly, damn it. You use this kind of topic to tease me, I will kill you. After finishing speaking, the silk and satin fluttered behind Daki, and it was about to wrap Shibai into a rice dumpling. And at the moment when the silk satin touched Shibai, like a conditioned reflex, instantly appeared a white light wheel in his hand, and cut the ribbon cleanly. Looking at the ribbons all over the floor, Shibai shrugged, I'm sorry, but you remind me of some bad memories, but I can't blame my reflexes. Advertisement. As for what memories? That was the long-haired ghost I met in the final selection. Hey, it's disgusting. Seeing Daki who was still about to strike, Shibai didn't panic at all, he just became ashamed from anger, he had nothing to be afraid of. At this time, Muzan also spoke. Daki, if you can't answer it, you can't answer it. Why do you want to do it? After hearing this, Daki said with a grieved face, it's not my fault, it's all this guy's fault. He asked some weird questions, how could I possibly be able to answer them? Muzan, it seems that Daki's brain is really not working, I don't think it's wrong. At this time Shibai suddenly interjected. Then I won't come up with any strange questions. Do you dare to continue to compete with me? Seeing Daki full of confidence, Shibai asked the question again. And Muzan also whispered in Shibai's ear, don't give her any more questions. Why do you have to pat your own A? Don't you die if you don't pat your own A? I'll give my wife a face, and I'll give you a very simple question. Muzan. Shibai patted Muzan's butt lightly. As soon as Daki heard that there were no more strange topics, he felt that he could do it again. Daki subconsciously wanted to answer the iron ball, but when he thought about the question just now, he swallowed the answer back. So the real answer is watermelon. Her brain is not working well. If she gets fooled, I will lose one of my men. Don't worry, I won't give her some too difficult questions, they are all simple. Impossible. Daki just wanted to say this answer, but seeing Chibai with a smirk on his face, he swallowed the answer again. Daki just snorted when he heard that. As for who Chibai's wife is, she is not interested at all. After thinking about it, I said cautiously, I can hit my head with an iron ball and a watermelon, can I have a try? Please listen to the question. Suppose there is a watermelon and an iron ball in front of you. If you hit your head with both of them, which one will hurt more? This person is really bad, he lied to himself the first time, and wants to lie to himself the second time. HMPH. I'm afraid of you. Tell me. Chapter 161 Gyutaro. Forget it, it's okay. Chibai. This Daki, not very smart, is a little too much. Why does my wife want her to be his subordinate? Oh, Daki is just a gift, Gyutaro is the main one. Muzan. Why do you have such a stupid subordinate? Why did I ask her to be my subordinate in the first place? Why? Oh, it's because of that good employee Gyutaro, I almost forgot about him. And Daki saw that the two hadn't spoken for a long time, thought he was rejected, and just wanted to have a fit. Chibai suddenly took out a watermelon and iron ball from the own ring, and handed it to Daki. Take it easy, don't smash this watermelon for me, I still want to eat it. Daki. Eat, you will know how to eat, and I will eat you later. Forget it, the muscles are too ugly to speak. While slandering Chibai in his heart, Daki took the watermelon and iron ball from his hand. Then he hit his head with an iron ball. It hurts. I smashed it with a watermelon again, this doesn't hurt. After the experiment, Daki only feels that he has the chance to win now. HMPH, this human actually wants to mislead himself into choosing watermelon, impossible, absolutely impossible. So, Daki confidently gave the correct answer, it must be an iron ball. I tried it with my head, and I can't be wrong this time. At this time, Chibai couldn't bear to tell Daki the real answer, but seeing Daki's embarrassed expression, Chibai decided to pour some cold water on her. Wrong. Chibai said. Ever since, Daki blew up again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have tried it myself, and it is obvious that the iron ball hurts more. Hearing this sentence, Chibai directly covered his own eyes. No, Daki is too stupid, I am afraid to look at her directly, and be infected by her stupidity. Covering his eyes, Chibai said, Are you stupid? What kind of iron ball hurts? Obviously, the head hurts more. Didn't you experiment just now? Is your head hurting? Daki, have you been tricked again? Advertisement. Daki looked at Chibai more and more unkindly, as if he wanted to kill Chibai at any time. On the other hand, Muzan's face darkened, how could he have such a stupid subordinate? Idiot, Muzan said coldly. Hearing Muzan's voice, Daki immediately knelt in front of him. Master Muzan, this is just a small mistake. Please give me another chance. The current Muzan didn't want to talk to Daki at all, and turned his head away. And what happened? Daki thinks it's Chibai's fault. However, Chibai didn't care about it. The topic is indeed too difficult for a human being, how about it? I will give you some simple ones, okay? Not good, Daki said, stretched out his claws, stretched out to Chibai, ready to kill him. But Chibai didn't rush, and asked directly, let me say something simple, very simple. How many legs, how many eyes, how many mouths does a cow have? After hearing this, Daki replied without thinking, 4 legs, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. Chibai nodded. Then tell me, how many hairs does this cow have? Daki, who was about to answer, froze in place. How much hair does a cow have? Is this sentence really human? Who will be free? Can you count how many hairs are on a cow? And isn't the scope of your question too big? But Daki learned the lesson this time, and asked directly, you said you know how much hair there is on a cow. Chibai answered directly without any hesitation. It's not easy, of course it's all hair. Daki, FCK, what the hell kind of answer is this? This answer really made Daki want to grab Chibai and pry his brain open to see what he came up with. But, this question is quite reasonable, and it is impossible to refute it. So Daki didn't ask any more questions, but just stared at Chibai with vicious eyes. And Chibai, seeing Daki's moved eyes, decided to strike while the iron was hot and ask another question. How many suns are there in the sky? 1. What about the moon? Advertisement. 1. Oh, then can you tell me how many stars there are in the sky? Daki. This dog thing actually repeated the old tricks. Too much, how do I know how many stars there are in the sky? Seeing that Daki couldn't answer, Chibai said, of course the sky is full of stars. Ha ha ha. Hearing this answer, Daki is in a bad mood, what's the difference from just now? On the other hand, Muzan was already happy. My little boyfriend, how did you think of these questions? And those answers, what did he think? It's just too crooked. Although Muzan was happy in her heart, her face remained expressionless. As for Daki, the expression on her face became more and more distorted, and it was almost impossible to tell that she was a girl. Just when Chibai was thinking about whether he should persuade Daki, Daki suddenly sat on the ground and burst into tears. Under Daki's crying, a person appeared from her back. After Chi-bai finished speaking, he hurriedly ran to Muzan, and then hid behind her. Looking at Gyutaro, Chi-bai said, "Tisk tisk tisk, I don't have enough brains, big brother can help." Chi-bai didn't panic at all, and snapped his fingers. As soon as Gyutaro appeared, he hugged Daki, patted her on the head lightly, and comforted her with a hoarse voice. "Someone here is making things difficult for me with exaggerated questions, come out and kill him." Woo, big brother. The man had green hair, bare upper body, skinny, slender waist, and many black spots on his body. As soon as the words fell, Gyutaro waved Shui Lian and slashed at Chi-bai's head, but Chi-bai blocked it with only one hand. "Gyutaro, your little sister. Forget it, it doesn't make sense to say it or not, she really doesn't have enough brains." "Whoa, big brother, I'm being bullied, come out." "Chi-bai, if someone makes things difficult for you, don't answer. I'll kill him." There are still engraved on his eyes the words of the sixth, he is Gyutaro. "Don't cry, such a pretty face won't look good when it's wet with tears. Honey, it's time for you to appear. FK, why didn't I think of it earlier, this BCH will find a big brother when she is wronged." In just an instant, that person split off from Daki's back. "Ah, it's really annoying, you dare to say that she's not smart enough, you are so damned." Gyutaro waved his blood and was about to charge up. Chapter 162 Gyutaro also has a headache. Immediately, a head appeared, and shouted to Gyutaro, "You, come here. If you have the ability, you, come here." Seeing this scene, Gyutaro couldn't control his violent temper at all, and rushed over with two swords to give Chi-bai a sickle. However, he was stopped by Daki. Gyutaro was puzzled, "Little sister, what do you mean? Why are you stopping me?" After hearing this, Daki didn't dare to speak directly, but pointed to Muzan cautiously, and then knelt down. At this time, Gyutaro hadn't reacted yet, and looked up in the direction of Daki's finger, when he saw Muzan's gloomy face. Gyutaro broke out in cold sweat. Immediately, he knelt down with a puff, "Master Muzan, I." And Chi-bai poked his head out from behind Muzan again, "Ha ha ha ha, you are stupid. Gyutaro, aren't you very brave and powerful? Come here if you have the ability. Come here and let's talk." After Chi-bai finished talking about Gyutaro, he said to Daki again, "Hey, I gave you such a simple question, but you still can't answer it, you are so stupid. Ha ha ha, Gyutaro has a little sister who is as stupid as you." Muzan standing in front of Chi-bai. "Damn it, I don't understand why the boyfriend own is so cheap. I really want to leave and let Gyutaro beat him up." In the end, Muzan resisted the urge, after all, this is his own boyfriend. After hearing Chi-bai's words, Daki was so angry that he didn't want to speak, but Gyutaro was still retorting. "Impossible, my little sister is the most beautiful and smartest, why do you call her stupid? If you have the ability, you leave from Lord Muzan's side, let's fight alone." Hearing Gyutaro's words, Chi-bai sneered, "Just kidding. How could I leave my wife? Impossible, absolutely impossible." However, both Gyutaro and Daki were angry, and neither of them noticed that Chi-bai and Muzan were so close. "Gyutaro, if you don't believe me, let me ask you a question, how about it?" Chi-bai said. "Look and see." When Gyutaro said this, he was very forceful. "Okay." Chi-bai said the topic with a promise. "Excuse me, among the 7 birds in the tree, I killed one with one shot, how many birds are there in the tree?" Daki said without thinking. "Of course there are 6 more. How did you have the nerve to ask such a simple question?" Advertisement. Gyutaro. "Ah, this. I suddenly feel so ashamed. I was very stubborn just now, besides own little sister is not at all, but this." At this time, Gyutaro suddenly wanted to get back behind Daki and didn't want to come out again. But, own little sister was bullied. This is really a dilemma. And Muzan looked at Gyutaro with a troubled face, and began to sympathize with him in his heart. Such a stupid little sister. Tisk tisk tisk. As for Daki, he looked confused, what did he say wrong? 7 birds were killed and 1 must be left. Although I haven't studied it before, I can't make mistakes on such a simple topic. Daki tugged Gyutaro's arm carefully. "Big brother, did I say something wrong?" After hearing this, Gyutaro hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Wrong." Daki was shocked, how could this be wrong? And it was his own big brother who said he was wrong. This. Chi-bai at the side looked at Daki who doubted his life, and gave the correct answer. "Aren't you stupid? Of course there are none left." Daki. "How is this possible, what is the principle? 7 to 1 equals 6, even a 3-year-old can't make a mistake. I didn't make a mistake in my calculations." Looking at Daki's unbelievable look, Chi-bai explained, "I really convinced you. When the gunshot fired, all the birds ran away except for the bird that was killed. The dead one also fell to the ground, so there is no one on the tree." After Chi-bai finished speaking, he looked at Gyutaro with an indescribable gaze, and Gyutaro silently turned his head to the side, not daring to look at Chi-bai. Daki. Her poor CPU has been burned completely, and it won't be better in a while, so she can only kneel on the spot in a daze. Muzan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Advertisement. Enough, stop messing around, it's enough for so long. As soon as the words came out, Gyutaro immediately lowered his head, while Chi-bai still hid behind Muzan, but closed his mouth. Looking at Gyutaro, Muzan said, "Gyutaro, I'm here for something important." My lord, you order. Gyutaro said. Look at the Yoshihara area where you are. A new kind of ghost has appeared recently. If you find him, capture him alive immediately and notify me. In the next second, Gyutaro received information about that new type of ghost. Gyutaro took a rough look, and when he saw that he was not afraid of the sun, his pupils shrank sharply. Not afraid of the sun. Isn't this what Lord Muzan has been pursuing all along? But he didn't say much, just replied, of order, Lord Muzan. Seeing that Gyutaro agreed to come down, Muzan nodded in satisfaction, and just wanted to tell him to leave. Shibai suddenly whispered in her ear. Muzan frowned after listening, and said again, also, remember to continue to eliminate the ordinary ghosts in Yoshiwara, it is best not to keep one. Yes, Master Muzan. Gyutaro continued to agree. Looking at the dead Daki, Muzan suddenly sighed. Gyutaro, I am quite satisfied with you, but from now on, I hope you can discipline your little sister. Make her smarter. Quote. Gyutaro was taken aback when he heard this, but he quickly realized it. Yes, Master Muzan. Muzan nodded, thinking about the things he hadn't forgotten, then grabbed Shibai's hand, and with the sound of Pippa, the two disappeared in place. After the two left, Gyutaro dared to raise his head from the ground. Seeing the dead little sister beside him, Gyutaro stretched out his hand and gently stroked Daki's forehead. Only then did Daki recover from the crash mode. As soon as he recovered, Daki threw himself into Gyutaro's arms and burst into tears. Wow, big brother, am I stupid? I'm so stupid. Master Muzan doesn't like me anymore. Now Muzan only likes the man next to him. Woo. Looking at the crying little sister, Gyutaro didn't know how to comfort her. He could only gently stroke Daki's head. After a while, he said, no, you are not stupid, little sister. Chapter 163 Meeting again. Really? Daki asked pitifully. After hearing this, Gyutaro turned his head away and nodded unconscionably. Own little sister, I must pamper her, no matter how stupid she is. Therefore, from the perspective of relatives, Gyutaro is a good big brother, a big brother with the attribute of sister control. Hearing Gyutaro say this, Daki quickly stopped his tears and laughed. After seeing this scene, Gyutaro shook his head helplessly, and hid behind Daki again. As for Chibai and Muzan, after they left Yoshihara, they didn't go home, but went directly to Infinite City. As Nakime's Pippa sounded non-stop, the rest of the windings were transmitted non-stop. Kokushibu's six-eyed lemon is as cool as ever. Doma was still grinning, and Akaza next to him was calling his mother, but as for how he said it, of course he said it in his heart. Our third brother is a good boy, and he doesn't know how to curse. Half-heavenly dog, still trembling, afraid of everything, seeing Muzan almost made his heart stop suddenly. As for Gyoko, he was smiling before he came, but when he saw Chibai, his face immediately collapsed. He will never forget the day he was beaten by Chibai. Moreover, Master Muzan is not facing himself, woo woo woo. Looking at the 5 upper strings, Chibai asked, Ma'am, why don't you call those lower strings over? Let me think about it, it seems that there are still a girl bird, a wolf, and a tired, and there is another. Well, ma'am, you have met a ghost who can fart rainbows, and his name is Nightmare. Quote. After hearing this, Muzan asked suspiciously, what is a rainbow fart? Chibai explained. It means that you are very good at flattering, and you can do a lot of tricks on flattering. Oh, that's right. Muzan nodded. I was just about to promote him to the bottom 6, replacing Kyugai. But before it was implemented, Kyugai disappeared, but don't say it, he is really good at flattering. Chibai. Damn it, I actually started to hate this Nightmare. When I have a chance to see him, I must kill him. Own wife can only praise herself, not others. Added. Do not praise other men. I can only praise myself. That's it. Ignoring Muzan's remarks that Nightmare would flatter, Chibai just asked. Then, why don't you ask them to come over for a meeting? Muzan nodded. Why did you call them over? Tell them that the next string will disappear for no reason. Then they panicked and got ahead of time. Advertisement. Instead of being like this, it's better to let them know nothing. Anyway, it's just a string, and if they die, they will die. But don't trouble me if you die. Hearing Muzan's words, Chibai couldn't help giving a thumbs up. As expected of my wife, she is farsighted. This kind of strategic awareness is really powerful. Anyway, I can't do it. Come, give me a kiss. As he said that, he was about to lean forward and kiss Muzan, but Muzan refused. Get out of the way. No kissing. Why? Chibai asked. Muzan stretched out his fingers and pointed to the 5 upper strings below, which meant clearly. Are you embarrassed by so many people looking at you? Chibai. Damn it, I was too busy thinking about my wife, but I forgot to wind it up, how embarrassing it is. But who is Chibai? Fa's face was as thick as a city wall, and he was only embarrassed for a second before returning to normal. He saw the 5 windings below, and said angrily, look, what are you looking at? Really? Wife. Meeting. After speaking, Chibai hid behind Muzan again. All the strings. I have never seen such a brazen person, he has brought his not wanting face to the extreme. The 5 upper strings directly ignored Chibai and turned to look at Muzan. I have something to tell you now. Muzan said, just yesterday, I found a ghost who seems not afraid of the sun. This kind of ghost has no reason, only the desire to eat, and the regeneration speed is very fast, which is almost the same as that of ordinary strings. And they're simply out of my hands. As soon as these words came out, the 5 of them were a little surprised. Kokushibo asked, "My lord, what's going on? Why are there ghosts outside your control?" Muzan shook his head, "I don't know, there is no more information at the moment. I will give this memory to you later. If you encounter this kind of ghost, immediately capture it alive and give it to me." Advertisement. Yes, Lord Muzan. ×5. Muzan nodded in satisfaction, and said, "I can tell you that this kind of ghost is made of the blood of the next string, you must be careful. It's not that I'm worried about your safety, but if you die, then die, don't cause trouble for everyone. And you have to continue to eliminate ordinary miscellaneous fish ghosts, don't slack off. Do you hear me clearly?" "Yes, I understand, Lord Muzan." ×5. At this time, Doma suddenly said, "Ah, Master Muzan, I overlooked one thing just now. You said that those ghosts overcome the sun. Is this real?" Muzan nodded, "It's true, Doma." After hearing this, Doma suddenly regained energy. Unexpectedly overcame the sun, it's amazing. However, Master Muzan, I have a small problem, you can overcome it. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed. In the next second, Kokushibo held Doma's head in his hands. Kokushibo looked at Doma's head and said coldly, "Doma, is this the question you should ask? Your problem lies in the following offense." Doma, who was being held in his hand, was still smiling. Your Excellency Kokushibo, I'm very sorry, I really crossed the line this time, please forgive me." After hearing this, Kokushibo snorted coldly and threw Doma's head on the ground with his backhand without speaking. But Muzan didn't pay too much attention to these. After thinking about it, she answered Doma's question. "Strictly speaking, I did overcome the sun, I can walk in the sun. However, this is just me. As for you, you can't." When everyone heard this, they didn't have much reaction. These people have been ghosts for many years and have long been accustomed to acting at night. Although occasionally want to go to the sun, but only occasionally. Moreover, the boss said that he has overcome the sunshine, so the days of sunshine that they can also overcome will be shorter. Just be patient. Looking at the ghosts, Muzan assigned the task again. You continue to kill ordinary ghosts, and you must kill them. Push outward as much as possible, and stay in place. And Akaza and Doma, you too. Chapter 164 Hachiho Island. Akaza and Doma, who were named, looked at Muzan immediately. The two of you continue the previous mission, but you don't need to bring ordinary ghosts to Infinity City, just kill them on the spot. And the speed must be fast. For this task, Doma is naturally very happy. He happily agreed. No problem, Master Muzan, I had a great time getting along with Akaza-sama in the last mission, and I believe we will have a good time getting along this time. Akaza. He wanted to blow Doma's head off and ask him, do you look happy? Although, I hate Doma in my heart, but this is a task issued by Muzan, and I must accept it. Ever since, Akaza half knelt down and nodded reluctantly. As you order, my lord. At this time, Akaza was planning in his mind, when he was performing the task, he would leave Doma and hunt ghosts by himself. However, Muzan's words directly broke the last fantasy in Akaza's heart. You two, you must act together, you are not allowed to separate. After Muzan finished speaking, he looked at half-heavenly dog and Gyoko, and did not find Akaza who looked desperate. Looking at the half-heavenly dog trembling, Muzan fell silent for a moment and ignored him. That guy, I'm too lazy to say much, as long as it remains the same. As for Gyoko, Muzan decided to take a good look at him. If the last task was not completed, he would be laid off directly and Nakame would take over. Hey, no way, who made Gyoko stretch his hips like that? For the sake of the whole 12 Kazuki, when necessary, he must be killed. What? You said there are more or less personal grievances in it. Putting small shoes on Gyoko on purpose. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I am not that kind of boss. It is even more unlikely that Gyoko will be fired because he scolded his own boyfriend before. Before Gyoko could speak, Muzan read his memory. After reading the memory, Muzan's face was full of disappointment. Unexpectedly, Gyoko bravely killed ghosts after returning home, and the speed at which he killed ghosts was very fast. If you go to the ghost killing squad, you will be able to mix up high and low. Pot column pasted. Advertisement. It's a pity that I have no reason to lay off him. Muzan sighed, didn't say much, just waved his hand to signal Nakame to send half-heavenly dog and Gyoko away directly. With the sound of Pippa, only Kokushibo, Chibai and Muzan were left in the Infinite City. As for Nakame, that's a background board, he. Looking at Kokushibo, Muzan was a little embarrassed. How to arrange him? Before Muzan could speak, Kokushibo said, Master Muzan, although this question is very presumptuous, please tell me, what is going on with that ghost who is not afraid of the sun? After hearing this, Muzan didn't hide anything. After all, Kokushibo is his own partner, so he told Kokushibo everything. After hearing this, Kokushibo bowed lightly and said, I understand, Mrs. Muzan, I will try my best to kill ordinary ghosts, so that they will not be captured and made into ghosts that are not afraid of the sun. For Kokushibo, what else can Muzan say? Just right, I still worry about how to arrange him. Now, he directly finds a job for himself, how wonderful. Ever since, he waved his hand and let Nakame send him away. When only Chibai and Muzan were left in Infinite City, Muzan sat down on the tatami mat and didn't care about his image as the king of ghosts at all. Sitting on the tatami, Muzan said with emotion, "Hey, it's the first time I feel that managing 12 Kazuki is such an annoying thing. It's so annoying, I really want to lay off all the ghosts." Nakame behind. At this time, Muzan remembered Nakame behind him, turned to her and said, "Except for you, as a tool, you are doing very well." Nakame. Asterisk. At this time, Chibai was also by Muzan's side. "Okay, ma'am, don't be upset. After the arrangements are made this time, we can have a lot of quiet time. Besides, if you were to kill Akaza suddenly, would you be willing to kill him?" After hearing this, Muzan thought about it carefully, and said, "Akaza is very loyal, if I kill him, I'm really reluctant. As for Doma, half-heavenly dog, Gyoko, just die." For the three names named by Muzan, Chibai expressed a moment of silence for them. In the next second, Chibai stretched out his hand and kneaded gently on Muzan's shoulder. "Okay, don't think too much now, we don't have any clues yet. It's useless to be anxious. It's better to take advantage of this time to relax and have a hunch that there will be a period of time in the future that will be very busy." Advertisement. Relax. Muzan was curious, how to relax. Chibai thought for a while, "Let's go on a trip." "Okay, I've already chosen a place." Hearing what Chibai said, Muzan also raised some interest. "Travel. Sounds good. You said you have chosen a place, so where shall we go?" Then I heard Chibai say word by word, "Hachijong Island." "How about it? I heard that it's an island of everlasting spring. It's warm like spring all year round, so it's very suitable for traveling." He. Hachiho Island. The name sounds familiar to Muzan. It seems that Chibai specifically asked about this place before, and he didn't remember the specific things. "But, you can go and have a look, just relax." "Ah chew. However, I have business to do when I go to Hachiho Island this time, so it is really not very convenient to bring Mukago." After hearing this, Chibai silently mourned for Mukago. "It's a bit late now, but it doesn't matter. It's not that simple, why do I have to walk when I can teleport? It's really inexplicable." Chibai and Muzan hit it off immediately, and after discussing some details, they finally finalized the plan. "Let's go back and pack up our things, and go directly. As for Mukago, continue to take care of the house. The two don't need to go home, just replenish the supplies in Asakusa, and then go directly to Hachiho Island through Nakame." After putting everything into the ring, the two held hands, and with a whoosh of Nakim's Pippa, they arrived at Hachiho Island. Mukago, who was cleaning up the housework at home, suddenly sneezed a lot. As for why not walk? Soon, the two left the Infinite City and began to act separately. Mukago is a little puzzled, he is a ghost, can ghosts catch a cold? Hachijojima, yes. Under the effect of the blessing of the two people's money ability, the two were ready in just over an hour. Poor Mukago, have to stay with the housekeeper again. Chibai is in charge of preparing food, and Muzan is in charge of preparing daily necessities. Ever since, Muzan agreed to Chibai's proposal. Chapter 165 Warmth. The two stood on the beach of Hachiho Island, looking at the sea in front of them. Chibai was quite emotional. "Ah, ma'am, I think Nakame is a good subordinate, he works hard, and he's not like Doma, who talks a lot of bullshit. The point is, her blood ghost technique is too practical. You can't lay her off in the future." Regarding Muzan's words, Muzan also nodded in agreement. "Ah, only the Ghost King himself can create such practical subordinates, and I'm afraid it would be impossible for other people to do it." Narcissistic sentimentality from Mrs. Muzan. "Well, don't worry, I won't cut her off, didn't I just say that?" Muzan said. "Hey." Chibai smiled, didn't say anything, just took Muzan's hand and started walking on the beach. There is one thing to say, counting past and present lives, this is the first time Chibai has come to the beach, and the first time he has stepped on the beach. After thinking about it, Chibai changed into beach pants and a shirt. "Well, it feels right this time," Chibai said with emotion after changing his clothes. "I'm still wearing the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad here, which is more or less inappropriate, and it feels like I'm continuing to go to work when I wear it. Not relaxing at all, it's not as comfortable to wear as it is now." And Muzan looked at Chibai with a black line on his face. Sensing Muzan's gaze, Chibai asked, "What are you looking at, madam? Is there something wrong with me?" After hearing this, Muzan pointed to the middle of Chibai, and reminded helplessly, "Don't you have beach shorts that are one size bigger? Look at you. Just. After repeating for a long time, Muzan didn't have the nerve to say it directly. Looking at where Muzan pointed, Chibai looked down. Cough. This is no problem. Absolutely no problem. Doesn't it just look a little prominent? It's all little things." For Chibai's death denial, Muzan gave Chibai a supercilious look and didn't speak. However, Chibai turned his attention to Muzan. "Ma'am, he. Why?" Muzan said, "Why do I feel that you are smiling maliciously?" Advertisement. Chibai immediately denied it. "No, don't talk nonsense. It's not that you don't know my character, I'm upright. How can you say that I have bad intentions?" Muzan didn't believe this at all, and said that if Chibai was upright, wouldn't everyone in the ghost killing team be saints? Chibai saw Muzan see through the true face of Own, and he was no longer polite. pulled out a piece of black cloth directly from the own ring and threw it to Muzan. Ma'am, why do you still wear your black kimono when you are traveling? How depressing. Come and wear this. Muzan caught the piece of fabric and unfolded it. His originally expressionless face suddenly turned red, and his face was full of embarrassment. Well, how do you wear this? This rag can't cover anything at all. Muzan took the cloth and measured it on his body. As a result, even more shy. Seeing this scene, Shibai was already happy. He, you must know that these two pieces of fabric are not ordinary fabrics. This is a one-piece swimsuit that I carefully customized, but unlike ordinary swimsuits, most of it is hollowed out. Presumably Muzan will wear it. Thinking of this, Shibai showed the same smile as an idiot. Muzan, holding a swimsuit, measured himself for a long time but didn't have the courage to put it on, so he finally gave up. However, how could Shibai agree? With Chibai's persuasion and technology support, Muzan finally put on that unique swimsuit. After Chibai saw it, his eyes straightened. This swimsuit fits Muzan so well. Although Chibai thought it looked good, Muzan couldn't adapt to it after putting on the swimsuit, and hid behind a stone. No matter how Chibai yelled, he couldn't come out. In the end, Chibai took out a square cloth of the same style as the swimsuit from the ring, and wrapped it around Muzan's waist. Muzan just came out from behind the stone, but he was still a little shy. Fortunately, there is no one else on this beach. If there is anyone else, that person will die. As for how he died, he must have been killed by Muzan. Advertisement. After changing their clothes, the two walked on the beach, whispering some whispers from time to time. Soon, it was getting later and later, and it was already late at night. Chibai took out the materials for the tent from the ring, and set it up after 3 times in 5 divisions. He went to the sea to catch some fish, and lit a campfire to start grilling the fish. The two of them leaned against the tent, and in front of them was a burning bonfire, and on top of the bonfire, there were 2 grilled fish that were sizzling with oil. Looking at the sky full of stars, Muzan asked Chibai, when do you say that we can truly live a carefree life together? Don't worry about death, don't bother with Demon Slayer, don't manage 12 Kazuki. The two of us can be together forever. After hearing this, Chibai looked away from the grilled fish, and asked with some doubts, why do you say that about madam? It's just that I'm a little worried, where did that ghost who isn't afraid of the sun appear from? Everything is coming soon, as long as we find a way to undo the curse of Ubuyashiki's house, it will be over. Don't worry, you should rest well when you are resting, and don't think too much about it. Then he kissed Muzan lightly on the forehead. I have a feeling that that ghost is coming for me. Muzan nodded, I believe in you, Chibai. Just when Chibai was still about to say something, when he looked up, he saw Muzan's worried face, and immediately swallowed what he wanted to say into his stomach. And Chibai, staring at the grilled fish, replied, quick, soon. He wants the Ghost Slayer team to know that Kibutsuji Muzan has overcome Sunshine, you can't slack off, let them work harder, find me as soon as possible, so that they can kill me. However, Muzan's next sentence made Chibai directly break the defense. This is definitely a think tank. After hearing this, Chibai nodded in approval. As expected of my own wife, these 5 brains are not for nothing. What's the use of you? You are too weak now, you can at most draw with Akaza, and it's still under the condition of Akaza's release of water. It's very simple. The blood of that kind of ghost has the blood of the lower string. It looks artificial. Muzan said, who do you think would be so boring and would deliberately create a ghost who is not afraid of the sun? Immediately, he gently hugged Muzan from behind, letting her lean on own. Okay, ma'am, you worry too much, we are resting now, why are you thinking so much? Chibai comforted. Besides, the sky is falling, and I'm still here. Chapter 166 Haruna Iguro. Chibai, listen to what people say. What is the use of it? I can't beat Akaza by myself, and I have to release water from Akaza to make a tie. She drifted away if I didn't clean her up. I must teach her a good lesson today. Thinking of this, Chibai suddenly stood up and looked at Muzan. Ma'am, I don't seem to hear what you said just now. Say it again. Muzan looked at Chibai suspiciously, and repeated what he said just now. Chibai, how dare she repeat it, how dare she really repeat it? Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, I must teach her an unforgettable lesson today. In the next second, Muzan was embraced by a princess from Chibai and held in his arms. Hey, you dare to say that I'm weak. Today, I will let you know whether I am weak or not. Elbow, follow me into the house. After speaking, Chibai hugged Muzan and walked into the tent.
But Muzan didn't react, until Chibai walked into the tent with her in his arms, then he did. Hey, what the hell? I just said that you were weak in combat, not that aspect. What are you doing? Let me down. Fish. The fish is still on the bonfire, don't eat it anymore. Chibai in the tent heard it and said angrily, hey, I still want to divert my attention, no way. Isn't it fish? I have it too, Muzan. And then, time whizzed by, and it was dawn. At this time, it was already 3 pulls in the sun. When Chibai was sleeping soundly with Muzan in his arms, there was a call from outside the tent, which forced Chibai and Muzan to wake up from their sleep. Why are there tents here? Advertisement, is anyone there? Is anyone in the tent? If there is someone, please come back. Chibai opened his eyes and said angrily, someone is here, he's still alive, please don't disturb my rest, thank you. After speaking, he hugged Muzan and planned to go back to sleep. However, the voice outside the tent did not intend to let Chi-bai go. Huh? Are you sleeping? Get up quickly, those who can't sleep by the sea will catch cold. It will be very troublesome if you catch a cold, there is no doctor here. By the way, who are you? Are you from outside the island? Where are you from outside the island? A series of words made Chi-bai and Muzan unable to sleep at all, so they had no choice but to get dressed and get up. After getting dressed, Chi-bai opened the tent and went out. I saw an ordinary-looking girl in front of me. At this time, she was gently stroking the tent, her eyes full of indescribable expressions. When she saw Chi-bai and Muzan coming out, she immediately withdrew her hand that was touching the tent. Well, sorry, this is the first time I've seen this kind of tent. This kind of tent looks really good. Hello, my name is Haruna Iguro, and I am an aborigine on Hachijo Island. Originally, Chi-bai was in a bad mood because of waking up, but when he heard the name Haruna Iguro, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to look at the girl in front of him. And Haruna Iguro is also looking at Chi-bai and Muzan at this time. Just when Chi-bai was looking seriously, Muzan pinched Chi-bai quietly, and he immediately looked away from the pain. Seeing this, Muzan snorted, and then withdrew his hand that was pinching Chi-bai's soft waist. Rubbing his pinched waist, Chi-bai said, "Ah, my name is Chi-bai, and I am a businessman. Next to me is my wife, named Yu Wu. We were out alone last night and planned to go out to play, but the boat capsized, ha ha ha, fortunately there is an island here, otherwise I would have." When Haruna Yiwo heard that Chi-bai said that he was a businessman, surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he took Chi-bai's hand very enthusiastically and said, "Ah, so, you are a businessman. It's really unexpected, I thought you were a warrior, seeing you are so big." Chi-bai, who was stopped by Haruna Yihei, was a little embarrassed, and then took a step back, breaking free from her hand. Advertisement, ha ha ha, I'm just tall, not a warrior. I'm sorry, I broke into your island without authorization. Chi-bai took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Haruna Iguro. This is some money to compensate you. I am very sorry that I broke into your island. I saw Yihei. Haruna took the money very quickly and put it into her arms. Be polite, be polite. You are very polite. I would like to ask, do you have anything else to do? If not, can you come with me to my house as a guest? Wait for me for a while, I'll pack the tent, and we'll set off. Ah, is that so? This way. Haruna Yihei agreed absent-mindedly, and walked in front, leading the way for Chi-bai. After Yihei Haruna heard Chi-bai's words, she was even more shocked in place, and it took a while to react. Then she stuttered and asked, You said this, how many 100 yen is the tent? This tent is just the lowest one in my hands. Chi-bai agreed without any hesitation, okay, I'm worried that I don't have a place to have breakfast, so I'm really sorry for you. Just after Chi-bai packed the tent into a package, Haruna Yihei came over and took the package from Chi-bai. At this time, Muzan gently tugged Chi-bai and asked, What's the matter with you, Chi-bai? I'll make some rice porridge for you to drink. After all, the tide on the beach in the early morning is still very heavy. If you are not careful, you will easily catch the wind and cold. Yes. Chi-bai nodded. I don't like this tent very much. Its workmanship and materials are really not very good. I can buy hundreds of such tents casually now. Why are you so abnormal after seeing this woman? Haruna Yiguo nodded after hearing this, and stood aside watching Chi-bai and Muzan pack the tent. While walking on the road, she still looked back at Chi-bai and Muzan from time to time, as if she was afraid that they would run away. Muzan at the side, when he heard Chi-bai say that, looked puzzled. Chi-bai, this is the first time I've seen a tent like this. It's made of really good materials, so it must be very expensive. Haruna Yihei carried the package behind her as she said. She found that Chi-bai had been actively showing off his wealth since just now, as if he was afraid that the person in front of him would not know that he was rich. Chi-bai thought for a while and replied, It's okay, this tent is not very expensive, it's only a few 100 yen, it's very cheap. As for Haruna Yihei, who was carrying the package on her back, after hearing Chi-bai's words, her whole body's breathing began to rush. Chapter 167 Village. After hearing this, Chi-bai just smiled and did not answer Muzan's question. Seeing that Chi-bai didn't answer him, Muzan continued. HMPH, don't talk. Don't think I don't know, you've clearly taken a fancy to this woman, right? Chi-bai, who was walking, staggered and almost fell onto the stone when he heard it. Haruna Yihei, who was walking in front, heard the movement behind her, and hurriedly turned her head to look at Chi-bai and the two of them. I slipped my foot just now, it's fine, Chi-bai said. After hearing this, Haruna Yiwo turned her head away, but her walking speed slowed down a lot. At this time, Chi-bai replied to Muzan in a low voice, My wife, are you stupid? You don't even look, there are a few women in this world who are prettier than you. The woman in front of me is obviously not as good looking as you, how could I fall in love with her? HMPH, is that so? Muzan said, but, I just saw that you looked at me very hard, and you gave me money, and said that you were very rich. It's obvious that I've taken a fancy to her, and I want to show off my own strength in front of her. Chi-bai. Ah, Muzan's imagination, if she was at her time, she would be a big shot in the female frequency. This imagination is really amazing. Marry a woman from the Yihei family? Chi-bai just wanted to and didn't want to say anything more. But in order not to make Muzan think too much, Chi-bai could only say, Madam, you can shut up and use your 5 brains. I can still see her. You can do it, it's inconvenient for me to say anything more now. I'll tell you what's going on later, madam. After Chi Bai finished speaking, he stopped talking. After hearing this, Muzan didn't ask any more questions, and followed Chi Bai obediently, but she was still curious about what Chi Bai was going to do. After walking for about half an hour, Haruna Yihei brought Chi Bai and Muzan to a small village. The small village is not big, but the houses in the small village are all new, and the arrangement is patchwork, giving people a very neat feeling. And in the center of the village, there's a house that occupies a huge area. From the outside, this house is many times more beautiful than the houses in the village. After walking for a few more minutes, Haruna Iguro stopped in front of a house. Haruna Iguro opened the door and walked in. Advertisement. This is my home, come in quickly, both of you. Chi Bai was not polite after hearing this, and walked in with Muzan. Soon, the three sat down around the table. Haruna Iguro's home is very simple, a traditional tatami mat, a closet, and then a table, which is all of her home. After seeing Chi Bai and Muzan sitting down, Haruna Yihei got up and said, "Sit down first, I'll go outside and chop some firewood to make porridge for you." After finishing speaking, Haruna Yiguo walked out without looking back and closed the door smoothly. Looking at the room, Muzan asked curiously, "Why is there no window in this room? It looks so dark." Just when Chi Bai was about to answer Muzan's question, Muzan's complexion suddenly changed. She actually locked the door, however, the expression on Chi Bai's face didn't change the slightest after hearing this, as if it didn't happen. "It's okay, ma'am, don't be nervous, just sit down." Muzan, who wanted to explode, sat down without hesitation after hearing Chi Bai's words. Looking at Chi Bai's strategizing, Muzan couldn't help asking, "Do you know something? Otherwise, why are you so calm?" Chi Bai nodded, "Of course I understand." However, Chi Bai's next sentence almost caused Muzan to knock down the house. "But I won't tell you, who told you that I fell in love with that woman? You even questioned my love for you, you were too much." Muzan. Beep. Own's little boyfriend actually held a grudge, it's just too bad. But soon, Muzan came up with a solution. I saw Muzan took the initiative to get into Chi Bai's arms and began to act like a baby. Tell me, I didn't question it, I was just curious, in the end, you still kept it secret and refused to say it." When Muzan said this, he not only acted coquettishly, but also stretched out 2 whips, pressing Chi Bai's shoulders a little flatteringly. And Chi Bai, who liked Muzan's tricks the most, was defeated in just a few minutes. Well, ma'am, I'll tell you, advertisement." Hearing what Chi Bai said, Muzan had a triumphant smile on his face. HMPH, how about holding a grudge, it's not easy to handle by yourself. After Chi Bai took the initiative to reach out and hug Muzan, he said, "This story is very long, I will tell you slowly from the beginning. Remember when I asked you, has Akaza ever been to a place called Hachijo Island?" Remember. Muzan nodded, Akaza said he didn't come. "That's right," Chi Bai said, "although he has never been here, I know that there is a ghost on Bajong Island, a snake ghost." Muzan agreed and signaled Chi Bai to continue talking. This snake ghost made a deal with the Yihei family on the island. The snake ghost will help the Yihei family and steal their money from the passing passengers. And the Yihei family will make live sacrifices and sacrifice babies to the snake ghost, because this snake ghost likes to eat children the most. This kind of transaction has been maintained for 370 years. By relying on this kind of transaction, the Yihei family has taken a lot of money and used it to build houses and have good food and clothing. This time, you understand. After hearing this story, Muzan slapped his thigh, and then realized that Chi Bai's various abnormal behaviors along the way. At the same time, I also felt that this snake ghost really had enough brains to be able to come up with this method. Muzan. Much smarter than Daki. However, soon another question came to Muzan's mind. That's not right. If you want to kill this snake ghost, according to our strength, you can push it over. Why do you pretend to be a businessman and sneak in like this? Is it possible that you want to? Seeing Muzan's increasingly strange eyes, Chi Bai hurriedly said, "Don't think about it, it's not like you don't know my character. I'm here for a child." "Child?" Muzan muttered, "You and the illegitimate child of the Yihei family?" "That's not right, you are only 15 years old now, and we have been together for the past 2 years, you have never traveled far, so where did this illegitimate child come from?" Chi Bai. Tired. Muzan's imagination is really too rich, and he has an illegitimate child? Why didn't she say that Ji Guoyuan was reincarnated and came to hunt her down? Chapter 168. The most important question. The illegitimate child is a ghost, ma'am. Chi Bai tapped Muzan's head lightly. This kid is 13 years old this year. I'm 15 this year. If you think about it carefully, if it were my illegitimate child, I would have it when I was 2 years old. Do you think this is reasonable? Hey, Muzan stuck out his tongue out of embarrassment after hearing this, and his appearance was quite cute. Chi Bai shook his head helplessly and continued talking about the Yihei family. After 370 years, the Yihei family has always given birth to women. 13 years ago, the family gave birth to a boy. His name is Iguro Obanai, and he has heterochromatic pupils. The snake ghost will naturally be interested in him, but he is too young, and the snake ghost thinks he is too young to eat. Then he was locked in a cell and has been raised until now, but if nothing else happens, the kid is trying to escape. After Chi-Bai finished speaking, Muzan asked. I probably know the matter, but why did you insist on coming to Iguro? Iguro Obanai, is there anything different about him? Regarding this question, Chi-Bai didn't hide the slightest bit, and told Muzan directly, because he is the future pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad, Snake Zoo. Muzan. Oh, I see, I completely understand, it turns out that love will disappear. Although he and Chi-Bai are husband and wife, but Chi-Bai still thinks, recruiting people to the ghost killing team is still the pillar of the future. Isn't this just trying to kill yourself directly? The more Muzan thought about it, the more wronged he became, and he turned around and buried his head in Chi-Bai's arms and cried. This time, Chi-Bai, who still wanted to continue talking about what happened next, was completely confused. This story is too touching? Directly moved Muzan to tears? No way, if she told him about the decisive battle in Infinite City, would she faint from crying? Wait a minute, she won't cry, it's impossible to kill the ghost killing team in advance. Ma'am, what's wrong with you, why are you crying out of nowhere? Chi-Bai asked with a puzzled expression. After Muzan heard this, he didn't say anything, but he hammered Chi-Bai's chest hard twice. Chi-Bai, who was punched twice by Muzan, heard a cracking sound from On's chest, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. With a sweet throat, he spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, Muzan, what is this for? Do you want to kill yourself? Advertisement, ma'am. What's wrong with you? You cry when you cry, why are you hitting me? My ribs. Chi-Bai asked Muzan while wiping the blood from his mouth. However, Muzan's answer made Chi-Bai almost spit out another mouthful of blood. The two of us are in this relationship, and you still want to let the ghost killing team kill me, woo woo woo. Chi-Bai. This? When did I say that I asked someone to kill him? Didn't I just say that Iguro Obanai is the future Snake Zoo, so why is she going to kill her? Well, it looks like Muzan has misunderstood, hey. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai didn't care to snap back the misplaced ribs, and hastily explained, Madam, why are you so willing to think so much? Why would I kill you? You are my wife, what am I going to do if I kill you? And a snake pillar is useless. Even if you get all 9 pillars together, you can't beat you. Don't worry, the two of us have agreed that we will live together for a long, long time, and make everyone in the ghost killing team into old men and old ladies. Then we will go to them and mock them. Hearing this, Muzan raised his head from Chi-Bai's chest and asked tearfully, Really? Really? Chi-Bai nodded vigorously. Seeing Chi-Bai like this, Muzan believed him. HMPH, well, I'll forcefully trust you, but I still have a few questions. Ask, if I know, I'll tell you, Chi-Bai said. The first question, why do you know the future? I was very curious before, but this is your secret, it is not convenient for me to ask. However, this time you are too exaggerated. You actually know who is the pillar of the future, I have to ask. The second question, by the way, if the Yihei family doesn't have men, how can they have cubs? You can't have cubs out of thin air, and they are all girls. Muzan's 2 questions, one pointing directly to Chi-Bai's biggest secret, and the other question. Chi-Bai said about the Yihei family, where can I find out? After pondering for a moment, Chi-Bai finally answered Muzan's first question, why did he know the future? What should I say, I am transformed by Diva, so I can sense the future, that's it. These words were temporarily made up by Chi-Bai, so they were full of loopholes and outrageous. Advertisement, but unexpectedly, Muzan didn't get to the bottom of it, but just nodded lightly. Well, I see, Chi-Bai. Although I know you didn't tell the truth, you answered my question directly. I can feel your love for me, and you won't hurt me, even though you can't beat me. Chi-Bai. Listen, is this speaking human language? The previous words sounded quite touching, but why did the latter words change their taste? I almost forgot, but at that time Muzan married 5 wives successively, and those 5 wives died later. The cause of death was that Muzan was too vicious. Poisonous tongue is just one of Muzan's attributes. Okay, ma'am, shut up. If you can speak, just say a few more words. If you can't speak, shut up, Chi-Bai said angrily. This look of him directly amused Muzan. Ha ha ha, oops, my little boyfriend is actually angry, but I'm telling the truth, yours is really weak. You can't even beat Akaza, let alone me. The more Muzan talked, Chi-Bai's face became darker and darker. Damn, is Muzan just so memoryless? What happened last night that she doesn't know? Finally Chi-Bai couldn't bear it anymore. He lowered his head and whispered in Muzan's ear. Ma'am, did you forget what happened last night? Forget who we are begging for mercy. Hearing this, Muzan's face turned red. Oh, you're so annoying. How dare you say it all? Believe it or not, I'm ignoring you. After speaking, Muzan buried his head in Chi-Bai's arms again. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Chi-Bai's face. Hehehe, are you still bickering with yourself? Not to mention 1 Muzan, even 2, 3 Muzans are not my opponents. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai said while stroking Muzan's hair. However, to be honest ma'am, I think I'm getting stronger fast enough. Look at the pillars of the ghost killing team, which one didn't take so long to become a pillar, and look at me. I became a pillar in 1 year, and I was able to tie with Akaza in the 2nd year. I mean, do you still think I'm getting stronger very slowly? Chapter 169 Dinner. After hearing this, Muzan recalled it carefully, and then nodded vigorously. Indeed, Chi-Bai's growth rate has been very fast. When we met for the first time, he was just an ordinary human being, with a thin body, and any gust of wind could blow him down. But he has a lot of guts. He even dared to touch his own asterisk, and even dared to scare himself. But only 2 years later, he was 2 meters tall, with a body of muscular muscles, and his current strength could rub half of a heavenly dog on the ground. This speed of strengthening is indeed very fast. Moreover, Muzan can still feel that even though Chi-Bai is with him every day, his strength is slowly increasing. If there is no accident, in 7 or 8 years, maybe I can surpass myself. Of course, there is one thing, Chi-Bai has not changed from the beginning to the end. He is as courageous as ever. Thinking of this, Muzan hit Chi-Bai's chest twice more. There were 2 clicks again. The 2 ribs that had just grown were broken again. Chi-Bai. Sin, own ribs, this is not going to get better. If Muzan likes own ribs so much, I can break them off and make soup for her. Although very helpless, Chi-Bai straightened his ribs with a deadpan face. Ma'am, next time you hammer it in a different place, my ribs can't hold up anymore. This sentence only got Muzan to roll his eyes. In the next second, Muzan said, okay, you have answered the question that you can predict the future. Next, answer the questions from the Yihei family. Why does their family only give birth to female babies after 370 years, and how can they reproduce without men? Regarding this question, Chi-Bai said that he had no way to answer it. But looking at Muzan's eyes, Chi-Bai couldn't bear to say that he didn't know. After hesitating for a long time, Chi-Bai said tentatively, I wonder if there will be a mother-child river in the Yihei family? Son, mother, river. Muzan repeated word by word, what is that? It's the first time I've heard of it. Hearing Muzan's question, Chi-Bai immediately regained his spirits. Cultural export? This thing is already a favorite? Advertisement tell Muzan about Journey to the West? This suddenly became interesting. Ever since, Chi-Bai recalled the chapter of Daughter Country in Journey to the West, and then gave Muzan a brief introduction. It doesn't matter this lecture, just let Muzan's eyes light up when he listens. Mother-child river, it's amazing that a man can have a child if he drinks it. Referring to the situation of the Yihei family, there is really such a possibility. I've decided, I must find out if there's a mother-child river here. Chi-Bai was puzzled. No, ma'am, what are you doing with the water from the mother-child river? You don't want children? However, Muzan's next words nearly dropped Chi-Bai's jaw. I'll drink it for you when I find it, ha ha ha, Chi-Bai. Okay, let's not say anything, this Ghost King is completely useless and hopeless. Tanjiro, hurry up and take over as the new Ghost King. Just when Chi-Bai was about to clean up Muzan severely, there was a rustling sound from outside the room. Hence, Chi-Bai could only let go of this thought temporarily. Soon, the door was opened. Haruna Iguro came in from the outside with some firewood, some rice and vegetables. She lit the firewood first, then washed the rice and put it in the pot. Only then did he speak, Chi-Bai, don't leave today. The patriarch already knows that you are here, and she said that she will host a banquet for you. Afterwards, you rest here for the night, and tomorrow we will help you find a boat to leave Hachijo Island. How is it? Chi-Bai didn't hesitate, and agreed directly. Really? Will this look bother you too much? You guys are really nice people, thank you so much. Muzan at the side rolled his eyes again. Ever since she was with Chi-Bai, she had forgotten how many times she had rolled her eyes. Chi-Bai really brought his thick skin and not wanting face to the extreme. After hearing Chi-Bai's words, Haruna Iguro showed a smile on his face. This smile, in Chi-Bai's eyes, is clearly the smile of hunting prey. However, who can say for sure, who is the hunter? Advertisement soon, the porridge was almost done, and Haruna Iguro threw another handful of vegetables into it, turning the porridge into vegetable porridge. Immediately, she served 2 bowls of porridge to Chi-Bai and Muzan. Drink some vegetable porridge to satisfy your hunger and warm your body. There will be a big meal waiting for you tonight. Chi-Bai took the porridge and drank it without any scruples. In just a moment, he drank half of the porridge in the bowl. Not to mention, the taste of this vegetable porridge is really good, but it is too hot, but the rest is fine. However, Muzan pushed the vegetable porridge aside, looking uninterested. Seeing this, Haruna Iguro hurriedly asked, is there anything unpalatable? Before Muzan could speak, Chi-Bai opened his mouth and came. No, the vegetable porridge tastes very good, very delicious. But, my wife, Chi-Bai said, stroking Muzan's stomach and then giggled a few times. Seeing Chi-Bai's performance, Haruna Iguro reacted immediately, and then her eyes shone with excitement. But soon, this light was restrained by Iguro Haruna. Seeing that Chi-Bai finished the porridge, she bowed lightly and said, sorry, I still have work to do, so I'm sorry. Holding Muzan into his arms again, Chi-Bai said, okay, isn't this just lying to her? This question directly made Muzan stunned, unable to answer at all. Although I don't want children, but if I like children, will you give me one? If you don't, then you don't want a child, okay? When the dinner party starts, I will come back and take you there. After hearing this, Chi-Bai nodded to show that there was no problem. Seeing Muzan, who was stunned, Chi-Bai pursed his lips and smiled quietly. Muzan nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Muzan and Chi-Bai were left in the room. However, Chi-Bai's next sentence made Muzan unable to answer. Immediately, after hesitating for a while, he said own answer. Before that, please take a good rest here, he, stupid Muzan. Seeing that Chi Bai agreed, Haruna Yihei tidied up the tableware and left immediately. Of course she didn't forget to lock the door before leaving. After a while, Muzan recovered from his daze. Muzan said a little shyly, "You actually said that I have a child. I don't want a child." Chapter 170 Chi Bai. Outrageous. If you want, I can. Try, after all, I'm not sure if I can give birth. Muzan spoke in a low voice, like the voice of a mosquito. If it weren't for Chi Bai's good hearing, he probably wouldn't be able to hear anything. But this answer directly stunned Chi Bai. Good guy, the Ghost King gave birth to a cub for himself? I'm afraid I don't even dare to think about it. Ahem, what's the matter, ma'am? Let's talk about this matter after we have the details. What we are doing now is mainly to solve the curse of the Yubayashiki family. You don't want to be hunted down all the time, do you? Then, there's the new ghost problem. Let's solve these two things first, and then talk about the future. As Chi Bai said, he quietly wiped his cold sweat. It's not that I don't like Muzan, but when I think of having children in the future, I feel dizzy. Actually is not saying that I don't like children, but that I have certain requirements for the children I like. First of all, the most important one, if it is someone else's child. Secondly, those under the age of 8 don't like it, and those between the ages of 18 and 30, I prefer it. The supplement must be female. After Muzan heard Chi Bai's words, he thought about it seriously and nodded in approval. Immediately, he began to ask about the follow-up of the journey to the west that Chi Bai just talked about. Compared to this matter, I'm still more curious about the story of Journey to the West, that sugar man. No, Tang. Forget it, anyway, the story after Daughter Kingdom. Seeing Muzan's very interested look, Chi Bai would not refuse, so he told Muzan the story of Journey to the West from the beginning. Soon, time passed slowly in the story of Journey to the West, and it came to night. At this time, Chi Bai was surrounded by various snacks and plain water. Muzan is eating a box of takoyaki and listening to Chi Bai tell a story. At this time, Chi Bai had already talked about the 25th chapter of Journey to the West. Zhen Yuanxian chased the Buddhist scriptures monk, and Sun Practitioner made a big disturbance in Wuzhuang Temple. Listening to this passage, Muzan's eyes glowed golden, and he felt like he was going to eat people. When Chi Bai said that one bite of ginseng fruit would save 36,000 years, Muzan's eyes had turned into two flashlights. The light emitted made Chi Bai dare not look directly at it. Muzan resisted the urge to ask questions, and finished listening to Chi Bai's speech. Finally, after this round of speaking, Muzan couldn't bear it anymore. Chi Bai, that ginseng fruit, can it really be worth 36,000 years if you eat it? Advertisement, yes. Chi Bai said. Upon hearing this, Muzan asked again. How powerful is Zhen Yuanzi the Great Immortal? You just said that he is the ancestor of Earth Immortals. What is Earth Immortals? Hearing this question, Chi Bai was taken aback. How powerful is Immortal Zhen Yuanzi? How should I answer this? It's not easy to answer. It's not that Immortal Zhen Yuanzi is not powerful, but that he is too powerful to describe. Moreover, how do I explain to Muzan what Earth Immortals is? Just when Chi Bai was thinking about how to explain, Muzan said again. Look, he is the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and I am the ancestor of ghosts. Strictly speaking, we both have ancestral characters. Who will be stronger, me or him? I think I'm definitely better than him. Apart from being able to fly, he can also use his sleeves to hold things. What else can he do? When I have a chance, I must find Wuzhuang Temple, and then go to pick off all the ginseng fruits that are full of trees, and we will each have half. Chi Bai. Muzan's words really make people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She is better than Zhen Yuanzi. I don't even dare to brag so outrageously, but Muzan even went to Wuzhuang Temple to pick ginseng fruit. I'm afraid I wouldn't even look down on Yuanzi if I didn't become a fertilizer town. But my wife knows how to share. This matter is very gratifying. Looking at Muzan's longing eyes, Chi Bai decided to hit her. Touching Muzan's hair, Chi Bai said, Okay, ma'am, don't think about farting. It's even more powerful than Immortal Zhen Yuanzi. I'm afraid your head is filled with mud. I still want to pick ginseng fruit. Come on, you don't want to be the Immortal of Yuanzi in the fertilizer town. At your level, it's just a dream to enter the door. The two little Taoist boys of Qingfei Mingyue can chop meat into minced meat each with one sword. Hearing this, the smile on Muzan's face stopped abruptly. HMPH, I don't believe it anymore. That Zhen Yuanzi is even better than Ji Guoyuan. Muzan said with a dissatisfied face. I survived under Ji Guoyuan's hands. Chi Bai. Excuse me, is this comparable? Advertisement. I'm afraid it wasn't Zhen Yuanzi who sneezed, and the world disappeared in a snap. Hey, sure enough, the more ignorant you are, the more fearless you are. But well, this appearance of my wife is really cute. After careful consideration, Chi Bai finally knew how to tell Muzan about this matter. Ahem, cough, madam, listen to me. Tell me, Muzan said. Jiao Yuanyi and Zhen Yuanzi Daxian are not comparable at all. One is a human being, and the other is a god in your understanding. Do you think you are comparable? After hearing this, Muzan nodded thoughtfully. If you say that, there is really no comparison. Regarding this answer, Chi Bai nodded in satisfaction, and then said, Let me tell you, how powerful is Zhen Yuanzi the Great Immortal? Eating one can add 36,000 years to your life. She never thought that there is such a rare fruit as ginseng fruit in this world. Hey, but, I really want that ginseng fruit. Blah blah, Muzan said pitifully. At this moment, Muzan shook his head decisively, no. Thank you, Brother Tong. It's been too long. I've almost forgotten the story of Journey to the West. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to tell so many chapters. Looking at Muzan, who was lost in thought, Chi Bai let out a long breath of relief. It's good to know, Chi Bai said, as far as his level is concerned, even a dozen is not enough to hit Zhen Yuanzi Daxian with one hand. As far as the sleeve you said can hold things, it is called the universe in the sleeve. The space in the universe in the sleeve of Zhen Yuanzi Daxian is limitless. FK, Chuangshi Shendu can't beat it, so why join in the fun by yourself? Thank you very much. Yes, God of creation. Muzan replied obediently. After listening to this, do you still think you can beat immortal Zhen Yuanzi? Izanagi, you know that, right? Do you think I look like a ginseng fruit? Return the ginseng fruit and eat it? In this regard, Chi Bai decisively refused. So tempting. Hearing this, Muzan sighed pitifully. However, a series of stories told by Chi Bai have left a deep imprint on Muzan's heart. 5 CT Chapter 171 Drink too much? Open black lens bracket damn it. You must be suffering from some serious illness. The two of you are telling stories, but you still have to take me with you. Do I look like a light bulb? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, are you crazy? If you can't remember the story, don't tell it. You see, to tell a story you have to include me too. Close black lens bracket. The system said that he is not in a good mood now. As a system, he still wants to eat dog food? This thing is FCK outrageous. Hearing the system's irritable words, Chi Bai didn't get angry. Instead, he said flatteringly, don't be angry, Brother Tong, it hurts you too much. It's not that I have no other choice, so I asked you for help. You have to know that there are very few systems like yours that know astronomy first, geography second, 500 years before and 500 years later. It is estimated that in the circle of the entire system, you are the only system that is so powerful. As the old saying goes, if you wear everything you wear, you don't flatter yourself. This wave of flattery really made the system feel comfortable, and his tone was no longer so irritable. Open black lens bracket, it's okay. Okay, you kid can talk, so I'll forgive you this time. Close black lens bracket. Also, this kind of thing is only once enough, don't ask me for this kind of thing next time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, did you hear me? Close black lens bracket. Chi Bai replied immediately. Okay, don't worry, I really can't do anything this time, Brother Tong. Open black lens bracket. HMPH, shut up, you. Close black lens bracket. After speaking, there was no movement in the system. After seeing that the system was silent, a smile appeared on Chi Bai's face. It's just a system, and I can't handle it easily. However, someone seems to have forgotten who was flattering the system just now. Some people may be curious as to what exactly happened. In fact, things are very simple. Probably Chi Bai forgot most of the content when he was talking about Journey to the West, so he asked the system for help. The system is also a real system. It actually recounted it to Chi Bai word by word, from dawn to dark. During this period, the system has eaten countless dog food, so it is inevitable that it will be a little irritable. And Chi Bai looked at Muzan, who was thinking, couldn't help pinching her face, and asked, Ma'am, what do you think? After hearing this, Muzan said honestly, ginseng fruit, I want to eat ginseng fruit. Chi Bai. Horse riding. Is the matter of ginseng fruit difficult to pass? Just when Chi Bai was having a headache, a solution emerged suddenly. Advertisement, isn't it ginseng fruit? This is simple, although there is no such thing now, but it will be there in the future. One is yellow ginseng fruit and the other is mold-pressed ginseng fruit. Anyway, these two were ginseng fruit. To be honest, these two kinds of ginseng fruits are not very delicious. Thinking of this, Chi Bai said, okay, ma'am, isn't it ginseng fruit? Let me fix it for you, but you have to wait a little longer before it can be served. How long? Muzan asked. Probably more than 100 years, Chi Bai said. After hearing it for more than 100 years, Muzan glanced at Chi Bai suspiciously. Can you live that long? By then, you will be 115 years old. I guess you don't think you can escape when you die? What Muzan said surprised Chi Bai. Mrs. Own has become smarter, it's not easy. However, she guessed wrong this time. Touching Muzan's head, Chi Bai said, didn't I tell you? I will live a long, long life. It's only been 100 years, don't worry, it's agreed, when the time comes, the two of us will eat ginseng fruit together, okay. Without hesitation, Muzan immediately agreed, okay. Just when the two were about to say something more, there was a sudden sound at the door. Needless to say, it must be Haruna Iguro who came back. Chi Bai cleaned up the snacks and drinks on the table in an instant, and by the time Haruna Iguro came in, everything had returned to the way it was before. Looking at the two of them, Haruna Iguro said, guests, the dinner has already started, please come with me. After speaking, he turned and walked out. Chi Bai and Muzan got up and followed them out. Following behind Haruna Iguro, the group walked towards the largest and best house in the middle of the village. On the way, Haruna Yiguo explained to Chi Bai and Muzan, the house in the middle is the house of the village chief. Today's dinner will be held there, and all the people in the village will come. The village chief specially came to treat you to this dinner. After hearing this, Chibai quickly said, "It looks like this, you guys are so enthusiastic, I feel a little embarrassed." However, Haruna Yiguo waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, hospitality has always been our criterion." It's here. Just talking, the three of them arrived at the door of the house. Advertisement under the leadership of Haruna Iguro, the three walked in. Although the exterior of the house looks ordinary, the interior decoration is indeed very luxurious, even better than the decoration of my villa in Asakusa. Needless to say, such a luxurious decoration is thanks to that snake ghost. Soon, the three of them came to a hall, which was very large and could accommodate hundreds of people. At this time, the hall was filled with small tables, and there was a person sitting in front of each small table. On the front table, that is, above the main seat, is a middle-aged woman sitting. What should I say about the appearance of this middle-aged woman? In Chibai's words, she is a woman in her mid-mature with a charm still left. Added, not as good-looking as my own wife. When she saw Chibai and Muzan behind Yihei Haruna, her eyes lit up immediately, and she immediately ordered, "Haruna, hurry up and take the guests to their seats." Then he introduced himself. "I am the patriarch of the Yihei clan, and my name is Yihei Huali. How do you say the dishes of the dinner party are normal meals, but there is more meat? Just, hey, wait for me to make it up someday, it's uncomfortable." After a few more minutes, the two of them lay down on the table, pretending to be unconscious. "We seldom come to Hachijo Island, your arrival really makes us flourish. P.S. Thanks to Shang Changan from Zhangzhou for sending me the God tier certification. According to international practice, I should have added a new one today, but I failed the second grade again today. However, I don't get drunk, and I don't get angry." And Chibai also introduced himself as usual, and then took a seat. After the three sat down, the dinner officially began. At this time, it was already late at night, and Chibai himself didn't know how much wine he had drunk. Anyway, those women who have been toasting have already drunk to the bottom of the table, and few of them are standing. Seeing this, Chibai felt that the time was almost up, and dragged Muzan to drink a few sips of wine together. By the way, does anyone provide K2 with the best way to practice right angle turns? Of course Chibai is not a fool, he knows what they mean, he just wants to get himself drunk and then feed the snake ghost. I hung up twice. Sit down now. I got hung up on the right angle turn 3 times, uncomfortable. Moreover, all the villagers present were toasting Chibai. Chibai never refuses anyone who comes, and drinks as much as he wants, but no matter how much he drinks, Chibai never changes his face or beats his heart. Chapter 172. At this time, at the dinner party, there were only 2 or 3 women standing there normally, and the rest were under the table. Among them, the women who can stand are Yihei Haruna and Yihei Huali, the patriarch of the Yihei clan. Yihei Huali looked at the 2 people lying on the table, and said angrily, "These 2 outsiders must drink too much. He even drank half of the wine in our inventory. Haruna, are you sure these 2 people are really rich? If they don't have money?" After hearing this, Iguro Haruna nodded with a determined face. "Patriarch, don't worry, these 2 people told me that they are businessmen. And when I met them in the morning, they were in the tent, and they personally said that the tent was a few hundred yen, and it was the worst kind. Don't worry, these 2 people will definitely make us a lot of money." Yihei Huali nodded, and could only believe this at the moment. "Haruna, go search them and take out all the valuables." After hearing this, Haruna Yiguo didn't search her body immediately, but began to stammer, "Here, patriarch, that I. Yihei Huali understood what she meant as soon as she heard it, and immediately said, "Go and search. I will give you 1/10 of the things you find, how about it?" "Ah, no problem, patriarch." Haruna Yihei happily agreed, and then stepped forward to grope Chibai's body. In a moment, Haruna Yiguo withdrew her hand from Chibai with a puzzled expression. Then, he stretched out his hand to Muzan's body and groped. Soon, she withdrew her hand again. He muttered with a puzzled face. "What's the matter? Why are there nothing on them? I clearly saw the wallet they took out at that time, why is it gone now? This is impossible, this is impossible." That's right, Haruna Iguro found nothing on Chibai and Muzan, who had nothing but clothes. Of course, it's not without any gains. Advertisement. For example, Haruna Yihei came across Chibai's muscles while groping. She thought the muscles were good, but they were useless. For another example, when she searched for Muzan's body, to put it simply, Muzan's figure is really good, which makes Haruna Iguro envious. Of course this is of no use. And Yihei Huali looked at Yihei Haruna, who was muttering to herself, and couldn't help being a little annoyed. It's fine if you don't do a serious body search, but you are still muttering, it's too much. Finally, Yihei Huali couldn't help shouting. "B***********, D. What are you doing? How are you lingering? Can't you hurry up?"
When Haruna Yi heard it, she immediately said, "Patriarch, it's not me dawdling, but their bodies, except for this suit, there is nothing."
As soon as the words came out, Yihei Huali flew into a rage. "What are you talking about, Haruna? Didn't you say that the 2 of them are very rich? Why are you saying that you have nothing now? Did you hide everything privately before that?" "No, patriarch." Haruna Yiguo immediately explained, "When I met them, I clearly saw this man take out his wallet. But now," Iguro Haruna's voice became smaller and smaller, so that in the end, she couldn't hear her at all. Maybe, she felt that she didn't believe what she said. However, after hearing this, Yihei Huali didn't think too much about it, and just said, HMPH, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Look at the clothes the two of them are wearing are quite valuable, take off their clothes. Then let Lord Snake Ghost come and eat the two of them, do you hear me? After finishing speaking, Yihei Huali left the dinner party, leaving Yihei Haruna alone. And Haruna Yihei began to prepare to drag Chibai's clothes after receiving the order. Just as she reached out to untie Chibai's clothes, a big hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. At the same time, Chibai's voice sounded in her ears. You pretty girl, why are you taking off my clothes? Let me tell you, only my wife can take off my clothes, and no one else can. After finishing speaking, Chibai exerted force suddenly on his hand, and there was a click, and Iguro Haruna's wrist was directly crushed by Chibai. The severe pain made Haruna Iguro unbearable, just about to scream. Muzan slapped her back, and she sat on the ground paralyzed. Advertisement. Looking at Yihei Haruna, Chibai said flatly, you can't call out, it will wake up other people. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his hand suddenly, and immediately removed Iguro Haruna's chin. Okay, now, you won't be able to scream anymore. As he said, Chibai let go of the wrist that had been crushed by himself. And Haruna Yiguo couldn't bear the pain long ago and passed out. At this moment, Chibai suddenly slapped his head, damn it, I forgot. After Muzan saw it, he asked suspiciously, what's wrong? What did you forget? However, only silence answered Chibai. In the next second, Iguro Haruna woke up. Chibai, have you forgotten that you have pinched her jaw off, and she has no way to speak now? I saw Muzan picked up the unconscious Iguro Haruna with a whip, and at the same time walked on the table beside him, picked up a stream of sake and poured it on his face. Chibai. As a result, Chibai became angry. I spoke, but you dare not answer. See how I crushed your other wrist today? Ah, what a careless one. Cough cough cough. This is a bit embarrassing. At this time, Haruna Yiguo could only look at the two with fearful eyes, and at the same time pray that the two would not do anything terrible to her. A few minutes later, Chibai, who didn't get an answer, asked again. His answer was still silence. I actually forgot such an important thing. Fortunately, Mrs. Owen reminded me. At this critical moment, Muzan spoke. Saying that, Chibai stretched out his hand to grab Iguro Haruna's other intact wrist and was about to crush it, completely oblivious to Iguro Haruna's desperate eyes. After waking up, Haruna Yiguo wanted to scream after seeing Chibai and Muzan, but found that Owen's jaw had been removed and she couldn't scream at all. In this regard, Muzan waved his hand, saying that he does not need to worry. At this moment, Chibai asked, tell me, how did you summon the snake ghost? Chibai shrugged and said, I forgot to ask her how to summon the snake ghost later. Chapter 173. The tragic snake ghost. Ever since, Chibai pushed her chin back again amidst the panic on Yihei Chunai's face. Okay, this time, you can talk, Chibai said. At this time, Haruna Yihei wanted to scream, but when she thought of Chibai's cruel method, she finally, still didn't scream. Instead, enduring the severe pain, he told Chibai how to summon the snake ghost. As long as you turn off all the lights in the room, Lord Snake Ghost will appear naturally. Besides, I advise you too, it's best to run away quickly. Lord Snake Demon's power is not something you two can resist. Chibai was too lazy to listen to the rest. It was nothing more than flirting with rainbow farts on the snake ghost, and finally threatened himself to let her go, or else he would look good on himself. I'm tired of hearing this, and it doesn't make any sense anymore. And who is own wife? That's Kibutsuji Muzan, the legendary ghost king. A mere snake ghost, he. Thinking of this, Chibai said to Muzan, Madam, I will leave it to you. After Chibai finished speaking, he got up and went to turn off the lights in the room. After Muzan heard this, without hesitation, he directly broke the neck of Haruna Iguro and sent her to heaven. HMPH, it's too much to ask me to do the killing, Muzan muttered softly. Chibai, who was turning off the lights, heard Muzan's complaint, immediately put down the work at hand, and immediately came to Muzan's side, coaxing Muzan. Oh, ma'am, I didn't notice this time. Don't worry, I'll do it myself in the future, don't use it, okay? After hearing this, Muzan answered Chibai with a hum, and then she stretched out a few pipe whips from behind, swiped a few times, and extinguished all the lights in the room. Just after the lights were turned off, there was a rustling sound from the ceiling of the room, which sounded like something was crawling on it. Soon, the sound was getting closer and closer to Chibai. Finally, it stopped in front of Chibai, and Chibai also shuddered. It's not that Chibai is afraid of that sound, but that the rustling sound is a bit disgusting, and he can't stand it. However, in the next second, a cold tongue suddenly appeared, licked Chibai's face, and then retracted. Chibai. What? How disgusting. Why are you still licking yourself? Woohoo, I'm not clean anymore. This is how to do. At this time, a voice came from the darkness. Advertisement. Well, man, this taste is really not bad, really good, but I don't know how the other one tastes like. After speaking, the cold tongue reappeared, but this time the tongue was not licking Chibai, but Muzan. Just when the tongue was about to touch Muzan, a strong killing intent erupted from Muzan's body. Then Muzan's angry voice came from the darkness. Trash, who do you want to touch with your dirty tongue? As soon as the words fell, the snake ghost flew out. Boom. With a loud noise, the snake ghost smashed through the wall and fell to the ground outside. After a while, the snake ghost got up from the ground and looked into the room. Who is it? You dare to attack Lord Snake Ghost, do you really want to live? However, only one of Muzan's whips answered her. There was a snap. The Snake Ghost's head was directly blasted, leaving only a headless corpse. But don't forget, the Snake Ghost is a ghost. As long as its head is not chopped off by Nichiren blades, it can't die at all. Soon, a head grew out of the Snake Ghost's body, and Muzan, at this time, also came out of the hole that was knocked out by the Snake Ghost. By the light of the moon, the Snake Ghost could clearly see Muzan's appearance. Seeing this familiar appearance, the Snake Ghost immediately felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Hey, who are you? You dare to attack me? Are you a member of the Ghost Killing Squad? The Snake Ghost said to Muzan. However, Muzan didn't want to talk to the Snake Ghost at all, but Chibai came out from behind Muzan. He said meanly to the Snake Ghost, "She is not a member of the Ghost Killing Squad, I am a member of the Ghost Killing Squad." The Snake Ghost was about to speak after hearing this, but what Chibai said next made her kneel down directly. Although she is not a member of the Ghost Killing team, she is my wife, the legendary Ghost King, the ancestor of ghosts. Snake Ghost. What the hell? Did I hear something wrong? That woman turned out to be the Ghost King. This. No wonder I have a familiar feeling, but I just can't remember it for a while, so it is such a thing. Without waiting for Muzan to speak, the Snake Ghost knelt down with a plop. It should be regarded as kneeling. You must know that the Snake Ghost is half human and half snake. Master Muzan. Master. Why are you here suddenly? Advertisement, me. I waited for a long time and the Snake Ghost didn't say a single reason. But Muzan spoke at this moment. Snake Ghost, it looks like you've had a pretty good life in the past few hundred years. I didn't expect to forget even me, the Ghost King. You were really nice. Hearing this, the Snake Ghost hurriedly lowered its head even lower. Master Muzan, please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't expect you to come here. Please forgive Master Muzan. Looking at the Snake Ghost lying on the ground, Muzan touched his chin, thinking about whether to let her go. After all, this ghost is quite smart. I don't know how much better than Daki. After 370 years, eating so many people, the strength is not as good as Kyogai. My lord, listen to me. This is the habit of snakes, and I don't want to be like this. Nani. On's little boyfriend was actually touched by other ghosts. This uncle can bear it and auntie can't bear it. As for another chapter, I will find a chance to make it up. There will be an extra chapter in the daytime tomorrow, thanks for the gift. Looking at the Snake Ghost lying on the ground, Muzan suddenly became murderous, and his arm turned into a giant mouth and ran towards the Snake Ghost. Looking at the Snake Ghost still struggling in his body, Muzan shook his head. This ghost is a pervert. She just licked my face with her tongue. So what if you have a brain? It's not a waste. But the Snake Ghost lying on the ground is still defending. Muzan. Huhud. Huao. P.S. Thanks to Shang Chang'an from Zhangzhou for sending me the second God tier certification. I can't escape this time, so I will definitely add it. Besides, he's just a human being, so what? And at this time, Chi Bai who was on the side spoke suddenly. Originally, this ghost, she could live, but now, she must die. Before he finished speaking, the Snake Ghost was swallowed by Muzan's huge mouth. Chapter 174 Summoning, Doma Akaza. After Muzan finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Chi Bai. It's over, hurry up and find the Iguro Obanai you mentioned, the future snake pillar. When you find it, leave here. However, after hearing this, Chi Bai didn't go to Iguro Obanai immediately, but hugged Muzan from behind and kissed him. Just kidding, the resentment in Muzan's words is so high. If I am really stupid, listen to him. Go to Iguro Obanai. I guess I will have to kneel on the washboard when I go back. Ahem, ma'am, there is no rush to find Iguro Obanai. That kid's life is hard, he won't die for a while, let's go together later, why should I go find him alone? Muzan nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Chi Bai's words. You're lucky, if you dare to abandon me, go find that Iguro Obanai by yourself, and when you get back, I'll eat you right away. The kind that doesn't spit out your bones. Chi Bai. Good guy, I actually walked through the door of hell. If I had made the wrong choice just now, I guess I would have been really cold. But I still have a small problem. That is, how to eat Muzan's food, serious or not. Hee. Oh, ma'am, although Iguro Obanai is a snake pillar, he is always an outsider. How can he be as important as you? How could I leave you here alone, wouldn't I? As he said, Chi Bai pinched Muzan's shoulders extremely doggedly. But within a few squeezes, his hand was knocked off by Muzan's. Outside, so many people, keep your hands quiet, Muzan said. After Chi Bai heard this, he withdrew the hand that was already touching Muzan's waist in embarrassment. At this time, Muzan jumped up and knocked Chi Bai on the head again, and said angrily, HMPH, you are not afraid of shame, I am afraid of shame. Outside, be honest with me, this is not inside the house. Chi Bai nodded, and echoed, yes, madam, you are right, I must be honest. Although Chi Bai said he was honest, his hand quietly placed Muzan's waist again, tentatively stretching it in. Muzan. Damn it. To sum it up, what he just said was nonsense, he didn't listen to a single word. At this time, a whip quietly stretched out from behind Muzan, aimed at Chi Bai's salty pig's hand, and gave it a hard blow. In the next second, a scream resounded through Hachijo Island. Advertisement, lady. Why did you hit my hand? It hurts so much, Chibai asked Muzan with an aggrieved expression while covering his own hand. However, Muzan ignored Chibai's words at all, turned to talk about other things. HMPH. Why did you hit you? You don't know what to do. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Seriously, when we find that Yihei Zaoba, we'll be done. And go back? However, Chibai shook his head after hearing this. No, we have one more important thing to do before Iguro Obanai. What's the matter? Muzan was a little puzzled. Muzan was puzzled. When he came to Hachijo Island, Chibai told himself that he came for Iguro Obanai. But now he said, now he has more important things to do, so what else can he do? Under Muzan's puzzled eyes, Chibai pointed to Yihei Haruna on the ground and explained, now that the snake ghost is dead, the Yihei family has lost their greatest accomplice. Is it too cheap for the Yihei family, who are the leaders, to just let them go like this? What Chibai said surprised Muzan. She thought that after Chibai solved the snake ghost, these people from the Yihei family would be spared, but now. It really surprised her. So, how do you plan to deal with this person? Muzan said, or, I will kill them, and the dozens of people will be killed very quickly, in just a few minutes. As he said that, the 9 pipe whips behind Muzan stretched out and aimed at Iguro Haruna on the ground. However, Chibai stopped Muzan. Wait, ma'am, I have a better way. It doesn't take the two of us to do it, and it can also allow the Yihei family to play the final role. Chibai's words immediately made Muzan interested. Huh? What's the way? It's rare to be able to use waste. Tell me, let me listen. After hearing this, Chibai immediately expressed his thoughts. Madam, look, are all the members of the Yihei family women? Advertisement, yes. Muzan said. Then look, in 12 Kazuki, who likes to eat women? Chibai began to guide Muzan. And Muzan's 5 brains are not in vain, he immediately reacted to Chibai's words. Oh, I got it, you mean, let Doma come over and eat these women, right? That's right. Chibai snapped his fingers and then praised Muzan. Hey, it's my wife, she's smart. For Chibai's flattery, Muzan just grunted somewhat tsunere and didn't say anything. However, Chibai understood what Muzan wanted to express. What she wants to express is very simple. Needless to say, I must be smarter than you. After Muzan suppressed the urge that came from nowhere, he said, get up too, Doma. Doma was a little puzzled looking at the ground in front of him that had been smashed into a big hole by his fan. Akaza, who heard this question, did not answer Doma, but silently distanced himself from him, came to Muzan, and knelt down. Master Muzan, what's going on? Where does the urge to own come from? And Doma on the side, hearing Akaza's words, hurried to Muzan and knelt down. Of order, Master Muzan, Akaza agreed, then stood up from the ground, and came behind Muzan silently. Doma's fan hit the ground hard, kicking up clouds of dust. What the hell, why'd I want to give Doma a big mouth? Muzan nodded coldly after hearing this. Well, get up, Akaza. I obey, Master Muzan. Doma agreed and stood up from the ground, then bent down and asked, Master Muzan, what is the reason you summoned me? Do you need your subordinates to do it? Boom. Sound. Immediately, there was a sound of Pippa, and Doma holding a fan and Akaza with a face of despair appeared in front of them. Master Muzan, why did it appear here all of a sudden? Whoosh. Muzan. This must be a call from Master Muzan, Your Excellency Akaza, do you know what's going on? Chapter 175 Doma is very troublesome Muzan. I really want to hit him, what is going on? So, Muzan didn't speak, but stared straight at Doma, making Doma's hair stand on end. Although I don't know if Doma has fine hair. Well, Lord Muzan, what's the matter with you looking at me like that? Seeing Muzan staring at him like this, Doma asked cautiously. After being reminded by Doma, Muzan reacted. Cough. Muzan coughed lightly, hiding his own embarrassment. I remember you saying that you like to eat women, right, Doma? That's right, Lord Muzan. Doma agreed. However, as soon as Doma agreed, he regretted it. Damn it. I actually ignored that Master Muzan is a woman now, and I actually said that I like to eat women. It's over. The second winding will be replaced by Lord Akaza. By the way, will Akaza Dono thank you for that? This is really curious. Wait, digressing. At this moment, Doma's brain began to run wildly, thinking about the remedy. A second later, Doma thought. That. Master Muzan, I can actually change it, there is no need to eat women, hee. When he said this, Doma looked guilty, and seemed to have no intention of changing at all. But, Muzan didn't know what he was thinking at all. Oh, no, Muzan didn't bother to see what he was thinking. Pointing ahead, Muzan said, behind you, Doma, is a village. In this village, all are women. Now, they're handed over to you to deal with, you should know what to do. Doma, who was still thinking about whether he would finish playing, didn't react when he heard Muzan's words. He subconsciously asked, Lord Muzan, what did you say? Muzan repeated it again with impatience, and finally said, why, can't you do it? Doma, who heard it clearly this time, quickly agreed, it can be done, it can be done.
Don't worry, Master Muzan. I will definitely not let you down. With that said, Doma turned and walked towards the village with a look of joy on her face. Advertisement. Damn, This kind of great thing happened, isn't it just cannibalism, and it's also cannibalism. I am really good at this matter. Just when Doma was ready to open his belly and eat, Chibai, who had been hiding behind Muzan, came out. Yo, Doma, wait a minute. Hearing someone calling himself, Doma stopped and turned around. When he saw that the person who called Own was Chibai, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It's you. That's right, it's me. Chibai agreed, and then swaggered to Doma's side, putting his arms around Doma's shoulders with enthusiasm. Long time no see, Doma, do you miss me? Hey, by the way, what brand of shower gel are you using today? It actually smells like flowers. It smells pretty good. It looks very familiar with Chibai, who has a self-familiar attribute. This made Doma, who has always been a social bull, didn't know what to say for a while, and could only look at Chibai expressionlessly. But Chibai was not polite at all, and gave Doma a slap on the chest. FK, why, Doma even forgot about me. Come on, let me remind you. You fuel the road. Hearing this sentence, coupled with the indescribable expression on Chibai's face, made Doma speechless. It's not that I didn't recognize him. I just saw him and didn't know what to say. Moreover, why is this guy even better than himself? Too much. By the way, will he compete with himself for Lord Akaza? It's really worrying. And Chibai didn't know why Doma didn't speak when he saw Doma. Doma is obviously a social cow, how can he resist talking at this time? Thinking of this, Chibai decided to remind Doma. Looks like you still haven't remembered who I am. Me, Chibai. Chibai pointed at himself, and then at Muzan. Well, Muzan, your boss is also my wife. I don't remember this time. Doma, advertisement. I have thought of him a long time ago, but I don't want to talk to him, that's all. Although he didn't want to talk to Chibai, Doma still spoke. Oops, it turned out to be Your Excellency Chibai, my memory is a bit poor, so I just remembered you, please don't take offense. After Chibai heard this, he mercilessly exposed the fault directly. Come on, Doma, I know everything about your ability. As far as I know, your memory is super good. Even if you really forget something, you can still use your fingers to stir your brain to recall it. The way I see it, you just want to pretend you don't know me, and then ignore me, right? Let me tell you, if you are like this, I will let my wife take care of you. I think you are quite suitable for Akaza in the second position of the first string. Akaza on the side. Hey, there is pie on Own's head after watching the excitement. Doma. This is Doma's truest thought at this time. In other words, when Akaza Dono is with me, do you think the same as Own? What are you thinking, Doma, who gave you the courage to say that you are better than me? Just like the two of us, half Akati is obviously good for 8 and 2, and no one is much better. If Chibai knew Doma's last thoughts, he would probably say the last sentence. But soon, Doma dismissed the idea. And Chibai didn't know that Doma thought so many questions in just a few seconds, and at the end he said that he was better than himself. At the same time, an unbelievable idea popped up in Doma's mind. Even though Doma wanted to vomit in every possible way, he still had a smile on his face. After a simple apology, Doma went straight to the point and asked Chibai. Oh, Your Excellency Chibai, how could you say that? How could I pretend not to know you? Just now, I was thinking about other things, and then I lost my mind, I'm really sorry. And, if you have the ability, don't threaten yourself with Lord Muzan. What a real skill to threaten people. What a joke, I am much better than Chibai. I really don't want to deal with this guy anymore, it hurts my brain too much. No, you can see it, why do you have to say it outright? It's really easy for you to have no friends like this. That's right, it's like this. If you insist on comparing, well, I am more self-aware than him. By the way, Your Excellency Chibai, you stopped me, what's the matter? Chapter 176 Unexpected Akaza. Seeing Doma's eyes shining like a rainbow, Chibai not only said, Tisk, these eyeballs are so beautiful, they are also colorful. When Doma heard this, he glanced quietly at Muzan first, and then at Chibai. Finally, he said, Well, Your Excellency Chibai, if you like my eyes, I will buckle them and give them to you. After finishing speaking, Doma was about to buckle Own and hand it to Chibai. How should I say that? If you do it yourself, at most you can roll your own eyeballs. If you wait until Mr. Muzan does it, you will probably own your head. The person in front of him is too much favored by Lord Muzan. If he speaks, Lord Muzan will definitely cut off his head. Yes, Doma just feels that Chibai is favored by Muzan. As for Chibai saying that Muzan is his wife, Doma just wants to say that this person is spreading rumors. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing that Doma actually stretched out his hand to take off Own's eyes, Chibai grabbed his hand and said, Well, keep the eyes for yourself. I just think it looks good, just take it off and give it to me. Doma didn't say anything after hearing this, but just put down his hand. Only then did Chibai say what he was going to do when he called Doma. Your Excellency Doma, let me remind you that there are about 50 people in this village. And these more than 50 people are all women. What you have to do is to wipe out these more than 50 women and leave none behind. If you leave a woman behind, I'm afraid you will be replaced by Akaza in the second position of the first string, do you understand? Doma, who was still a little nervous at first, let out a long sigh of relief after hearing what Chibai said. I thought it would be something rare, but I didn't expect it to be really simple. Eat women. This is the best I can do. Immediately, Doma patted his chest and promised. Don't worry about this, Your Excellency Chibai, I guarantee that there will not be a single survivor in this village in front of you. After Doma finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the village. And Chibai said behind him, by the way, I forgot to tell you, there is still a boy in this village. His name is Iguro Obanai, remember to keep him alive, don't let him have an accident. If something happens to Iguro Obanai, likewise, your winding too is over. Doma, who was really walking in front, paused when he heard this, but he didn't stop, and said without turning his head, don't worry, Your Excellency Chibai. He said and made an okay gesture. Advertisement. This surprised Chibai, who originally thought that Doma was like an ancient man who knew nothing. I didn't expect him to know the okay gesture, which is very good. After watching Doma's back disappear, Chibai randomly found a place to sit down, and began to wait for Doma's task to be completed. And Muzan unceremoniously sat on Chibai's lap, which was her exclusive seat. Naturally, Chibai would not be polite, and directly stretched out his hand to hug Muzan tightly. Ah, ma'am, how long do you think Doma will take to complete the task? Chibai asked. Muzan pondered for a moment, then said, it should be soon. These people are like a buffet for Doma, and they should be resolved in 10 minutes. As soon as Muzan finished speaking, there was a shrill scream from other parts of the village. Ah, eating. Evil ghost that eats people, help. That voice, don't mention how miserable it is. And Chibai and Muzan seemed not to hear, they were still whispering. Ma'am, it's windy outside, let's go inside. After speaking, Chibai picked up Muzan and walked towards a house that looked okay. Akaza, who was still standing there, looked puzzled. How can there be wind outside here? Obviously there is no wind at all. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Just when Akaza was confused, Chibai's voice came, yo, Akaza, come in together. Akaza ignored Chibai's words after hearing it. Hey, I only listen to Master Muzan's orders, as for other people's orders. Word Akaza did not expect, Muzan's voice came again. Akaza come in. After hearing this, Akaza walked into the room without hesitation. As soon as he entered the room, On's shoulders were embraced very enthusiastically. Long time no see, Akaza, Chibai greeted. However, Akaza looked at Chibai with a confused face, you are. Chibai. Advertisement. What's the matter? Akaza, why is he still face blind? I remember that Akaza did not have this problem in the original book. Although helpless, Chibai still reminded. It's me, Akaza, I am Chibai, the overlord of the sky, forget. We fought against each other 2 years ago, and it ended in a draw. Akaza may not be able to remember other things, but when it comes to fighting, Akaza remembers it clearly, not bad at all. So it's you, Akaza said with a look of surprise, it turns out that the person next to Lord Muzan is you. Looks like you've finally figured it out and are about to turn into a ghost. Ha ha ha, spare a C, spala C. Chibai. P.S. The edition has been completed, and 1 chapter is still owed, and I will make it up in another day. Also, no wonder I've been with Muzan for so long, and I haven't seen Akaza come to say hello to me, so he didn't recognize me at all. Muzan began to wonder now, if he gave Chibai a period of time, would he be able to fool away with his 6 windings? I have a total of 6 windings, and Chibai knows 2 of them, and the relationship seems to be good. These words directly brought unparalleled shock to Akaza's mind. Although I don't have as much flirtatiousness as Doma, but well, I also know that my boss is a man. Not only because of Chibai's sentence, I will not become a ghost. Akaza, who was very excited, stopped the smile on his face after hearing Chibai's words. More because of that sentence, Muzan is my wife. As for why I followed Muzan, the reason is very simple, that is my wife, I follow my wife, it's normal. Okay, Akaza, shut up the mic. Does this guy have nothing else on his mind other than turning himself into a ghost? As we all know, men and men cannot be together. Muzan on the side looked at Akaza and Chibai, feeling a little depressed. By the way, I must be crazy, I want to turn Doma into a girl and let him be with Akaza, ha ha ha. But now, let me repeat to you one last time, I will never become a ghost, understand? I will live as a human being. But Chibai didn't pay attention to the depressed Muzan, he looked at the overexcited Akaza, and decided to pour him a basin of cold water to calm him down. Chapter 177 The Possibility of Akaza and Doma. Because the matter was too complicated, Akaza couldn't understand it, and could only stare blankly at Chibai. His big Kazilan eyes were full of doubts. Looking at the puzzled Akaza, Chibai just patted his shoulder. Okay, Akaza, don't think about it anymore, your CPU is not a good model, if it is burning. My wife has 1 less general under her command. After hearing this, Akaza felt that what Chibai said was very reasonable, so he simply put the matter behind him. Before Akaza could recover, another problem from Chibai overloaded Akazaku again. Hey, I said Akaza, I remember the last time I told you, when we meet again, you have to tell me, what exactly are you fighting for? Now, you should probably tell me why you fought, it's been 2 years. You should figure it out. Akaza, I was careless. I haven't thought of this answer so far, this. How can I answer this? Ever since, Arakaza's CPU finally burned out. Akaza's eyes were full of confusion, and he came to the corner of the wall silently, sat in lotus position, and looked at the wall without saying a word. Shibai was not only a little worried, but hurried to Muzan's side, and asked quietly, "Ma'am, what's wrong with Akaza? Is he okay? I'm a little worried about him." For this, Muzan rolled his eyes, and then angrily reprimanded Shibai. "You still have the nerve to ask him if he's okay. Whether you really don't know or not, when I converted him into a ghost, I punched his brain right through. He has forgotten a lot of things, and you still provoke him on purpose." "Ah, ha ha ha." Shibai was slightly embarrassed, but quickly returned to normal. "What, I forgot, and besides, it's nice to let Akaza recall the past." Listening to Chibai's donkey lip not right horse mouth, Muzan responded with his white eyes. Just then, Doma's voice came from outside. "Lord Muzan, His Excellency Chibai, where are you?" Advertisement. "I have completed the task. In the whole village, there is no one alive." When Chibai heard it, he poked his head out from the window of the room and shouted at Doma, "Here, Your Excellency Doma. Also, Your Excellency Akaza told me just now that he missed you so much after you left. I hope you come back soon." Akaza, who was still crashing in the corner, heard this, restarted suddenly, gritted his teeth and said to Chibai, You fart. I didn't say I wanted Doma. I didn't say." After Chibai heard this, he turned his head in surprise. Unexpectedly, Akaza would be able to curse. Although it is very simple, you fart 3 words, but this is also a big step forward for him. I believe that with the help of Doma, Akaza will unlock more language arts. "Don't care about these things, Akaza," Shibai casually perfunctory Akaza, completely ignoring the look in Akaza's eyes that wanted to stab him. As soon as Doma heard that Akaza missed him very much, his eyes lit up. Responding in a very cheerful tone, "Hi, I know, I'll be right there." As soon as the voice fell, Doma's figure appeared at the door, and he was carrying a huge package on his back. As for what was contained in the package, of course, needless to say, it was the stumped limbs and arms of those women. And Doma at the door happily prepared to enter the house to find Akaza with the package on his back. But before he could enter the house, he was stopped by Chibai behind him. Doma looked at Chibai suspiciously, and asked, "What's the matter, Your Excellency Chibai, why don't you let me in?" Chibai pointed to the package behind Doma with a blank expression. The meaning was obvious, you can go in, but the package is not. Seeing Chibai pointing at the package behind Own, he immediately reacted. "Ah, I know." Doma put the package at the door and was about to enter the house. However, before raising his foot, Doma suddenly turned his head to look at Chibai. He said seriously, "Your Excellency Chibai, you are not allowed to steal my food." After speaking, he walked into the room, leaving behind Chibai with a confused face. "Chibai, steal his food by yourself. I'm stealing Doma's food, I'm afraid I have some serious illness." FK. Advertisement. And Doma, who entered the room, went straight to Akaza in the corner, and hugged Akaza's shoulder with a happy face. Didn't you expect that Lord Akaza is a person with a cold face and a warm heart? Although she usually looks like she hates me, she still misses me after she separates from me. This really touches me, ying ying. Akaza, I'm not. These are not what I said, but what Chibai said, go find him. At this time, Akaza couldn't speak, and could only be hugged by Doma's shoulders with a look of despair. As for blowing Doma's head off, Akaza really wanted to, but it didn't seem to work right now, because Master Muzan was watching him from the sidelines. No, Doma shook her head resolutely after hearing this. All I met along the way were women, not a single boy. Chibai wants to fool Doma into a girl, but Akaza doesn't know how to beat women. Over there, I saw a wooden cage, but that cage has been destroyed. Hey, Doma, let go of Akaza first, I have something to ask you. At this moment, a very big idea popped into his mind. The one I didn't let you kill. After hearing this, Doma reluctantly let go of Akaza. Tisk tisk tisk, the more I think about it, the more I feel pity. Doma thought for a while and said, more than 50, similar to what you just said, I don't remember the exact number. Ah, you ask, Your Excellency Chibai. Chibai thinks that this matter is very interesting, and when he has time to ask his wife's opinion, he. Then let Doma attack Akaza as a girl. Just when Akaza was about to be unable to stand Doma, Chibai spoke. After hearing this, Chibai thought for a while and asked, do you still remember how many people you killed? And Chibai took out a bag of popcorn and looked at the two with interest. It looks like this. Chibai nodded, and asked again, when you cleaned up these people, did you see a little boy? What the hell? Chibai said in surprise after hearing this, is there no one in the cage? It seems that the cage should be imprisoning a person. Doma said thoughtfully. Chapter 178 Iguro Obanai. Yes, no one, if nothing else, the people inside have already escaped. Doma replied. IFCK. Chibai scolded angrily, Iguro Obanai, you little brat. You run a woolen yarn. You are not as tall as a green onion. I came to save you, but you ran away. Shit. After scolding, Chibai immediately ordered Akaza and Doma. You two, quickly, help me find that little brat. That little calf has heterochromatic pupils, it's a boy with a little white snake on his body. Don't disturb him after you find him, let me know first. Hurry up, move. After speaking, Shibai picked up Muzan and was ready to go out to find Iguro Obanai. And Akaza and Doma looked at each other, they were a little confused, not knowing whether to obey Chibai's order or not. Just when the two were hesitating, Muzan gave them an order through his mind. Listen to him and go find him. Also, for such trivial things in the future, just listen to Chibai directly. After receiving the order, the two jumped out of the window sill and flew in two directions. And Chibai hugged Muzan and ran towards other directions. Half an hour later, Muzan in Chibai's arms suddenly spoke. Akaza has found that Iguro Obanai, who is now hiding in a tree. Chibai nodded after hearing this, changed direction under Muzan's command, and ran in the direction of Akaza. Soon, Chibai rushed to Akaza. At this time, Akaza was quietly hiding behind a rock and staring at a big tree in front of him. Coming behind Akaza, Chibai patted Akaza lightly and asked, "Where is that little brat?" Akaza pointed to a big tree ahead. Looking along the big tree pointed by Akaza, I saw a small figure curled up on the tree, holding something in his hand and sending it to his mouth. There are only a few people on the whole island who can breathe. If nothing else, that figure is Iguro Obanai. Chibai asked Akaza, "How did you find him? The speed is pretty fast." Advertisement. After hearing this, Akaza replied, "You can find the Keiluo needle, don't forget my Luo needle, you can feel the fighting spirit. His vindictiveness is as clear as a firefly in the night to me." Chibai nodded and gave Akaza a thumbs up. "Well done, just wait, I'll let my wife give you a promotion and a salary increase later." After finishing speaking, Chibai put Muzan down and walked under the big tree. Akaza, another empty-handed white wolf, damn it, really convinced. In just a few steps, Chibai walked under the big tree, and the figure on the tree saw Chibai, and immediately held his breath, not daring to breathe, and stared at Chibai under the tree. However, at this moment, Chibai's figure suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Just when the figure was confused, Chibai's voice sounded from behind him. "Look what I found, a cute boy. Hee hee hee." The wretched laughter cheered the figure up, and he was about to jump off the tree to escape. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. As soon as the figure jumped up, it was firmly grasped by Chibai's big hand. In the next second, the figures of the two disappeared from the tree and appeared on the ground. Chibai followed the moonlight and looked at the figure in his hand. He has different colored pupils, green on the left and golden on the right, that's all right. Needless to say the rest, just relying on this feature alone, it can be concluded that he is Iguro Obanai. But just to be on the safe side, Chibai looked him up again. A scarf was wrapped around the mouth, and a small white snake was wrapped around the neck. Well, the real hammer is Iguro Obanai. At this moment, the little white snake wrapped around Iguro Obanai's neck slammed onto Chibai's arm, and then bit it fiercely. As a result, the little white snake's tears of pain returned to Iguro Obanai's neck again. At this moment, Chibai said, "What's your name?" This sentence is a process. Under normal circumstances, you must first ask for your name. After hearing this, Iguro Obanai replied obediently, "Iguro Obanai." Chibai nodded after hearing this, then put him down, and reached out to rub Iguro Obanai's hair. "Okay, boy, my name is Chibai. Advertisement. I'm a member of the ghost-killing team. I received news that there are evil spirits making trouble here, so I came here specially to kill the evil spirits. Now, the evil ghost has been killed, let me confirm with you, does that ghost look like a snake?" Hearing Chibai say so many words in a row, Iguro Obanai was obviously a little uncomfortable. But he nodded anyway. After seeing Iguro Obanai nodding, Chibai reached out and patted his shoulder. "Little calf. Not, young man, your character is a bit shy. Don't just keep talking. Don't you have anything to ask me?" After hearing this, Iguro Obanai hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Is there anyone else alive besides me?" "No." Chibai shook his head decisively. "You are the only survivor of your clan." But his behavior was resisted by Iguro Obanai. Hearing this, Iguro Obanai was not sad, but nodded, and then walked in one direction without saying a word. "What the hell? Did I hear something wrong?" "No. Don't take it off." He stretched out his hand to protect the scarf. Looking at the scarf around Iguro Obanai, Chibai pouted. "Hey, why don't you pick it? The more you resist, the more excited I will be. However, in fact, I understand everything." After speaking, Chibai stretched out his hand and was about to take off the scarf. "What are you doing with your scarf on? Come on, take it off. It looks much better now." Looking at Iguro Obanai without a scarf, Chibai nodded in satisfaction. Iguro Obanai didn't speak after hearing this, and continued walking in one direction. This appearance of Chibai directly made Iguro Obanai stupid. Seeing Iguro Obanai like this, Chibai showed a very pure smile. In such a distracted effort, Iguro Obanai's scarf was pulled off by Chibai. That snake ghost, I don't know what happened, suddenly went berserk, killed all the people present, and when I arrived, he was the only ghost left. But before he took a few steps, he was picked up by Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai said, "Hey, young man, what are you doing here?" When Chibai said this, his face didn't blush and his heart didn't beat, as if it was true. Chapter 179 Chicken Soup for the Soul. Iguro Obanai, whose scarf was taken off, was taken aback for a moment, and then covered his mouth with one hand, while the other hand was about to regain the scarf. However, with his small arms and legs, how could he snatch the scarf from Shibai's hand? Instead, he was exhausted. When Shibai saw it, he shook his head and said, "Boy, don't struggle. You are only 13 years old, why are you wearing a scarf and pretending to be deep? Be careful, if you look like this, you won't dare to confess your love to a girl you like." Iguro Obanai, who was planning to take a rest, was stunned when he heard Shibai's words. And Doma on the side watched Shibai molesting Iguro Obanai with great interest. In his opinion, this look is very interesting. As for Muzan and Akaza, they said that it was boring and they didn't even want to watch it. If you have this time, you might as well find a place to rest for a while. At this time, Iguro Obanai, who was silent, finally spoke. The girl I like, am I also worthy? I was born into such a family. People in the family make a living by robbing and cooperating with evil spirits. Their behavior is like scum. As a descendant of scum, I am also a human. Before Iguro Obanai finished speaking, Shibai covered his mouth. He was very dissatisfied with Iguro Obanai's words, and couldn't help saying, "Boy, why do you think so? Tell me, why do you think so, really? You have to know that you are you and they are them. Although you are a descendant of the Yihei family, it does not mean that you are a scumbag. They are the ones who cooperate with the evil spirits, and they are the ones who rob. What did you do?" Iguro Obanai said, I was born here." Afterwards, he also took the initiative to remove the hand covering his mouth, pointed to his mouth that had been cut by the snake ghost, and said, "This is the mark, this is what they left behind. This is an indelible mark. Although the Yihei clan has disappeared, but I am the last of the Yihei clan. Their sins." Shibai. Advertisement. This little calf, why is he so brain dead, really convinced? One code return to self code, how can some things be confused? If so, Muzan is his wife, is he also a man-eating ghost? Thinking of this, Shibai let out a long sigh and put down Iguro Obanai. And Iguro Obanai did not run away, but stood there with a lost face. The little white snake on his neck raised its head and rubbed Iguro Obanai's face, as if to comfort him. Of course, the little white snake also has a name, and its name is D1. By the way, Kabumaru still has something to say, but it can't speak, but what it wants to express is also very simple. I have a toothache. Back to the topic. Looking at the disappointed Iguro Obanai, Shibai knelt down and raised his head with his hand. Scars, so what? Could it be that just a scar will obliterate your expectations for the future? You have to know that even though you are from the Yihei clan, your heart is for the light. If you have light in your heart, how can you be like them? If you think this scar is a so-called mark, then I will help you erase it. After finishing speaking, an emerald green light suddenly burst out from Shibai's hand, and as soon as this emerald green light appeared, it was wiped into Iguro Obanai's scar. In the next second, the scar that penetrated the bone marrow quickly disappeared, replaced by regrown skin. Soon, the scar that tore Iguro Obanai's mouth was gone. Shibai withdrew his hand and shouted to Doma who was watching, "Momotu, come here." Upon hearing this, Doma came to Chibai's side. "Ah, what's the matter, Your Excellency Chibai?" Shibai said, "Get me a piece of ice." Okay. Doma agreed, and with a wave of the iron fan, a block of ice about the height of Iguro Obanai appeared. Shibai mobilized Chi again, and made some adjustments to the ice cubes, such as adjusting the density of the ice, so that the ice cubes can be used as mirrors. Soon, a brand new ice mirror appeared. Pushing Iguro Obanai in front of the mirror, Shibai said, "Look for yourself." After hearing this, Iguro Obanai carefully looked into the mirror, only to see that the scars left after his mouth was torn had disappeared. In its place is a white new skin. Advertisement. It's a little inconsistent, but it'll be fine after a while. At this time Shibai said, "I erased your scars, what do you want to say now?" Iguro Obanai, who heard this, couldn't believe On's eyes, reached out and touched the corner of On's mouth, confirming that it was true. A drop of tears could not help but stay. Shibai strikes while the iron is hot and said, "Young man, sometimes you just think too much. Let me tell you that an ancient country said a very reasonable saying.
Well, get out of the mud without staining." Of course, he still has the second half of the sentence. If you don't need it, I won't tell you. Let me explain to you what this means. First of all, do you know what a lotus is? Iguro Obanai nodded, indicating that he knew the lotus, and then added, "Although I know, I have never seen it." You don't need to have seen it before, as long as you know it. Shibai said, "The lotus is a flower that grows in the mud, but when it is in full bloom, it is white and flawless, not stained with any mud. This is just like your current situation. Although the Yihei clan is full of darkness and scum, but you were born here, but you are not like them. Instead, you stick to your heart and turn to the light." Well, do you understand? Having said so many words in one breath, Shibai was a little out of breath. It's not that it takes so much effort to talk, but to give people chicken soup for the soul. I am really not good at this. I said so much in one breath, and I said it while thinking, but if there is a little mistake, well, it is also excusable. After Iguro Obanai listened to Chibai's chicken soup for the soul, he obviously drank a lot. There was a gleam of light in the eyes that were originally dull and lifeless. Without waiting for Iguro Obanai to speak, Shibai said again, "Young man, the days to come will be long. You have to live well. You are only 13 years old now. When you are 20 years old, you can marry a wife and have children, and start your life. Hearing this, Iguro Obanai's eyes lit up a little more. Chi-bai didn't say anything, he continued to speak. I have said so much, I may feel that I am not worthy of such a life with the sins on my body. Then, you might as well join the ghost killing team, kill the evil spirits to save the world, and cleanse the sins. You have to know that all tragedies are caused by ghosts, those ghosts who are not afraid of the sun. Chapter 180 Shock from Akaza Muzan at the side. Even if he is sensible, if he dares to say that everything is caused by ghosts, and he insists on killing this boyfriend, he will kill his relatives today. And Chi-bai saw that Iguro Obanai was still unwilling to speak, so he decided to use his trump card. I know what you're worried about. You might worry that you won't have a girlfriend by then. However, your worry is purely unnecessary. How about I introduce a girlfriend to you then? Don't worry, I'll renege on my debt. I'm Chi-bai from the ghost killing team. You'll know me if you ask around in the ghost killing team. It's the zoo without a name, ha ha ha. Finally, Iguro Obanai spoke. Thank you. Chi-bai, I agree to join the ghost killing team and kill those evil spirits who are not afraid of the sun. Hearing this, Chi-bai smiled very gratified. I don't say so many things in vain, my mouth is dry. No one refuses to introduce a girlfriend to him. Besides, Iguro Obanai's girlfriend introduced herself? Kanroji Mitsuri is the official partner of Iguro Obanai. Introduce yourself? In this case, the general power of the world has brought them together. All I need to do is to mention Iguro Obanai more in front of Kanroji Mitsuri, and that's it. Thinking of this, Chi-bai patted Iguro Obanai's shoulder. Boy, don't forget those words of mine. Everyone is unique, they're them, you are you, and there is no such thing as you bearing their sins. All you have to do is to be yourself. I understood. Iguro Obanai agreed. After seeing this scene, Chi-bai finally stood up. His legs were sore from squatting for so long just now. I saw Chi-bai turn around and said, okay, I declare that this trip to Hachijo Island is a complete success. We can return early tomorrow morning. After finishing speaking, Chi-bai said to Iguro Obanai, let's go together tomorrow and send you to find another pillar of the ghost killing team, and let the other pillar arrange for you a trainer that belongs to you. Don't ask me why, I won't arrange for you, I can only tell you that I'm busy, that's all. Iguro Obanai nodded and said nothing, just when a few people were planning to find a spacious house to stay for one night. But a long flame appeared in the distance, heading straight for him. Chi-bai was stunned for a moment, an ominous premonition welling up in his heart. Advertisement. Chi-bai quickly turned to Akaza and Doma and said, you two run away. If there are no accidents, the person who came here is likely to be Yanzu of the ghost killing squad. Only he can drag such a long flame like an airplane's string. Upon hearing this, Doma nodded and agreed, and was about to drag Akaza away. Akaza, however, has a different opinion. Ghost killing squad, S. Yenju. Sabarasi. Yanzu of the ghost slayer team. I've never met a Yanzu of the ghost killing team. This is really exciting, I don't want to go, I want to stay and fight him. After finishing speaking, Akaza broke free from Doma's hand, and took a stance to face the current Demon Slayer team Yenju, Rengoku Genjiro. Chi-bai. It's over, I forgot that my third brother is a fighting ghost, and I'm only interested in fighting. If the FCK let him fight Rengoku Shinjiro earlier, then Rengoku Kyojiro will have no father. This is not going to work, this is absolutely not going to work. Damn, I managed to bring the Rengoku Shinjiro family together, and let your Akaza die. Seeing the flaming string getting closer and closer to him, Chi-bai made a decision. Close the door and let Muzan go. Ma'am, take care of Akaza, he won't retreat. Unexpectedly, Muzan shook his head. No, I don't care. What does this have to do with me? If you don't leave, you won't leave. It's not a bad thing to kill a Yenju. Anyway, you found the ghost killing team, the future Snake Zoo, just die Yanzu to balance it. Chi-bai. Horse riding, did you two agree to play me together? This. FCK. When this incident is over and when I return to Tokyo, I must clean up. Muzan, well, it's really terrible if I lose the chain at a critical moment. Chi-bai said that he has a headache, looking at Akaza who is ready to fight, and Muzan who has an expression that I don't care about anything. Chi-bai's eyes rolled, and he immediately made up his mind. I saw Chi-bai grab Doma and whispered something in his ear. And Doma's eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard Chi-bai muttering, and they almost glowed in the end. Advertisement. After Chi-bai finished speaking, Doma nodded heavily. Don't worry, Your Excellency Chi-bai. After Doma finished speaking, she began to work hard to control her body. In the blink of an eye, Doma, who was originally a man, turned into a cute girl with long legs, big breasts, and long hair reaching her waist. Doma, who became a girl, came to Akaza's side, took the initiative to grab Akaza's arm, sandwiched it between the two lumps of flesh on her chest, and walked towards the back. While walking, Doma said in a sweet voice, let's go, Lord Akaza, isn't it time to fight now? Let's go, don't cause trouble for Your Excellency Chi-bai. After Akaza heard Doma's voice, he subconsciously punched Doma's head. However, he stopped just when his fist was within a millimeter of Doma's head. Looking at Doma who has become a girl, Akaza's eyes are full of doubts. Akaza. S. This made Chi-bai nodded in satisfaction. What's the situation? What's the situation? As for Iguro Obanai, it's like I don't know anything. FK. I don't know how to lay hands on women, this, FCK. Muzan at the side. What the hell? What's going on? Why Doma has become a girl? At this moment, the unexpected Muzan didn't know that she was in great trouble. At this moment, a figure accompanied by flames stopped in front of Chibai. Oh hoo, what a surprise, I didn't expect my little boyfriend to have enough tricks, interesting. Knowing that Akaza will not attack women, owning this move is really right. Damn it. Sure enough, ever since, our Akaza fell into confusion and was dragged by Doma to the woods aside. Seeing this scene, Chibai let out a long breath of relief. It will be her end when she returns to Tokyo, of course. There is also a very warm greeting. Yo, long time no see, Chibai boy, I didn't expect that we would meet here. And Akaza's arm was placed in a special position by Doma, and that touch made Akaza even more, indescribable. Based on this, I must make a good match between him and Kenroji Mitsuri. Chapter 181 Wild Bento. Chibai also replied very enthusiastically, long time no see, Uncle Mikijiro. How are you doing recently? Do you plan to have a third child? This question made Mikijiro stunned, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you kid. Why do you want a third child? Now Ruhuo's body is the most important thing. I don't want to let the past happen again. Okay, Chibai shrugged his shoulders, then Uncle Mikijiro, what's the matter with you coming here this time? Chibai asked again. After hearing this, Mikijiro replied without hesitation. I received an order from above. On Hachijo Island, there are evil spirits, so I came here. Immediately, Mikijiro changed the subject, but now it seems that I'm not needed at all. You are here, that evil spirit must have been beheaded. Chibai smiled, but did not speak. The evil ghost on Hachijong Island was indeed killed, but besides a ghost king beside him, there were still two upper strings in the grove next door. Hee. At this time, Akaza and Doma are there. Doma, who turned into a girl, kept talking around Akaza. Hey, Mr. Akaza, don't I look good now? Your Excellency Akaza, which do you think is more pleasing to the eye than the me now and the me before? Hey, why don't you talk, Mr. Akaza, don't you like me like this? If you don't like it, I can change it. Akaza. Who will save me? This is too irritating. This Doma, really FCK. I don't know what to say. Lord Akaza, Lord Akaza, Lord Akaza, Akaza. Forget it, destroy it, go to the highest realm of the FCK. At this time, Chibai and Rengoku Shinjiro had found a room and sat down at random. By the way, they told Rengoku Shinjiro about the current situation on Hachijo Island. Advertisement. When Makashiro heard that the Ihei clan was collaborating with snake ghosts, he not only said loudly, this is really surprising, there are such people who cooperate with ghosts in the world. This kind of person is really a scum. After hearing this, Iguro Obanai silently lowered his head. At this moment, Chibai suddenly pulled Iguro Obanai in front of Own, and said to Rengoku Shinjiro, Uncle Mikijiro. This kid is called Iguro Obanai, and he is the only survivor of the Iguro clan. However, this child is different from them. Immediately, Chibai said again about Iguro Obanai with a thunderbolt. When Chibai asked Rengoku Shinjiro to help find a trainer for Iguro Obanai, Rengoku Shinjiro agreed. No problem, Chibai, this matter is on me. But Rengoku Shinjiro asked again, but, having said that, why don't you recommend this child to Mr. Ryodaki? You must know that Mr. Ryodaki's breath of water is very good. Chibai shook his head and explained. Forget it, Mr. Linlong is getting old, it's better to let him relax. You can't send it to him as soon as someone is there, at least let other trainers have disciples, right? Regarding Chibai's very lame reason, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling didn't ask much, but just nodded to show that he knew. However, the truth of the matter is, someone entrusted Iguro Obanai to Mikijiro because he didn't really want to go back to Mount Sagiri and just wanted to be with Muzan. Another insignificant point is that Chibai doesn't want to spoil the plot. What if Iguro Obanai can't become a snake pillar in the future, but also a water pillar? Although, the plot has been destroyed in a mess, for example, ghosts who are not afraid of the sun have appeared. Ever since, from this moment on, Iguro Obanai's business is under the control of Rengoku Shinjiro. Chibai said that everyone is happy. At this moment, Rengoku Shinjiro suddenly came to Chibai quietly, sat sideways, and whispered to Chibai. Chibai, what is going on between you and the lady next door? Why are you two together all of a sudden, Chibai? Yoshi, unexpectedly, Rengoku Zhenjuling, you big-eyed guy can also 8 trigrams. But, Rengoku Shinjiro is not very suitable for whispering. Even if he speaks very quietly, the movement of what he said can be clearly heard by the few people present. However, he himself did not notice this at all, and was still waiting for Chibai's answer. Seeing this, Chibai coughed, and then said, well, this issue is very complicated, you just need to know that we are true love. Rengoku Shinjiro couldn't believe this answer. Advertisement. Love? True love as a wife? This FCK? Seeing Rengoku Shinjiro's eyes, Chibai added. That what, the situation is special, don't ask, anyway, I will only have her in my life, even if the sky falls, I won't change it. It looks like this. Although Rengoku Shinjiro wanted to ask further, this answer was enough. At least, my wife is safe. While chatting, Rengoku Shinjiro's stomach suddenly groaned. Needless to say, he must be hungry. Ever since, Chi-bai volunteered to go out to find something to eat. After half an hour, in the center of the room, a fire was burning on the hearth, and a pot was hanging above it, and miso soup was being boiled in the pot. And Rengoku Genjuling and Iguro Obanai were looking at the bento in their hands with puzzled eyes. How could there be a ready-made bento on this island? And this bento is a super delicious beef bento. The two looked at the bento, then at Chi-bai, hoping for an explanation from him. Well, you may not believe it, these bento are wild bento, Chi-bai explained. Seeing this, Iguro Obanai pointed to a dozen bento boxes beside him and asked, so those dozen bento boxes are also wild? Yes. Chi-bai bit the bullet and agreed. I can't tell the two of them, this is what I bought back in Tokyo through Nakim. At this moment, Iguro Obanai gave Chi-bai another fatal blow. Wild bento? It's still warm. I hope there will be kelp shreds in the wild bento in the future. Chi-bai. Damn it. Iguro Obanai, this little brat, is so damn it, he is so connotative about himself. So angry. Fortunately, the nervous Rengoku Genjuling didn't care about whether the bento was wild or not. At this time, he was carrying a bento and eating deliciously. One bite, 5 ants. This made Chi-bai sigh, the Rengoku family gene is so terrifying. Chapter 182 The Kochu Effect. Just when Rengoku Shinjiro was eating happily, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Chi-bai thought there was something wrong, so he asked, what's the matter, Uncle Makijiro? Is there something wrong with the beef rice, or did you choke? After hearing this, Rengoku Shinjiro replied, ha ha ha, no, I just want to eat slowly. If I eat too fast, I won't be able to drink miso soup later. Chi-bai. Damn it. I don't want to talk, I just want to be quiet. Muzan said, who is Jing Jing? Hurry up and tell the truth. Looking at the burning flame, Chi-bai threw 2 pieces of firewood into it, and then secretly threw a little chi into it. In the next second, the half-dead flame became vigorous again, and the miso soup in the pot was quickly cooked. 1 bowl of miso soup per person, several people drank slowly. At this moment, Rengoku Genshouling suddenly said, I remember, a year ago, the Lord Master once asked me to come to Hachijo Island. But later, because of the reduction of ghosts, and the number of missing people on Hachijo Island also decreased a lot, this matter was stranded. Until recently, the number of missing people on Hachijo Island has increased again, so my lord asked me to investigate this matter. I didn't expect that there really are evil ghosts, and there are people who cooperate with ghosts. Tisk tisk tisk. And Chi-bai's originally happy expression suddenly became ugly after hearing what Rengoku said. Not because of anything else, but because of what Rengoku Shinjiro said. A year ago, the lord asked him to visit Hachijo Island. At this time, Chi-bai also remembered some long-lost memories. For example, the time when Iguro Obanai was actually saved. In the original book, the time when Iguro Obanai was rescued should be 9 years before the beginning of the main story. And the time when I came to save Iguro Obanai was a full year later than the original book. This is not a day or two late, it is a whole year. If something unexpected happens during this year. Damn it, I can't even imagine it, but if you think about it carefully, in the previous year, Muzan was undergoing major layoffs. It should be that the snake ghost heard the news of the major layoffs, so it stopped for a whole year. Of course, the reason why Rengoku Genjuling did not come to Hachijo Island is also because of Muzan's big layoffs. In short, this wave is called the Kochu effect. I must pay attention in the future, otherwise, the consequences will be too serious. I am afraid I cannot bear it. But, if you really talk about it in detail, there are a lot of Kochu effects. Advertisement, for example, Azumo. For example, Muzan became his wife and started major layoffs. Another example, a ghost who is not afraid of the sun. To sum it up in one sentence, we must pay attention to it in the future. At this time, Rengoku Genshouling also noticed that Chi-bai's complexion was not right, and quickly asked, Chi-bai, what's wrong? Why is your complexion so bad? This sentence woke up Chi-bai. After hearing this, Chi-bai found an excuse to put it off. It's okay. I suddenly remembered that the gas in my house was not turned off, and I was a little anxious, but it doesn't matter, there is someone in my house, Rengoku Shinjiro. What the hell? Is the gas off? What is that? However, it seems that Chi-bai means it's all right, so it's good that it's all right. Thinking of this, Rengoku Genjuling didn't ask further. Soon a few people ate and prepared to rest. As for why Rengoku Shinjiro didn't leave Hachijo Island, the reason is very simple. It is night now, and the sea at night is very dangerous. It is best to leave at dawn the next day. Immediately, the 4 of them allocated a room. Needless to say, it was definitely a room with Iguro Obanai and Rengoku Shinjiro. Chi-bai and Muzan share a room. After the rooms were assigned, Rengoku and Iguro Obanai rested. But Chi-bai and Muzan didn't pay attention, but came outside and stepped directly into the forest. Soon, within minutes, Chi-bai and Muzan found Doma and Akaza. However, the current situation of the 2 of them is a little subtle. At this time, Akaza was riding on Doma, trying to cover Doma's mouth with his own hand, but Doma still refused to let Akaza succeed. Akaza's face was full of impatience, and he was still saying, shut up and so on. And Doma on the ground seemed to have awakened some strange attributes. His face was flushed, and there was still a trace of crystal clear saliva at the corner of his mouth. He was still saying, Your Excellency Akaza, if this appearance can make you feel better, then please don't be too polite. Chibai, Muzan. Good guy, these two really played well. It is really an eye-opener, it is worthy of being the second and third winding. Advertisement, you know, the current Doma is in girl form, so it's very wrong. And after Doma said that sentence, Akaza became even more frantic. Ah, Doma, shut up, can you stop saying some weird things? However, Doma didn't seem to hear it, and continued. Master Akaza, I don't want to shut up. Looking at you, your face is clearly full of excitement, so I don't want it. Akaza. B********. D. Impatience is clearly written on my face, why is it full of excitement? Damn Doma. Finally Muzan couldn't stand it anymore and coughed hard. Immediately, Muzan said again. Now there is nothing to do here, I will ask Nakim to send you two back. Lord Muzan. ×2 before Akaza could speak, Doma said first. Master Muzan, your excellency Akaza is a little too excited to see me like this. Knelt down towards Muzan. You too. Restrain yourself, don't go too far, Muzan reminded. For Akaza's answer, Muzan nodded in satisfaction. Do you look like a fool? Doma's answer is outrageous? Ahem. Follow Master Muzan. ×2 look at the answer of Akaza, how good it is. Doma and Akaza, who heard the movement, looked at Muzan together, and after realizing that it was Muzan, the two stopped immediately. Muzan. So I want to discuss some issues with me in depth. After hesitating for a while, Muzan asked Akaza again, Akaza, tell me what happened just now. Just when Muzan was about to ask Nakim to send the two of them away, Doma suddenly waved to Chibai. The two nodded after listening, indicating that they heard it. After hearing this, Akaza replied, Master Muzan, Doma is too noisy, I want her to shut up, but he is inconvenient now, so just. Muzan nodded after hearing this, and asked, You too, what were you doing just now? Chapter 183 Strange Idioms. Although Chibai was puzzled when he saw this, he still leaned over. What's the matter, Doma, what else is there? Chibai asked. After hearing this, Doma opened the fan with a swish, and whispered to Chibai. Oh, there is nothing too important. I just want to thank your excellency Chibai, let me tell you, after such a long time, I have never seen his excellency Akaza look embarrassed. I thought Akaza-sama would always be so indifferent. I didn't expect that he would. After saying this, Doma didn't continue talking, but covered half of own face with a fan and laughed. Chibai. No, are you laughing at a hammer? Your ambiguous smile is easily misunderstood. If outsiders see your smile, they will think that you have dropped Akaza. As for Akaza on the side, he looked at Chibai with a dark face. Chibai didn't need to look at Akaza, he knew what he was thinking about, nothing more than wanting to kill himself. He simply turned his head and ignored Akaza. Anyway, he didn't dare to hit himself, who let his own wife be Muzan. Besides, Doma didn't do anything to him. Isn't it just that the two of them had a crazy fight for a while? It's all small things, small things. Thinking of this, Chibai patted Doma on the shoulder. Damn, it's a trivial matter. Why are you so polite? But, Doma, I'm not talking about you, you're old, and you're still single after so long. Let me tell you, it's time for you to find someone, you can't be single anymore. I think Akaza is good, if it's really not good, you two just get together and live a good life. Let me tell you, when the time comes, if the two of you succeed, Muzan and I will definitely give you 2 big red envelopes, ha ha ha. Doma. Hey, how did you persuade yourself to be with Akaza? I am a man, and Akaza is also a man. As we all know, men and men cannot be together. At this time, Muzan on the side was trying to hold back his laughter. Advertisement. The little boyfriend of Own is really interesting, he actually put the 2 windings of Own together. The 2 of them are men, even if Doma becomes a woman. Muzan, who was holding back his laughter, suddenly thought of something, and couldn't laugh for a moment. Damn it. And Chibai, looking at Doma with a dazed face, seemed to know what he was thinking, so he said again. Why are you shy? Let me tell you, there are a few idioms that are very good. Welcome to the mail, the strong man locks the mail, and the mail adds to the mail. These are all encouraging you to be with Akaza. So, Finally, Doma came to his senses and hastily interrupted Chibai's words. Your Excellency Chibai, wait a minute, is there something wrong with what you said? Just when Doma was about to refute, Muzan couldn't bear it anymore, and told Nakim to send Akaza and Doma away quickly. At this moment, Chibai suddenly held Doma's hand tightly, and said very seriously, please think about Akaza, grind your head. If the 2 of you live together in the future, I will send your son to you. Your son, Before they could finish speaking, the 2 disappeared in place with a whoosh. Only Chibai, who hadn't finished speaking, was left behind. Looking at the empty grass, Chibai shook his head and said with regret, Hey, I haven't told Doma what his son's name is yet. You know, his son is still working as a wild boar in the mountains. I wanted him to bring a pig back earlier. This is just great. After speaking, Chibai shook his head again. At this moment, a whip was placed on Chibai's shoulder quietly, and the next second, Muzan's voice sounded from behind Chibai. Chibai, how do you feel about Doma's hand? After Chibai heard this, without looking back, he said calmly, if you really want me to tell the truth. Ma'am, your hands are always the best, which cannot be described in words. As for Doma's hand, you have to believe me, I touched her hand, definitely not because I wanted to touch it. I just want to persuade Doma and Akaza to be together with emotion and reason. Ma'am, think about it, if the two of them are together, how good it would be to complement each other, and how much worry you would save. Muzan. FK, advertisement. I'm just in a bad mood, and I just want to find a reason to bully my little boyfriend. However, he never expected that his desire to survive was so high that he was able to answer this question, and the answer was well-founded. This is very uncomfortable. However, Muzan did not give up. Instead, he said again, well, I see that your answer is good, you have passed the test. Well, I have one more question. After hearing this, Chibai turned around, grabbed Muzan's whip, and teased him lightly. Unexpectedly, Muzan's face turned crimson instantly. At this time, Chibai also said, if you have any questions, tell me, madam, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you. Muzan, who was blushing, gave Chibai a hard look first, then withdrew the whip from his hand. This brings up the second question. HMPH, by the way, how do you know that Doma has a son? If I remember correctly, he has been single since I turned him into a ghost, and he is still single after so long. How could a son pop up out of nowhere? Upon hearing this question, Chibai showed a mysterious smile. He leaned close to Muzan's ear and whispered, this. You want to know, ma'am? When he said this, gusts of hot air made Muzan's blushing cheeks a little redder. Finally, Muzan couldn't take it anymore, and stretched out his hand to push Chibai away. Oh, why are you so annoying? Can't you talk properly? It's too much to even breathe out. After Chibai heard this, he laughed, and suddenly stepped away, hugged by a princess, and held Muzan in his arms. Want to know where Doma's son came from? Come back with me, I'll tell you slowly, okay? After Chibai finished speaking, he hugged Muzan and walked towards the nearest house. Soon, the two came to the room. However, that unsuitable plot did not happen. Instead, Chibai was really telling Muzan about the origin of Doma's son. This matter is a long story, and I can't remember the exact time, but Doma's son is currently 7 years old. Chapter 184. The story afterwards, Chibai told Muzan about Doma and Zuping Chinye. At the end, Chibai said, that's it, it's my personal feeling. It's just my personal feeling. If the woman with Zuping Chinye accepts Doma, after a while, Doma will have feelings for her. Of course, this is just my personal feeling. I don't know the specific situation. What do you say, ma'am? Muzan shook his head without thinking about it. I don't know, even if I know, I don't want to care about these things. However, how a pig became Doma's son is something I still don't understand. Looking at Muzan, who was puzzled, Chibai didn't explain to her immediately, but said something else. Tisk, look, can you understand what's going on with this attitude? Who listens to stories like you, and keeps rubbing back and forth? It's just me. If it's someone else, I won't be able to tell this story. As he spoke, Chibai slapped Muzan's butt lightly, signaling her to calm down and stop rubbing. Regarding this, Muzan didn't take it seriously, and the intensity of rubbing increased a bit. HMPH, just rub, what can you do to me? And tell me quickly why a pig is Doma's son, Chibai. Muzan is really floating, and floating very thoroughly. In the words of a domineering CEO, you are playing with fire, woman. Resisting Muzan's rubbing back and forth, Chibai explained to her, think about it, if you follow my advice. Qin Yi later accepted Doma, and they lived together for more than 10 years, so wouldn't Doma have feelings for her? These two are together, how could you leave Inosuke alone? According to this sequence of deduction, isn't Doma the stepfather of Inosuke? I said that a pig is his son, and there is nothing wrong with it. After listening to these, Muzan finally understood. At the same time, Doma, who is resting with Akaza in Infinite City, is thinking about a very important question. That is, before he disappeared, Chibai said that he had a son. Damn, it's outrageous. How could I have a son? From birth to now, I have become a ghost, but I am still. Cough, no. Advertisement anyway, if I don't even have a girlfriend, how could I have a son? Doma, who can't figure it out, decides to harass. No, ask Akaza. Lord Akaza, hearing the call, Akaza immediately got up and moved away from Doma. However, Doma reluctantly moved to his side again. Oh, Lord Akaza, why are you avoiding me? Akaza didn't speak after hearing this, but turned his head aside. As for why Akaza doesn't continue to hide there, it's very simple, because no matter how he hides, Doma will continue to stick it like a dogskin plaster. It's better to just ignore him. However, Akaza's idea fell through. Seeing that Akaza ignored him, Doma even grabbed his hand and repeated the same trick, getting caught between two lumps of meat again. Lord Akaza, finally, Akaza couldn't take it anymore and tried to break free from Doma's claws. Doma, what the hell are you trying to do? Also, when you talk to me, can you change back to your original appearance? You are really? While saying this, Akaza looked at Doma. Waist-length hair, bling-bling's colorful eyes, big breasts, long legs, to sum it up in one sentence. That is, I can't describe it. Therefore, Akaza only said so far, and he has no words for the rest. However, Doma said after hearing this, hey, don't I look good like this? I think it's pretty good. Also, Your Excellency Chibai told me that this appearance can enhance your relationship, he. I think what he said is quite reasonable, I've decided, and it will always be like this from now on. After finishing speaking, Doma put her hands on her shoulders and squeezed hard. Akaza. Damn it. I thought Chibai was a good guy, but it turned out, this guy is even more damned than Doma. The next time I see him, I have to blow him up. At this time, Doma suddenly put her mouth close to Akaza's ear and whispered, "No no no, Your Excellency Akaza." In an instant, Akaza shuddered, and then rushed out with a whoosh. Advertisement now not far from Doma, Akaza said, "Don't come here, just stand there and talk about anything." When Doma saw it, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, why are you so nervous? I just want to ask you, do you know that I have a son? Just now, Your Excellency Chibai told me that I have a son, but I can't remember it. We have known each other for so long, I just want you to help me remember." After hearing this, Akaza said decisively, "I don't know, don't ask me." And don't ask me. After speaking, Akaza sat down and re-entered the daze mode. And Doma sighed faintly, okay, you are really heartless, Your Excellency Akaza." After speaking, Doma also sat down and continued to think about where he had a son. At this time, Muzan, who just realized why Inosuke is Doma's son, was about to tease Chibai. Then, with the help of a pig and Agatsuma Zenitsu, Tantanko managed to use the Sun Breath 13 to injure you. If I remember correctly, a certain person doesn't like listening to stories very much. Chibai dared to say that if he said so, the ghost killing team would be gone within 3 days. A badly connected nerve in her head suddenly felt normal. However, he couldn't answer her question. I can't tell her that in the future, Inosuke will form a group with Tantanko and Agatsuma Zenitsu. Can you tell me the story of a pig? I'm curious about his story, Muzan said. What's wrong, ma'am? Chibai replied, Chibai. Ever since, Muzan thought of a very critical question. So, this kind of future, never let Muzan know. Shocked, Mrs. Own is so good at asking questions, she directly got to the point. Then the surviving pillars hold you together until the sun rises, and you're done. But Muzan replied, hey, I'm not stupid, who would refuse a story about the future? Chibai, after thinking for a while, Chibai asked, by the way, madam, why did you suddenly pay attention to the story of a pig? FK. As for why, chapter 185 double ponytails Chibai. Shocked, how did Muzan get smarter? If she becomes smarter, how can she bully her in the future? Just when Chibai was sweating coldly, Muzan urged him. HMPH, what's the matter, why don't you say it? Say it, if you don't say it, I'll let you know what despair is. Chibai, who was in a cold sweat, not only became curious after hearing Muzan let him know what despair is. Let yourself despair? This? With curiosity, Chibai asked, despair? Madam, why do you make me despair? Anyway, you are reluctant to kill me. Muzan nodded after listening, you are right, I will not kill you. If I kill you, I won't have a boyfriend, but... When saying this, Muzan stood up and whispered in Chibai's ear. I can vaguely hear a few words, what kind of whip is equal to tentacles, I have 9 words like this. And the next second after listening, Chibai's expression changed instantly. FK, who did you learn from, madam? Who told you, such a vicious method, it's FCK scary. After hearing this, Muzan raised his chin with a Tsunere face, want to know? I won't tell you, hehehe. Although Muzan didn't say who told her, Chibai was not afraid at all. Don't say yes, then I have a solution. What way? Muzan asked curiously. I saw Chibai showing a smirk, then turned over and put Muzan under him. You guess, after speaking. The bonfire in the house was extinguished, leaving only a dark room. There are also some inexplicable voices. As for the story about a pig's future. Cut. Why don't we just skip it? By tomorrow morning, Muzan has already forgotten all about it. One night is fleeting. In the early morning, Chibai hugs Muzan and sleeps soundly. Advertisement, but not long after, Rengoku Shinjuru's voice sounded at the door. Chibai, it's time for Chibai to wake up, it's already dawn, why don't you get up? It's been so long, you've been lying in bed, but you haven't changed at all. You don't look like Zu at all. Chibai forced to turn on. What's wrong with staying in bed? Lida is not his bed. When I was single, I stayed in bed, but now that I have a wife, I have to hold her in my arms. Even if Muzan comes. Oh, sorry, Muzan is my wife. Even if Yubayashiki Kagaya comes, I have to stay in bed. Chibai, who was forced to turn on, wanted to ignore Rengoku Shinjuru's call and continued to sleep. But did not hear Chibai's response. Own Rengoku Zhenshao Lang did not stop, but increased his voice. Chibai. Wake up, as a young person, you have to be full of vitality, and you can't spend all day in bed. Get up quickly. Chibai. Finally Chibai couldn't stand it anymore. Got it. Uncle Makijiro, after hastily replied, Rengoku Shinjuru. Chibai got up from the bed with great reluctance. As for Muzan said, it's just a matter of getting up, and he doesn't have trouble getting up. Soon, Chibai packed up, opened the door and went out. As soon as he went out, Chibai saw Rengoku Zhenshao who was exercising on the grass beside him. Uncle Makijiro, I'm starting to hate you now, Chibai said. Hearing Chibai's words, Rengoku stopped to exercise. Ha ha ha, hate me just because I wake you up? This is a bit too much, Chibai. That's too much, Chibai said. At this time, Iguro Obanai suddenly said, I'm hungry, Chibai, will there be any wild bento this morning? Chibai. This little calf, he connoted himself again. No. Chibai rolled his eyes. Wait, you go back to eat with Uncle Makijiro. Oh. Iguro Obanai agreed, and then stood aside silently. At this time, Rengoku Genshaoling suddenly picked up Iguro Obanai, and said to Chibai. Ha ha ha, let's talk about breakfast when we go back. Chibai, let's go together, go back, just go to my house. I'll ask Ruhuo to prepare delicious food for you, how about it? Advertisement however, Chibai refused. No, Uncle Makijiro, I have something else to do, you guys go first, I'll go back when I'm done. In this regard, Rengoku Genjuling is quite a pity. Okay, I'll go first. When you go back, remember to come to my house. After Rengoku Shinjiro finished speaking, he turned into a flame with Iguro Obanai on his back and disappeared. Looking at the flame, Chibai smiled disdainfully. Hey, what era is this? How can there be people running on their legs? Ma'am. Chibai shouted towards the room. Muzan walked out of the room after hearing this. What's wrong, Chibai? Go home, said Chibai and snapped his fingers. After Muzan rolled his eyes, he came to Chibai's side and hugged Chibai actively, and then a pippa sounded. The figures of the two disappeared on Hachijo Island. In the next second, the two appeared in the villa on the other side of Asakusa. The two of them appeared out of nowhere, and with a plop, they fell onto the bed. How dare you blame Nakim? Before I could praise Nakim, Nakim sent Pippa back. Look at you, is what you do called human affairs? Nakim is sitting there in good condition, and you actually asked him to wear double ponytails. Then, the scene just now appeared, someone covered his head and wailed, asking Muzan to rub it. What followed was Chibai's screams. However, when Chibai returned to the villa, On's head was turned towards the direction. That's right, just now, when the two arrived in the Infinite City. Look for yourself, can Nakim look good with her big eyes and double ponytails? Hey hey. Chibai let out a wicked smile after hearing this. Damn it. I need a brain. Chibai looked at Nakim and came up with a bold idea. That is, Nakim has been disheveled, looking very scary, so I and Muzan, on one side, combed Nakim a fashionable and lovely double ponytail.
Then, there was another bang. Ah, ma'am, look at Nakame, this is retaliation against me. Muzan rolled his eyes after hearing this, but still stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Chibai's forehead. She didn't teleport me well, she played tricks on me, it hurts to death. Chibai wailed, clutching his head. That's right, that extra thud was Chibai's head hitting the floor. Chapter 186 The good times are over. Muzan rolled his eyes when he saw Chibai who kept digging into his arms. This is not a headache, it is clear that he wants to take advantage of this opportunity. I must tell Nakame next time, when I send Chibai again, throw him from the sky. Anyway, he can't fall to his death. It's almost done, Muzan said, stretching out his hand to pull Chibai out of his arms, and tightening the kimono around him by the way. Muzan tapped Chibai's forehead lightly, why do you dare to provoke anyone? Forget about Gyoko, after all, he doesn't have eyes, so it's not a pity to die. Besides him, Daki, Akaza, Doma, which one do you dare not provoke? I ask you, why don't you mess with Kokushibo and Half-Heavenly Dog? Hearing these words, Chibai thought for a while. Afterwards, he said, Half-Heavenly Dog is just a bad old man with crooked views, why should I provoke him when I have nothing to do? As for Kokushibu's six-eyed lemon essence. Speaking of this, Chibai fell silent. Seeing this, Muzan thought Chibai was afraid of Kokushibu's strength, just when she was about to say something. Chibai suddenly said, Madam, if you don't mention that six-eyed lemon essence, I will forget about him. Wait next time, you go to Infinity City, you call him over, and I will have a good chat with him. I believe that we will have a common language. Muzan, whoa, what is this? Why are you always obsessed with dying? No one dares to provoke him. You can shut up. Muzan sighed helplessly, covering Chibai's mouth directly. Still have a common language with Kokushibo. You are not afraid that he will treat you like a potato and shred it. In the next second, Chibai broke free from Muzan's jade hand, and said with a confident face, Madam, you can rest assured. I and Kokushibo will definitely have a common language, and I dare say, if he listens to me, he will thank me, believe it or not. In response, Muzantui took a sip. I believe that he is a ghost, since he is so willing to die, let him continue. At worst, collect his body himself. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Muzan nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Chibai suddenly said, Hey, ma'am, we two have been home for so long, and the movement is not small, why didn't we see Mukago? After Chibai said this, Muzan also reacted. Yeah, what about Mukago? You can't run away, right? As soon as Muzan finished speaking, there was the sound of running upstairs downstairs. The two looked at each other. Well, just after talking about Mukago, she came. The next second, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Mukago's figure appeared at the door. I saw Mukago shouted, Master. Then, ignoring Muzan directly, he swooped into Chibai's arms. However, I didn't wait in Chibai's arms. It was intercepted halfway by Muzan's whip. Mukago, you are a bit presumptuous. Mukago. Miserable, I just saw my master and ignored Mr. Muzan, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. But, everything was the same as usual. Shibai hugged Mukago behind him, and began to persuade Muzan. Okay, ma'am, Mukago misses me too much, let's not make an example, let's not make an example. Muzan snorted, then retracted the whip, and then sat on the bed. Shibai hugged Mukago and asked, Mukago, what were you doing just now? You didn't appear until Muzan and I went home for a while. Mukago replied, I went grocery shopping and just got home, he. Just when Shibai was about to ask Mukago what to eat tonight, Mukago suddenly remembered something. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Shibai. Seeing this, Shibai was a little puzzled and asked, what is this? After hearing this, Mukago said, I don't know what it is either. But when I was shopping for vegetables just now, I met an uncle carrying a medicine box. He told me that he knew you, the owner, and asked me to give you this bottle. At the same time, let me tell you that it is mainly the latest body strengthening potion. The effect of this potion will be very, very good. You should be careful when using it. Hearing this, Shibai already understood what was going on. Advertisement. Who else could this person be besides Izumo? But what Shibai never imagined was that he could find Mukago in Izumo. This is a bit terribly frightening to think about. He handed the small bottle to Own with Mukago, and looked at the sun. Through the sunlight, Shibai could see that what was in the bottle was a pitch-black potion, not the red potion before. Immediately, Shibai threw the bottle of potion into the ring, not intending to take it at all. As for why, it's not simple, I am not what I used to be. Hearing this, Shibai added silently in his heart, a woman's intuition. In short, I can't say what's wrong with him. It's just my intuition. If you want to ask what kind of socks are, Shibai can only say that there are many types of socks, such as black, white, etc., and they are also very silky, and they understand everything. After purchasing some socks, Shibai thought about it seriously, and after finding that there was nothing missing, he returned to the tailor and began to wait. Shibai, who came to the street, did not buy food and water, but went to a tailor shop. Muzan on the side suddenly said, that Izumo is very problematic. Muzan replied, I told you, when I saw him there was an unexplainable familiarity, but I couldn't remember where I saw him. Now, Muzan is his own wife, who else dares to touch himself without eyes? I am afraid that Muzan can kill him alive. Shibai smiled, then walked out of the villa and came to the street. After hearing this, Muzan snorted, then turned his head aside, which means he doesn't want to talk to you. Ma'am, you can't bully Mukago when I'm not at home. Thinking of this, Shibai got up suddenly, walked towards the door, and said as he walked, I almost forgot that there is not much water and food in my ring, I will go out to replenish. After muttering to the boss of the tailor shop for a long time, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and then he and the boss showed a wretched smile. Why do you say that, ma'am? Hearing Muzan's words, Shibai was a little surprised. After giving the boss a deposit, Shibai left the tailor shop and went to another place that sells socks. Although Shibai was very calm on the surface, he kept sneering in his heart. Madam, let you not let Akaza leave at that time, as I said, when you get home, your good days will come to an end. Chapter 187 Heavenly Tao Good Samsara. As time passed, it was soon afternoon. Shibai sitting in the tailor's shop was too bored to be bored anymore. At this time, he was lying on the table and fell asleep. At this time, the owner of the tailor shop came out with a small package, and came to Shibai who was sleeping. He tapped lightly on the table. Guest, wake up, I've already made the clothes you ordered. Get up and have a look. Does it meet your requirements? Shibai who was lying on the table suddenly sat up, seeing the owner of the tailor shop standing in front of him, his face was full of bewilderment. What did you say? Shibai asked. After hearing this, the owner of the tailor shop repeated what he said, and then handed the package to Shibai. Shibai took the package and opened it. There were 3 sets of kimonos in the package. After opening one of the kimonos, Shibai's eyes lit up and he nodded in satisfaction. Yoshi, unexpectedly, boss, your craftsmanship is so good, it's so superb. Shibai praised the boss while looking at the kimono. The boss who heard Shibai's praise also straightened his back. That's for sure. I'm not bragging to you. The guests are here. My craftsmanship is definitely one of the best. Few people can surpass me. It's right for you to ask me to make clothes. Shibai nodded after hearing this, folded the kimono again, put it back in the package, took out the money, and handed it to the boss. When the boss took the money, his eyes were slit into a smile. Although this guest's request for clothes is very strange, but he can't stand the amount of money he gave. The price of these 3 kimonos is at least as high as making 10 clothes by myself. At this moment, Shibai said again, Boss, I want to ask you something. After hearing this, the owner of the tailor shop immediately said, You ask. If I know, I will tell you. Even if I don't know, I will help you find out. What he said made Shibai very satisfied, so Shibai asked the question of Own. Boss, is there any place that sells shoes near here? They specialize in selling that kind of high-heeled shoes, you understand. After hearing this, the owner of the tailor shop showed an expression that any man could understand. Then, he told Shibai the location of the shoe store. Advertisement. Guest, you go straight out of my place. Finally, the boss said, that shoe store is definitely the best in the vicinity. If he doesn't have your favorite shoes, I'm afraid you have to go to other places. After hearing this, Shibai thanked him, turned and left the tailor shop. In a blink of an eye, Shibai was in the shoe store again. In this shoe store, Shibai saw the high heels he wanted to buy. Just when he was about to pay to buy it, he suddenly hesitated again. The reason is simple, he doesn't know what size shoes Muzan should wear. After hesitating for a few minutes, Shibai finally took a size 36 heel. In his cognition, girls generally have this shoe size, of course, this is just a cognition. Besides, even if he takes the wrong size, he is not afraid, Muzan can adjust his own at will. Hey. Ever since, Shibai picked out what he needed and went to buy some food before rushing back home. Walking into the living room, Shibai said happily, I'm back. However, what greeted him was not a hug from Muzan, but a flying kick from Muzan. Shibai, tell me the truth. You have been out for so long, what have you been doing? Did you do some ulterior things behind my back, such as going to Waji to find Daki? Shibai, this. How should I tell myself, go to Waji to find Daki? Leaving aside Gyudaru's question, let's talk about Daki. Her brain is not very good, Shibai is afraid that she will infect him with this problem. Looking for her? Absolutely not. Combined with the above, Muzan is looking for trouble. Thinking of this, Shibai who was kicked flying got up from the ground, and immediately hugged Muzan. Ma'am, I met Azumo again when I was going out just now. He grabbed me and refused to let go, saying that he wanted to discuss something important with me, and then we spent a long time in ink, that's why we came back so late. Huh, Muzan raised her eyebrows, she didn't really believe Shibai's words, really. Then tell me what important things he told you. This. Shibai was suddenly stuck. I wanted to find a reason to throw the blame on Yun, but I didn't expect Mrs. Own to be so serious, and asked what it was. Humph, don't be afraid. Advertisement. Waiting for the next chapter, she will feel better. During this thousandth of a second, Shibai thought of the reason. That's right, he asked me if I drank the medicine. At the same time, let me write about how I feel, he. Shibai deliberately smirked. Muzan stared at the smirking Shibai for a long while, then nodded reluctantly. Okay, I believe you are fine. After hearing this, Shibai breathed a sigh of relief. When I was about to sit down, I suddenly realized that Mukago had disappeared. Ma'am, what about Mukago? Why didn't I see her? Shibai asked. After hearing this, Muzan sat on the sofa and said, her. I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly have a very bad premonition. So, I let Mukago go to the Infinite City to see if Akaza and Doma haven't left yet. What happened in the Infinite City? Shibai, ma'am, do you dare to find another excuse even more far-fetched than this one? You asked Mukago to see Akaza and Doma. It's unrealistic. However, Shibai didn't break Muzan's words, instead he took out the food he just bought from the ring and put it on the coffee table. Madam, let's eat first, after eating, take a good rest. Muzan nodded, picked up a piece of sushi and ate it in one bite. So sour, whose sushi is this, why put so much vinegar in it? Shibai replied. That restaurant happens to be under your name, madam. Cough. Muzan was taken aback for a moment, and then said, the sour point is also good, appetizer. However, Muzan was thinking in his heart that he had time to tear down the store under his name. I can't understand anything about sushi. At this time, in the Infinite City. A poor Mukago is tremblingly watching the two people in front of him wind up. As for who the two winders are, needless to say, they all know. One is Doma who decided to be a girl, and the other is the domineering president. No, it's the cold Akaza. When Doma saw Mukago, he poked Mukago with his fan very unexpectedly. Hey, can you come to Infinity City if you play the string? Chapter 188. Who was the Pure Land to spare? Mukago, who was poked in the head, could only smile awkwardly, and said, Master Doma, you are joking. Immediately, he quickly found a corner and hid it, planning to wait until Master Muzan summoned himself. However, Doma chased after Mukago and continued to poke Mukago's head with his fan. Oh, why are you still shy, Xiao Shashian? Tell you, if you are like this, I will kill you. When he said the last three words, Doma's voice was extremely cold, as if he was really going to kill Mukago. Mukago was so scared that his hair exploded, and he wanted to run to another place to continue hiding. Just as Mukago was about to move his legs, Doma said again, if you dare to move, I don't mind freezing your legs. Mukago's expression. After seeing Mukago's expression, the smile on Doma's face became even stronger. Although he has no feelings. However, Doma can also get bored. When Mukago was away, Doma molested Akaza. Akaza just avoided him without saying a word. Even if Doma went too far, Akaza would warn her, and then hid elsewhere. Mukago is different, how fun she is. Just when Doma was about to tease Mukago further. Sitting on the high platform, Nakame, who had been silent all this time, actually spoke. Master Doma, you better restrain yourself. Doma. Yay, Nakame actually spoke, really amazing. I knew she could talk, so I went to tease her, why bother teasing a little girl? However, Nakame seemed to see through Doma's mind, and said, Master Doma, I advise you to put away your petty thoughts. Then he said to Mukago, Xiaoshan, you come to me, Doma dare not do anything to you. After Mukago heard it, as if he had heard an imperial decree, without any hesitation, he came directly to Nakame and sat down. At this time, the smile on Doma's face also gradually decreased. You said, what, Nakame, do you want to be eaten by me? However, Nakame replied stiffly after hearing this, Master Doma, if I remember the time correctly, it should be afternoon outside now. The sunlight hasn't dissipated yet. If I send you out at this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the sunlight. As soon as Nakame said this, the atmosphere between the two instantly became tense. Advertisement. Teleport me into the sun. Doma sneered, sounds really interesting. Saying that, one of the iron fans in his hand opened. However, the next second, a blade wind tore the floor in front of Doma, and then Kokushibu's voice sounded. Quiet. After hearing this, Doma was stunned for a while, and then returned to the previous smiling face. I didn't expect His Excellency Kokushibo to be here, I'm being rude. After speaking, Doma returned to Akaza's side and sat down with Akaza. As for Akaza, a smile appeared unconsciously on his face. Yay, Doma is deflated, so happy. And Nakame glanced at Mukago beside him and shook his head. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out, Master Muzan would deliberately explain to himself to protect this lower string, and he can invite Master Kokushibo to come when necessary. Mukago. It's scary. Master, help me. At this time, Shibai had finished dinner with Muzan and was lying in the bedroom. Shibai stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking about how he was going to trouble Muzan. At this moment, Muzan gave Shibai a chance. Shibai. Muzan called softly. What's wrong? Shibai asked. It's nothing, I just want to call you. Muzan said. Shibai. The opportunity is here. In an instant, Shibai jumped up from the bed. Looking at Muzan, he said very seriously. Ma'am, what did you call me just now? After hearing this, Muzan replied suspiciously. Shibai, I didn't call you that all the time. However, Shibai shook his head. I remember I told you last time, you're going to call me husband. When Muzan heard the word husband, he didn't even think about it, and refused decisively. Impossible, you are dreaming. Heh. As soon as the words came out, Muzan felt his eyes blur, and then, was placed horizontally on Shibai's lap. Advertisement. At this time, Shibai said. Okay, if you don't call me husband, you will be miserable. Let's settle the old and new feuds together. Let's talk about when I asked you to transfer Akaza when I was in Hachiho Island. Why did you refuse this matter? Muzan. FK. Careless. Unexpectedly, Shibai was waiting for him here, this is too cunning. HMPH, why? What do you mean? You can find new pillars for the ghost killing team, so I can't let the ghost killing team downsize. Muzan said forcefully. HMPH, I see that you clearly want to increase the strength of the Demon Slayer squad, and then kill me with them. Then you kill Ubuyashiki Kagaya and occupy his wife, don't you? Hey, making trouble out of no reason, I am the best at this matter. I still want to make trouble for myself, it doesn't exist. Muzan thought. Shibai who heard this was silent. I can understand what Muzan said before, but what does he mean after that? What is occupying Ubuyashiki Kagaya's wife? Those who ride horses, are you that kind of person? No, I have to clean up Muzan today. Thinking of this, Shibai slapped Muzan's A 3 times. These 3 hits made Muzan feel like he was in a good mood. The tone that was originally a little bit fierce also softened. You actually hit me, it hurts, beep. In fact, Shibai didn't use any force at all, he. Seeing this, Shibai showed a smile, HMPH, it's okay if it hurts, let you hurt me on purpose. Quickly, why don't you let Akaza leave? Shibai asked again. This time Muzan was honest. I've said it all, there are too many pillars in the ghost killing squad, a few have to die. After hearing this, Shibai smacked Muzan's a few more times. It's against you. Today I must let you know how terrible I am. Immediately, with a movement of his hand, the tailor's package, black silk, and high-heeled shoes appeared in front of Muzan. Put them on, and dance for me, Shibai said. When Muzan heard this, he picked up the black silk and high-heeled shoes curiously, and his face turned red. Asked Shibai softly, what do you want to see? I don't know how to dance very much. Without hesitation, Shibai said directly, I want to see you dance to the pure land of paradise. Chapter 189 The first or the second. Pure land of bliss. For this name, Muzan said that it is very unfamiliar, and he has never heard of it, let alone the dance called the pure land of bliss. I used to be an Ouran anyway, and learned a lot, but I have never heard of the pure land of ultimate bliss. After some hesitation, Muzan decided to call for help from the sidelines. Daki. As Daki, who has always been an Ouran in Waji and changes her identity every 10 years, she must know more than herself. However, after questioning, Daki also said that he has never heard of the dance of the pure land of ultimate bliss. And said that hearing this name has an ominous premonition, and I hope Master Muzan will be careful. And Shibai looked at the dumbfounded Muzan, thought she was stunned, and couldn't help shaking his hand in front of Muzan's eyes. Madam, what's the matter? Why is this so stupid? Hearing Shibai's call, Muzan came back to his senses. Huh, what's wrong? Muzan asked. Shibai said. I told you to dance to the pure land of ultimate bliss, and then you started to be in a daze, ma'am. Muzan was a little embarrassed when he heard it, and coughed. Hey, what is the pure land of ultimate bliss? I have never heard of it, and I don't know how to do it. Upon hearing this, Shibai slapped his head. Oh, blame me, I forgot that this is the dance of the future. Ma'am, you definitely won't. Wait a minute, I'll find some information. After speaking, Shibai began to call the omnipotent system. Brother Tong, are you there? In an instant, the system responded to Shibai. Open black lens bracket OK. What are you doing? Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's response, Shibai hurriedly said, Brother Tong, can you know the pure land of ultimate bliss? If you can you teach me? System. Is this person sick? I am just a system, how can I dance? How did he come up with this ZZ question? After a while, just when Shibai thought the system was not going to talk to Own, the system suddenly spoke. Is there something wrong with you? Close black lens bracket. I'm your system, not your dancer, dancing with a hammer in the pure land of bliss. Do you think I look like the pure land of bliss? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. How did your brain grow? Why would you ask such a ZZ question? Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. At this time, Shibai also realized the mistake in Own's words, and hurriedly corrected. No, Brother Tong, I made a mistake. I mean, can you? Having said this, Shibai suddenly closed his mouth. Because of this matter, I really don't understand it. After all, I let the system teach me how to dance. System dancing. This is difficult. Fortunately, the system understood what Shibai meant. Open black lens bracket. What the hell? I really admire you really think of me as Doraemon next door. Close black lens bracket. Give you a castrated mobile phone, which can connect to the internet, but it can only be used for entertainment and cannot contact anyone. You can use your mobile phone to find teaching materials. Close black lens bracket. After speaking, the system stopped talking, and Shibai also felt that there was an extra mobile phone in the Own ring. With a thought, the mobile phone in the ring appeared in Shibai's hand. Taking a closer look, Shibai was quite surprised. FK, this phone is actually the same phone as the phone I bought before time travel, both with full screen. Originally, I thought that I would never see this phone again, but I didn't expect that the system would get it. So, under Muzan's curious eyes, Shibai turned on the phone. However, after turning on the phone, Shibai's face darkened. FK, I thought this phone was brand new, but I didn't expect it to be the new phone I bought. Because the order of the above software is exactly the same as that of the Own mobile phone. Can a coincidence come to this point? At this time, Muzan looked at the mobile phone in Shibai's hand and asked curiously, Shibai, what is this glowing glass? Looks like it's shiny and pretty. Hearing Muzan's words, Shibai showed a frenzied smile. Madam, don't you know how to dance in the pure land of ultimate bliss? This time, I'll teach you. He. Muzan. It's that familiar smile again. Every time this smile appears, it means that nothing good has happened, and I have to run away quickly. Thinking of this, Muzan stood on tiptoe and began to back away quietly. At this time, Shibai skillfully opened a small broken website, tuned to the interface of the dance video of the pure land of bliss, and then handed it to Muzan. Ma'am, why are you running? Come and see. Muzan showed a pitiful smile, then carefully took the phone and looked at it. On the screen of the mobile phone, a girl wearing a kimono-like dress, sitting and preparing for work appeared. At this time, the dance had just begun, and the music sounded. Advertisement. Looking at the phone screen, Muzan opened his mouth in surprise. This. Shibai replied. I'll tell you later, study hard now, do you hear me, madam? After Muzan agreed, he began to watch the dancing video. After 5 minutes, Muzan finished reading the matter and immediately put down the phone. Shibai who refused very decisively, I don't want it. This dance looks full of lust. I refuse. Shibai said without raising his head, refusal is invalid. Ma'am, just obey me obediently. He. The last laugh made Muzan's forehead drop 2 more drops of sweat. Then, can you change it? Yes. Shibai agreed without thinking. Shibai's happy reaction made Muzan heave a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to dance so erotic dance. However, the next second, Shibai picked up the phone, called up another video, and handed it to Muzan. Then you should learn this, anyway, you can't escape today's dance. Hearing this, Muzan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, it's not the pure land of ultimate bliss. Immediately, he took the phone and looked at it. In a minute. Muzan blushed and threw the phone at Shibai. What kind of ghost dance is this? Why is it even more lustful than the previous one? I don't want it. Shibai took the mobile phone that Muzan threw over, and checked it with a distressed expression. The phone is about to break, but I really know how to emo. After finding out that the phone was fine, Shibai said. Then the pure land of ultimate bliss. Anyway, choose one of the two, pick one yourself, you can't refuse. Muzan turned her eyes when she heard this, and was about to throw herself into Shibai's arms to act like a spoiled child, but before she could carry out this move, Shibai saw through. It's useless to act like a baby. Choose one yourself. If you can't choose, I'll help you choose the second one. Muzan. Pick the second one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 190 Dancing. Looking at Chibai, then at the phone in Chibai's hand. In the end, Muzan chose the dance of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss with a look of grievance. As for why not choose the second one, Muzan said that the second thing is really, too, that woman wears so little clothes that I can't stand it anymore. I'll choose the first one. Muzan said aggrievedly. Chibai nodded after hearing this. Ma'am, you open that package and choose one of the 3 clothes. Also, put on those socks and jump in those high heels. Got it, Muzan said, unwrapped the package, picked up the top kimono and unfolded it. Suddenly, the whole person froze. Is this FCK really a kimono? Leaving aside the style of the orthodox kimono, let's just talk about the effect of wearing it. It's covered tightly, so you can't see anything. However, the kimono brought back by Chibai looks like a kimono, but it is a thin layer, and some parts of the kimono are hollowed out. After wearing it, you can better show your body, and the lower part of the kimono is still very short, so it is easy to get naked. But with that pair of socks and high heels, it is very suitable. Muzan looked at the kimono in his hand, feeling tangled in his heart for a while, then picked up the other 2 and looked at it. Damn it. Much the same with minor differences. If there is any difference, the color and fabric will be less. After thinking about it, Muzan decided to struggle. Without waiting for Muzan to speak, Chibai said, don't think about protesting, there are only these 3 pieces, if you don't wear them, you will, he. Muzan is not stupid, he understands what Chibai means, if you don't wear these 3 pieces of clothes, you will be gone. So, Muzan bit his lip, picked out a piece of clothing at random, and changed into it. When she put on this kimono, she realized that this kimono only looked like a kimono. After wearing it on the body, it is a completely different style. Soon, Muzan's clothes were changed, but she didn't dare to stand up, she just sat on the bed, motionless. When Chibai saw it, he said, Tisk, ma'am, stand up, don't sit still. It's agreed, you want to dance for me, why do you want to break your promise? Muzan. I want to break my promise, I want to break my promise too much, this dress has socks and shoes, it is really too shameful to wear, woo woo woo. Advertisement. Muzan said weakly. Is it too late to repent now? What answered her was Chibai's cold and heartless words, it's too late, ma'am, you should hurry up and dance for me. Said Chibai picked up Muzan fiercely and put her on the ground. And Muzan, who was standing on the ground, hurriedly covered On's body immediately. However, it didn't do any good, on the contrary, it made her look even more alluring. Chibai touched his chin and murmured, don't talk, you really fit this suit. This suit really shows off your figure when you wear it. Responding to Chibai was Muzan's big white eyes. What I'm wearing is not clothes at all. It is more appropriate to say that it is 2 pieces of cloth. Okay, madam, don't be shy, there are only 2 of us here, we are old couples, what else is there to be shy about? Chibai said. Are you ready? I'm going to start playing music, madam. Hearing this, Muzan hurriedly stopped. Wait a minute. Chibai. What's the matter, ma'am? Is there anything else? Muzan said. I haven't learned that, can you give me a little more time? At this time, Muzan's idea is very simple, that is, to delay for a while as long as possible. In this regard, Chibai resolutely refused, don't try to delay it, just delay it. Let me tell you, if you don't know how to dance, you can learn while dancing. I am very patient. As he said, Chibai was about to press the play button. However, it was stopped by Muzan again. Wait, I have something to say. Tell me, madam, Chibai said very patiently. I was an Oran before, I can dance the Warren's dance, can I use that instead? Muzan begged pitifully. Hearing Muzan talk about the Warren's dance, Chibai immediately thought of an Oran with a painted face that was extremely pale, holding a fan, and dancing an inexplicable dance. Chibai was so frightened that he shuddered, shook his head, and threw the picture out. It's not that I belittle those dances, but that I really can't appreciate them. As an ordinary person, it is more appropriate to watch the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. As for those elegant dances, let those dignitaries watch for themselves. Okay, ma'am, don't think about replacing it with anything else, just accept your fate obediently. After finishing speaking, Chibai decisively pressed the music playback button. Suddenly, the prelude to the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss sounded in the room. Advertisement. And Muzan jumped up to the beat of the music with a shy expression on his face. However, because she was absent-minded and shy and nervous, she couldn't stand still several times and almost fell to the ground. If it weren't for Chibai's quick eyesight and hands to support Muzan, maybe today I can only see Muzan sitting on the ground and evading dancing. As time goes by, Muzan, the dance of the Pure Land of Bliss, is becoming more and more proficient. In the end, the dancing was better than those of the girls in the video. Not only the movements are very standard, but also the dancing posture is very graceful. Especially when Muzan jumped up, Chibai almost lost his eyes. This, FCK, is really shocking. And, it's tortuous too. Finally, Chibai couldn't take it anymore and stopped Muzan. However, The mobile phone is full of Huxia characters, and Muzan can't understand it at all, so Muzan wants to ask Chibai what is written on it. Hearing Chibai's voice, Muzan stopped reluctantly. That. Chibai couldn't find a reason for a while, and hesitated. In Infinity City, a poor Mukago also disappeared. As he said that, he switched the phone interface to an animation interface, and saw that the cover of the animation was Muzan himself. However, Chibai suddenly embraced him in his arms. At this time, Muzan has jumped from being shy at the beginning to being devoted now. Picking up the phone, he said, "What, madam, come here and show you something interesting." As soon as Chibai finished speaking, the lights in the bedroom went out. "Ma'am, ma'am, please stop for a moment." "What's wrong, Chibai? Am I dancing wrong, what?" "Then why did you ask me to stop?" Muzan asked. At this moment, Chibai had a flash of inspiration. "You say that." After hearing this, Chibai said, No, madam, you dance very well, even more standard than those in the video." Ever since, Muzan became interested, hurried over and looked at the phone. Chapter 191 Watching Ghost Execution Inside Ghost Executioner. The next day, at noon, Chibai reluctantly got up from the bed and sat up. Looking at the two girls, one big and one small hanging on his body, Chibai smiled. Laughing very wretched. Yes, very obscene. God knows what he was thinking. It is inconvenient to describe what happened last night in detail, as long as one knows that the battle was fierce. The unused bed under them almost split in two. Fortunately, at the last moment, Chibai moved the scene to another place, otherwise, the three of them could only sleep on the floor last night. He took out a bottle of Hirano water from the ring and drank it clean in one gulp. Chibai couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone, opened the small broken website, and began to watch the latest episodes. You know, in the past 3 years, I have never played with my mobile phone. When I can pass the time at night, I can only spend time with Muzan. I understand everything. Now, I finally have a mobile phone, and I still have to play it well. Let's see if a certain invincible bone frame has been updated. Before I traveled, that bone frame announced the start of production in the 4th season. Yes, and what else? I heard that the Millennium Blood War chapter is coming, so I just want to watch it. Looking at it this way, my task is quite heavy. Looking at the phone, Chibai suddenly thought of a very important question. Damn, there are so many softwares, one VIP after another, I don't have so many VIPs at all. This is embarrassing. Thinking of this, Chibai decided to turn to his omnipotent system for help. Brother Tong, call Brother Tong. A few minutes later, the tired sound of the system sounded. Open black lens bracket Chibai, UB asterisk 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 D, what am I looking for at this hour? Close black lens bracket. Hearing the exhaustion in the system's words, Chibai couldn't help being startled. Does the system even get tired? Damn, this dog system shouldn't be peeking at me last night, right? If that's the case, it's really scary to think about it carefully, it's too scary, isn't it? Before Chibai could speak, the system suddenly said. Let me tell you, you better come to me for something important, you punk. Close black lens bracket. I have been very busy these 2 days, I have been busy with the above things. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Speak quickly if you have something to say, and fart quickly if you have something to say, do you hear me? Close black lens bracket. The things above. Doubts emerged in Chibai's mind. Things on the system. Could it be a bigger system? Curious. But the system didn't mean to tell Chibai at all, it just kept urging Chibai to talk about things quickly and don't disturb him. Seeing this, Chibai didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately said, What is that, Brother Tong? I suddenly thought of a problem. That is, the phone you gave me has no video VIP in it, and there is no charger, what should I do if it runs out of power? And if I don't have a VIP, I won't be able to watch the videos on many websites. Brother Tong, take a look, can you give it to me and solve it? System. After being silent for a long time, the system finally spoke. I thought it was a big deal, but I didn't expect to bother me with such a stupid thing, I really convinced you. Close black lens bracket. Don't worry, about VIPs, all VIPs are indefinite. Close black lens bracket. At this time, Chibai suddenly interjected and asked, Is there any advanced on demand? If there is no advanced on demand, then system. It's too much for someone who is not satisfied with VIP, but wants some super on demand video. No, get lost. Just a VIP, do you want it? And let me tell you that this phone can be charged with your chi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket goodbye. Close black lens bracket. After saying goodbye, the system became silent. There is only one Chibai who is thoughtful. Since there is no advanced on-demand broadcast, it is really a pity. But, a VIP with everything is 6. The system is amazing. After talking about the idiot, I couldn't wait to find a video that only big members can watch on Xiaopo Station. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chibai opened the matter, Xiaopojian gave him a push. I saw that on the push, it was written impressively, the 3rd season of Demon Slayer Forged Sword Village chapter, Shocking Strikes. The latest information at a glance. Chibai, see GUI, this is amazing. I was actually able to watch Demon Slayer in the world of Demon Slayer. Advertisement. And, the point is, I'm still holding Muzan and Mukago, let's be envious. Immediately, Shibai clicked on the push directly. At the beginning of the video, Tanzi stood at the door of the room, watching two muscular swordsmiths wearing fireman masks forging Nichiren blades. As soon as the screen turned, two columns of Tokido Muichiro and Kanroji Mitsuri appeared, followed by a picture of Tantanko swinging a knife. That's the end of this video. Shibai. Haha, this really foretells a loneliness. Look, the anime is about to release its third season, and I'm still 8 years before the main story. Just as Chibai was considering whether to rewatch the second season of Demon Slayer, Muzan's voice sounded from the sidelines. Hey, Chibai, what are you looking at? I seem to see the pillar of the ghost-killing team. And, the Nichiren blades. This sentence scared Chibai almost jumping out of bed. Wait, Chibai realized that he was naked, without clothes on, so he stopped dancing. But, it's a good thing I didn't open the second season of Demon Slayer, which would be interesting if Muzan saw it. It is estimated that Muzan will break the casserole and ask the end, and let her know all about the plot of Demon Slayer. After all, Demon Slayer's comics are woefully short, not as long as their own. By the way, if I remember correctly, the crocodile of Demon Slayer seems to be a girl. I just don't know if she looks good or not. Seeing that Chibai hadn't spoken for a long time, Muzan couldn't help poking him. What are you thinking? Chibai, why don't you answer me? Is there something you're hiding from me? Tell me, otherwise, you'll be rewarded. When Muzan said this, the thing was a little big and the quilt fell off his chest. After Chibai saw it, he had only one thought: this fruit is really big. Really? Ahem, digressing. Pulling the quilt up to cover the lower groove of Muzan's head, Chibai spoke. Then what? What pillar? Nichiren blades, you're clearly underestimated. Muzan retorted. How can I be pessimistic? There is a gold button on the neckline of the post. That's what all posts have. You also have such a golden button on the collar of your clothes. I can see clearly. Not yet telling the truth. Chapter 192 Autistic Muzan. Ah, this. I actually forgot about this, how can I explain this? After some deliberation, Chibai decided to use his usual tactics to divert Muzan's attention. Never let Muzan know about the anime Demon Slayer. Otherwise, that scene is really beautiful. Ever since, Chibai lowered his head and kissed Muzan's face hard, leaving a large amount of saliva. This made Muzan very disgusted. What are you doing? Kiss the saliva all over my face. It's disgusting. I'm telling you, don't try to use this trick to get away with it, just tell the truth. After hearing this, Chibai said, oh, I didn't intend to get away with it, you see. Then, Chibai turned on the phone, and switched to another animation interface with a lightning speed. That is, chirping. It's an anime where the main character is Kurosaki Ichigo, and the Japanese pronunciation of his name is Ichigo. Looking at the pattern on the phone, Muzan looked at Chibai suspiciously. Why do I feel that you are lying to me? This is not what I saw just now at all. This is a different one. Regarding this, Chibai said, oh, ma'am, how could I lie to you? This is what I opened just now. You have watched so many episodes of this anime, which one do you want to watch? Muzan didn't understand the words, but he was a little embarrassed to ask Chibai. After all, it's not an important thing. So I just pointed to an episode. That's all, just watch this. I want to see if you lied to me. Chibai nodded and opened the episode Muzan was referring to. Fast forward directly to the opening song and come to the main topic. Chibai glanced at what was being played, and frowned. Oh ho, what a coincidence, this episode happened to be the part where Jijigu and Ulquiorra had a decisive battle, and Jijigu transformed into a bull's head form. That's where it gets interesting. Thinking of this, Chibai laughed heartlessly. And Muzan, ignoring Chibai's smile, began to concentrate on watching the anime. Advertisement. Soon, after a while, the anime reached its climax. In order to make Jijigu despair, Ulquiorra directly used the second stage return blade, hitting Jijigu with no strength to fight back. Seeing this, Muzan looked up and said, this Ulquiorra is pretty good, I think it would be pretty good if he transformed into a ghost. After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued to look. Only Chibai was left with a bewildered expression. Muzan just said that Ulquiorra is not bad. To turn him into a ghost. Good guy, Mrs. Own really dared to think about it. I'm afraid she would have disappeared from the world if Ulquiorra hadn't just opened the big box. And, to turn Ulquiorra into a ghost. Aizen would agree. I'm afraid it wasn't a big sinus that would kill his wife. Although Chibai really wanted to laugh, he held back and continued watching the anime with Muzan. At this time, Jijigu seemed to be going cold, but the situation suddenly changed, and Jijigu broke out and turned into a bull's head form. Handsome. Then the two had an earth-shattering duel. After one episode was played, Muzan looked up with a thoughtful expression. It seems that these two are a little stronger than Jiguiwan. Chibai, is that a little bit of a problem? Because the world is different, how did she see that she was only a little stronger? Regardless of Muzan who was muttering, Chibai took the mobile phone and tuned forward a few episodes, and directly asked Muzan to continue watching the chapter where 10 blades invaded Karakuzako. An hour later, Muzan raised her head and leaned against the bed like a salted fish, her eyes had lost light. Ma'am, Chi-Bai called softly. What? Muzan said weakly. After a pause, Chi-Bai asked, why do you look like this? Ma'am, you look like a salted fish now. Usually Muzan would refute Chi-Bai after hearing this. However, this time, Muzan did not refute Chi-Bai, but said, salted fish is salted fish. I suddenly feel that salted fish is actually quite good. The main thing is that salted fish are not life-threatening and can live longer. I never thought that there would be someone more powerful than Ji Guo Yuan Yi. Advertisement. Although Ji Guo Yuan Yi is very powerful, his sword technique is at least a sword technique. Look at that old man with the white beard again, his knife can actually evaporate the water in the whole world. This is terrifying. And it has a temperature comparable to the core of the sun, woo. As he said, Muzan plunged into Chi-Bai's arms aggrieved. When Chi-Bai heard this, there was only one reaction, and that was to laugh. That's it. Are you afraid? Muzan can't do that either. If this makes her read the Millennium Bloody War chapter and see the omniscience and omnipotence of Yhwach, she will be scared off her jaw. Also, let her watch Tengen Breakthrough, and at the late stage hold the universe as a shuriken. Why wouldn't Muzan be frightened to death? Thinking of this, Chi-Bai couldn't control his own facial expression. If I remember correctly, it seems that someone even ate the food made by Muzan. Who is it? But he couldn't laugh at this time, so he could only suppress his smile and pat Muzan's back lightly to comfort her. Look, doesn't it give people a very powerful feeling, madam? Okay, don't think about it, it's already noon, get up quickly, I'm hungry. What is this thing? It looks so good, please explain it to me, Chi-Bai. Muzan asked angrily. After hearing this, Muzan raised his head from Chi-Bai's embrace, and said with tears in his eyes, is it really not scary? Oh, ma'am, what are you afraid of? He can't jump out of the screen and stab you, can he? After hearing this, Chi-Bai replied, madam, am I afraid that other stories will scare you? Muzan looked at the pink pig on the phone with a gloomy and terrifying expression. In the middle of speaking, Chi-Bai quickly stopped, almost saying the wrong thing himself. So I found you a cartoon suitable for you to watch, Peppa Pig. There is an old saying that is very good. If you get tattoos on Peppa Pig, applause will be given to people in the society. The rice cooked by Muzan can be called the strongest poison, which can knock Sabito down directly. After thinking about it, Chi-Bai changed his mind and said, why don't I find you a daily funny one to watch? That one, it's not scary at all, and it's very interesting. At this time, Kuromaru, who was still recovering, suddenly sneezed, and said who was thinking about it. 5 minutes later, really? Chi-Bai nodded vigorously. Let me tell you, don't underestimate this little piggy page. Chapter 193. Muzan. Although what Chi-Bai said is very similar, it sounds like philosophy. But, I am not a fool, how can I fool myself with these words? Listen to the phrase, Peppa Pig's body tattoo, applause to the people of the society. No matter what I hear, I don't feel right. Looking at the family of pink pigs on the screen, Muzan gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you a chance, Chi-Bai. You'd better find me a normal one for me to see. It's better not to let me see this kind of thing. I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Chi-Bai nodded after hearing this, and after thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. Then how about we see the Wong team make great achievements? Muzan. Although I haven't seen this thing myself, I knew something was wrong when I heard the name. Isn't this the same thing as that little piggy page? Own little boyfriend is too damn it. Chi-Bai looked at Muzan, who was getting more and more unhappy, and hurriedly took the phone from her hand, dialed a program, and put it back in Muzan's hand. Oh, ma'am, I'm just joking with you. Look at your appearance. How fierce are you? You're not afraid of scaring me. In this regard, Muzan snorted angrily, then lowered his head and looked at the phone. Looking at the text on the phone, Muzan read it slowly. Food from Tokyo. This name is so strange. Why is it a foodie from Tokyo? Can't it be from Osaka? Our Nagoya is also good. Chi-Bai. Foodie from Osaka. Good guy. I still burn that in okonomiyaki. And that Nagoya. This reminded Chi-Bai, a certain Nagoya spicy king who couldn't eat anything. Ha. Off topic. As the plot unfolded, Muzan gradually became addicted to it. Seeing this scene, Chi-Bai nodded in satisfaction. HMPH, I don't believe that someone can refuse the temptation of a mobile phone. Ever since, the time whizzed to the night. At this moment, Chi-Bai was having dinner with Mukago. Advertisement. While eating, Mukago said, Master, what's wrong with Master Muzan? She's been staring at that glowing glass all day. And it's fine if you don't eat lunch, and you don't even eat dinner. I'm so fascinated by watching it. After Chi-Bai heard Mukago's words, he thought about the Tokyo foodie drama again, and then said, maybe she thinks, forget it, how can I guess what she is thinking? After finishing speaking, Chi-Bai took another big mouthful of the barbecue in front of him. I have to say that Mukago's craftsmanship has improved a lot. The barbecue she made is just right, tender and juicy, and most importantly, it is not firewood. And the barbecue sauce prepared by Mukago tastes even more special. This made Chi-Bai feel that the mission released by the system was really good. By the way, how does the system know that Mukago has a maid talent? Just then, Muzan's shout came from upstairs. Chibai, this thing doesn't light up. Come and see if it's broken. Chibai ate a big mouthful of barbecue after hearing this, and then ran upstairs with a thump. If I guessed correctly, the phone should have run out of battery. After all, Muzan is a Tokyo foodie who has been watching Tokyo all day with his mobile phone in his hand. If the battery is not dead, something is wrong. Soon, Chibai returned to the bedroom. I saw Muzan carefully holding the phone in both hands, staring at it intently. As soon as he saw Chibai coming, he immediately handed over the phone. Look, this thing suddenly turned off. Is it broken by me? Taking the phone from Muzan, Chibai poured Onchi into the phone. Sure enough, as he expected in advance, the phone was out of battery. The screen of the mobile phone that was injected with Chi immediately lit up, showing the words that it was charging. Okay, the phone isn't broken, it's just out of battery and needs to be recharged, Chibai said. Muzan asked, no battery. What does that mean? This question directly stunned Chibai, and it took a few seconds for him to react. There are no mobile phones in this era, and Muzan can't understand charging, so I have to explain it to her in a way she can understand. After thinking for a while, Chibai said, simply speaking, this is this thing. It is hungry now and needs to eat. It will continue to light up when it is full. Do you understand what I say, madam? Oh, Muzan nodded. Then what does this phone eat? Cannibalism or meat? Advertisement. Muzan's words were far beyond Chibai's expectation, and directly confused Chibai. FK. Mobile phone eats people. Do you think Sadako crawled out of it? This is scary. Ma'am, it doesn't matter what it eats. Anyway, it doesn't eat people or meat. Anyway, leave this phone with me first, and I'll give it to you when it's fully charged, okay? Chibai said softly. Okay. Muzan nodded. I happen to be a little hungry. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Made by Mukago. It's very delicious. After Chibai said, a princess hugged Muzan and walked downstairs. But Muzan in Chibai's arms has a thoughtful expression. Is Mukago cooking? And it's very delicious. It looks like this. I can't fall behind. Otherwise, it is very likely that Mukago will counterattack. At the same time, Kuromaru, who was recuperating, shuddered. Ah, Chibai, ULSP. What are you thinking? Believe it or not, I was dragged away by you. The two sat at the dining table, and Mukago was obediently grilling the meat. When he saw Muzan coming, he obediently put all the grilled meat into Muzan's bowl. Woo, ma'am, I treat you as my wife, but actually treat me as Wu Delong, and want to poison me to death all the time. Hey. Seeing this, Chibai thought for a while, then took out something from his pants, and put it in Muzan's hand. What? Pull off. How did Muzan say such cruel words? If he knew what Muzan was thinking, he would probably cry. In the next second, Muzan exploded. Muzan nodded in satisfaction. However, Chibai had no idea what Muzan was thinking at all. Soon, Chibai came downstairs with Muzan in his arms. As soon as the three of them went upstairs, Muzan stretched out his own hand to Chibai before lying down. Chibai. After a while, the meal was over. That is, when I find time, I will cook a big meal for Chibai. Ever since, Muzan secretly made a decision. Master Muzan, you eat. Chapter 194. Return the phone to me. Ah, it's so scary. Hearing this, Chibai hurriedly took it back, covering it tightly, for fear of being dragged away by Muzan. Hey, ma'am, you can't blame me for this. You didn't explain what you wanted, so you misunderstood. However, Chibai's words made Muzan roll his eyes. I am not stupid, how can I not see that Chibai did it on purpose? It's just that I don't want to point him out. Thinking of this, Muzan stretched out his hand again, and said angrily, I see you, you just pretend to be stupid, and you just ask questions when you know something. What else can I want besides a mobile phone? Humph. After hearing this, Chibai smiled, took out the phone from his pocket and glanced at it, and handed it to Muzan after seeing that the phone was fully charged. Ma'am, what are you talking about? If Mukago stretched out his hand without saying a word, I would be like this. Mukago on the side. Equals. Huh. Muzan snorted, took the phone from Chibai, fumbled to turn it on, and returned the phone to Chibai. Hurry up. Open that little broken website you're talking about, I want to continue watching Tokyo's foodies. The unkillable owl in it is really stupid and kind, so he died in the end. Heh. Supplement. I don't think much about foodies in Tokyo. I saw the ending of Unkillable Owl in Baidu Tieba. If it's wrong, please correct me. Moreover, the views on Unkillable Owl here are not the author's own views, but Muzan's views have nothing to do with the author himself. Chibai shook his head, but did not continue what Muzan said. As a foodie in Tokyo, I just watched the beginning, but I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and I can't follow Muzan's words. Therefore, what Chibai can do is to open the small broken station, switch to the one before Muzan, and then return the phone to Muzan after seeing the piece. Muzan took the phone and looked at it happily again. He completely ignored Chibai and Mukago beside him. Helpless, Chibai could only lie on the bed with Mukago and prepare to sleep. Soon, it was midnight. Chibai turned over and reached out to hug Muzan, but his own hand was slapped hard. A slap directly woke Chibai up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chibai got up and looked at Muzan, only to see that Muzan was still looking at the phone, and looked very seriously. Advertisement. When Chibai saw the screen on his phone, he instantly became energetic. I saw that in Muzan's mobile phone, an old anime, Inuyasha, was playing. That white-haired dog. Chibai seriously doubts whether its father dog is the legendary husky, but more to the point, Chibai thinks there are more Shiba Inu. After all, the dog Yaksha is very stubborn. Wait, digressing. Now the concern is not about the dog Yaksha, but Muzan should watch Tokyo Foodies. How could he become a dog Yaksha? Thinking of this, Chibai asked, "Ma'am, it's so late, why are you still awake?" "Let me tell you, if you don't go to bed so late, you will get wrinkles." Muzan said without raising his head. "Don't worry, I estimate that I can live for more than 10,000 years. It's still too early to get wrinkles." Chibai, well done, my wife's words made it impossible for me to refute. This is too hard, people can live for another 10,000 years, this FCK. Chibai, who was hit by Muzan and didn't know what to say, coughed twice to relieve the embarrassment. He asked again. "Hey, ma'am, I remember before I went to bed, you were watching Foodies in Tokyo, why did you become this dog Yaksha now? Who called this for you?" "This." Muzan looked up at Chibai, "Of course I tuned it myself, I've already finished watching the Foodies in Tokyo. Both Jin Muyan and Dong Shang have given birth to children. I didn't want to watch it again, so I tried to poke and goo myself, and then I found this dog Yaksha. This looks pretty good, but I've never seen a monster before. Good guy, good guy. This is too scary. Muzan can adjust his mobile phone by himself. If I didn't pay attention to this and let Muzan see the Demon Slayer, it would be really a show." At this time, Chibai started to panic. If Muzan really saw the Demon Slayer, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Chibai no longer dared to imagine. Ahem, ma'am, you have to know how to combine work with rest, and play with your mobile phone all the time, but it's not good for your eyes. Advertisement. Be good, be obedient, ma'am, let's put down the phone, go to bed quickly, and continue playing with the phone during the day tomorrow. Chibai thought. First he tricked her into getting the phone from her, and then said that once the phone was returned to own, he would not hand it over to Muzan even if he killed himself. However, Muzan was not fooled, but said, "Don't worry, even if my eyes are blind, they can grow back in an instant. What's more, I'm the king of ghosts, how could something go wrong with my body? And I haven't seen enough, I'll give it to you when I've seen enough, okay?" Chibai, oh who, well done, own all these words are completely blocked by her. But no matter what, I have to give Muzan off his mobile phone addiction. Ever since, Chibai snatched the phone from Muzan with lightning speed, and threw it directly into the own ring. Muzan's roar came. "If you don't give me your phone today, I'll bite you to death." Muzan said fiercely while biting Chibai's neck. With a click, Chibai was bitten hard. In a few seconds. As he spoke, he forced Chibai who was lying on his side to turn over, and then rode on Chibai's body. And quickly lay on the bed and closed his eyes, leaving only Muzan who didn't react. Chibai. All she answered was dead silence. However, Chibai still didn't respond, not even moving. "How dare you pretend to be dead? Just wait. Let's see how I deal with you." Muzan grabbed Chibai as soon as he said that. "Give me your phone. I haven't finished Yaksha yet, give it to me." "Oh, ma'am, let me tell you." Of course, Muzan didn't use force. If she bit Chibai hard, it would be a powder fracture. However, Chibai couldn't speak after a few words, and the rest was humming. Seeing this, Muzan directly used his trump card. "Give me your phone now." Chibai. Muzan roared, and bit Chibai's neck with his mouth open. This made Chibai couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly woke up. Chapter 195 The Ghost Who Isn't Afraid of Sunshine. It's noon again. Chibai was lying on the bed, holding Muzan in one hand and Mukago in the other, staring blankly at the patterns on the ceiling. Wait, Chibai's home has no patterns on the ceiling. Last night was another sleepless night. Lying on that bed now, he has completely sacrificed himself heroically. As for why you can still lie down. Thanks to Chibai, who knew a little about some handed-down crafts before traveling, including carpenters. So this sacrificed bed can barely be used for a while under Chibai's repairs. However, it should be replaced. Looking at Muzan and Mukago beside him, Chibai let out a long sigh. Ah, life is like this, what more can I ask for? Just when Chibai was feeling emotional about life, the ghost-killing team could be said to be a worrying comparison. Worrying is not enough to describe everyone in the ghost-killing squad, they should be so sad. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked at the evil spirit struggling in the sun, frowning, it could kill a fly. After a long time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya spoke. What's going on here? Has Kibutsuji Muzan already overcome the sunlight and created a ghost that is not afraid of the sun? If this is the case, the current situation of the ghost-killing squad is really terrible. Speaking of this, Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly blurred his eyes and half-kneeled on the ground, covering his head in pain. Himahima Kume, who had been on the sidelines, ran up to Ubuyashiki Kagaya immediately after seeing it. He asked anxiously, my lord, what's wrong with you?" It took a while for Ubuyashiki Kagaya to speak. I'm fine, I just saw something. That seemed to be my dream last night. Ah, how strange, this ghost was not made by Kibutsuji Muzan, how is that possible? Advertisement. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's words surprised Himahima Kume who was on the side. My lord, what are you talking about? This ghost was not made by Kibutsuji Muzan. How is this possible? You said it yourself, Muzan is the king of ghosts, only he has the ability to create new ghosts. Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head. No, I don't know what's going on either. However, the dream told me that this has nothing to do with Kibutsuji Muzan. It is no exaggeration to say that this ghost has nothing to do with Kibutsuji Muzan. Baimingyu, tell me in detail, where exactly did you find this ghost? At this moment, the ghost who is not afraid of sunlight rushed towards Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Himahima Kume. But before the ghost rushed in front of the two, he was headshot by a meteor hammer from Himahima Kume. Breath of rock, one shape, serpentine, bipolar. However, the ghost whose head was shot did not turn into a cloud of flying ash and disappear as usual. Instead, he lay on the ground and continued to crawl towards the two of them. On his blown head, countless granules were constantly intertwined to form a new head. As that's so, Ubuyashiki Kagaya murmured softly, when the ghosts are no longer afraid of the sun, the Nichiren blades also lose their effect. You know, the ore for forging Nichiren blades can only kill evil spirits after absorbing the energy of the sun. If this is the case, then these evil spirits who are not afraid of the sun will have nothing to kill. At this time, Himahima Kume asked, My lord, how did I come across this ghost thing, should I say it now or not? Reminded by Himahima Kume, Ubuyashiki Kagaya reacted. Ah, sorry, Baimingyu, I almost forgot about this, but fortunately you reminded me. Then please explain in detail, where exactly did you meet this ghost? After hearing this, Baimingyu nodded, and then began to tell the story. The plot is very simple, it probably means that Baimingyu is eating breakfast, and the crow suddenly informs him that there is a ghost, and tells him to go there quickly. At first, Baimingyu didn't realize that something was wrong, picked up meteor hammer, and rushed over. When he saw the ghost, he headshot meteor hammer as always. Just when he was about to call it a day and go home to continue eating, he realized that something was wrong. Looks like it's daytime now. Advertisement. Ghosts can't come out during the day, but. Thinking of this, Sorrowful Island turned around, it was a look, and glanced at the ghost whose head was shot by him. Sure enough, the ghost was not dead, his head was regenerating rapidly, and the ghost was regenerated in just a few minutes. As for how Baimingyu knew, it was when he heard the sound of granulation regeneration. The reborn ghost got up and continued to rush towards Baiming Island, but just like before, he was still headshot. On the other hand, Baiming Island found a rope, tied up the ghost tightly, and dragged the ghost all the way to Ubuyashiki Kagaya. After some tangling, Ubuyashiki Kagaya finally decided that for the safety of the Ghost Slayer team, it is better not to call Chibai to the meeting. Himahima Kume said, My lord, shall we start the Zuhei meeting now? After hearing the story of Baimingyu, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's brows did not relax, but frowned even tighter. Ubuyashiki Kagaya nodded without hesitation. With that said, Ubuyashiki Kagaya turned and left. At that time, the ghost-killing team will be very dangerous. Everyone brainstorms together and can always come up with a solution. Seeing the back of Ubuyashiki Kagaya going away, Himahima Kume first recited Amitabha, then waved his own meteor hammer, hitting the ghost behind him again. Do you want to inform Chibai? Himahima Kume didn't stop holding the meteor hammer until the ghost was smashed into bloody flesh and turned into ground meat. Although Chibai is also a pillar, but he is accompanied by Kibutsuji Muzan. A ghost who is not afraid of the sun. Where did this come from? What would this ghost be afraid of? Call all the pillars for a meeting. Amitabha, is it the Zuhei meeting? After careful calculation, I haven't seen Chibai for a year. I should be able to meet him this time at the Zuhei meeting. Well, it has to be unfolded. After all, the wisdom of everyone is much stronger than my own. At this time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who was telling the crows to gather the pillars, hesitated when he saw Kuromaru who was recuperating. Sorrowful Islet, watch out for this ghost, I'll use the crow to tell all the pillars to gather here. If he had been notified, Chibai would definitely bring Kibutsuji Muzan here too. In this way, the well-managed headquarters of the Ubuyashiki family would be exposed under Kibutsu Chapter 196 Wisteria Flower. However, Chibai didn't know anything about the upcoming Zuhei meeting. At this time, he was eating ramen made by Mukago. In addition to ramen, his bowl also had char shao pork that was as high as a hill. Chibai eats a piece of char shao pork, and it is a joy to eat. I ate the char shao pork in the ramen, the Emperor Daddy is not as good as me. Mukago, your ramen is really good. I really can't get enough of it. Now, my stomach is in your shape. I can't imagine that one day you won't cook. That would be really scary. Mukago smiled after hearing this. Don't worry, master, I will always cook for you. Muzan. What did you say? I didn't catch it, please say it again, Mukago. Mukago immediately added. Hey, and of course Master Muzan. Humph. Muzan snorted, then picked up the ramen in front of him and ate it in big mouthfuls. Not to mention, although Mukago always wants to counterattack, but the taste of her ramen is really good, even better than those made by the restaurants under her own hands. Thinking of this, Muzan took a few mouthfuls of ramen viciously. Damn, it's Mukago. Don't forget, I created you, you don't even think about counterattacking in your life. As for Chibai, eating ramen baldly, he didn't know anything about what happened between the two women. On the Ubuyashiki Kagaya side, after a long wait, 8 of the current 9 pillars had arrived, kneeling and sitting in the room. As for which 8 pillars? I don't know all of them. Currently known, Yenju Himahima Kyume, Yenju Rengoku Shinjiro. There is also Chibai, who has no name, and he did not come. The other 6 don't know each other, so we have to go through the motions anyway. Looking at the 8-bit pillars below, Ubuyashiki Kagaya coughed lightly, and then said, "Today, I have summoned you for a very important matter." After the 8th column listened, no one spoke, and they were all quietly waiting for Ubuyashiki Kagaya's next words. Just now, Yenju Himahima Kyume found a ghost who is not afraid of the sun when he was out on a mission. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the people present immediately boiled up. Of course, the loudest voice must be Rengoku Shinjiro. I heard Rengoku Junshulong say in a loud voice, "A ghost who is not afraid of the sun." Is it Kibutsuji Muzan who overcame the sun and created a brand new Oni? If that's the case, it would be too bad. It's really bad, but coming out of Rengoku Shinjiro's mouth it's just okay. Then Rengoku Shinjiro asked again, "By the way, since today is the Zuhei meeting, why didn't you see Chibai? Did he miss something? It's so unreasonable for him to look like this." Ubuyashiki Kagaya, sitting at the main seat, heard Rengoku's question and explained, "Chibai was not notified because he has more important tasks, and he cannot be disturbed by the Zuhei meeting. As for that being a new ghost created by Kibutsuji Muzan, it's not. I predicted from a dream that that ghost has nothing to do with Kibutsuji Muzan." Rengoku, who heard this, also shut his mouth at this time. Wasn't it a ghost created by Muzan? This is really scary. Sorrowful Island, please take the rest of the pillars to see that ghost who is not afraid of the sun. Ubuyashiki Kagaya ordered. Baimingyu nodded, and led a few pillars to the outside, pointing to a pile of shapeless limbs and severed arms and said, "Everyone, please look, this is the one who is not afraid of the sun." The rest of the columns. Where? Why didn't I see it myself? All I saw was a bunch of bloody stumps and broken arms. Rengoku Shinjiro asked the question. Being Mingyu, where is that ghost who is not afraid of the sun? I didn't see it. Himahima Kyume scratched his hair in embarrassment, then pointed to the stumped limb on the ground and said, "This is the ghost who is not afraid of the sun. It's just that I was beaten too hard and turned into minced meat. Now I barely recovered from a situation."
The rest of the columns. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of the rock pillar, the most powerful existence, it is really cruel. At this time, Bei Mingyu added, "Look carefully, the granulation on this ghost's body is still gathering together and being reborn. It's just that the speed of aggregation is much slower than before." Advertisement. After listening, Rengoku Shinjiro lowered his head and observed carefully, and it was exactly the same as what Himejima Kiyome said. The ghost is recovering, just slowly. This is actually true. Rengoku Shinjiro exclaimed in surprise, "If this is the case, wouldn't our Nichiren blades be useless?" Yes, this question, Rengoku Shinjiro also thought of it. As soon as the voice fell, Ubuyashiki Kagaya came out of the room. "That's right, the reason why I called everyone here today is how we should kill evil spirits who are not afraid of the sun in the future. Please think about this matter carefully, everyone. After all, this matter is related to the future of the ghost killing squad." Hearing Ubuyashiki Kagaya's words, the 8-bit pillars were lost in thought. It took a long time before Himejima Kiyome came up with his own idea. "My lord, let's try the wisteria flower. You must know that wisteria is something that ghosts have always hated, so maybe it will be useful." This quote from Singing Islet reminds Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Before Ubuyashiki Kagaya could speak, Rengoku ran outside, picked a bunch of wisteria flowers and came back. Immediately, everyone picked off the wisteria flowers and handed them all to Baimingyu. Under Baimingyu's strong grip, the wisteria flower's juice was forced out and dripped into a small bottle. Soon, a bottle of wisteria flower liquid came out. Ubuyashiki Kagaya took the small bottle of wisteria flower liquid, came to the side of the newly grown ghost, and gently dripped a drop. In the next second, I saw the ghost on the ground opened his eyes fiercely. Before he could scream, he was turned into a pool of pus by the wisteria flower fluid, and lost his vitality. Everyone who saw this scene was very surprised. They thought that this ghost had no nemesis, but what they didn't expect was that the wisteria flower could easily turn this ghost into puddles of pus. Rengoku Shinjiro said softly, "Well, it seems that wisteria has such a strong restraint on this kind of ghost. You must know that although wisteria flowers are useful to the ghosts in the past, the effect is not so good." Instantly turned into pus. Tisk tisk tisk. At this time, a smile appeared on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's face. Since the wisteria flower can kill this kind of ghost, then the rest is easy to say. Chapter 197 Poison Quenching. Since the wisteria flower is so lethal to this kind of ghost, then all swordsmen need to carry the wisteria flower liquid with them. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said, looking at the people present. However, Rengoku Shinjiro made an opinion. "My lord, it would be very inconvenient if every swordsman carried wisteria flower liquid on his body. Is there any other way, so that the swordsmen don't have to carry the wisteria flower liquid with them?" This question is really difficult, so Ubuyashiki Kagaya didn't answer it for a long time. On the side, Himejima Kiyome thought of a way. "My lord, if we smear the wisteria flower liquid on the Nichiren blades, wouldn't it be more convenient?" This sentence made Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly realize. Well, that's exactly what it is. said Yubayashiki Kagaya, and I came up with a better way. I don't know if you still remember that in the ninja lineage, there is an extremely exquisite poison killing technique. If we use that kind of superb poisoning technique, the effect will be even higher. As soon as the words fell, Rengoku Genshaoling said, Yoshi, then listen to the master. Let's poison all our Nichiren blades from now on. But I still have a question, who should be entrusted with the work of poisoning? Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled and said, at present, we can only hand over this work to the craftsmen in the forging knife village. Don't underestimate them, among them are craftsmen who originally made weapons for ninjas. Afterwards, everyone discussed the details, and finally decided that the craftsmen of forging knife village would poison the Nichiren blades, and at the same time prepared 2 poisoned Nichiren blades for replacement. At the same time, a new name was given for this evil spirit who is not afraid of the sun, called. Soon the pillar meeting ended, and the other 6 pillars dispersed and returned to their own posts. Only Bai Mingyu and Mikijiro were left behind. At this time, Maki Mingyu asked sadly, my lord, what about Chibai? He still doesn't know about Nichiren blades poisoning. How do we notify him? Before Yubayashiki Kagaya could speak, Rengoku Shinjiro said, don't worry, leave this to me. It's up to me to inform Chibai, I'm still very close to him. Yubayashiki Kagaya ordered, then I will trouble you, Mikijiro. You're welcome, my lord. Rengoku Shinjiro agreed, and turned to face the outside. Advertisement he wanted to find Chibai as quickly as possible, and then inform him of this matter. After seeing Rengoku Shinjiro leave, Sorrow Island bowed to Yubayashiki Kagaya. If my lord has nothing to do, I will retreat first. Okay, I see. Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded. Yubayashiki Kagaya heaved a long sigh as he watched the back of Sorrowful Island leave. Hey. Things are getting more and more troublesome. First it's lunch, and then it's the ghost who is not afraid of the sun. Why do I always feel that things have developed normally? At this time, Chibai's side. Chibai had already eaten, and was lying on the bed with Mukago Muzan, staring at the ceiling blankly. But it didn't take long for this state to be interrupted by Muzan. Chibai. What are you doing? Chibai said in a daze. After Muzan heard this, he stretched out his tender little hand and pulled Chibai's clothes. I'm so bored, give me your phone quickly, I want to watch anime, okay. For Muzan's proposal, Chibai refused decisively. As for the reason, it's very simple. He's afraid that after Muzan thoroughly learns how to play with a mobile phone, he'll find the Demon Slayer anime, and even the follow-up manga. If that's the case, it might as well be destroyed directly. Of course, there is the second most important reason, that is, there is only one mobile phone, and I have to play with it myself. Of course, the reason for Muzan is not this, but another story. Madam, tell me, will you listen to me? Muzan was a little puzzled, but still nodded. Be obedient, what's the matter? Since you are obedient, don't play with your phone, okay? Muzan. Riding on a horse. How could own boyfriend be such a dog? He actually waited for him here, and he just made himself speechless to refute. When Mukago on the side heard this, he almost burst out laughing, but he reacted quickly and held back. As for the person involved, Muzan, he was not so happy. Muzan turned over and rode on Chibai, advertisement. Pulling Chibai by the collar, he questioned Chibai, what do you mean? I'll give you 2 choices today, old lady. One is to give me your phone. The other is to experience the pain of losing your husband. You choose yourself, Chibai. After Chibai heard this, he thought about it seriously, and then said weakly, Madam, can I choose a way to die? Muzan nodded, looks like you chose the second one. HMPH, yes, don't say I'm too cruel, I'll give you a chance to choose how to die. Say, how do you want to die? I want to die of exhaustion, Chibai said. Huh? Muzan looked puzzled. Exhausted? Why are you so exhausted? I saw Chibai sat up, hugged Muzan, whispered something in her ear, and then lay down again. He took the initiative to unbutton his own shirt. Come on, ma'am, don't take pity on me just because I'm handsome. Come on, tired me to death, you can play with your phone. Following Chibai's words, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. 1 minute, 2 minutes, soon, 5 minutes passed. Chibai, who didn't hear Muzan's answer for a long time, quietly opened his eyes and glanced at Muzan. But he found that Muzan's face was terribly dark, and he couldn't hold it back. Chibai asked, Ma'am, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so ugly? Muzan. At this moment, even Chibai knew that something was wrong no matter how thoughtless he was, when he was just about to take out the phone for Muzan. I saw Muzan jumped up violently, and stabbed at Chibai. Chibai. You are too perverted. I'll fight you today, eat me with a soul-scattering iron claw. What followed was Chibai's screams, and of course the noise. Ah, help, Muzan murdered her husband, it hurts. Tui. Not only do I want to murder my own husband, I also want to kill you on behalf of the moon today. The waning moon of the underworld is broken. Take it easy, ma'am, you're going to be beaten to death. As for Mukago, he was sitting on the sofa downstairs, drinking matcha leisurely and looking upstairs from time to time. Chapter 198 System Rescue. What? You ask, when did Mukago come downstairs? This, naturally, when Chibai said that he was exhausted, Mukago frowned and found that something was wrong, so he quietly went downstairs. Facts have proved that Mukago is correct, otherwise, he would have to suffer upstairs. The battle between Chi Bai and Muzan lasted for half an hour and finally ended with Muzan winning. Upstairs, Chi Bai has been beaten into panda eyes by Muzan, and Muzan is holding his shoulders and questioning him vigorously. HMPH, I'm still skinny, no more skin, no more skin, ma'am, I don't dare anymore, Chi Bai said. Although Chi Bai said that on his lips, he was thinking in his heart that when he became stronger, he would turn himself into a serf and sing. At that time, I have to put Muzan in 100 poses. It seems that this is not realistic, because the current Muzan is very cooperative with me, hee. Thinking of this, Chi Bai almost laughed out loud. If he didn't hold back his reaction, he would probably be beaten up by Muzan again. At this time, Muzan said again, since the skin is gone, why don't you hurry up and hand over the phone to me? I want to see the dog Yaksha, hear me? Bah. Chi Bai resolutely refused after hearing this. Muzan. Damn, this boyfriend doesn't matter today. Chi Bai. Muzan roared, give me the phone, I want to watch anime, do you hear me? Bah. Chi Bai still shook his head and refused, and then, Chi Bai closed his eyes tightly, preparing for the next round of storm. However, the imaginary storm did not appear, only Muzan's sneer was heard. Hum, Chi Bai couldn't help shivering, and opened his eyes. Ma'am, what are you laughing at? Why are you smiling so scary? After hearing this, Muzan moved his face closer to Chi Bai. The two faces were very close to each other, and they could kiss each other with just a little movement. One couldn't hold back, Chi Bai blushed, advertisement. But soon, Chi Bai reacted. I blush with a bubble teapot. Muzan is my wife, why should I blush? After calming down, Chi Bai asked, what are you doing, ma'am? Look, it's so close, I can't help it. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Muzan. Shut up. I just realized that you have tried everything possible to prevent me from looking at your phone. Is there some secret you are hiding from me? When Chi Bai heard this, his heart skipped a beat. FK. She actually noticed it, it's over now. How did Muzan become smart all of a sudden? Chi Bai opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. In this way, after a while, Chi Bai finally thought of a good reason. Oh, ma'am, you think too much, how could I have any secrets from you? You have to know, since the two of us were together, you know everything about me. I don't let you play with your mobile phone, just because I'm afraid you will get addicted to it. Didn't you find out that now you don't have a mobile phone and you treat me like this? Hey, I'm really heartbroken, I don't even have a mobile phone, Chi Bai sighed. Muzan, who was riding on Chi Bai's body, also showed a trace of unbearable expression on his face after hearing this. It's really like what Chi Bai said, I'm really a little too addicted now, how old is this, and I'll feel uncomfortable if I don't play with my phone for a while. When Chi Bai saw Muzan's current appearance, there was a smile in his eyes. Hey, fight yourself? Ma'am, you are still too tender, hee. But just when Muzan was about to give up the mobile phone he asked for, he saw the smile in Chi Bai's eyes. Only then did he realize that he was almost played by Chi Bai again. This boyfriend own is really damn good enough. Looking at Chi Bai, Muzan pinched his finger bones, and suddenly there was a crunching sound. Chi Bai, I was almost fooled by you again. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have really let you get away with it. Next. Eat me, the wound of the wind. Muzan raised his head, used his own head as a hammer, and hit Chi Bai heavily on the forehead. Advertisement at this moment, Chi Bai couldn't think of which link he made a mistake, and Muzan saw through him. Before Chi Bai could speak, he felt a heavy blow on the head of On, and suddenly countless stars appeared in front of his eyes, circling around him non-stop. Chi Bai, I will give you one last chance to hand over your phone, and I will spare you today. Muzan rubbed his head and snapped. Although Chi Bai still wanted to die rather than surrender at this time, the current situation no longer allowed him. If I continue to prefer death to surrender, I am afraid that I will continue to be tortured by Muzan. Ever since, Chi Bai admitted decisively. Don't beat your wife, if you beat me again, you will really lose your husband, Chi Bai said. I'll give it to you, can't I give it to you? Hearing this, Muzan nodded in satisfaction, and stretched out his own little hand towards Chi Bai. Chi Bai sighed, and was about to take out the phone from the own ring and hand it to Muzan. But when his consciousness penetrated into the interspatial ring, he suddenly discovered that there was a tablet computer in the own ring. Just when will this tablet come from after Chi Bai? The system has spoken. Tisk tisk tisk, young man, you have been beaten up too badly, close black lens bracket. It's really sad for the listener, and tears for the one who hears it, close black lens bracket. After hearing this, Chi Bai said very bluntly, your system knows a hammer. Am I miserable? I'm obviously reluctant to fight back, can't you see it? I'm letting her in on purpose. I don't want to be without a wife, do you understand? But the system was too lazy to write too much ink on this matter with Chi Bai, and directly told Chi Bai what was going on with the tablet. Just keep your mouth open, you can make a bulletproof vest with your mouth, close black lens bracket. Let me tell you, don't say I'm not covering you, have you seen that tablet? Close black lens bracket. I see, what's the matter? Chi Bai asked. What's wrong? This is what I give you, close black lens bracket. I can tell you. There is no news about this world in this tablet computer, there are only messy VIPs and endless dramas, close black lens bracket. You don't have to worry about some things being exposed if you hand this tablet to Muzan, close black lens bracket. When Chibai heard this, he regained his spirit. Damn it, it's my brother Tong, awesome, 666, thank you for my brother Tong's tablet. System. This guy. Is FCK real? Chapter 199 Vicious Thoughts. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Thinking of this, the system wanted to go back directly and ignore Chibai. However, Chibai asked persistently, wait, brother Tong, I still have a little problem. Can you give me a few more tablets? One tablet is really not enough. Also, you haven't told me what to do about this traffic problem. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, can this phone of mine play games? System. Tui, who is this? Why is this person so secretive? Although very impatient, the system still answered Chibai. A computer is not enough, is it? Then I will give it to you per person. Now there are 3 tablet computers, and 1 mobile phone is enough now. Close black lens bracket. There is also the traffic problem. You don't have to worry, I have a built-in hotspot here. The data is unlimited and you can use it at will, and there is no limit to the distance. As long as you hold the tablet in your hand, you can connect. Close black lens bracket. As for whether you can play games, you can shut up. Why do you still want to play games? Close black lens bracket. After speaking, the system dived directly. No matter how Chibai called the system did not say a word. Although the system no longer cares about him, the own question has been answered, and Chibai is very satisfied with it. Among them, what surprised Chibai the most is that the system has its own built-in hotspot, and it is the kind that does not limit the distance, which is really 6. Which system can bring its own hotspot? That's own system, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Chibai hurriedly took out the tablet from his own ring and handed it to Muzan. Ma'am, wait a minute, don't hit me anymore, you will kill me if you hit me again. Look, what is this? After hearing this, Muzan snorted very sunere, and then took the tablet from Chibai. After carefully looking at it, he said, this thing looks like a large mobile phone. Well, does it look good? Turn it on for me now, I'm going to watch Yaksha the dog. After finishing speaking, Muzan got off his body, consciously found a comfortable position in Chibai's arms and lay down, waiting for Chibai to turn on the tablet. While Chibai turned on the tablet, he explained to Muzan. Madam, let me tell you that this thing is not called a mobile phone, this thing is called a tablet computer. It not only has a larger screen than a mobile phone, but also has a much larger battery capacity than a mobile phone. Advertisement. If you look at the bigger screen, doesn't it look more comfortable? Hey, Muzan looked up Sunere very much, whatever, as long as it doesn't delay my dog Yaksha. Chibai. Come on, so much I said just now is playing the piano against the cow. After Chibai turned on the tablet, he handed it to Muzan, indicating that you can do the rest by yourself anyway, and you will. However, Muzan shook his head and pushed the tablet back. Seeing this, Chibai asked a little puzzled. What's the matter, ma'am? Didn't you just say you wanted to see the dog Yaksha? Why didn't you watch it? Why, are you going to change your mind? However, what Muzan said next made Chibai almost stop laughing. Change your woolen mind. Look at the words on it, I don't know any of them, how do you want me to use them? After hearing this, Chibai was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Peeved, ha ha ha, madam. Ha ha ha. I was really stupid enough to forget that Muzan didn't know Huxia characters. You must know that this tablet is made in Daxia. When the system is owned, it is not optimized at all. It is only given to itself after blocking the information of Demon Slayer. Looking at Chibai, who couldn't straighten up with laughter, Muzan's face was black. What's so ridiculous about this matter, isn't it because I don't know how to read? He said it as if he, Own's little boyfriend knew these words, and he was very proficient in using them. This is very embarrassing. Looking at Chibai who was smiling and happy, Muzan gave him another soul-dispersing iron claw. Smile, laugh hurry up and transfer my old lady to the anime of Inuyasha. Otherwise, I'll give you another soul-scattering iron claw. Chibai who was beaten was very wronged. Woo, obviously you blame yourself for not being able to read. But because he is not Muzan's opponent at all, Chibai can only open the small broken station for her obediently and transfer to the dog Yaksha. Seeing Muzan of the dog Yaksha, his eyes lit up, and he started watching with a tablet. Only Chibai, who was wronged, was left behind. Advertisement. Looking at the happy Muzan, Chibai let out a long sigh. I really didn't expect that I was R**D by the family today, and I was beaten so badly. Listening to Muzan's laughing voice from time to time, Chibai suddenly had a very scary thought in his heart. As soon as this idea appeared, Chibai himself was taken aback. How can I have such vicious thoughts, it's too scary. Looking at his bruised eye sockets and then at Muzan, Chibai decided to carry out this terrible and vicious idea. So, Chibai was lying on the bed, thinking about how to implement this idea, and being dishonest at the same time. Anyway, everyone knows what he knows, and anyone who has a girlfriend understands it. Every time he tried to succeed, he was ruthlessly knocked down by Muzan. As for Mukago, he is doing some housework downstairs. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Just when the 3 of them were about to have dinner, the door of their villa was knocked suddenly, and Mukago hurried to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Rengoku Shinjiro standing in the doorway. Seeing this, Chibai hastily went up to meet him. Long time no see, Uncle Makijiro. Rengoku Shinjiro scratched his hair in confusion. Huh? It's been a long time, didn't we meet in Hachijo Island 2 days ago, ha ha ha? Chibai. This is just a polite remark, why did Rengoku Shinjiro get blocked? But Chibai did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he turned around to give up his seat, and said, it's a coincidence that Tathagata came earlier, we were planning to eat, and you were here. Uncle Makijiro, come in quickly and have something to eat together. Hearing this, Rengoku Zhenzaolang's eyes lit up, ha ha ha, since this is the case, then I will not be polite. After finishing speaking, he strode into the room, went directly to the dining table and sat down. Muzan. Nasty ghost slayers, soon, Chibai was also seated, and everyone had a very lively dinner together. As for why I said that, it is naturally because of Rengoku Shinjiro. One bite, 5 ants, chapter 200 the plan unfolds. After dinner, the three sat on the sofa, and Mukago brought 3 cups of tea. 1 cup iced, 2 cups hot. The iced one was given to Rengoku Shinjiro, don't ask why, it's just that this is the habit of the Aborigines, they like to drink ice water. As for the hot ones, of course they are from Muzan and Chibai. Originally, Muzan only drank cold ones, but in the end, in the health preservation method preached by Chibai, Muzan also changed to drinking hot water. As for Mukago, I drank too much water during the day and didn't want to drink it. Rengoku, who was drinking ice water, did not forget the purpose of his trip. After organizing the language, he explained the purpose of coming to Chibai. Chibai, just this afternoon, the ghost killing team started the Juhi meeting, but for some reason, the Lord did not call you, but our 8 pillars had a meeting. So after the meeting is over, my lord, let me convey to you the main content of this meeting. Immediately, Rengoku Zhenzaolang told Chibai about specific things. Soon after the story was told, Chibai was not too surprised after hearing it. Just thanked Rengoku Shinjiro, okay, I see, thank you very much, Uncle Makijiro. After Rengoku Zhenzaolang saw Chibai understand the matter, he also chose to get up and leave. Muzan didn't speak until after Rengoku Shinjiro left. It seems that the ghost killing team has discovered a ghost that is not afraid of the sun. Besides, you are so sure that it has nothing to do with me, Chibai, what are we going to do next? Chibai revealed a mysterious smile after hearing this. Next, all we have to do is wait. Wait. Muzan repeated, somewhat puzzled. Wait? What are you waiting for? Waiting for the Ghost Slayer team who are not afraid of the sun. In that case, I think we can wait. In a word, Chibai was stunned directly. It took a while before he realized, Tuan kills the woolen ghost killing team. Ma'am, Chibai said helplessly, when I say wait, I mean we need to wait for a good time, not the group. Ghost Slayer. Oh, after hearing this, Muzan agreed without much interest. It's not interesting if it's not the group ghost killing team, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing Muzan who was not interested, Chibai smiled, and said immediately, Madam, tell those who wind up, from now on. Advertisement, after encountering members of the ghost killing squad, don't fight with them, you can help them appropriately. Muzan did not understand Chibai's proposal, why is that? Chibai didn't explain after hearing this, but just said, okay, ma'am, just listen to me. Now we just need an appropriate time, just keep waiting. Although Muzan was very reluctant, he agreed to Chibai's request, disappeared on the sofa, returned to the Infinite City, and held a small winding meeting. There's no way, who told this to be an opinion put forward by my boyfriend, I have no way to refuse it. 5 minutes later, Muzan reappeared on the couch. Seeing this, Chibai asked, have you notified Shangshan, ma'am? Muzan nodded, well, I have notified from the first winding to the 6th winding. I really don't understand why you want them to help the ghost killing squad. You're not afraid that after the help is over, the ghost killing team will kill them backhand. Regarding this, Chibai shook his head and said with certainty, you can rest assured, ma'am, the situation you mentioned will never happen. The current protagonist of the Demon Slayer squad, Yubayashiki Kagaya, is not as stupid as you think, he will definitely understand the meaning of Kagami. Besides, even the 6th-ranked Gyutaro needs the Demon Slayer team, at least the cooperation of 2 pillars to kill him. What kind of ghosts do you think will be worthy of the ghost killing team sending 2 pillars under the condition that the upper string is diving? Hearing Chibai's analysis, Muzan suddenly realized. It seems to be true as you said. Forget it, leave them alone. I'm going to move on to Yaksha the dog. After speaking, Muzan took out his tablet computer and prepared to continue watching, but as soon as he turned on the tablet, Muzan seemed to remember something again, suddenly turned his head, and said to Chibai angrily. I tell you, during my watching dog Yaksha, your hands better be honest with me. Did you hear that? Chibai nodded obediently, I heard it. Muzan then reassured the gift-looked dog Yaksha, after a few minutes. Muzan looked at his big hand trying to reach into his clothes, with helplessness written all over his face. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. I shouldn't believe that Chibai is a B******D. Advertisement, Chibai. Be more honest, didn't you hear me, why are you not being honest? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chibai said confidently, I just heard it, did you say that I will definitely do it? Muzan. This damn guy is going to PS himself off. Without waiting for Muzan to get angry, Chibai suddenly said, Ma'am, do you want to be able to use this tablet by yourself? The span of this topic is a bit large, which makes Muzan a little bit overwhelmed. After being stunned for a few seconds, Muzan nodded, of course I do. It's just that I don't know these words, how can I use them independently? Chi Bai, who heard this, revealed a terrifying smile. I finally waited for Muzan's words, and it was time to start my vicious plan. Hearing this, Chi Bai sneered in his heart. Okay, to be honest, I'm also very curious about these words, after all, it's the first time I've seen them. When he said this, Chi Bai acted like I was doing it for your own good. It is very interesting, and it is very interesting. After listening to Chi Bai's words, Muzan agreed to Chi Bai's request after thinking for a while. Let's start learning from Pinyin. I heard Chi Bai continue to say, isn't it just such a big thing? Ha 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 ha, dear Mrs. Muzan, it's time to let you know the charm of Huxia characters. But his heart was already laughing incomparably rampant. Then where do we start learning now? Okay, Muzan happily agreed, and then said, so this font is called Huxia characters. P.S. Aha, it's already 200 chapters, so amazing, I feel like I'll have at least 500 chapters after finishing it, ha ha ha. Madam, don't worry, I'll teach you these characters, okay? It feels like it should be interesting. After hearing this, Chi Bai said, we don't study today because we don't have a very important prop. I'll make a copy later, let's start learning Huxia characters tomorrow, okay? Feel what is called the underworld level Huxia, ha ha ha. I hope you will not be disappointed by then. Let her domestic violence herself, chapter 201 White Cloud Kangu. Ever since, time has passed like that, and if I insist on coming up with 2 meaningful sentences, it is. By Yunkangu, the stars move, and in a blink of an eye, another year is about to pass. At this time, the time has come to early winter, and there is no snow yet. During this period of time, Chi Bai has been teaching Muzan to recognize Huxia characters. Starting from Pinyin, Muzan has been doing well so far. But she always can't figure out polyphonic characters, and what occasions are appropriate for some words. As for the Ghost Slayer team, since Rengoku Shinjiro came over, there has been no movement, nothing happened. Oh, by the way, and the other end of Izumo. There is no news, quiet. Chi Bai guessing that Izumo should be in the Flower Street, lingering. Bless him to meet Daki one day and gnaw his head off. Yes, there is also Tamayo. Chi Bai said that he was a little busy and didn't bother to find her. When he has time next time, he will go to find her. This day, Chi Bai talking to Muzan in Huxia. Ma'am, listen to me. A llama came from the south, holding a 5-jin soul in his hand. Blah blah, blah blah. This long tongue twister was finished by Chi Bai at a very fast speed. After finishing the tongue twister, Chi Bai asked Muzan, how's ma'am, did you hear what I said? If you hear it clearly, repeat it again, and let me see how your basic skills are. Muzan. What is this all about? How does that sound gibberish? What kind of trumpet, don't you? Ever since, Muzan shook his head decisively. I didn't hear clearly, and I couldn't understand what you were saying at all. Muzan said, and you speak too fast, is it hot? Peeved. Chi Bai squirted out a mouthful of hot water. Good guy, when will my wife complain? And the complaint is quite good. Wiping his mouth, Chi Bai explained to Muzan. Oh, ma'am, did you listen to what I told you? The thing I'm talking about is called a tongue twister, so he has to say it very fast. If he speaks slowly, it will be boring.
Muzan rolled his eyes at this advertisement. Okay, anyway, only the 2 of us can speak Huxia, so what you say is up to you, okay.
After hearing this, Chi Bai shrugged his shoulders. Well, Muzan used the wrong word again. It cannot be said that there are 2 people, it should be 2 people. Thinking of this, Chi Bai corrected himself. Oh, ma'am, there are not 2 people, there should be 2 people, do you understand? After Muzan heard Chi Bai's correction, he didn't admit his mistake, but refuted plausibly. 2 and 2 mean the same thing, I can't just say one at random. Yes, you are right. Chi Bai, who heard Muzan say this, hastily raised his hand in surrender, and used the classic all-purpose sentence. Ah, yes, you are right. But Muzan didn't hear the perfunctory meaning in Chi Bai's words, but nodded in satisfaction. HMPH, you're smart, give me the tablet, I'm going to continue watching anime. After speaking, he stretched out his hand towards Chi Bai. Chi Bai did not hesitate, and directly took out the tablet and handed it to Muzan. Look, just watch. Look at you now, you're almost an internet-addicted girl, you can't quit anime. You learn from me, the whole person is sunny, go out and exercise more. Muzan skillfully swiped the tablet screen, without raising his head, he said, hey, what am I doing to quit? Also, can you touch your conscience when you talk? When did you go out to exercise? For such a long time, the number of times the 2 of us have gone out can be counted on the fingers, and Mukago has always gone out to buy groceries. Using a new word I learned to describe it, that is otaku and otaku. Chi Bai. Shocked, Mrs. Muzan of my family can talk back, what a surprise. At this time, Mukago on the side is also watching the video with a tablet, but what Mukago watches is all about food. When Muzan mentioned her, he raised his head in doubt, and after realizing that there was nothing to do with her, he lowered his head and continued to watch the video. Looking at Muzan, who has completely transformed into an internet-addicted girl, Chi Bai sighed deeply. It seems that in this home, only I am not controlled by electronic products. Just thinking of this, Muzan suddenly said, Chi Bai, come on, let's watch anime together. I just found a very interesting anime, come and watch it together. Advertisement. Hearing this, Shibai didn't hesitate and immediately moved over. He, my wife greeted me, how can I not go? When Shibai put his head in front of the screen to see what anime it was, Shibai was almost scared and sent away. I saw the name of the drama written on the tablet. Dark Saint. Cough, can't say it, absolutely can't say it, that's not something that can be said. I saw Shibai snatch the tablet from Muzan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, I asked Muzan, ma'am, can you explain this anime to me, how did you find it, this anime? While talking, Shibai remained silent, and Muzan, who had a tacit understanding with Shibai for a long time, naturally understood what he meant. Biting his nails, Muzan explained. Just now when I was watching the Song of the Underworld, a webpage was pushed to me suddenly. Then I clicked in, and then this anime appeared. What's wrong? Shibai, is there something wrong with this anime? After hearing this, Shibai was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to tell Muzan, but he couldn't tell her that this anime is not something good kids should watch. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Shibai didn't think of a good explanation, so he could only wake up and tell Muzan. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, it's better to open such vague recommendations less in the future. Did you hear that, ma'am? Okay, Muzan agreed. Now can you return the tablet to me? Shibai nodded, and then handed you the tablet to Muzan. Muzan took the tablet, leaned on the sofa, and continued to watch. A minute later, Shibai suddenly felt something was wrong. When did Muzan become so obedient? Tell her not to watch, she will stop watching. Thinking of this, Shibai quietly glanced at the tablet in Muzan's hand. FK. She was peeking. Just when Shibai wanted to have a good exchange with Muzan. The window of my own villa was knocked suddenly, and it sounded very urgent, as if there was something important. Chapter 202. Silly Rabbit. Helpless, Shibai has no choice but to let go of planning to deal with Muzan first, and wait to see who and what happened, and then come back to deal with her. Thinking of this, Shibai came to the window and stretched out his hand to open it. There was a crow outside the window, and Shibai knew this crow. Yo, Kuromaru, long time no see, what have you been doing these days? I haven't seen you for a long time. Hearing Shibai's greeting, Kuromaru jumped forward and walked into the house. It's a long story. Is there anything to eat, Shibai? I'm hungry. I forgot to eat when I came here, Black Maru said. Shibai didn't hesitate when he heard that. He went to the kitchen by himself, grabbed a handful of raw rice, and sprinkled it in front of Heiwan. There is nothing you can eat at home, only this little rice, so you have to deal with it. Heiwan was not picky when he saw this, so he lowered his head and started eating. After just a few minutes, the handful of rice on the ground was swept away by Heiwan. Oh, I'm full. Kuromaru sighed. Seeing that Heiwan said that he was full, Shibai said. You are full, you should also tell me what you have been doing during this time. Yeah, Kuromaru nodded, and then said, I've been taking care of my body these days. Take care of your body? Shibai glanced at Heiwan suspiciously, very puzzled. What kind of body do you have for a bird? You can't raise a fat person in vain, and then just cook yourself in an iron pot. Kuromaru saw Shibai's doubts, and explained to him. That's when I ate what you gave me. Then I was poisoned. If other crows hadn't found me, I might really have died. After I went back, I cultivated for a long time, and recently my body recovered. Oh. This. What Kuraiwan said was something that Shibai never expected. It turned out that it was Muzan's cooking that made Heiwan disappear for so long. And according to what Kuromaru said, Muzan almost gave away the meal cooked by Muzan. Tisk, good guy, how lethal is the food cooked by my wife? Advertisement. While Shibai was thinking, Kuromaru asked again, by the way, you haven't told me yet. What kind of nut is that thing? It's too lethal. It's not that I'm bragging to you. I haven't eaten any nuts before, but it's the first time I've eaten such a poisonous nut. The more I think about it, the more I don't accept it. I have to challenge it again. I don't believe it. I can still be poisoned by it. Seeing Heiwan's confident look, Shibai didn't dare to say that it was Muzan's cooking. After thinking for 1/100 of a second, Shibai decided to skip this topic directly. Ahem, cough, don't worry about what it is. Anyway, there is only one copy, there is no second copy. Shibai perfunctory Heiwan. After hearing that it was only one, Kuromaru sighed helplessly. Well, I still want to challenge that again, Shibai. Your old bird life is really impatient. The first time it didn't poison you, it's purely your life. You may not be sure about the second time, so it's best not to try it lightly. And in the future, the food made by Muzan should be treated in a harmless manner. Save it for Sabito, he. At this moment, Kuromaru spoke suddenly, interrupting Shibai's thinking. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I came here this time to tell you that Sabito and Tomioka Giyu are going to participate in the final selection. This is what Yorokodaki Sakanji asked me to tell you specifically. Shibai, who was still thinking about how to trick Sabito, heard Kuromaru say that Sabito and Tomioka Giyu participated in the final selection, and his hair stood on end in fright. FK. Participate in the final selection. Doesn't that mean that Sabito, a silly rabbit, will meet Tioni and get P***D off? No, now Sabito is much stronger than before, the kind who can beat Tioni to the point of doubting his life. However, I don't know if there are any ghosts that are not afraid of the sun in Fujishi-shan. If there are, can rabbits handle it? As for Tomioka Giyu, well, Sabito will protect him. The more Chibai thought about it, the more anxious he became, and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. At the end, Chibai grabbed Kuromaru and asked very anxiously, Kuromaru, tell me, besides Sabito and Tomioka Giyu, who else has participated in the final selection? Did Rengoku Kyojuro go with you? At this moment, Chibai thought very simply. Advertisement: if Kyojuro also goes, he and Sabito team up together, whether they are ghosts who are not afraid of the sun, the two of them can sweep the entire Fujisai mountain. However, Kuromaru's next words directly chilled Chibai's heart. Rengoku Kyojuro, he didn't go. I heard you tell me that Kyojuro will participate in the selection next year. If also a J, currently he is Rengoku Shinjuru's J. Chibai. Damn, Kyojuro didn't even go. In an instant, countless worries surged into Chibai's heart, and the strength to hold the crow in his hands became stronger and stronger. I'm worried about his accident now. Ma'am, I want to go back to Mount Sagiri and participate in the final selection with Sabito. After 7 days, I will come back, okay? Sorry Kuromaru, I was too worried about Sabito, so Chibai explained. The pinched black pill's eyes protruded. Chibai, let go quickly, I'm going to be crushed to death by you, help. It was afraid that if it walked a little late, it would be pinched by Chibai again, and then directly pinched to death. Moreover, you are already a pillar, are you sure you can get in? When I left from Mount Sagiri, Sabito and Tomioka Giyu hadn't left for Mount Sagiri yet. After hearing this, Chibai didn't hide his intention from Muzan, and said directly, Sabito is going to participate in the final selection. Muzan was taken aback by Chibai's words. Hearing Heiwan's call, Chibai finally reacted, and let go of Heiwan with embarrassment. What's more, you went there to protect someone, which is even harder to say. No, shit. I have to go to the Fuji mountain together, that's right. Chibai muttered, and hurried to Muzan's side. After seeing Heiwan's back flying away, Chibai reacted. After Heiwan finished speaking, he left along the window, leaving only Chibai at the same place. I think you can catch up. Kuromaru cut it first, and then told Chibai, if you are really worried about Sabito, you should hurry back to Mount Sagiri. Before Chibai could speak, Muzan asked. What's the matter, Chibai, you look anxious, did something serious happen? Although I am not a member of the ghost killing team, I also know that it seems that Fujishi-shan only allows people who are assessed to enter, right? Chapter 203 Going to the Vine Attack Mountain. Thinking of this, Muzan decided to remind Chibai. I said, Chibai, have you ever wondered what the purpose of attacking mountains is? Chibai was taken aback when asked this question, not understanding what Muzan meant. What else can it be for? Isn't it the place to select new members of the ghost killing squad? You ask me this. Speaking of this, Chibai understood what Muzan meant. Ah, careless. I forgot about it. If I go in with Sabito, I'm afraid it won't work. Then, Chibai hesitated and didn't know what to do. After a while, Chibai said, oh, forget it. As a matter of urgency, I'll go back to Mount Sagiri first, and I'll tell the rabbit to be careful. Then I'll find a way to sneak into the Vine Attack Mountain, or else just sit here and not move, that's not an option. What do you say, ma'am? In this regard, Muzan has no opinion. After all, after Chibai is gone, I can watch anime with peace of mind. I think it's okay. Muzan nodded, well, I'll let Nakim take you there now, and it can be faster. Okay, thank you ma'am, Chibai said. Hey, be polite to me FCK. You are my boyfriend. Muzan patted Chibai on the shoulder, and then the two disappeared into the villa together. Chibai. Oh, God, the lovely, headless Mrs. Muzan from before is gone. In its place is a Muzan built with a modern message. But no matter what kind it is, it's Mrs. Own, just change it if you want. Oh, I almost forgot about Mukago. When the two of them were talking, she was sitting on the sidelines, and she could hear everything they said clearly, so there was no need to tell her again. Whoosh, Muzan and Chibai appeared in Infinity City. Muzan told Nakim, hurry up and send him to Mount Sagiri. He pointed to Chibai beside him. Nakim didn't hesitate after hearing this, and moved Pippa, and Chibai's figure disappeared immediately, leaving Muzan alone in the Infinite City. Advertisement. At this moment, Muzan breathed a long sigh of relief. Huh, my boyfriend is gone. I can finally stop learning that terrible Huxia. Anyway, the Huxia I'm learning now is enough for me to use. The next 7 days will be my happy time watching anime. After Muzan finished speaking, he returned to his exclusive room in Infinity City and started watching anime. As for Chibai, he appeared under Mount Sagiri out of thin air, suspended in midair, and immediately fell to the ground. Damn. No, didn't I comb her a double ponytail at that time? I didn't expect that after so long. Nakim is still holding a grudge. It made me fall in midair, it really hurt me, said. Chibai got up from the ground and walked towards the mountain. Half an hour later, the familiar wooden house appeared in Chibai's eyes. Chibai, who saw the wooden house, was overjoyed, quickened his pace, and came to the wooden house quickly. By chance, Mikomo opened the door of the wooden house and saw Chibai. Chibai, why are you back? Mikomo asked in surprise. After Chibai heard this, he stretched out his hand and rubbed Mikomo's hair vigorously, and after rubbing her hair into a chicken coop, Chibai spoke. Why, I'm back, aren't you happy? Although Chibai was asking questions, he was thinking of other things in his heart. For example, Makomo's hair is really nice, so soft, it's not enough without Rua, and I still need Rua Rabbit and Tomioka Gyu's hair later, hee. Upon hearing Chibai, Makomo quickly agreed. Of course I am happy that you are back, but it seems that you came back at a bad time. Makomo's words made Chibai feel a little bad. What do you mean, Makomo? Chibai asked. I heard Makomo say, yesterday, Sabito and Tomioka Gyu went to Fujisan Mountain to participate in the final assessment. If there is no accident, the two of them have now arrived at Fujisan Mountain. Chibai. Nani, I didn't expect that I was so fast, but I was still a step slower. This is too foolish. Also, how slow is Kuromaru's crow flying? I just told myself that Sabito and Tomioka Gyu will participate in the final selection, but they have already left for a day. This is really terrible. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed. It seemed that he was born to work hard. Advertisement looking at Chibai with a somewhat strange expression, Makomo was a little worried. Chibai, is there something wrong with the two of them going to attack the mountain with vines? Your expression is so ugly. Chibai shook his head. No, it's nothing. It's just a pity that I didn't get to send them off. After all, I haven't seen them for such a long time. I miss them too. Looks like this. Makomo nodded. At this moment, Chibai suddenly remembered a very important question. By the way, Makomo, before Sabito and Tomioka Gyu left, did Ryodaki-sensei give them anything? Makomo thought about it carefully, and then replied, nothing. It's the Nichiren blades that are required for the final selection, and a new set of clothes, and the misfortune fox face that every kid who participates in the final selection will have. Aren't these all common things? Nothing special. Chibai covered his face when he heard the words, dispelling misfortunes and fox faces. Come on, the problem appeared in this above. To know that Tioni in the Vine Attack Mountain is still alive, that damn thing is relying on the misfortune fox mask to identify if this person is a disciple of Yorokodaki Sakanji. Now Sabito and Tomioka Gyu are carrying this misfortune fox noodle, just, dangerous. Although Sabito's strength is very strong, he is afraid of accidents. And strictly speaking about this matter, I also blame myself. If he hadn't killed Tioni when he participated in the final selection, how could he be like this now? Thinking of this, Chibai was restless. Makomo. Chibai shouted. What's the matter? Chibai, say, Makomo replied. Chibai thought about it seriously, and then said, don't tell Mr. Linlong the news of my return, okay? Makomo was a little puzzled after hearing this. Why? Don't you want Mr. Rinaki to know that you are back? Chibai shook his head. No, it's not. Wait a minute, I have other things to leave. Tell Mr. Lintaki now, it will make him happy for nothing. I'll be back when I finish my work, okay? Chibai said so, and Makomo couldn't say anything more, so he could only nod in agreement. Seeing that Makomo agreed, Chibai turned around and galloped in the direction of Tang Shishin. Chapter 204 Limited Return. After an afternoon of galloping, Chibai returned to that very familiar place at night. The vine attacked the mountain. The wisteria flowers on the mountain are still densely packed, tightly wrapping the wisteria mountain. Finding the path he had walked, Chibai stepped onto the path without hesitation and went straight to the depths of Tengshi Mountain. Just when he passed by the small gazebo, a man came out from behind the gazebo and stopped in front of Chibai. This team member, please stay. Ahead is the Fuji Attack Mountain. There are a lot of evil spirits in the mountain. Please leave quickly. At this time, Chibai didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with him at all, and said directly, I know, but I have something urgent and can't leave. And I'm still a member of the ghost killing squad, so I know very well what's going on inside. After finishing speaking, Chibai ignored the man and continued walking forward. But within a few steps, the man stopped in front of Chibai again. Since you are an official team member, you can't even go in. If you insist on going in, then don't blame me for reporting to Lord Master to punish you. Hearing this, Chibai almost laughed out loud. Punishment. This matter does not exist, and I don't look at the relationship between myself and Ubuyashiki Kagaya, and I am a pillar, you know. Thinking of this, Chibai suddenly realized something was wrong. I am only wearing casual clothes now, not wearing the uniform of the ghost killing squad at all. After discovering something was wrong, Chibai hurriedly stepped aside, took out the team uniform he hadn't worn for a long time from the ring, and quickly changed into it. After changing his team uniform, Chibai walked over again. Seeing Chibai coming again, the man got a little impatient. What, didn't I already tell you? Official team members are forbidden to enter. If you still insist on going in, I will. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, the man saw the golden button on Chibai's collar. Immediately, all the words were swallowed back into the stomach. Ah, it turned out to be a pillar. My lord, before me that person has been with me for a long time, but I didn't come out, so why did he come? Chibai didn't care about this. It's nothing, after all, you are also in order not to be destroyed in the final selection. Chibai said, but now the situation is special, I have to go to Fuji Attack Mountain. After the man heard Chibai's words, he looked very embarrassed. My lord, it's not that I won't let you in. This is the final selection, in order to select future players. Before he finished speaking, Chibai interrupted him again. Well,
I see. After hearing this, the man thought that Shibai would not come in, and just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but Shibai's next sentence made him nervous again. No matter what this place is for, even if there is a Zanagi in him, I must go in. After finishing speaking, Shibai walked around the man and walked into the mountain. Seeing this, the man sighed helplessly, and quickly ran in front of Shibai to stop him. But Shibai stretched out his big hand and grabbed his collar, and threw him aside. Fortunately, Shibai didn't use any force, otherwise the man would have fallen to his death. Just when the man was struggling to get up, Shibai suddenly said, I know what you're worried about. It's nothing more than the fear that something unexpected will happen in the final selection, and I will let you take responsibility. If this is the case, then you don't have to worry. If the Lord asks you what's going on, you can tell him that it's Shibai who insists on going in. Don't worry, even if it's a big deal, it won't have anything to do with you. After speaking, Shibai strode towards the mountain. Only the man was left sitting on the ground, muttering curiously, the pillar called Shibai. Isn't that the unnamed zoo? I didn't expect him to appear here, and he still looks very anxious. At this time, Shibai also formally stepped into the Fuji attack mountain. The moment Shibai stepped into the Tengshishan, which had been silent and without sound, suddenly became lively at this moment. Advertisement. All the ghosts attacking the mountain from the rattan felt a very familiar aura. Although the aura was very familiar, they couldn't remember who this familiar aura was for a while. At this moment, a ghost suddenly thought of something, and then he said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, the headshot maniac, he's back. This sentence seemed to be like a plague, spreading throughout the entire Fuji mountain at an extremely fast speed. It was very miserable to hear the wailing voices of those ghosts one after another. Ah, how is it possible? Headshot Maniac didn't pass the final selection. Why is he back again? Woo. And he kept muttering, I met Yorokodaki Sakanji's apprentice 2 years ago and I let him go. Saying that, Tioni showed a very perverted smile. By the way, after such a long time, there will naturally be many new ghosts on Fujishi Mountain. If there is a ghost who is unlucky, Shibai will smash the head and body together, and finally use Nichiren blades to cut the stuffing as a whole. Of course, these howling ghosts all came from Shibai's time, so they knew exactly how cruel Shibai was. Thinking of this, the ghost who attacked the mountain from the vine began to shudder. As for Tioni, he naturally felt Shibai's breath. All of the above are good luck. But, he naively thought that Shibai wasn't coming for him, that Shibai just had nothing to do, and went into the vine attack mountain to drive Wushwang to mow the grass. These new ghosts are not afraid of the headshot monsters that the old ghosts said. On the contrary, after hearing the name Headshot Maniac, everyone was extremely excited, gearing up and vowing to kill Shibai. So now Tioni, without any fear, hid in a bush and looked at Sabito from a distance. But, ever since I stepped into the Fuji mountain, the ghosts in the Fuji mountain seem to have disappeared directly, and none of them exist. I didn't expect to meet again this time. Yorokodaki Sakanji apprentice, then I will not let it go this time anyway. The Headshot Maniac is back, everyone, find a place to hide, don't let him find out. After all, no one wants to meet a Headshot Maniac, and then have his head smashed by his fist, leaving him dead without a whole body. With a pair of iron fists, the ghost's head was first blown off, and then cut off bit by bit with the Nichiren blades. This is probably the most terrifying torture. At this time, Shibai was walking in the forest, ready to catch a ghost and come out to ask for directions. Chapter 205 The Guiding Ghost. Where did these ghosts go? If it weren't for the wisterias growing all around the mountain, Shibai would have thought that those ghosts would have run away quietly. After all, it's really too quiet, and it's so quiet that it makes people uncomfortable. After walking for a while, there is still nothing around, except for sporadic wisteria flowers, which are very thick trees. As for ghosts, they don't exist at all. Hey, what's going on here? Could it be possible that all the ghosts on the mountain have run away from home? This is too unscientific, Shibai said to himself. At this moment, a vague black figure flashed by not far away. If it wasn't for Shibai's good eyesight, he would have missed this black shadow. Shibai smacked his lips, and quickly ran towards the direction where the black shadow disappeared. After finally seeing a creature that seemed to be alive, how could he let him go? However, after Shibai chased after him, he didn't see any black shadows, not even a single bird. Seeing this situation, Shibai couldn't help muttering, hey, did I read something wrong? Is there anything near here just now? I saw it with my own eyes. Why is there nothing when I come here? As he spoke, Shibai scratched his hair in confusion, then walked back in the direction he came from. What Shibai didn't know was that when he left, there was a pair of eyes silently watching him from the tree. After Shibai's back completely disappeared, there was a look of rejoicing in those eyes. After a while, those eyes quietly walked down from the trunk of the big tree. Seeing those eyes looking at the direction where Shibai disappeared, he let out a long sigh of relief. Call, really, I was really unlucky. I was almost caught by this Headshot Maniac. If caught by him, I'm afraid Owen's head will be blown off by him. Hey, I really don't know why this Headshot Maniac has returned to Fuji Attack Mountain. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the eyes. It's not easy. Maybe this Headshot Maniac came back just looking for someone. Why are you so nervous? Advertisement. Hearing this, those eyes nodded in agreement. It's really uncertain. Maybe he really came back to find someone. If it wasn't for you, brother, to enlighten me, I'm afraid I would. Before he finished speaking, those eyes suddenly closed and his mouth closed, because he just reacted. There is nothing behind Own. How could someone speak behind Own? At this moment, those eyes wanted to turn around to see who was speaking. However, he was afraid that when he turned around, he would be beaten to death. For a moment, those eyes hesitated in place, a little at a loss. Just then, another voice came from behind him. Oh, I didn't expect that you are really not curious, and you can resist the urge to turn around. You are really good. However, don't you really wonder who I am? You should turn your head and see who I am. However, those eyes resolutely refused. It's no big deal, everyone was arrested, what's there to see? Forget it, I'll take a step first, let's meet later. After finishing speaking, those eyes wanted to run away. But before those eyes escaped, a pair of big hands had already been placed on top of his head. And the voice just now rang in his ears. Oh, you really don't wonder who I am. Since you are not curious about who I am, then I will tell you who I am. I'm the headshot maniac you're talking about. How about it? Surprised. Surprised. Those eyes. No surprises at all, no surprises at all, only infinite fright. If he was an individual, he would probably be able to scare himself to death with one blow. At this moment, those eyes turned around suddenly, and they knelt down in front of Chi Bai with a plop. My lord, please don't kill me. I'm very useful, you won't regret keeping me. Seeing those eyes like this, Chi Bai was not only a little surprised. This kind of expensive begging ghost is quite rare. So he asked those eyes, oh, really? Then tell me, what's the use of you? Advertisement. But as a ghost, begging for mercy from humans, you are really a losing face. How about I give you a chance to let you eat me? Do you think this condition is very good? However, those eyes rejected Chi Bai's proposal decisively. No, my lord, you really know how to joke. You have to know that I'm just an ordinary kid, how could I dare to eat people? I beg you, can you let it go? I have an 80-year-old mother. Chi Bai. These days, I didn't expect the ghost to be able to say these things. I really don't know who taught him. Looking at those eyes that were already frightened, Chi Bai pinched his nose and asked him. You ghost, where did you get your 80-year-old mother? After hearing that pair of eyes, he nodded, then quickly shook his head again. My name is Cloth, and I have a vampire technique called canvas. I can turn into a thin canvas and cover any object at will. If the ghost hadn't exposed his eyes on purpose, I might not be able to see him. With that said, Chi Bai walked ahead and began to continue the journey of searching for Sabito. These words startled Bu so much that his knees almost gave way and he knelt down again. Become a canvas and stick it on top of something else. My lord, if you have any orders, just tell me, and I will definitely do it. Damn, how did he know what he was going to say? When Bu was thinking about how to escape, Chi Bai suddenly asked him, I ask you, do you know where Tioni is? Hearing this, those eyes chose the first one without hesitation. Yeah, Chi Bai nodded after listening. The world is really big, full of wonders, but there is such a bloody ghost technique. And the ghost named Bu followed behind Chi Bai cautiously, for fear that he would make Chi Bai unhappy again if he was not careful. It seems that you are quite sensible. Chi Bai nodded. It happens that I also need a ghost to guide me, so you can guide me. The second is to be beaten to death by me directly. Just choose one. I guess your next sentence will say, how old is the baby, am I right? That's it. And Chi Bai didn't touch those eyes, and said bluntly, I'll give you two options, one is to introduce yourself, and then follow me. Chapter 206 Find It. Fortunately, Bu reacted. Tioni, which Tioni are you talking about? Chi Bai rolled his eyes after hearing this, and said angrily, who else can Tioni be? There is only one Tioni in the Mountain of Vine Attack. It's a ghost with many arms and looks like a big green toad. It doesn't have a good voice. Under Chi Bai's detailed description, Bu immediately remembered. Ah, so you were talking about him. If it was him, I would know where it is. It's just. Bu hesitated in the middle of speaking. Chi Bai understood what he meant, and immediately said, I advise you not to play any tricks, your life is in my hands now, you'd better speak up quickly. Hearing this, Bu sighed, then walked in front of Chi Bai and began to lead the way for him. 1 hour later, the two came to another place. As for what kind of place this place is, needless to say, it is naturally on the Tengshi mountain. Bu pointed around and said, this area is where Tioni often appears. If Tioni doesn't appear in this place, then I have nothing to do. After speaking, Bu closed his mouth. After Chi Bai heard this, he looked around carefully, and found no trace of Tioni around. On the contrary, the scenery of this place is very good, and the starlight can pass through the big trees and scatter on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chi Bai shook his head helplessly. This is the place, tisk tisk, unless Tioni is an idiot, he wouldn't be here. Although this place is not where Tioni lives, Chi Bai didn't say anything, but took the cloth and started to wander around the entire Fuji mountain. After all, Fujishiyama is so big, it's normal not to find Tioni. And, for now, there's plenty of time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed, and today is the 6th night of the final selection. One more day until the final selection is over. During this period, Shibai saw a very weak ghost besides the cloth beside him. Then, apart from the ghosts, the swordsman who participated in the assessment also disappeared. This is nonsense, Shibai muttered as he walked. Rabbit, rabbit, you silly rabbit. Where are you now? I've been looking for you for 6 days. Come on, show up now. Advertisement. And Bu behind him didn't react too much after hearing this, and still walked quietly. He was afraid that if he accidentally provoked Shibai, he would kill him. Why did Bu think so? Because he saw a ghost with his own eyes, and was beaten by Shibai and evaporated out of thin air, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Shibai, who was walking in front, stopped suddenly, and looked ahead with surprise. Bu was distracted and almost bumped into Chibai's body, but luckily he reacted quickly, so he didn't hit Chibai. What's wrong with you? Bu asked tremblingly. After hearing this, Chibai said, I saw it. There is a person under the wisteria in front of me. He looks familiar, but I don't know if it is the person I know. Said Chibai and rushed under the tree in front of him. Soon, Chibai arrived under the wisteria, and at the same time saw clearly who that person was. Sure enough, the person lying down, I know him, not only know him, but also very familiar with him. That is Tomioka Giyu. It's just that after so long, I just don't know if he still knows me. Thinking of this, Chibai leaned over to hug Tomioka Giyu with an excited face, and patted his face lightly. Giyu, wake up. Giyu, wake up, tell me where Sabito is. Forget it, it's hopeless. It seems that my usefulness is my unique secret book. As he said, Chibai took out a water bottle from his own ring, took a big gulp of water, and then grabbed Tomioka Giyu. Then Chibai spit the water in his mouth directly onto Tomioka Giyu's face like a high-pressure water gun. And Tomioka Giyu, who was spat by the water, finally reacted at this time. Cough. Tomioka Giyu coughed a few times, then slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Chibai put away his kettle with a whoosh. If Tomioka Giyu finds out and spits on him with water, I'm afraid this friendship will come to an end. Tomioka Giyu opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. When he saw Chibai, his entire face was still expressionless, making it impossible to see whether he was surprised. Master, senior brother, what? Why did you come to Mount Fuji? Are you going to participate in the final selection again? Chibai, this unlucky boy, why did he have to participate in the final selection again? Fortunately, Tomioka Giyu didn't get too entangled in this matter. Advertisement. At this moment, Chibai asked suddenly, Giyu, I ask you, before you passed out, do you still remember where Sabito went? Tomioka Giyu said after hearing this, I don't know where brother Sabito went. When I was unconscious, Sabito was by my side. But when I wake up, it will be you, senior brother. One didn't hold back, Chibai let out a long sigh. Hey, it seems that the journey to find Sabito is really too difficult. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 7 days for the final selection, I would deliberately spend my whole life in Sabito again. Looking at Tomioka Giyu in front of him, Chibai thought for a while and asked him, Junior brother, let me ask you, are you going to come with me or go by yourself? Tomioka Giyu didn't hesitate at all, and immediately said, Of course I choose to go with you, brother. Yes, Chibai said, but after the final selection is over, I'll treat you to salmon radish. Salmon radish. These 4 words made Tomioka Giyu's eyes shine. That is my favorite food. Really, thank you. Tomioka Giyu didn't finish his words, Chibai suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him. Shish, I think I heard Sabito's voice. Tomioka Giyu. Did senior brother own Miss Sabito too much, and in the end he missed Sabito too much, and then had auditory hallucinations? Wait, have you discovered the truth? Tomioka Giyu said that it is very likely that he has discovered some big secret, but it is not convenient to say this secret. However, Chibai pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the sound from afar. I seem to really hear Sabito's voice, but it's far away.
Ever since, Chibai no longer hesitated to grab Tomioka Giyu with one hand and Bu who was hiding aside with the other. Immediately, he jumped forward with both feet forcefully. As the distance got closer, Sabito's voice became more and more obvious. After another leap, Chibai finally saw Sabito. P.S. I said, can you give me more reminders? That's all I ask. I really can't write without reminders, everyone. By the way, these 2 articles I wrote are really rubbish because I am too sleepy. Today I went to exam 2 again. Guess, have I passed my 2nd grade? Chapter 207. Here I come at this time. The distance between Chibai and Sabito was still too far, and Chibai vaguely saw Sabito holding a broken Nichiren blades in his hand and confronting a ghost that looked like a big green toad. That ghost like a big green toad, who else could it be but Tioni? When Chibai saw the broken Nichiren blades in Sabito's hand, he let out a long sigh. FK, the Nichiren blades of Silly Rabbit are still broken. Fortunately, Sabito's overall condition at this time is not bad, and he is not exhausted and scarred like in the original book. This made Chibai relax a lot. It's fine. But if there is something wrong with Sabito, I have to level the entire Fujisai mountain today. As for where others go to participate in the final assessment, it has something to do with me. To sum it up, as long as Sabito is fine, then Tang Shishan will be fine. Thinking of this, Chi Bai added strength to his feet again. I must rush to Sabito as soon as possible, and I can't let that silly rabbit have an accident. It's just that, it would be nice if Rengoku Kyojuru also participated in the final selection. The combination skills of the two of them will definitely smash Tioni to ashes. At this time Sabito sighed. Sabito looked at the broken Nichiren blades and sighed inwardly. Ah. Why, the quality of Nichiren blades is so poor that it can be broken at any time. I just cleaned up all the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain by the way. But, Sabito always feels that the number of ghosts on the vine attacking the mountain is not right. It's not that there are too many ghosts, but that there are so few ghosts. You must know that this is Fuji Attack Mountain, the place where the ghost killing team selects members. How can there be fewer ghosts in this kind of place? Sabito only vaguely remembers that when he first entered Fujishishan, there were quite a lot of ghosts. Just after he saved a person and beheaded a frightening ghost, the mountain of Fujiji was suddenly empty. Ah yes, it was suddenly empty, and you read it right, it is indeed a frightening ghost. Before the ghost died, it was still chanting, the headshot maniac is back. This made Sabito very curious, who is the headshot maniac? Advertisement. So, Sabito thought about this problem, and by the way, cleaned up the entire Fujisan mountain, and found that there were very few ghosts on the Fujisan mountain. Then, when he was about to take a break, a ghost wrapped in many arms suddenly popped out of the woods in front of him. Before he could speak, the ghost gave him a punch. If he hadn't reacted quickly and blocked it with Nichiren blades, he probably would have been useless. Then again, I gave the ghost a sword, Nichiren blades. Pop, it shattered. In addition, the ghost in front of my eyes was even painted with red nail polish, which was more aggressive than Chi Bai by visual inspection. Chi Bai, who was on his way, sneezed. Just when Sabito was replaying, the ghost in front of him spoke. Oh, Fox Mask, you should be Rin Takizuo's apprentice, right? A Urokodaki Sakanji surprised Sabito. Do you know Mr. Rinaki? Urokodaki Sakanji. Of course. I know you, Tioni said. By the way, it's been Meiji years outside now? Sabito was taken aback when he heard this question, but he answered honestly, Meiji 40. Meiji 40 years? The last time was in the Edo period. 39 years have passed. Tioni said. His expression suddenly changed and he became very crazy. 49 years, it's been 49 years, damn it, it's him, I'll never forget him. Sabito, who heard this, already understood the general thing. It is nothing more than that this ghost was captured by Mr. Rinaki. Other than that, there is no other possibility. At this moment, the frantic Tioni pointed at Sabito with one hand and said, you will be the 12th. The 12th disciple of Lintaki who was eaten by me, ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, Sabito's face, who didn't care at all, immediately became dignified. He questioned Tioni, what did you say? I was the 12th one to be eaten by you. That is to say, before that, all 11 of my senior brothers were eaten by you. When he said the last word, Sabito's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the Nichiren blades that had been broken in his hand were gripped even tighter. It turns out, so it was this ghost who ate up the own brothers and made Mr. Rinaki sad all the time. It's really unforgivable. However, Tioni didn't notice at all that Sabito, who was about to explode, kept saying to himself, yes, you are the 12th, and you should be the 13th. But that brat from a few years ago is really too strong, and his methods are too cruel. Advertisement, he actually twisted off on his head with his bare hands, and then cut it off with Nichiren blades. So, cruel. Sabito, who was originally furious, after hearing Tiona's description, that anger disappeared a little bit out of thin air. Because, the person Tioni is talking about is Chi Bai. And Sabito knew for the first time that Chi Bai was really cruel. He even twisted the ghost's neck with his bare hands. Thinking of this, Sabito couldn't help touching On's neck. Damn it. Following Tiona's words, Sabito added, so at that time you didn't dare to lay hands on that person and fled without fighting? Don't be afraid, rabbit, I'm coming. Although I want to take revenge, I don't want to seek death, a terrible devil, why should I provoke him? This fox mask is sculpted in the same way as Rinaki's heavenly dog mask. Hearing this, Sabito couldn't help but tui. After Tiona's taunt, Sabito's anger has reached the extreme. Before Sabito could finish speaking, he heard a familiar and friendly voice from a distance. Killing them is equivalent to killing Lintaki, ha ha ha. Those who bully the weak and fear the hard will not dare to provoke him when they see Chi Bai is strong, but now they see that I'm weak, they dare to provoke me. Tioni. By the way, I haven't told you why I can recognize Lintaki's apprentice. Damn it. Really? Ready to continue taunting Sabito. Damn it, Tioni daddy searched for you in Fuji Attack Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights, but couldn't find you. After 2 years, you finally showed up. If you dare to touch the rabbit today, I will kill you alive. Seeing Sabito's severed Nichiren blades, Tioni decided to skip the topic of embarrassing himself. Yes. Tioni nodded straightforwardly, but we haven't met at all, and that person seems to be looking for me. By the way, he said that this is some disaster relief mask, ha ha ha, they were killed because of the mask. Look, Tioni said, pointing to the mask on Sabito's head. It's because of this mask that I recognize you. Chapter 208 Remember Forever. Sabito was surprised and delighted to hear this voice. What surprised me was how Chi-Bai would appear on the mountain of Fujishi. You must know that he is a pillar now. And the joy is that Chi-Bai is here. However, after Chi-Bai's voice came, no one else appeared, which made Sabito think that he was hallucinating. On the other hand, Tioni was not so calm. At this moment, Tiona's face was full of horror. Headshot madman. Headshot madman. He came back again. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is Tang Shishan. He is a player who has passed the final selection. How could he come back? He is not Zhu. After Sabito heard Tiona's words, he said silently, "You don't know yet, do you?" Half a year after Chi-Bai passed the final selection, he killed Wikiraba, the third of the lower strings, and the fourth of the lower strings. I don't know what the fourth of the lower strings is called. After that, he fought against Akaza, who was the third of the first string, and was promoted to the pillar. By the way, let me ask, who gave him the title of Headshot Maniac? It's so ugly. Hearing Sabito's words, Tiona's expression management completely collapsed. Not to mention the winding up, even the two winding downs are my unattainable dreams, and now Chi-Bai has killed two of them in a row. At this moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped Sabito and Tioni. Then a voice came from above the sky, "Daddy, come on." Boom. There was a loud noise, and then the surrounding area was filled with dust, making it difficult to see what happened. He could only see a very tall figure standing in the middle of the dust, and there were two people sandwiched under the two arms of this figure. At this moment, a gust of wind from nowhere blows away the dust, revealing the figure in it. It was Chi-Bai who came. Of course, he takes two people with him, one is Tomioka Giyu and the other is a ghost. At this time, Tomioka Giyu covered his face with his hands, looking like he didn't want to see anyone. Advertisement. As for the ghost on the other side, it's not much better than Tomioka Giyu, with embarrassment written all over his face. The reason is very simple, because when Chi-Bai landed on the stage, Daddy appeared on the stage. It sounds like a real FCK shame, and the sense of shame is overwhelming. Is there any? As for Chi-Bai himself, he didn't feel much. If he knew the idea of one person and one ghost, he would definitely popularize science for the two of them. But what Taozi said when she appeared on the stage is so powerful. Peach refers to Dao Taros, the knight of Kamen Rider Den-O. Gao Yan Chengji once said that this is his favorite knight, not one of them. Chi-Bai looked at Tioni in front of him, with a sinister smile on his face. Tioni, when I participated in the final selection, I looked for you for 7 days and 7 nights. Unexpectedly, you hid so deeply that I didn't find you, so I let you go at that time. However, you showed up again today, and you can even say that you want to eat my rabbit. It looks like you can't wait to die. Sabito, behind Chi-Bai, heard Chi-Bai's words and couldn't help but refute. Damn, what do you mean I am your rabbit, Chi-Bai? However, Chi-Bai didn't say anything after hearing this, but instead threw the person and ghost in front of Sabito. This is our junior brother Giyu, who I found on the way. There is also that ghost, let me watch it, I have something to ask him later. You can't touch him, do you hear me, rabbit? Hearing Chi-Bai's words, Sabito didn't care about anything else, and hastily agreed. After Chi-Bai was relieved of the burden, he moved his limbs and slowly walked towards Tioni. Seeing Chi-Bai walking towards him, Tioni couldn't help swallowing. Before Tioni could speak, Chi-Bai's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Tioni in an instant, pressing one hand on Tiona's face, and smashing towards the place. Hearing a bang, Tiona's bulky body was forced into the hard rock by Chi-Bai. Eat rabbits, right? Don't look at who is covering the rabbits. Damn it, Daddy will send you on the road today. I am not as gentle as Tanjiro, I will give you warmth. I only have the most extreme despair here for you to experience. Beto Luo cracking fist. I saw Chi-Bai soaring into the sky, throwing countless punches at Tioni in the rocks. Each punch, Chi-Bai poured all his body's strength into it. With just one breath, Tiona's body and head were smashed into a pulp by Chi-Bai with great force. Advertisement. But Chi-Bai still didn't stop, and continued to swing heavy punches at Tioni. Boom, boom, boom. A huge sound filled the entire Vine Attack Mountain. The area where Tioni was located had been razed to the ground by Chi-Bai. Tomioka Giyu looked at Chi-Bai, who was waving his fist, and he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the senior brother, who was so amiable and very unscrupulous in his eyes, would have such terrifying strength. As for Sabito, his face was calm, but his heart was already turned upside down. After a while, Chi-Bai finally stopped his fist. Under Chi-Bai's bombardment, the flattened place completely turned into a big pit. Seeing Chi-Bai coming out, Sabito was about to ask a question, but was stopped by Chi-Bai raising his hand. Wait, Tiona's not dead, he's almost there. This sentence startled Sabito. This has created a big hole that can be used as a lake. Tioni is not dead yet? Are you kidding me? Chi-Bai seemed to see through Sabito's thoughts, and explained to him. Let him die so easily, it's really cheap for him. So I didn't kill him directly, but directly beat him into a pulp. Wait a minute, after it grows well, I have another trick for him to try. Sabito. FCK, it's turned into meat, don't let it go, I still have to beat it, that's a little too scary. At this moment Chi-Bai suddenly said, it's almost. Immediately, he stood up, using his toes, leapt into the air, and stared coldly at Tioni, who had just reborn a head. Looking at Chi-Bai above the sky, Tioni wanted to say something more. After all, he was beaten to a pulp just now when he didn't say anything. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Chibai didn't give him a chance to speak at all, only to see that Chibai used the fist technique of flowing water rock breaking fist in one hand, and the fist technique of whirlwind iron slash in the other. The two fist techniques merged into one at this moment, turning into an extremely terrifying blow. Bang Shikong crack fist. I saw that Chibai's fists were facing Tiona's fall, puff. Tiona's head instantly turned into a wisp of flying ash and disappeared. Just when Sabito and Tomioka Giyu thought everything was over, the next scene made them remember for a lifetime. Chapter 209. The vine attacks the cliff on the mountain. The ground beneath their feet began to shake crazily, as if it was a precursor to a volcanic eruption. When Sabito saw this scene, his pupils shrank sharply, and then he grabbed Tomioka Giyu and ran behind him. While running, he yelled, "FK! Chibai's punch is too hard, it can even hit an earthquake, this is still." Before the words were finished, the shaking stopped. Just when Sabito was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sudden loud noise. This time the loud noise was far louder than the previous ones. Sabito looked along the sound, and saw that the big hole that Chibai made had disappeared, replaced by a cliff. This shows that part of the Fuji attack mountain has been beaten and collapsed. Sabito stared at the cliff in front of him with wide eyes and asked tremblingly, "Chibai. What's the situation?" Chibai leaned against the tree beside him, panting heavily, after hearing Sabito's question. Then he said, "It's nothing, just punched a cliff. It seems that Fuji attack mountain is still quite a high mountain. My mother, I'm exhausted." After finishing speaking, Chibai took out a bottle of water from the ring and drank it. And Sabito had already been stunned in place for a long time, and at this moment his heart had been shocked. Is Chibai really human? It's a bit too FCK to blow Fuji Shishan out of an artificial cliff with one punch. At this moment, there was a cry for help from below the cliff. "Help, is there anyone? I can't hold on anymore, help." Sabito, who heard the voice, immediately yelled to the bottom of the cliff, "Someone, please hold on, I'll be right there." After speaking, Sabito looked for a place to stay under the cliff, then pulled a section of vine, tied it to his body, and jumped down. As for Chibai, well, he continued to lean against the big tree, panting heavily. One must know that the raging air-cracking fist just now was extremely exhausting, not to mention that Chibai still used all his strength to unleash it. I almost collapsed myself. On the other side of Sabito, Chibai didn't even bother to look straight in the eye, it was just saving people anyway, Sabito must be fine. Advertisement. Not surprisingly, a few minutes later, Sabito jumped up from the cliff with a boy with a pothead in his arms. When he saw this boy, Chibai's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yo, I thought someone was calling for help at the bottom of the cliff. It turned out to be our future Ozu, Murata. I almost forgot that he was in the same class as Sabito." With a plop, Murata was mercilessly thrown to the ground by Sabito. But Murata didn't care about such small things, but sat on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. "It's dangerous, it's very dangerous, I was just a little bit closer, and I would die," Murata said. After hearing this, Sabito asked Murata, "What happened just now? I almost died." "Oh, by the way, my name is Sabito, and I am also a swordsman who came to participate in the final selection." After speaking, he pointed to Tomioka Giyu, who was completely petrified behind him, and Chibai, who was resting by the tree. "That is my younger brother Tomioka Giyu, the one sitting under the tree is also my younger brother, he. As soon as the words fell, Chibai retorted, "Hey, you silly rabbit, please pay attention to what you say, who is your junior brother?" "I'm Ju from the Ghost Killing Squad, you have to call my lord." After hearing this, Sabito replied unceremoniously, "B*******D, I think you are clearly the biggest moth in the Ghost Killing Squad." Chibai was not angry after hearing this, but instead showed a sweet smile, and said in a strange tone, Yes, I am a moth in the ghost slaying squad. I specialize in attacking a certain rabbit with flesh-colored hair. I advise the rabbit I'm talking about not to be ignorant. After the final selection, it's best to take the initiative to come to my bed and repay me." Sabito. "Ash, what do you think? How dare you argue with this BCH?" Because Sabito's skin is too thin, his face turned red in an instant. D Chibai. There are outsiders here, can you restrain me a little? Sabito roared angrily. In this regard, Chibai picked his ears, as if I couldn't hear anything. On the other hand, Murata was shocked when he heard that Chibai was a pillar. How did Zu get into Fuji Attack Mountain? "Hello. My lord." Murata hastily bowed to Chibai to say hello. Chibai didn't care too much about this advertisement. "Okay, you two continue to talk about yours, just ignore me, an old man." "You are not an old man, you are obviously a redundant person," Sabito added. Immediately, he turned his head and said to Murata, "It's all Chibai's fault. You still haven't told me, why did you appear under the cliff?" Without hesitation, Murata immediately explained the whole story to Sabito. It turned out that when Chibai used the blasting fist, Murata was entangled with an evil ghost, and no one could do anything to him. At this moment, the ground under their feet suddenly shattered and collapsed, and he fell down together with the evil spirit. Murata, with quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed the root of a plant and hung it in midair. But that evil spirit didn't have such good luck, he fell directly to the bottom, fell into a meat paste, and was covered up forever by the rocks. As for what happened later, everyone knows that Murata called for help and was saved by Sabito. Chibai, who was sitting under the tree, heard Murata's narration and couldn't help saying, "Good guy, Murata, your luck is really good enough. I didn't expect it to be like this, and you are still unscathed." Murata, who was praised by Chibai, also showed an embarrassed smile. "My lord, you have won the prize. If it wasn't for your action, I might really be eaten by evil spirits. In fact, I still have to thank you for your rescue." Tisk. 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 Listen, listen, what Murata said sounds so good. This is the legendary art of speaking. Of course, Chibai is a very upright person, the level of integrity is comparable to that of an admiral in the navy. He will not be blown away by Murata's 2 words. Chibai just waved his hand. "Okay, there is no one like you to say that. All this still shows that you were lucky. If you were unlucky, how could you meet me?" What Chibai said was sincere. Looking at the entire Demon Slayer, he is the only one who is as lucky as Murata. Some people may be curious, isn't there still people with bad luck? What happened to the unlucky ones? Chibai can only tell you with regret that the grass on the grave of the unlucky one is as high as 10 feet. Chapter 210, The End. At this time, Chibai suddenly became melancholy. "I have been away from home for 6 days, I miss my wife so much." Wows. If you want to ask Chibai how much he misses Muzan, he can only say that he misses what Muzan thinks, and eats and spits out.
When you ask Chibai what he eats and he spits out a mouthful, it is of course melon seeds. Who eats melon seeds without spitting out a mouthful? At this moment, Sabito suddenly asked, "Chibai, what shall we do next?" Sabito's question interrupted Chibai's thoughts, which made Chibai very uncomfortable. But he still replied, "What else can I do? Of course I just lie there and wait for the selection to end. When the time comes, none of us will be able to escape. We will all have to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad and explain the situation to Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Let me tell you guys first, don't say I don't take care of you, just push all the troubles to me when the time comes, do you understand?" As soon as the words came out, Sabito immediately agreed. "I understand, you can rest assured. How could I miss this opportunity to cheat you, just watch it. Ha ha ha. Chibai, if I withdraw now, is there still time for what I said before?" This damn it bunny, and Tomioka Giyu, who has been in petrification, finally lifted the petrification at this time. "Brother, this look, isn't it good? After all, you are doing this to save us. If you push all the troubles on you, I always feel." Before Tomioka Giyu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chibai. Okay, if you are told to push, you can push, where did all this nonsense come from? Giyu, the only thing you can do now is to be obedient, do you understand? This, although Tomioka Giyu wanted to refuse, but seeing Chibai's serious look, he nodded and agreed. As for Uju Murata, this matter has nothing to do with him, there is no need to tell him. And Murata was also very sensible, and didn't ask much. Advertisement. After making sure, Chibai leaned against the big tree, closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. For no other reason than it was exhausting. Just when Chibai was about to fall asleep, a voice woke him up. My lord, my lord." Chibai, who heard the sound, opened his eyes and saw a ghost in front of him. It was the ghost called Bu. If he hadn't yelled "Own," I would have probably forgotten him. Looking at Bu, Chibai said weakly, "What's wrong? Do you have anything else to do?"
After hearing this, Bu immediately said, "I remember you said before, my lord, you have to ask me later." That adult. "I don't know if you have anything to ask me?" Chibai thought for a while, and asked, "Tell me, are there any ghosts who are not afraid of the sun?" This question is very important. I advise you to think it over before you talk about it, do you understand? However, in the next second, Bu replied, "My lord, there are no ghosts who are not afraid of the sun in Fuji Shishan. Besides, we all know that ghosts are afraid of the sun, how could there be ghosts in the sun?" Chibai really wants to tell Bu that there is a ghost in her family who is not afraid of the sun, and most importantly, she is also a ghost king. But Chibai didn't say it, but asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, Teng Shishan is such a big place, there's nothing I don't know about it," Bu said firmly. "Well, I see." After Chibai finished speaking, he waved his hand to Bu, indicating that he could leave. As soon as Bu saw this gesture, the whole Bu became extremely excited, turned around and ran away towards the distance. But just before Bu ran a few steps, Sabito's voice sounded. "Water breathing. 5 types, dry heaven and merciful rain." Immediately, a blade of light lightly passed over Bu's neck, and with a plop, Bu fell to the ground, turning into flying ash and dissipating. Seeing this, Chibai shook his head regretfully. "Oh, rabbit, look at you, isn't this making me break the precept? I said, as long as he answers my question, I will let him go." However, Sabito said very disdainfully, "Chibai, if others don't know you, don't I know you? What you said was that you let him go, but you didn't say that I let him go, right?" Chibai, who heard Sabito's words, was very surprised. He looked at Sabito in disbelief, and then said something that he wanted Sabito to strangle him to death. Advertisement. "I didn't expect you, rabbit, to become smarter. This is really a rare thing. I always thought your head was an empty shell, but now it seems that you still have a small brain." Sabito. "I have seen what it means to be unable to spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Chi-Bai is such a person. Simply, Sabito rolled his eyes, jumped to the tree and began to close his eyes to meditate, not paying attention to Chi-Bai. And Chi-Bai ignored Sabito, but leaned against the big tree and fell into a deep sleep. Tomioka Giyu and Murata took the initiative to take on the responsibility of standing guard. Soon, morning arrived. Chi-Bai woke up from his sleep, and then woke up Sabito, asked him to come down and chat with himself, and by the way, gave Tomioka Giyu and Murata a little time to rest. Sabito, who was woken up, was not angry, but turned over and jumped off the tree, and consciously called Tomioka Giyu and Murata, telling him to go to rest quickly. Another period of time passed, and at this time the sky was bright. Chi-Bai opened his eyes first, stood up, and woke everyone up again. Okay, everyone don't sleep. Hurry up, the final selection is over, now we should go back. Immediately, Chi-Bai jumped onto the tree again and pinched Sabito's nose. Wake up the rabbit, hurry up, get up, let's go down the mountain. I don't know who said it just now, I'm going to change shifts later, and now I'm lying down and falling asleep again, it's really embarrassing. Sabito, whose nose was pinched, was unable to breathe, only then slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chi-Bai. Chi-Bai, what's wrong? Is this what happened? Chi-Bai shook his head, nothing happened. Sabito said with a displeased face, then why are you pinching my nose? I haven't slept enough yet. After hearing this, Chi-Bai pointed to Fujishita Yamashita, please, today is the final selection and the end is over, what are you thinking? Isn't it okay to go home and go to sleep later? You must sleep here? After hearing this, Sabito reacted, the final selection is over? The selection is over, so I have to go down the mountain quickly, I almost forgot. Saying that, Sabito wobbled down from the tree with a plop. Chapter 211 Sabito fell to the ground, and coincidentally, when he fell, he subconsciously opened his mouth, so he almost ate a mouthful of grass. When Chi-Bai saw it, not only did he not help Sabito up, but instead he teased Sabito. Yo, rabbit, you heard that the final selection is coming to an end, aren't you so excited, you even started eating early to celebrate. Sabito didn't react when he heard Chi-Bai's words at first, he just spat out the grass in his mouth. Sabito finally understood what Chi-Bai meant when the grass was about to vomit. Just when he was about to say something, Chi-Bai ran over quickly. Oh, it's my fault for the rabbit, I didn't help you up when you fell down. What if you accidentally let the water out of your brain? Get up quickly, this time it's my fault. Said, Chi-Bai carefully helped Sabito up. Then he said to Tomioka Giyu beside him, Giyu, help Sabito. After hearing this, Tomioka Giyu nodded, and immediately ran over to hold Sabito. And Chi-Bai led the way in front, heading down the mountain of Tangshi. As I walked, I thought, is there someone waiting for me at the foot of Fujishiyama, or is there no one there? Chi-Bai personally feels that there should be someone waiting for him. For the specific situation, we will know when we go down the mountain. Sabito, who was supported by Tomioka Giyu, walked along in a daze for a while. Suddenly, erupted. Chi-Bai, explain to me what you mean by what you just said. What is it called? I celebrate in advance and I am afraid that the water in my mind will spill out. Chi-Bai, who was walking ahead and thinking about the problem, was startled by Sabito's roar. Then he turned around and looked at Sabito with a look of disgust. Tisk, rabbit, your reaction speed is too slow, isn't your reflex arc growing on your heel? How long has it been? If you ask again in a few minutes, I'm afraid we've all gone down the mountain. After finishing speaking, Chi-Bai continued to walk forward without looking back. Only Sabito was left flushed with anger. Looking at Chi-Bai's back, Sabito became more and more angry, pulled out Tomioka Giyu's Nichiren blades, and rushed towards Chi-Bai. Chi-Bai, you dog, today, the two of us are destined to live only as one. Advertisement. Just when Sabito was about to approach Chi-Bai, Chi-Bai suddenly turned around and made a face at Sabito. Lu Wei, come and hit me, rabbit. You can't hit me, hee. Come on. After finishing speaking, Chi-Bai ran down the mountain. Seeing Chi-Bai's back, Sabito chased after him without hesitation. If you have the ability, don't run away, stop for me. Only Chi-Bai answered Sabito with a mocking laugh. Sabito was about to explode. Murata, who was at the back of the team, looked at the two chasing and fighting with a look of disbelief. As for Tomioka Giyu, he calmed down a lot, because he learned a lot about Chi-Bai from Sabito, which naturally includes how cheap Chi-Bai is. Murata asked Tomioka Giyu with a look of disbelief. This Jew's character, is there something wrong? After hearing this, Tomioka Giyu spit out two words very coldly. No, immediately, he turned and walked down the mountain. Just kidding, this is senior brother Own, no matter how cheap he is, I have to defend him. Anyway, he was not molesting himself. Murata, on the other hand, stood there, with two big characters written on her face, embarrassing. Soon, a group of people came to the foot of the Fuji attack mountain. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Chi-Bai saw three hidden people waiting for something with baskets in their hands. Seeing this scene, Chi-Bai walked over calmly. That's right, these three hidden people must be waiting for me, Sabito, and Tomioka Giyu. What do you ask Murata to do? What else can I do? It can only be cold, and Murata has nothing to do with the vine attacking the mountain, so he can only go home by himself. But Sabito was a little nervous when he saw the hidden person. First put away the Nichiren blades, then came to Chibai's side, and asked Chibai in a low voice. Chibai, what are these hidden people doing here? Why are they still holding baskets in their hands? After hearing this, Chibai thought for a while and said decisively, I won't tell you, stupid rabbit. Advertisement, just now you were chasing me with a knife. Do you really want to know the answer from me? No way. After finishing speaking, he strode towards the three hidden people. Sabito. Careless, really careless. I actually forgot that Chibai is a vengeful B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************and the others coming out, and rushed to meet them. The person who led the hermit said to Chibai and the others, My lord, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. These words made Chibai feel a little uncomfortable, but he still said, Ahem, okay, I understand. Then you can figure it out. Well, I won't say more. Okay. The hidden person agreed, and then two people stepped forward, covered the eyes of Sabito and Tomioka Giyu with black cloth, and plugged their ears with earplugs. Sabito and Tomioka Giyu panicked and wanted to break free, but were stopped by Chibai. You two don't move, it's not a bad thing, it's just that we're going to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad. This is something that must be done before going. Hearing this, the two did not continue to break free, but let the hidden person complete the preparations. Soon, the preparations are complete, when it's Chibai's turn. Looking at the black cloth and earplugs, Chibai hesitated. I'm Zu, do I want to look like this too? Can I have a privilege, so I don't have to look like this? After hearing this, the hidden man didn't speak, but just looked at Chibai with a smile. Without speaking, Chibai understood what he meant. The meaning is obvious, even if you are Zu, then no privileges. Looking at the black cloth earplugs, Chibai let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and signaled the hidden person to operate on his own. Soon, Chibai was also completely covered, leaving no trace of light. When several people hurriedly set off, Murata, who had been ignored all the time, stopped them. No, just wait. If you leave, what will I do? No one has told me whether I passed the final selection or not. After hearing this, the leader turned around and said to Murata, Mr. Murata, your final selection has naturally passed. But we are not in charge of your affairs, and someone else will be in charge of your affairs later. We still have important things to do, let's take a step first. Chapter 212. After finishing speaking, without giving Murata a chance to speak, the three hidden people turned and left with their respective baskets on their backs. There is only one Murata left who has nothing to say. Sitting in the basket, Sabito and Tomioka Giyu looked very nervous, but Chibai didn't respond. After all, I have sat before, and now I have experience. However, Chibai has no intention of speaking. Instead, I am going to take a good rest in the basket. After all, I haven't had a good rest for a long time. You must know that it is difficult for me to sleep peacefully during the day. But now it's different, On's eyes are covered by a black cloth, and no light can penetrate at all, just so he can sleep late. Ever since, a few minutes later, there was a snoring sound from the basket behind Yin Yin. Who? PH. Sabito, Tomioka Giyu. Good guy, it's really you, Chibai. Even at this time, he still has the mind to go to sleep, so he can only say that he is obedient. Although Sabito and Tomioka Giyu were also very sleepy, they kept suppressing their drowsiness and dared not fall asleep. But sleepiness is something that ordinary people can resist. After an unknown amount of time, Sabito and Tomioka Giyu finally succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep in a daze. When the two of them woke up, they had already reached the gate of the headquarters of the ghost killing squad. Chibai was on the side moving his limbs, seeing the two wake up. One by one with each hand, he directly lifted people out of the basket. Tisk tisk tisk, look at the two of you who can still fall asleep on the road. This is really too much, are you worthy of Yin who recited it? Sabito retorted immediately after hearing this, you still have the nerve to call me Chibai. Didn't you also fall asleep on the way? But Chibai said, huh? What proof do you have that I fell asleep on the way? Don't insult me, rabbit. I told you that I was on the way, but I never dared to sleep, because I knew it was not the time to sleep, so I was awake all the time. I'm not like you two, tisk tisk tisk. Chibai looked at Sabito with strange eyes while speaking. Advertisement Sabito shocked face filled down pointing triangle pie filled down pointing triangle me winking face oh I'm so mad, Chibai from damn it, why is he talking in such a dream? Fortunately, this topic stops here. Chibai led the two of them to open the gate and walked into the courtyard. While walking, Chibai introduced again, I'll tell you too. This is the headquarters of the ghost killing squad. The headquarters of the ghost killing team is located deep in the mountains. Even the team members and Zu don't know the exact location of the headquarters. At this time, Tomioka Giyu asked, then who knows where the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad is? Is it true that only Yin who brought us here knows? Regarding Tomioka Giyu's question, Chibai nodded first, then shook his head again. This appearance of Chibai made Tomioka Giyu look confused. Nodding and then shaking his head, knowing exactly what it meant. Seeing Tomioka Giyu's confused face, Chibai explained to him, even if you are hidden, you don't know all the routes. Generally, each secret is responsible for a section of the line. This is used to ensure the absolute secrecy of the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. Understood, thank you brother, Tomioka Giyu said. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps, followed by Yubayashiki Kagaya's voice. Would you like to introduce the ghost-killing squad headquarters to junior brother On again, Chibai? When Chibai heard this, he turned around and saw Yubayashiki Kagaya coming out from a deeper courtyard. Ha, Kagaya, long time no see, Chibai greeted very warmly. Yubayashiki Kagaya also responded to Chibai. Long time no see, Chibai. It seems that you have had a good time these days, and you have the heart to cause me such a big trouble. In one sentence, Chibai choked directly, making Chibai speechless for a long time. After a while, Chibai said, Hey, Kagaya, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand what you're talking about? I've been stationed in Tokyo all this time, when did I get you into big trouble? It's not that you don't know me, am I like the kind of person who will cause trouble? Like, Yubayashiki Kagaya firmly agreed, and you're definitely the type to get into trouble. Advertisement Chibai. Damn, since when did I want to cause trouble, why would I definitely cause trouble? Hey, really, it's been a long time, I didn't expect Yubayashiki Kagaya to say that about himself, it's really sad. Seeing Chibai showing a sad expression, Yubayashiki Kagaya silently rolled his eyes. You must not be deceived by appearances. Thinking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya said to the three of them, Forget it, let the three of you enter the room and talk about it. After speaking, he took the lead in walking towards the house. Soon, 4 people were seated. Yubayashiki Kagaya took out a map from the bookshelf beside him and spread it out in front of the three of them. Chibai took a closer look. This is a map about Mount Fuji, which accurately records various situations on Mount Fuji, as well as some accompanying pictures. At this point, Yubayashiki Kagaya continued. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? This? Chibai froze in place. Looking at Chibai, he felt uncomfortable all over, and finally surrendered voluntarily. Didn't I punch Tang Shishan out of a cliff with one punch, so there is only one more place, why do you look like this? Yubayashiki Kagaya didn't speak after hearing this, but just stared at Chibai with a pair of gentle eyes. He didn't expect that On's punch would wipe out so many places on the Fuji mountain, which is a bit exaggerated. Do you know how much area of Tang Shishan was shattered by your punch? Okay, don't look anymore. Look, behind this horizontal line is the area that was broken by you. Chibai continued without hesitation. Then, what else can there be? I roughly calculated that this accounts for about 1/15 of the area of Fujishishan. Do you still call this area a little bit? Then pointing to the thread, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, an extra place? I thought that at most, I could beat the corners of the Vine Attack Mountain a little bit. Chibai, are you serious when you say this? Chibai pretended that I didn't know anything and asked, Kagaya, what is this? And then what? Kagaya asked. Regarding Chibai's words, Yubayashiki Kagaya shook his head helplessly, then took out a pen and drew a line on the map of Mount Fuji. Isn't it just a map of Fuji Attack Mountain, really? Chapter 213 failed to retire. I don't know, Chibai said. Oh, Kagaya, it's just splitting the mountain in half, how could it have any effect? It's not that Yubayashiki's family doesn't have money, just build a suspension bridge between the cliffs. Yubayashiki Kagaya's brain hurts after listening to Chibai's words. He can't solve this with money, okay, shut up. Yubayashiki Kagaya hastily interrupted Chibai who wanted to continue talking. Looking at the indifferent Chibai, Yubayashiki Kagaya didn't know where to start. It took a long time before he spoke. First of all, as a pillar, you actually forcibly broke into the final selection place. Secondly, divide the Fuji mountain into 2, which will destroy the venue for the final selection. You must know that there are so many wisteria flowers on the Fuji mountain, they didn't appear out of thin air. It's run jointly by the former Yin and members of the Demon Slayer squad. Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya took a sip of water, moistened his throat, and then continued. The last one, the final selected ghost is not enough, you know, your punch almost killed half of the ghosts on the mountain. How do you want me to proceed with the final selection next time, Chibai? Chibai can understand the first 2 questions, but the last one. Oh, I almost forgot. Those miscellaneous fish ghosts were laid off by Mrs. Own, and now it is very difficult to find ordinary miscellaneous fish ghosts. At this time, Chibai also realized the seriousness of the matter. Unexpectedly, I made so many serious mistakes, hey, Chibai sighed as he said. If it's like this, my pillar is really unqualified. Not only have I failed to help the ghost killing team for so long, but I have also caused so much trouble for the ghost killing team. I'm really sorry, Kagaya. Seeing Chibai's sincere confession, Yubayashiki Kagaya just wanted to say, be careful not to do it again in the future, and forgive you this time. What Chibai said next made him react. If this is the case, I really have no face to make this column. I decided to give up my status as Zu, and continue to be an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer squad, and use my life to atone for my sins, Kagaya. This remark, uttered by Chibai with sincerity, really made those who heard it cry and those who heard it were sad. Advertisement Sabito, who was listening, sighed softly, thinking that Chibai had finally become responsible. As for Tomioka Giyu, both eyes are staring, and the figure of Chibai in his heart is also extremely tall. However, one sentence from Ubuyashiki Kagaya broke all this. Have you acted enough, Chibai? Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked at Chibai and said angrily. However,
After Chi-Bai heard this, he continued to not lift his head, still acting like I was guilty. Hey, Kagaya, what are you talking about? I really realized my mistake. I really shouldn't have done this. I made a mistake. I'm not worthy to be the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad. Really, you have to trust me. Kagaya.
But Yubayashiki Kagaya ignored Chibai's remarks at all, and just said, Chibai, I don't understand, what happened to the position of the column? It makes you so annoying. From the moment you become a pillar, you start to reject the pillar. I didn't expect that 2 years have passed, and you are still trying to escape from the position of the pillar. I don't understand. Is it because my salary is worse than yours, or is it because I don't have a place to live for you, or is it because the treatment of the ghost-killing squad is really bad? Tell me, you have to explain things to me today.
This remark was made firmly by Ubuyashiki Kagaya and cannot be refuted.
Seeing that he couldn't pretend anymore, Chibai could only say helplessly, Oh, Kagaya, listen to me. I just feel that being Zoo is really tiring, and I'm only 15 years old, so I'm not suitable for Zoo at all. Since it's not suitable, why don't I abdicate and let Shion give up his position to someone who needs it more? If you want me to tell you, just let it go, don't let me be the pillar, okay? Of course, what Chibai said were all lies, and the truth must not be told to him. Know that the world you travel through is called Demon Slayer, which is a comic book. And there are 2 other names in this manga, which are the Blade of Group Annihilation mentioned before, and the other is Blade of Pillar Annihilation. The meaning of the Blade of Pillar Destruction is just as the name suggests, it is a special dead pillar. Now, being Zoo, means, Chibai said that he didn't want to die, I haven't lived enough yet, I want to be with Muzan all the time. Regarding Chibai's words, Yubayashiki Kagaya just went in the left ear and out the right ear, and didn't take it to heart at all. As soon as Chibai finished speaking, he refused decisively. Advertisement, hey, Chibai, let me tell you, even if you die here on the spot today, you don't even think about dismissing Ju's position. I want to see what else you can do to reject the position of the pillar. Yubayashiki Kagaya's words are so firm that it is impossible to refute them. Hearing this, Chibai burst into tears. Woohoo, when can I retire? I still want to be with Muzan, eat, play and watch anime together. Chibai rolled his eyes after hearing this. Chibai looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya who was smiling, and was silent for a long time, finally he just let out a long sigh. Originally thought that Chibai had changed, but unexpectedly it was just his cover-up, his real purpose was to retire. Hey, I really don't understand. There are plenty of people who are better than me, why do you have to let me be the pillar? Damn, it's Yubayashiki Kagaya. FK. Do you know the position of the column, but how many people are jealous? I didn't expect that, that's it, heh heh heh, it made him want to run, but this time I put the words here, let's see how he can run. Hey, it's just chicken soup for the soul, I really don't care about it. I still don't believe it, I can really make Chibai escape. And he didn't care about it, he kept thinking about running away. No matter what way Chibai has to escape, he will continue here. Sabito and Tomioka Giyu on the side also had black lines on their faces at this time. Fortunately, I thought Yubayashiki Kagaya had some big moves. In this regard, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, No, Chibai, please don't underestimate yourself, you have to know that everyone is unique. You are, and you can't take your place even if you say it. It's really, people don't know what to say. And Yubayashiki Kagaya looked at Chibai who looked desperate, and couldn't help showing a triumphant smile on his face. 6 CT Chapter 214 Exposed? Chicken soup for the soul must be bad. If it is own, I will definitely say, I am me, a different fireworks. Look how exciting this is. Alright. Chibai waved his hand, you are the Lord, you can say whatever you want, I don't want to argue with you on this issue. Now, as long as you tell me whether Sabito and Giyu have passed the final selection. Secondly, is there any business for me? After listening, Yubayashiki Kagaya replied. It goes without saying that the 2 of them must have passed the final selection. Later, I will have someone take the 2 of them to pick out their own jade steel, which will be used to forge Nichiren blades. As for you. Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya deliberately bought a trick. Unfortunately, Chibai didn't fluctuate much, and just continued to look at Yubayashiki Kagaya calmly. Yubayashiki Kagaya was somewhat disappointed by his reaction. I thought Chibai would be very nervous, but I didn't expect to be so calm. If Chibai knew what Yubayashiki Kagaya was thinking, he would definitely show a crooked Dragon King smile. Destroying the Fuji Attack Mountain by myself is nothing more than adding a lot of unnecessary troubles. But a problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. You must know that own wife Kibutsuji Muzan is a rich woman through and through. Her assets, after her own incomplete statistics, it's about the same as Yubayashiki's. Lack of money? Impossible, absolutely impossible? Seeing Chibai's calm expression, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, You are fine, Chibai. It's just a place for the final selection. When the time comes, I'll fix it and there will be no problem. After hearing that there was nothing wrong with him, Chibai nodded, and wanted to leave with Sabito and Tomioka Giyu. But within a few steps, Chibai was stopped by Yubayashiki Kagaya. Stay here, Chibai, Yubayashiki Kagaya shouted. Turning around with Chibai, he looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya. Isn't there something left to say, Kagaya? Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded after hearing this, and then said to the window, Come here, take Sabito and Tomioka Giyu to pick out their jade steel. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the room was opened immediately, and two people wearing Yin's clothes appeared at the door. The two said at the same time, "Obey, my lord." Immediately, they left here with Sabito and Tomioka Giyu one by one. After watching the two disappear completely, then Chibai said, "What's the matter? Kagaya, I can let you leave me alone. How big of a deal is this? Could it be that you're not with Amane anymore? You're looking for another wife?" Yubayashiki Kagaya. "Hey, who is this? I and Amane are fine, why did you start to curse yourself to separate? This is a bit too much." Thinking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya gave Chibai a blank look, and then said, "Can't you wish me well? It's not that you don't know that I will die if I leave Amane, and I love Amane very much, we will never be separated." "Oh." Chibai nodded, and then asked again, "Then, why didn't I see Amane this time? I remember the first few times I came, you and Amane were inseparable." As soon as Chibai mentioned this matter, Yubayashiki Kagaya started to blush. Chibai. "No, I was just asking what was going on, why did I suddenly blush again? I really don't understand." He's blushing for a bubble teapot. "No, Kagaya, wait a minute, you'll be blushing later, can you tell me what happened first?" Chibai asked helplessly. When Chibai said this, Yubayashiki Kagaya also reacted. I'm telling you about this alone. I told you, but you can't tell others, do you hear me?" Chibai nodded vigorously after hearing this. After seeing that Chibai agreed, Yubayashiki Kagaya then told Chibai what Yubayashiki Amane was doing. Yubayashiki Kagaya looked around seriously, then put her mouth next to Chibai's ear and said, "Amane, she's pregnant." After hearing this, Chibai made a cut and waved his hands. "Isn't it just pregnant? What's the matter?" "Huh? What are you talking about? Amane is pregnant." Chibai, who was halfway through speaking, realized what was going on. After hearing Chibai's question, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, "Yes, you heard me right. Amane is indeed pregnant, and the Ghost Slayer squad can be regarded as a successor." This remark made Chibai dumbfounded. Advertisement. "I have been with Muzan for so long, seems to have missed a lot of things? Ah, this is very unpleasant." Seeing Chibai blankly, Yubayashiki Kagaya thought that Chibai couldn't believe what he said. So, he continued. "What I said is true, I never lied to you, Chibai. After the child is born, I will let him be your stepson, what do you think?" "It's not that good," Chibai, who reacted, refused. "Huh? Why?" Yubayashiki Kagaya didn't understand. "This is not a bad thing, on the contrary it is a good thing, as for such a decisive rejection?" Just when Yubayashiki Kagaya was still trying to say a few words to make Chibai change his mind, Chibai didn't even look at it, and blocked Yubayashiki Kagaya's mouth in advance. "Let's forget about the stepsons, the main thing is to grow up happily. By the way, didn't you say to keep me and tell me things? I was talking about it just now, and I almost forgot about it. If you have anything to say, just say it." After Chibai's reminder, Yubayashiki Kagaya finally reacted. Hastily returned to normal from the excited state. At this time, Yubayashiki Kagaya looked at Chibai seriously and then said the question. "Chibai, actually I wanted to tell you this question a long time ago, but I never found the opportunity. Now I finally have a chance. I ask you Chibai, do you know the real identity of your girlfriend?" Chibai, who hadn't reacted at first, suddenly narrowed his pupils when he heard this question. Why would Yubayashiki Kagaya ask such a question? Did Yubayashiki Kagaya see something wrong? Thinking of this, Chibai said without hesitation, "My girlfriend's true identity? What real identity? Do you want to tell me that my girlfriend is actually the emperor's daughter? If that's the case, it's really exciting." As he spoke, Chibai burst out laughing. Although Chibai was smiling, his heart was very nervous. However, this nervousness cannot appear on On's face if it appears on his face. Chapter 215 Wife, take me home Yubayashiki Kagaya. Oh, my Amaterasu god tier, why is Chibai so daring to think about returning the emperor's daughter? This is too daring to think. Besides, the woman on the emperor's side is really not very pretty. Huh. Yubayashiki Kagaya glanced at Chibai with disgust. How dare you think so? Also, I never thought that your aesthetic point of view would be so unique, that you would think women in the royal family are beautiful. Tisk tisk tisk. Hearing this, Chibai was also taken aback, a little unresponsive. The woman on the other side of the emperor is actually ugly, this. At this moment, Chibai suddenly heard something that he had heard in his previous life. It is the emperor who, in order to keep the blood pure, will approach. Thinking of this, Chibai was shocked. Good guy, you can't say this, you really can't say it, it's really useless if you say it. And seeing Yubayashiki Kagaya say something like that, it's clear he knows something. So, Chibai hurriedly said, No, I'm just making an analogy. Quickly tell me, what is my wife's real identity? Looking at Chibai's face, Yubayashiki Kagaya didn't know how to tell him the cruel news for a moment. Do you have to tell him directly that your current girlfriend is Ghost Slayer's biggest enemy, Kibutsuji Muzan pretending to be? I'm afraid Chibai won't be able to accept this news, and just collapse. After thinking for a long time, Yubayashiki Kagaya let out a long sigh. Let's wait until the time is right to tell Chibai about this matter, it's too early to tell him now. And, it's not without its benefits. Kibutsuji Muzan was accompanied by people from the Demon Slayer squad, so there must be something wrong, and he would know it immediately. Ultimately Yubayashiki Kagaya simply said, her true identity is, well, your wife, ha ha ha. Chibai. This joke is really blunt, it is estimated to be an even blunter joke than this one. However, it is not a good thing that this matter has not been clarified. Thinking of this, Chibai cut in a very cooperative way. Advertisement, cut. I thought you were going to say something. I took off my pants. I didn't expect you to just tell me this. With that said, Chibai got up and was about to leave. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. I have been away from home for 7 days. I miss my wife. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Looking at Chibai who got up and was about to leave, Yubayashiki Kagaya's brain was running crazily. Since I didn't tell Chibai that his girlfriend is Kibutsuji Muzan, I have to ask some other things from him anyway. Ever since, Yubayashiki Kagaya called Chibai to stop. Wait, Chibai, I still have something to ask you. Chibai who was stopped looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya with a puzzled expression. What's the matter, Kagaya, what else do you want? There is something, of course there is something, Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded hastily. I just want to ask you, you and your wife have been together for so long, when do you two plan to have a child? Look, I'm going to be a father soon, so you can't fall behind, right? Hearing this question, Chibai burst out laughing. What is there to compare this to? Let's talk about having children later, there is no rush now. Yes, at least wait another 8 or 9 years, after I have confirmed that I will not die. Moreover, I don't know if Muzan can get pregnant, ha ha ha. Yubayashiki Kagaya was surprised by Chibai's answer. No way? I didn't expect you to say that. Why do you have to wait 8 years? Is it because your wife won't let you touch at all, or you two don't see each other very often? That's why we have to wait until 8 years later. Chibai, who didn't take this matter to heart at first, couldn't help sighing after hearing this question. Hey guys, this is trying to get some updates on Muzan by myself. As expected of you, Kagaya. Mingshou Plank Road secretly darkened Shen Kang, this move is fine. Advertisement however, there is nothing that cannot be said about Muzan's dynamics. After all, now that Muzan is with him every day, watching anime with a tablet computer, he is almost becoming a fat house. There is nothing that cannot be said. I'm also a fat house, so I have no other meaning. Huh? Chibai glanced blankly at Yubayashiki Kagaya, who said she won't let me touch or we don't get together often. The two of us have lived together for a long time. Sabito and the others can testify to this. After all, the two of us are inseparable when we usually go out. As for not letting me touch it, it's even more impossible. Specifically, don't inquire about it. It's something you can't talk about. Listening to Chibai's answer, Yubayashiki Kagaya's heart was relieved. He got very important information from Chibai's words. First, he and Muzan are not separated, and second, the relationship between the two of them is very good. The two of them left the headquarters after selecting Yugong and went back to Mount Fuji. Okay, I'll just trust you for now. After hearing this, Chibai nodded without hesitation. Okay, I understand. He picked a direction at random and rushed away. The message is very simple, just a few words. After Chibai left, he wanted to find Sabito and Tomioka Giyu, but someone told him. Looking at the figure of Chibai, Yubayashiki Kagaya calculated in his heart, what is the situation of Kibutsuji Muzan now? However, after thinking for a long time, I didn't figure out what was going on, so I had to give up in the end. After leaving a sufficient distance, Chibai took out his mobile phone, found a specific software, and sent a message to Muzan. Yubayashiki Kagaya felt lucky when he thought that he hadn't told Chibai directly that his girlfriend was Kibutsuji Muzan. If there's nothing wrong, you can go. If there's anything to do later, I'll let the crow inform you. I hope you will work hard and give birth to a precious son early. Then let's see you later. After speaking, he turned and left. If I say so, I'm afraid things will become very troublesome. Honey, take me home. After your child is born, it happens that our two children can be companions together. Chibai didn't say anything after hearing this, but also left the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. He who left this time did not let Yin people send him away. After getting the news he wanted, Yubayashiki Kagaya also did not leave Chibai behind, and saw off the guest very decisively. Advertisement Chapter 216 Chibai, ma'am, will love disappear? Next second. No response. Chibai also waited patiently, after all, his wife also needs some reaction time, it takes time. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Chibai was so bored that he squatted on the ground and drew circles. Ma'am. Where did Mrs. Own go? Then, another hour passed. Chibai. If nothing else happens, Mrs. Own is asleep, that's why she didn't see the message she sent, just wait a little longer. 2 hours later. Chibai leaned against the tree, his upper and lower eyelids were fighting, and he couldn't hold on anymore. But he's still making excuses for Muzan. At this time, Mrs. Own should not be awake yet, just wait. Then, all of a sudden it was dark. Chibai had already fallen asleep soundly. Speaking of this, some people may be curious about what Muzan is doing, and why he hasn't picked up Chibai after so long. At this moment, Muzan and Mukago were staring at the tablet intently, and their foreheads were covered with dense beads of sweat. It looked as if the two were accomplishing an important job. Mukago, the level is so difficult this night. How many times have we tried? Why are we still failing? Master Muzan, why don't you use small puff mushrooms? It's free. Let's use small puff mushrooms for a transition in the early stage. When the sun mushrooms grow up in the late stage, we can use other plants. No, I don't use small puff mushrooms. That one turns out to be zero sunlight. It's useless at first glance, so I don't want to use it. Yes, Mukago and Muzan, the two are playing Plant Zombie 1, and the two of them are stuck in the second level, the night level. As for the reason for being stuck, it is also very simple. As I said just now, Muzan despises the small puff mushroom, so he gets stuck because he doesn't want to use it. When Mukago heard Muzan's decisive words, he could only sigh faintly. Master Muzan is too stubborn, but I have to say that her temper is much better than before. If I dared to talk to her like this before, I guess I should be gone. At this moment, Mukago suddenly remembered that there was a message on the mobile phone. After thinking about it, she decided to remind Muzan. Advertisement. Well, Lord Muzan, at that time there seemed to be a message on the mobile phone, which seemed to belong to the owner. It's been a whole day now, are you sure you don't want to take a look? Muzan woke up with a start when he heard this. Ah, I forgot, Shibai sent me a message in the morning. At that time, I was busy watching anime, so I didn't notice this matter. After I finished watching the anime, I just wanted to read the news posted by Chibai, and saw a game called Plants vs. Zombies, and then I started playing it, and I have been playing it until now. Thinking of this, Muzan slapped himself hard. Damn it, how can you fractionate a divinity while playing games? Let's pass this level first, and then talk about Chibai. Ever since, Muzan said. Mukago, are you sure that the small puff mushroom used in this level can pass the level? Mukago. Hey, that's not quite right, is it? Didn't you just talk about the message from the master just now? Why did you suddenly jump to little puff mushroom? Isn't something wrong? And Muzan looked at Mukago, who hadn't answered for a long time, and asked again. Mukago. I said that this level can be passed by using small puff mushrooms? Hearing Muzan's angry voice, Mukago was so scared that he didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly said. I'm not sure, Mr. Muzan. But judging from the current situation, there is no better choice than using small puff mushrooms. Muzan nodded after hearing this. Okay, I'll trust you this time for now. Come on, watch me from the sidelines. Mukago hastily agreed, came to Muzan and looked at the tablet. In his heart, Mukago kept apologizing to Chibai. Master, it's not that Mukago doesn't help you, but that Mukago is powerless. In this way, the time came to midnight. Chibai in the wild, has already woken up at this time, and is lighting a bonfire, roasting a sabito. No, roasting a hare. While looking at the rabbit, Chibai muttered, too bad, madam is lost. It's been a whole day, why haven't there been any news? Is it because the software that the system gave me is not reliable at all? As soon as this idea appeared, the system immediately appeared in his mind. Pujiezi, just keep your heart in your stomach, even if you have a problem, the system I made for you will not go wrong. Close black lens bracket. In my opinion, it's probably because Muzan doesn't want to talk to you, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. After speaking, there was no movement in the system. Chibai. Tui, dog system, by the way, almost forgot to say. The special software that Chibai used in the morning was specially developed by him for the system. The purpose is to be able to contact Muzan more conveniently. At the same time, a positioning function has been added to the software, allowing Muzan to find him more quickly. But now it seems, it's useless to say anything. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed. If it doesn't work, I can only survive in the wilderness tonight, and I will talk about going home tomorrow. And Muzan sighed. The two of them were staring at the tablet, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. Fortunately, Muzan, who passed the test, was in a good mood. Then the whole person disappeared into the villa. Immediately, the two looked at each other. Only one helpless Mukago was left behind. When Muzan heard this, he nodded in agreement. Chibai just looked up when Muzan arrived. How to do? A smile appeared on Muzan's face after seeing this scene. Fortunately, Mukago reminded Muzan, Master Muzan, if I were you, I would bring the master back first and then talk about other things. What do you think? Damn it, I've played games by myself. This, how long has it been since this morning? On the other hand, Mukago was thinking, when will Mr. Muzan check the news? It's been half an hour. Immediately, Chibai said faintly, so ma'am, it is true that love will disappear, right? Finally, with the last zombie eliminated, the level where Muzan was stuck was also passed at this time. When she saw the news that Chibai asked her to pick him up, a smile froze on her face. Muzan said that he is panicking now. According to the positioning, Muzan asked Nakim to send himself to the location of Chibai. He finally passed the level. I saw that she turned off Plants vs. Zombies reluctantly, then opened the specific software, and began to check the messages from Chibai. Chapter 217. Stupid. This, that. Saying that, Muzan lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Chibai. At the same time, with small steps, he quickly came to Chibai's side. Stretching out her hand, she hugged Chibai's arm and said coquettishly, oh, Chibai, didn't I do it on purpose? I'm just a little late, don't be angry, okay. Listening to Muzan's acting like a baby, Chibai felt nothing in his heart. But when he heard that what Muzan said was only a little late, a vein suddenly popped up on his forehead. It's a little late. This FCK. I sent a message in the morning and only came to pick me up in the middle of the night. Is this a little bit? Muzan also knew that he had said something wrong, so he stood on tiptoe, hugged Chibai's neck with both hands, and hung on Chibai's body. Oh, it's not a little bit, it's a long time. I know I was wrong, don't be angry, okay, Chibai. As he said, Muzan gently kissed Chibai on the face like a dragonfly on the water. Seeing this, Chibai sighed helplessly, stretched out his arms to hug Muzan, and then sat down by the fire. Looking at Muzan in his arms, Chibai said helplessly, it's okay not to be angry. But can you explain to me what exactly you do between morning and night? Even if you go to blow up Tokyo, you won't need so much time. When speaking of this, Chibai couldn't hold back and sighed again. As for Muzan, his face was flushed with embarrassment. Hearing Muzan's silly smile, he immediately explained, I just watched anime for a while in the morning. Then, when it came to the end, Muzan's voice was so small that he couldn't hear clearly at all. This made Chibai have black lines on his face. What did I do? I'm sorry since I dare not even say it. Ma'am, speak well, Chibai said. Okay. Muzan nodded obediently, and then said, just find a game called Plants vs. Zombies on the tablet. Then I opened it up and played for a while out of curiosity, it was quite fun. At this point Chibai interrupted, so you've been playing Plants vs. Zombies all day? Until you've cleared the level? Did you just remember to take me home, madam? Advertisement? Muzan, however, shook his head, then nodded. Chibai looked confused. Muzan, what does this mean? Why are you shaking your head and nodding? At this time, Muzan explained, you are only half right, Chibai. I've literally been playing Plants vs. Zombies since morning. But you're wrong about one thing, I haven't cleared the level. Chibai. Playing from morning to night, you told me that Plants vs. Zombies did not clear the level? Are you G kidding me, poor wife? Suppressing doubts, Chibai asked. I haven't cleared the level, can't I? Then which level have you reached now? Haitian swimming pool level or roof level? Muzan shook his head after listening, none, not a word, so that Chibai didn't know what to say for a while. It's just that these two levels are a little difficult, and the rest are very simple, okay, almost as long as you have a hand. Then why Muzan? Muzan also saw Chibai's doubts, and said in a voice about the size of a mosquito. I just cleared level 2 to 2, and I haven't touched the swimming pool and roof you mentioned. Hey. Muzan raised his head and smiled foolishly after saying that. When Chibai heard about Muzan's progress, he was shocked. Hey guys, is Muzan serious? Been playing Plants vs. Zombies all day, and you told me I just hit level 2 to 2. For a moment, Chibai couldn't think of what to say, so he could only pat Muzan's head lightly. However, there is one thing that Chibai can't understand, why Muzan is stuck at that checkpoint. Thinking of this, Chibai asked Muzan, no, ma'am, the game of Plants vs. Zombies is quite simple. Why are you stuck on such a simple level? Are you playing a mutant version of Plants vs. Zombies? Muzan was puzzled after hearing this. What is a variant version, Chibai? Chibai was taken aback by the question, and was about to answer Muzan, but after thinking about it, even if he said it, he didn't understand it very well, so it's better not to say it. So, I skipped this topic decisively. Advertisement. You still tell me first, why are you stuck in such a simple level? Muzan hesitated for a moment, and told Chibai exactly what was going on. Well, I think the little puff mushroom is free, and I think it's useless, so I've been ignoring it. Well, Chibai knew what was going on when he heard this. At the same time, I was also moved by the touching IQ of my wife. It seems that this Ghost King really needs to be replaced by someone now. That's enough, don't say anything, let Tanzi be the Ghost King. Thinking of this, Chibai hugged Muzan tighter. After all, Mrs. Owen is so stupid, it's not my fault that I am blaming her. Hey, I'm really convinced of you, ma'am. A 2 to 2 level will let you play for so long, if you play those small games later, you will not be able to play forever. What's more, the Plants vs. Zombies you played is only one, she has a second and a third, and each one is more difficult than the first. Based on your words, I feel that there is no hope for customs clearance. After finishing speaking, Chibai gave Muzan a big kiss on the face. He had no choice but to let his wife be so silly and cute, so he couldn't help not kissing her. Muzan, who was kissed by Chibai, rolled her eyes, but instead of wiping the saliva off her face, she refuted with dissatisfaction. You're talking nonsense. I'm not that good. If you have the ability, you can find me all the versions you mentioned. Look at how I cleared the level for her. Seeing Muzan with fierce TS, Chibai couldn't help but want to kiss her. There's no way, my wife looks so cute now, and she has fierce TS. Who can resist a Muzan with fierce TS? Anyway, I can't refuse. Hence, Chibai kissed Muzan a few big mouthfuls again. This made Muzan very dissatisfied. Oh, why do you keep kissing me? Look, your saliva is all over your face, and you can wash your face. It's really annoying. After Chibai heard it, he laughed and didn't say anything else. Instead, holding Muzan, sitting quietly by the campfire, roasting the fire. After all, such a comfortable life is rare. Now you have the opportunity to seize the time to feel it. Advertisement Chapter 218 Barbecue. At this moment, Chi Bai remembered the rabbit that was roasting on his fire. Good guy, I'm patronizing Xingxi to inquire about crimes, and I forgot about this rabbit. Speaking of rabbits, you have to say Sabito. Now, will Sabito and Tomioka Giyu return to Mount Sagiri? Also, does Sabito like to eat spicy rabbit heads? You know, the bunny is so cute, if you don't add more chili, it won't taste good. Forehead. It seems to be off topic. Back to the topic, back to the topic. Chi Bai picked up the rabbit on the fire and looked at it. Well, there is no problem, you can eat. So, I took out a series of barbecue ingredients from the own ring and prepared to roast a whole rabbit. What? Where do these barbecue ingredients come from, you ask? Needless to say, it must have been given by the system. In Chi Bai's words, whoever you in the system or with whoever, is just some barbecue ingredients, so you can give it as you please. As for Muzan, who was huddled in Chi Bai, after seeing Chi Bai take out a bunch of bottles and cans from the ring, he poked his head out in doubt. Chi Bai, what are these? So many bottles. After hearing this, Chi Bai picked up a small bottle and opened the cap, dipped some red powder with his fingers, and put it to Muzan's mouth. Try it, it's delicious, I guess you've never eaten it before. Unexpectedly, Muzan looked at the red powder and didn't rush to eat it, but took a closer look. Then he said, Please, Chi Bai, I have lived for more than 1,000 years anyway. How could it be possible that you haven't even seen chili powder? Really, you still want to spoil me? Hearing this, Chi Bai frowned. This really surprised him, he didn't expect Muzan to know chili. But when you think about it, it's normal. After all, chili peppers were introduced in 1552, during the Edo period, so it's not unusual for Muzan to know chili peppers. Although it was like this, Chi Bai was not discouraged, and immediately poured some powder from another bottle and handed it to Muzan. Advertisement. You know that was chili powder just now, so what kind of powder is this now? After hearing this, Muzan leaned his head closer, looked carefully, and then smelled it again. He couldn't control his own strength, and accidentally took a big breath. Choking, Muzan sneezed loudly. Oh! After sneezing, Muzan rubbed his nose and said dissatisfiedly, What is this thing? This seems to be the first time I've seen it. After hearing this, Chi Bai explained to Muzan. This is called cumin, which is a condiment like chili powder. It and chili have such an unshakable place in the barbecue, and without the two of them, this barbecue can almost be eaten without. Oh, cumin? Muzan nodded half understanding. At this moment, Muzan noticed the barbecue in Chi Bai's mouth, so he asked again, What is barbecue? Is it a kind of burning bird, or something else? Barbecue. Chi Bai muttered softly, and his thoughts drifted away. I still remember that in the summer before, sitting at a food stall by the roadside, ordering a large amount of barbecue, paired with a bottle of ice-cold binkuo, it was simply, tisk tisk. If you are not picky eaters, you can order a few more lamb kidneys or beef. I know everything, so I won't go into details. Thinking about it, the saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth involuntarily, just dripping on Muzan's clothes. Muzan. I actually started to dislike my little boyfriend a little bit. What's the matter with him? Why doesn't he speak anymore? Forget it, why is he still drooling? What is going on in his mind? Chi Bai. Muzan shouted angrily, awakening Chi Bai, who was remembering, and startled Chi Bai. Oh, ma'am. What's the matter? What's the matter? Chi Bai asked in a panic. Muzan rolled his eyes and said angrily, You haven't told me what barbecue is. Why are you talking so distracted? The saliva is dripping on my clothes, take a look. Muzan showed Chi Bai his own clothes while talking. After Chi Bai saw it, he smiled and kissed Muzan on the face. I just thought of something else, and I was a little distracted. I'll tell you what barbecue is now, advertisement. Probably. Blah blah, blah blah. Chi Bai told Muzan all about the barbecue from the beginning. When talking about the grilled sizzling beef, sprinkled with chili and cumin, and swallowed it in one gulp, Muzan couldn't hold back his saliva after listening. Finally, Muzan couldn't help it anymore, and said, Chi Bai, the barbecue tastes delicious, I want to eat barbecue too. Just eat the sizzling beef kebabs and lamb kebabs you mentioned. However, Chi Bai shook his head, Give up, ma'am, we can't eat it right now. If we want to eat barbecue, we have to wait for a long time. Muzan asked disappointedly after hearing this. Why can't we eat? Just tell me how long you have to wait, Chi Bai said without thinking, 100 years. Muzan. My god, it will take 100 years to eat a barbecue, which is too exaggerated. Although 100 years is really not a long time for me. 100 years, this is too long, although I have no problem waiting for such a long time, but you. Muzan's voice became softer when he said this. Chi Bai said, Are you stupid, ma'am? Since I can tell you about barbecue in such detail, it means that I can also cook barbecue. Swish. Muzan's eyes lit up in an instant, and they were so frighteningly bright that Chi Bai couldn't help swallowing. Then you do it. Chi Bai, Muzan said. After hearing this, Chi Bai pointed to the rabbit on the bonfire. That's it, but you have to wait until it's ready. Yeah. Muzan nodded quickly, and retreated back into Chi Bai's arms. And Chi Bai picked up the rabbit on the bonfire, carefully modified the knife on it, and brushed some honey on the skin at the same time. By the way, I applied some oil on the rabbit's body. After all, wild rabbits don't have much oil on their bodies. After finishing these tasks, Chi Bai put the rabbit back on the bonfire. Over time, a meaty smell filled the area. Muzan, who had been waiting for the meal in Chibai's arms, couldn't help it at this moment, sticking his head out and questioning Chibai. Chibai, this smells delicious, has it already been baked? Chapter 219 Sharing, no, it's almost there, Chibai said, and pushed Muzan's head back into his arms. Another few minutes later. At this time, the rabbits on the campfire had been roasted golden, and the scent went straight to Muzan's nose. Okay, I'm hungry, Chibai, who heard Muzan's urging, shook his head helplessly. Almost, as he spoke, he picked up the bottles and jars on the ground and threw them at the golden rabbit. Suddenly, a smell that Muzan had never smelled burst out, which made Muzan's eyes start to glow green. Chibai. What kind of wife did I find? It was agreed to be the Ghost King, but why did his eyes glow green when he saw the flesh, so he became the Wolf King? Hey, now, without waiting for Chibai to speak, Muzan hurriedly snatched the roasting rabbit from Chibai's hand, impatiently brought it in front of him, tore off a large piece, and ate it. Muzan had only one reaction after the rabbit ate it, and that was delicious. Oh, it's delicious, I didn't expect Chibai, you have such a skill. From now on, you will do all the cooking at home, no need for Mukago. Muzan said while eating the meat in his hand. In response, Chibai protested. No, I protest. I'm the pillar of the Demon Slayer team. I'm usually very busy. I don't have time to cook at all. I have to leave the cooking to Mukago. What are you kidding? Cook for yourself. Even if it's not that I can't live without the kitchen in this life, I have to know that I can make too many things. If I really do it, I can never repeat the same thing every day. Regarding Chibai's protest, Muzan dismissed it directly. Then I don't care, you will do all the cooking in the future. Seeing Muzan's happy face, Chibai couldn't help rubbing her face vigorously. What are you doing? Muzan asked puzzled, you rubbed my face all of a sudden. After hearing this, Chibai said confidently. You are my wife, why should I rub? I not only rub, but also kiss. After speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Muzan's face hard. Advertisement in this regard, Muzan just hummed twice and didn't say anything else. At this time, the rabbit on the bonfire was also out of the pot. Chibai took the rabbit and tore it from the middle, split it in half, and handed the complete side to Muzan, and kept the rabbit that was torn by Muzan for himself. Eat, the rabbit is ready. Muzan happily took the roasted rabbit, and ate it with big mouthfuls. While eating, he asked, well, Chibai, how did you go to the Fuji attack mountain? Did you save that Sabito? If you can't save him, you can bring his body over here. I can try it with difficulty and see if I can turn him into a ghost. Chibai didn't know how to respond to Muzan's words. But with this point, Muzan really wanted to help himself and didn't mean to ridicule On. As for Sabito becoming a ghost, Chibai can only say, I thank you for Sabito. After thinking about it seriously, Chibai finally spoke. The case of Fuji's attack on the mountain was solved perfectly. It's just that there was a small episode during this period, but it's not a big problem. As for that silly rabbit, I've already lost my job, so I can't keep him? Muzan, who was eating the roasted rabbit, said mercilessly. Yes, you are the best. The column that can tie with a kaza is amazing, Chibai. Is this FCK really own wife? Why are you so willing to expose yourself? But my punch can open mountains, and it seems that there is no big problem in defeating a kaza. But if you think about it carefully, there is still a problem, because you can only use the air blast fist once. After one time, I will collapse and have no strength to fight again. Hey, you can't shut your mouth even when you eat, ma'am. Chibai knocked Muzan's head rather dissatisfied. Seeing that the piece of roasted rabbit he gave to Muzan had been eaten by Muzan, Chibai tore off a hind leg from his piece of roasted rabbit and handed it to Muzan. Here, there are more here, eat slowly, as if I will grab it from you. When Chibai was surprised, Muzan did not take the rabbit leg from On's hand, but pursed his lips and rejected Chibai. No, I won't eat, Chibai, you can eat. Seeing this scene, Chibai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Advertisement my own wife, Mrs. Xiao, would know how to refuse. This is amazing. Really don't you want it? Do you really don't want this baked golden and crispy rabbit leg, ma'am? Let me tell you, if you really don't want it, I'll take it away. Ah, it smells so good. Chibai deliberately took a deep breath as he said that, and the greedy Muzan couldn't help swallowing. Finally, when the rabbit leg was about to leave On's sight, Muzan grabbed the rabbit leg and ate it. While eating, he said, HMPH, I originally wanted you to eat more, but I didn't expect you to be greedy for me on purpose, it's too much. You sent this to your door on your own initiative, it's not that I don't keep it for you. Seeing Muzan's cute appearance, Chibai gave her the rest of the rabbits. Okay, I took the initiative to deliver it to my door, you should eat more. Chibai said while eating. Madam, what do you think, how could I dislike you? At this moment, a half-gnawed rabbit leg was handed to Chibai. You are my most important person now, and I will definitely keep you, Muzan said. Why don't you eat it? Why do you dislike me? Hearing this, Muzan was about to praise Chibai, but saw Chibai's tooth marks on the rabbit's leg. Looking at this, Chibai couldn't help thinking about what happened in the future. HMPH, how can I eat alone? That guy. Crumbs are hopeless. When the time comes, I will go to Taoshan to deal with him. Not to mention, the weather tonight is quite good, there is not a trace of cloud in the sky, and it happens to be able to see the sky full of stars. Who of my wife has changed a lot? Chibai. You actually eat my saliva, you are so perverted. After doing this, Chibai stopped caring about Muzan in his arms, but looked up at the sky. But when it comes to crumbs, it seems that there is also a crumb brother Kaigaku. Suddenly his face turned red. At this moment, Chibai felt extremely relieved. You are my wife, no matter what, I will never dislike you. Hearing Muzan's urging, Chibai came back to his senses, and without thinking about what to say, he took a big mouthful of Muzan's saliva on the rabbit's leg. And Muzan couldn't wait for Chibai to eat the rabbit leg for a long time, so he couldn't help urging him. Chapter 220 Sabito over there Chibai with a blank face. What happened? Why did I become perverted, and I obviously didn't do anything. So wronged. Just when Chibai was puzzled, Muzan pointed to the place where Chibai bit on the rabbit's leg and said, I didn't expect it to be Chibai like this. You even deliberately picked the place that brought my saliva to eat, what a pervert. Chibai. I thought it was something, but I didn't expect it to be because of this. No, ma'am. Did you make a mistake? What's the matter? Muzan asked. It's just that the two of us seem to be in a husband and wife relationship. This behavior is normal, okay. Do you think this is a bloody plot in comics? The man took the initiative in the heroine's things, and was scolded by the heroine. The idiot is perverted. I said, ma'am, we've been together for almost 2 years, why are you still doing this? Did you read too many bloody love comics while I was gone? This series of words from Chibai made Muzan unable to resist at all, and could only look at Chibai with a smirk. And Chibai's next words directly made Muzan's face change drastically. Madam, I have decided, for your physical and mental health. I'm going to confiscate your tablet so that you don't read these bloody love comics. When you get back to normal, I'll return the tablet to you, what do you think? Muzan. Sigma, degree D degree, do not, no, how could Chibai do such a cruel thing? It's too scary to confiscate own tablet. If the own tablet is confiscated, how bleak the future will be. Can't watch anime, can't play the newly discovered Plants vs. Zombies. Terrible, really terrible, I absolutely can't let this happen. In an instant, Muzan knew what he was going to do. I saw Muzan plunge headlong into Chibai's arms, ready to make Chibai take back his decision to confiscate the tablet by acting coquettishly. But before she could use this move, Chibai flamboyantly saw it through. Advertisement, ma'am, don't try to use coquetry to deal with me. This time, acting like a baby is not easy for me, you'd better accept it obediently. All of this is the choice of Steins Gate, ha ha ha. When Muzan heard that the trick of being coquettish was not working, Muzan instantly became depressed. Lying in Chibai's arms, she said pitifully, hey, I can't live without a tablet. Then, tell me, how can I make you take back this decision? After hearing this, Chibai thought about it carefully. First, Muzan played games and forgot about himself, and then the heroine who learned from Dogblood comics. These two crimes combined are not light. After rigorous thinking, Chibai's eyes lit up, and he thought of a good way. So, he said to Muzan, it's easy for me to revoke this decision. It's just that you have to promise me one condition, then. Before Chibai could finish speaking, Muzan interrupted. Don't talk about one condition, I can promise you 10 conditions, 100 conditions. Really? As he said, Chibai showed a pure smile. Afterwards, Chibai lowered his head, and after whispering something in Muzan's ear, he raised his head. After Muzan heard Chibai's words, he was stunned and his brain stopped thinking. There was no other reason, it was simply surprised by Chibai. After a long time, Muzan's brain completed the restart. Muzan looked at the smug Chibai and asked tremblingly, are you sure? I'm sure. Chibai agreed very firmly. Finally, Muzan lowered his head and sighed, okay, I promise you. Hearing Muzan's words, a triumphant smile appeared on Chibai's face. Heh, only in this way can Muzan know how powerful he is. Thinking of this, Chibai hugged Muzan fiercely, let's go, ma'am, I've been away from home for 7 days, it's time to go home. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of Pippa, and Chibai hugged Muzan and disappeared in place. In an instant, the two returned to the villa. Of course, the two of them didn't go back to the villa directly. According to the usual practice, they first stopped in the Infinite City before returning to the villa. But well, there isn't much to talk about in Infinity City, so just skip it. Advertisement at this time, on the side of Mount Sagiri. Sabito and Tomioka Giyu returned to the foot of Mount Sagiri when the sun went down. To their surprise, Urokodaki Sakanji was waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. After receiving the two, Urokodaki Sakanji led them up the mountain without saying a word. This made Sabito and Tomioka Giyu quite nervous, thinking that something big had happened. After arriving on the mountain, before Sabito and Tomioka Giyu could speak, they were hugged by a figure. Sabito, Giyu, you are finally back, Mikomo said excitedly. You're back, Mikomo. Senior sister. As Mikomo walked towards the cabin, he said, you are finally back. Ms. Ranaki is very worried about the two of you and has been fidgeting. Just now, Mr. Lin Taki suddenly got up and said, you're back, I will pick you up. Who is Ryotaki-sensei? Sabito asked. Rintaki-sensei disappeared after taking us up the mountain. Mikomo thought for a while and said, I heard from Ranaki-sensei that he seems to be bringing over Giyu's older sister. Mikomo's words made Sabito a little curious. After a while, Mikomo spoke. Shibai told himself about this. When Mikomo heard about Tioni, he also fell silent. Soon, Sabito finished talking about Tioni. Sabito, the remaining 11 disciples of Ryodaki-sensei were all killed by this Tioni? Mikomo, how do you know something interesting happened in this final selection? Of course, the main narrator is Sabito, and Tomioka Giyu will add from time to time. Well, needless to say, I know, this must be the intuition of the legendary woman. When Tomioka Giyu on the side heard that her sister was coming, a gleam of joy appeared on her face. At this moment, Mikomo asked suddenly, Sabito, something interesting must have happened in the final selection this time, can you tell me about it? If there are no accidents, Mr. Ranaki has gone by now, right? Like this. Sabito nodded. Sabito. After hearing this, Mikomo said, it's just a feeling, although I don't know where it came from. Immediately, Sabito and Tomioka Giyu sat down and began to tell Mikomo what happened in the final selection. Chapter 221 Don't Tell Mr. Ryodaki. Well, that's right. Sabito nodded. Then, Mikomo hesitated to speak. When Sabito saw it, he just said, if you have anything to say, just say it, Mikomo. After hearing what Sabito said, Mikomo didn't hesitate, and asked directly, how did that Tioni recognize the disciple of Master Ranaki? We can't just rely on our ability to breathe water, right? You must know that there are several trainers who know how to breathe water, not just Mr. Ranaki. Listening to Mikomo's question, Sabito hesitated, he didn't know if he should tell Mikomo the truth. But before Sabito hesitated for more than a second, Mikomo added, Sabito, don't try to lie to me. We've been together for so many years, I can tell at a glance how you look when you lie. Mikomo has already said so much, and Sabito can't hide anything. The mask. Because of the mask, Sabito said. Mikomo was a little puzzled. Mask? What kind of mask? Is it the mask on Ranaki-sensei's face, or? Before Mikomo could finish speaking, Sabito interrupted. The Misfortune Fox Noodles. Are the Misfortune Fox Noodles Mr. Ranaki made for everyone? That's how Tioni recognized Ryodaki-sensei's disciple. Mikomo covered his mouth in surprise after hearing this. She really couldn't believe that the disaster-dispelling fox noodles carefully prepared by Teacher Linlong for them would be their life-threatening charms. Sabito. That, and then that, Mikomo asked again. Sabito shrugged and told Mikomo what happened afterwards in a light-hearted tone. Later, Shibai fell from the sky and beat Tioni to pieces. Then, Shibai jumped up and punched Fuji Shishan in half. Mikomo. Did Sabito say something wrong? What is meant by jumping up and punching Fujishiyama in half? That's a mountain. It's not the big rocks that I and Sabito usually use. It's hard to use a knife, let alone a fist. Mikomo's first reaction was to not believe it, but Sabito saw Mikomo's questioning, and pouted at Tomioka Giyu who was beside him. It's okay if you don't believe me, but you have to believe Giyu, right? Giyu never lies. If you don't believe me, ask him. After hearing this, Mikomo looked at Tomioka Giyu. And Tomioka Giyu nodded, indicating that what Sabito said was true. Advertisement. Even in this state, Mikomo still couldn't believe what he heard. Sabito patted Mikomo on the shoulder and said, you have to believe it if you don't believe it, it's the truth. This is what I saw with my own eyes. It seems that the gap between me and Shibai is getting bigger and bigger. After hearing this, Mikomo didn't speak for a long time, and finally just nodded. But at this time, Mikomo suddenly thought of a problem. Sabito, about the disaster relief mask, shall we? No, Sabito shook his head resolutely, we should rot this matter forever in our stomachs. You can't tell Teacher Ranaki, absolutely not. As soon as Sabito finished speaking, the voice of Urokodaki Sakanji came from the cabin. Sabito, you must never tell this old man what you say. Sabito. Mikomo. Why, Mr. Ranaki makes no sound when he walks. I was careless and didn't flash. Although Sabito and Mikomo were very flustered, Tomioka Giyu was very calm. Teacher Linlong, let's talk again. We can't tell you about Shibai's forcible trespass on the mountain. Oh, Shibai. How could he forcibly break into the vine to attack the mountain, isn't he? While talking, Urokodaki Sakanji walked in with Tomioka Giyu's sister, Tomioka Sudako. After seeing Tomioka Giyu, Tomioka Sudazi immediately ran away, hugging Tomioka Giyu tightly in her arms. Giyu, Tomioka Giyu, sister. His voice was so small that it was hard to hear. Obviously, the current Tomioka Giyu has no way to answer Urokodaki Sakonji's question. So Urokodaki Sakanji looked at Sabito again, waiting for his answer. However, Sabito doesn't panic at all now, because Tomioka Giyu has already made an excuse for him. As long as he keeps talking, nothing will happen. Because, he was chasing down an evil spirit, and accidentally entered the Fuji attack mountain. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Sabito laughed a few times, but his laughter was quite fake. Fortunately, after hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji just glanced at Sabito suspiciously and did not pursue further. Instead, he said, then, Mikomo, come and prepare dinner with me. This time the dinner should be richer. Advertisement. Okay. Mikomo agreed, and prepared dinner with Urokodaki Sakanji. After seeing Tomioka Sudako, he stopped Urokodaki Sakanji and motioned for him to prepare dinner. Soon, time flies. Until late at night, after everyone was full of wine and food, they went back to rest. After 7 days of final selection, Sabito was already exhausted. Back in the room, without taking off his clothes, he threw his head on the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Foo. 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 After an unknown amount of time, Sabito suddenly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by 11 figures wearing disaster relief fox masks. The 11 figures waved at Sabito at the same time, then turned and walked away in the mist. Sabito knew that those were the 11 disciples of Sensei Ranaki who had been killed by Tioni. The next second, Sabito suddenly sat up from the bed. The sky is only getting brighter. I saw Chibai, who came out of the bathroom, rush to the bed, and lay down on the bed. I can sleep late. Now, their souls are relieved. If there is no accident, they should have returned to this mountain of vines. It's hard to describe. Today, I shouldn't get up early today. Anyway, Chibai and Muzan and Mukago just came out of the shower. There was something wrong with the situation on his end, and it wasn't just normal. The bed has been replaced, not the one that expired before. The expressions of the three are different. Mukago, nothing but fun. Sabito smiled, lay down on the bed again, and fell into a deep sleep. And Muzan also said, so, during the 7 days of leaving, don't you think I just want to go to bed? Ah, my dear bed. I miss you so much. Chibai lay on the bed and said with great emotion. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then looked out the window. As for Chibai's face was triumphant, while Muzan's was shy, and besides shy, there was also a little bit of anger. Chapter 222 Proposal Chibai. Good guy, the cunning Muzan is worthy of being the king of ghosts. I didn't expect him to be here waiting for me. Thinking of this, Chibai faltered decisively. Ma'am, look at what you said, there is no comparison at all. Look, this bed is a necessary item in life, but pay attention, it is just an item. You are different, you are my wife. If you look at it this way, isn't there any comparison, madam? I believe that my wife is so generous, why would she care about a bed? After speaking, Chibai reached out and hugged Muzan. Muzan snorted softly, and leaned into Chibai's arms obediently. As for Mukago, she is very clever and has already found a comfortable position and is ready to sleep. You know, she is just an ordinary little cord, not as capable of tossing as Muzan. Muzan leaned into Chibai's arms and said angrily, Chibai. Sometimes, I'm really curious, what's in your head? Looks like, apart from Sabito's rabbit, which is something that's not suitable for children, and me and Mukago, there's nothing else. When Chibai heard this, he shouted that he was wronged. Ma'am, what you said really wronged me, I pretended to be you. You can't wrong a good person out of thin air. Since you appeared, there is no place for others in my heart. Well, Muzan asked about his brain, but he answered his heart, and there seems to be no problem. Muzan couldn't help shivering when he heard Chibai's nasty, earthy love words. Where did you learn this earthy love story? It's so nasty. Chibai showed a smirk. Ma'am, weren't you willing to listen to what I said before? Why has it changed now? In this regard, Muzan rolled his eyes, and at the same time took the tablet computer that was placed aside with a whip. Do you think my so many animations are for nothing? Saying so, Muzan skillfully opened the small broken website in front of Chibai, then found a video in the ghost animal area, and played it for Chibai to watch. Chibai looked at it, and saw that what was played in the video was the earthy love story. Chibai. It will become more and more troublesome to coax Muzan in the future. Advertisement. What's wrong with this? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have shown him any mobile phones. However, who is Chibai? He has a thick skin. I saw Chibai quietly took the tablet from Muzan's hand, and then pressed the screen off button. Oh, ma'am, let me tell you. What I told him was very different, didn't you notice? Muzan was also a little confused by what Chibai said. These are all earthy love stories. Is there any difference? What's the difference? I don't see it, Muzan said. After hearing this, Chibai made a sad expression and said, unexpectedly, madam, you really didn't hear it. You really make me so sad, The whimpering made Muzan shudder uncontrollably. This is a bit avant-garde and I can't accept it. Okay. Muzan comforted, I didn't hear it, tell me, I'll know. Tell me what's the difference? Hearing this, Chibai immediately put away his sad expression, and said in a different tone, of course, the earthy love words I told you are full of love. Why, ma'am, don't you feel it? Muzan. I really overestimated Chibai. I should have thought earlier that he was a dog who couldn't spit out ivory. To this, Muzan responded to Chibai with a blank stare. Seeing this scene, Chibai couldn't help laughing while hugging Muzan. Muzan also said angrily, every day, I should have thought you had nothing nice to say. Don't say too much, since you told me outside that you want to take a mixed bath, I should have thought of it. Yes, mixed bathing is what Chibai asks for when it comes to eating roasted rabbit. As for the details, there's really no such thing. Chibai smiled and said, hey, what's the matter, ma'am? It's nothing. Muzan shook his head, it's too late to say anything now, and you've got your way. Advertisement, now that you've settled the matter with Sabito, what's your plan after that? After hearing this, Chibai thought about it seriously for a while, and then said, I don't know. In a word, almost angry Muzan jumped up and gave him a kick. You said, you don't know what you want to do for so long? Isn't this looking for something? Holding back his anger, Muzan said, I don't know, so what do you know? Do you only think about things that are not suitable for children? Saying that, he stretched out his hand and pinched Chi-Bai's waist fiercely. This made Chi-Bai gasp. Can't help but sigh with emotion. The skill of pinching the soft waist seems to be a woman's talent skill, too frightening. While rubbing On's waist, Chi-Bai said aggrievedly, I don't know what to do. I wanted to take this opportunity to resign from Ju's position, but I didn't expect Yubayashiki Kagaya to disagree. It's not my fault either. Then you haven't thought about what you're going to do after resigning from Ju's position? Muzan asked. Muzan's question made Chi-Bai's eyes shine. I heard Chi-Bai say quickly. This, of course. Muzan. Tell me, let me listen too. Chi-Bai nodded, and then said. I plan to go to Young Mountain to have a look. Why? Why did you go to Young Mountain? What's the difference there? Muzan looked at Chi-Bai puzzled. I saw Chi-Bai said slowly, because there is a very unusual family living on Young Mountain. Muzan. Unusual person? How unusual could it be? Can it be less ordinary than Yubayashiki's? Chi-Bai saw Muzan's doubts and explained to her, if you really want to say it seriously, it is indeed a little bit better than Yubayashiki's family. Cough cough cough. Chi-Bai did not lie. You must know that Kamado Tanjiro's family lives in Mount Yuntori, and Kamado Tanjiro's ancestor, Kamado Tanjiro, has a close relationship with Ben Jiuyuan, the ceiling of combat power. Do you think it is a little better than the Yubayashiki family? Moreover, Kamado Tanji has passed on the breath of the sun following Kuninichi. Although it has been passed down in another way of praying and sacrificial dance, it is also a kind of inheritance. And it has a brand new name. Fire God Kagura, Chapter 223 from Muzan's Tukao. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for me to tell the truth to Muzan. If you tell Muzan, Ji Guoyuanyi's breath of the sun has been passed down. Chi Baixiang believes that Muzan will definitely activate the final form immediately and directly raise Yunkashan to the ground. So, Chi Bai told Muzan this way. Let me tell you, ma'am, there is a couple on Young Mountain. It's just a couple with 6 children. Before Chi Bai could finish speaking, Muzan complained. It's too good to give birth, and she gave birth to 6 children. Do they know what family planning is? I'm really convinced. Chi Bai. Oh who, it looks like Mrs. Owen has learned some amazing things during her absence. Know what family planning is? I can only say 6. Before Chi Bai could speak, Muzan suddenly asked Chi Bai, how many children do you think we will have? 1? Or 2? Anyway, I don't think I can have 6. Chi Bai. Those who ride horses still need a few more children. It's scary. I'm only 15 years old. Even after the Huxia New Year, I'm only 16 years old. You are a child yourself. Why do you still think about having children? How do you say that? Yes, who is not a baby anymore? Backquote Omega, however, Chi Bai did not directly tell Muzan what he thought, but said, Hey, ma'am, when will you change your mind? When will we talk about the issue of having a child? You always call me by my first name, and you never call me husband or anything else. Regarding Chi Bai's question, Muzan decisively chose to play dumb. Oh, I didn't hear what you said clearly. My ears are suddenly not working well. Saying that, he slapped Mukago who was already asleep. Mukago, did you hear what Chi Bai said, Mukago? What happened? I don't know anything about myself. Mukago glanced at Muzan sleepily, then snapped, lay down on the bed, and continued to sleep. Chi Bai rolled his eyes and didn't continue to entangle with Muzan on this issue. Advertisement. Okay, let's skip this topic first and continue listening to me. Yeah, Muzan nodded. Then Chi Bai continued to talk. Among those 6 children, 2 children are extremely talented, and they have the aptitude to become perfect ghost kings. Before Chi Bai finished speaking, Muzan had already changed his clothes and stood at the door. Perfect ghost king. What, I'll go out for a while, and I'll be right back. Before Muzan could make another move, Chi Bai threw him back on the bed. Hey, ma'am, are you seriously ill? After hearing this, Muzan asked in puzzlement, Huh? What's wrong with me? You just say I'm sick? Chi Bai rolled his eyes. Do you really think I don't know your little thoughts, ma'am? You still want to devour the 2 of them in advance, don't you? Seeing that his own thoughts were seen through by Chi Bai, Muzan stuck out his tongue and did not speak again. While Chi Bai undressed Muzan, he said, It's useless to devour them both now. It's better to think about how to continue to search for the blue flowers on the other side. Blue Bana. Muzan repeated, That's true, I also think Blue Bana is better. But hey, there are 2 people who can become the perfect ghost king, I can't sleep well. After hearing this, Chi Bai knocked Muzan on the head with his backhand. Are you stupid, ma'am? It's not like you don't know the lifespan of human beings, it's only a short 100 years. And human beings can become ghosts, and you need your consent. So tell me, what are you worrying about? I'm starting to wonder now, are your 5 heads filled with paste? When Chi Bai said that, Muzan suddenly felt embarrassed. That's right, I didn't think that much at all, I just thought about the perfect ghost king, embarrassing. Besides, I am not afraid of the sun at all now, and I have a little boyfriend who is a dog. That's pretty good. Just when Muzan was full of thoughts, Chi Bai suddenly came up and whispered in Muzan's ear. Madam, is there such a possibility? What I just said was all lies, I was just teasing you. There are indeed people on Young Mountain, they're just ordinary people. Muzan. Riding on a horse. I take back what I said before, my little boyfriend is a bit of a dog. This is not a dog, it is obviously a dog, and the water is blatantly counting water. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Muzan was so angry that he jumped on Chi-Bai like a hungry tiger, opened his own small mouth, and clicked on Chi-Bai's neck. There was a crunching sound, then there was the sound of Chi-Bai sucking in a breath of air. Damn, ma'am. Look at you, do you look a bit like a ghost king? You are obviously a cerebellar axe. My collarbone, it's broken. Although Chi-Bai screamed terribly, Muzan didn't want to let go. Instead, the two little tiger teeth bit deeper. Painful. Chi-Bai took another breath of air. Immediately, Muzan began to suck Chi-Bai's blood. Gulp, gulp, gulp. This is the sound of Muzan dragging Chi-Bai's blood. Half an hour later. Satisfied, Muzan let go of Chi-Bai's neck and let out a very loud belch. HMPH, Chi-Bai hasn't drank your blood for a long time, but I didn't expect your blood to taste better and better. Well, if there is a chance in the future, I will let Muzan try it. Oh, suck dry, Muzan said with a malicious smile. As soon as Chi-Bai finished speaking, he suddenly thought of a grumpy little brother. It's much better than the best thin blood I've ever had before. That is Shinazugawa Sanemi. Belch. Chi-Bai didn't doubt it, so he repeated what he said just now. Just when Chi-Bai was thinking, Muzan suddenly said, "What time is it, Chi-Bai?" After hearing this, Chi-Bai looked at his own phone subconsciously, and replied, "It's 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, what's the matter, ma'am?" "I have something even better, do you want to try it?" After speaking, Muzan pounced on it again. "Foul, this is a foul, when will Muzan drive?" Muzan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "What did you just say? I didn't catch it clearly, can you say it again?" Chi-Bai rolled his eyes. "This is me, who can make you drink blood for half an hour, if it were someone else, it would have been dry." Chi-Bai. "I don't know who is better to drink own blood or his thin blood known as the 100-year-old mountain in the blood. You can shut up for me, madam." Chapter 224, Secondary Disease. Muzan. It was noon again. Chi-Bai was lying on the bed, looking out of the window with a satisfied face. Then I looked at Muzan, who was watching anime, and Mukago, who was sleeping. Such an extravagant life is really indescribable. I wake up at noon every day, so happy. Looking out of the window, Chi-Bai followed this brief gap and sorted out what to do next. The result of sorting it out is, well, it depends on the situation, and I don't know exactly what to do. At this moment, Muzan, who was watching anime, suddenly jumped up from the bed and slapped Chi-Bai with his small fist. When hammering, I was still shouting, "Mew da mew da mew da." Fortunately, when Muzan hammered himself, he didn't use much effort, otherwise he would really have a powder fracture. As soon as Chi-Bai stretched out his hand, he hugged Muzan in his arms. "Ma'am, be honest with me, you don't have a big hammer, it's noon, can't you lie down for a while?" However, Muzan broke away from Chi-Bai and sat up, and said with a serious face, "Chi-Bai, I also want to stand in messenger." Chi-Bai. Damn it. I didn't realize before that Muzan is actually a Chuniba patient. How do you see which anime will be automatically substituted into which anime? Now, the anime Muzan watches should be JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Except for this anime Chi-Bai, I really can't think of anyone else who would be too big. At least, Mr. Own, Rao, the overlord of the sky, will not make this sound. If it's Mr. Kenjiro who owns, well, just pretend that I haven't said anything. By the way, forget about the unique setting of the stand-in messenger. Ah, but my wife is quite cute in this way, anyway, I like it. Looking at the serious Muzan, Chi-Bai sighed silently. The substitute messenger is a hammer. Do you think your husband and I look like a substitute messenger? Hearing this, Muzan looked at Chi-Bai seriously and then said solemnly, According to your painting style, it really looks like a stand-in messenger, especially the platinum star of Jotaro Kujo, he. Advertisement. Chi-Bai. Thank you so much, my dear lady. Own's style of painting is obviously Beidou Shenquan's tough guy's style of painting, why is it JoJo's style of painting? Hey, ma'am, you can really talk, Chi-Bai said helplessly. Speaking of which, JoJo, which part have you seen? Muzan replied immediately after hearing this, I just saw the third part, he. It's pretty fast. Chi-Bai praised. Immediately, Chi-Bai asked again, then tell me, do you like the character in it? Without even thinking about it, Muzan spit out, who else, of course Dior. Chi-Bai. It's unnecessary for me to ask this question, I don't even need to think about it. Muzan will definitely say that. But Dior is a man. This is not possible, ever since, Chi-Bai continued. This role is not good, change to another role. Huh? Why? Muzan was puzzled. Please, Dior is such a good character. Let me tell you, look. Before Muzan could dissect Dior, Chi-Bai interrupted. Because I'm a man, I will be jealous, just like this, do you understand, ma'am? Oh. Muzan looked at Chi-Bai in surprise, so it's like this. As he spoke, he suddenly rode on Chi-Bai's body, put his face in front of Chi-Bai and said softly, I didn't expect you to be jealous too. I thought that someone has always been heartless, he. Chi-Bai was unmoved by this, and just said, change roles, ma'am. Okay, I'll change roles. Muzan agreed, but, to be honest, except for Dior, I think they are all so-so. However, since you want me to change it, then, Having said this, Muzan suddenly fell silent. Under Chi-Bai's gaze, Muzan continued, "Then I like you." In this regard, Chi-Bai snorted very sunere, and hugged Muzan behind him. At the same time, Chi-Bai was also thinking about the substitute messenger problem that Muzan said. Since I can travel to Demon Slayer, then JoJo or something should also exist. According to the setting, Dior was born around 1868, and the first JoJo and second JoJo stories ended in 1889. The third Stardust Crusader story begins in 1989. If there is no accident, I can catch up with the beginning of the story, and I can just take Muzan to see the excitement. Advertisement. I just don't know if JoJo's story will really appear here. But, anyway, Muzan's life is calculated in tens of thousands of years. When the time comes, go to the place where the story happened, and there will be no delay. Well, it's such a happy decision. At this moment, Muzan, who had been lying in his arms, asked Chi-Bai, "What are you thinking about? You are so engrossed in thinking. I've called you several times, but you didn't answer me. Are you thinking about other women?" "Oh. This?" A little embarrassed. I didn't expect that I would be so fascinated by thinking about things. I was wondering, what are the chances of fulfilling someone's wish? Also, madam, are you stupid? Can't you see that there is no one else in my heart except you? Mukago on the side just woke up and heard Chi-Bai's words. So it was a good time to ask, "Hey, master, how should I count?" As soon as this question was asked, it immediately attracted Muzan's attention. I saw Muzan looked at Chi-Bai with a fierce look. Once Chi-Bai's answer does not satisfy her, she will clean up Chi-Bai. Chi-Bai. Young birthday, it's time for Mukago to wake up, and the question is hard enough. This almost sends him away directly. However, this little problem couldn't bother Chi-Bai at all. Chi-Bai rolled his eyes. He replied, "Ahem, cough, what, you guys are like my wings to me. One is indispensable. When did you hear that a bird missing a wing can fly with one wing?" This ambiguous answer made Mukago and Muzan cut at the same time. Count Chi's fate, and Chi-Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy, this is a little too exciting, but if there is a little mistake in my answer just now. Although he will not be killed, but for a while after he comes down, he will definitely not have a good life. Fortunately, I am witty enough, I like own witty. But, there is still a little problem. Chapter 225 Mapo Tofu. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai couldn't help but sigh again. Hey, hearing Muzan who sighed, he asked Chi-Bai, "What are you doing, what are you doing?" Could it be that such a question would embarrass you? You still have to sigh? Chi-Bai. Hey, what is the situation? Why Muzan has learned to take the initiative to find trouble. If this is the case, I am afraid that I will not have a good life in the future. Chi-Bai shook his head in fright. Difficult. I have nothing to worry about, I just remembered something. What's the matter? Muzan asked reluctantly. Chi-Bai was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Mukago who relieved Chi-Bai, Lord Muzan. What? Muzan glanced at Mukago angrily. This Mukago, who can't see the height of his eyebrows and eyes, actually disturbed himself at a critical moment. And as a ghost, she should be united with her. After hearing this, Mukago replied cautiously, "I seem to hear your stomach growling, Master Muzan. Are you sure you're not hungry?" Muzan originally wanted to say that he was not hungry, but after being told by Mukago, he was really hungry. Ever since, Muzan stretched out his big white leg and kicked Chi-Bai to the ground with one kick. Chi-Bai, who was kicked to the ground, looked dumbfounded. "No, you are hungry. Why kick me?" Sitting on the bed, Muzan looked down at Chi-Bai and said, "I'm hungry, go cook for me." Mukago on the side expressed doubts, saying, "Isn't cooking always your own job? Why did it suddenly become the job of the master today?" Looking at the puzzled Mukago, Muzan explained to her, "He can cook, and the food he cooks is much better than yours. Let him do it today." After finishing speaking, he turned his head to Chi-Bai and said, "HMPH, hurry up and cook. If you can't do it well, I'll give you something to eat." Chi-Bai, who was sitting on the ground, asked without raising his head, "What if I do it well? Should there be a reward?" Chi-Bai's words made Muzan think for a while. Advertisement. What he said is right, rewards and punishments will give you more motivation. Ever since, Muzan said, "If you make a meal that suits my taste, there will definitely be rewards." Hearing this, Chi-Bai's eyes lit up, and he went straight to the kitchen. He couldn't believe it anymore. Coming from the country of gourmet food with 5,000 years of inheritance, he couldn't handle a Muzan. At the same time, Chi-Bai also thought about how to deal with Muzan when the time comes. That is naturally, can only be felt, not expressed in words. Although, there are only the most basic things in the kitchen. However, Chi-Bai has a system, and he directly asked the system to prepare a set of professional equipment and seasoning for him. The best ingredients require the simplest cooking method. After being busy for a while, Master Chi finally prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for Muzan. There is nothing complicated about these 4 dishes and 1 soup, they are all ordinary home-cooked dishes. What, you asked Chi-Bai where the ingredients came from? Of course the management system needs them. Chi-Bai said that he didn't want to go shopping for vegetables. Then, in the 4 dishes and 1 soup, Chi-Bai prepared a surprise Mapo tofu for Muzan. Why do you say that? Chi-Bai uses a bit of devil chili to make Mapo tofu. And it is made with the same cooking technique of Xiaodongjia. It can't be seen from the appearance or the taste. Mapo tofu is made with devil pepper. Unless you taste it yourself, there will be absolutely no flaws. It is said that the people here are not very good at spicy food. As for Muzan, anyway, seeing that she had no reaction after eating the roasted rabbit with chili, I believe that the devil chili can't embarrass her. Anyway, I can eat spicy food. Back then, I could eat spicy noodles as a snack, hee hee. Looking at his results, Shibai shouted, "It's time for dinner, hurry down and eat. If I don't come down, I'll eat it all by myself." In the next second, Muzan appeared beside the dining table with Mukago in his hand. At that speed, even Shibai was willing to bow down. He made 2 bowls of rice and gave them to the 2 of them. At the same time, Shibai poured Muzan a glass of milk very thoughtfully, which made Muzan very satisfied. "HMPH, if you have a conscience, let me taste the taste of your dishes." As he spoke, Muzan tasted the remaining 3 dishes in turn and drank another bowl of soup. Only did not eat the mapo tofu with devil pepper. Shibai looked anxious for a while. I kept saying in my heart, "Eat, madam, eat quickly." Advertisement this time. Muzan put down his chopsticks and nodded in satisfaction. "HMPH, I didn't expect it, Shibai, you cook it so delicious." Not bad, however, Shibai didn't say anything, just looked at Muzan with a smile. And Muzan also picked up the mapo tofu and took a bite. In the next second, Muzan's fair face instantly turned red, like a cooked prawn. And steam began to emerge from the back of her head, looking like a steamer. After seeing this scene, Shibai asked Muzan with a smile, "Madam, do you think this mapo tofu is delicious? Is it very suitable for your appetite? Does it feel like a big appetite?" Looking at Shibai with a smirk on his face, Muzan didn't speak, but blushed, picked up the milk at the side and drank it down. Then he stretched out the cup towards Shibai, signaling him to have another cup. Looking at the smiling Shibai, Muzan gritted his teeth and asked, "Shibai, you are a real dog." "Oh, ma'am, you can't eat chili, can you? That's really a pity. By the way, is that mapo tofu really that scary? Can Master Muzan stumble? Damn it, this thing is much hotter than Reaper Hot Tiao." After hearing this, Shibai made a pitiful expression and said, "What did you put in? It's just ordinary chili peppers. Can I put other things in? This time, I took care of myself, so I must pay attention to the amount in the future." And yet, there's another Mukago guzzling milk on the table. Muzan continued to gulp. Mukago on the side patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, there are still too many devil peppers. However, Shibai's real thoughts are, "Good guy, take good care of yourself just now, and didn't eat that mapo tofu, otherwise you will be the one who is unlucky right now." First here, Mukago quietly took a bite. Finally, at the 5th glass of milk, the blush on Muzan's face faded away. "Tell me, what did you put in the mapo tofu? Why is it so spicy?" Said, Shibai took a bite of mapo tofu and showed Muzan as if nothing happened. And Shibai poured another glass of milk for Muzan with a smile. Chapter 226 Lost Dream. Looking at Shibai, whose expression didn't fluctuate much, Muzan began to wonder if he was too sensitive. "So I ate another spoonful of mapo tofu." Mukago, who was watching, called Mr. Muzan awesome, so awesome. Then, Muzan drank another 5 glasses of milk. Muzan said that he was not full after eating, and he was full when he drank milk. FK. And Shibai laughed, almost cramp. I didn't expect Muzan to be so naive, so cute, why not? Of course, Shibai always had a nonchalant smile on his face. Looking at Muzan made him angry, damn it, the dog. So, he took the initiative to take a spoonful of mapo tofu, blew it on his mouth, and then handed it to Shibai's mouth. "Come on, Shibai, you can eat too. You have cooked so many dishes, it's really hard work for you. Come on, let me feed you, open your mouth." Looking at the mapo tofu in his mouth, Shibai opened his mouth without any hesitation, and ate it in one gulp. While eating, he said, "Thank you, madam." As he spoke, he also put a spoonful of mapo tofu to Muzan's mouth. "Ma'am, I can't eat good things alone, you have to eat them too. I'll feed you too, Muzan." Damn it, I really thank his family. Looking at Shibai, this B********D. Muzan suddenly had an urge to beat him to death. However, Muzan endured it. "This is the boyfriend I found, no matter what, I have to bear it." After hesitating for a while, Muzan opened his mouth and ate the mapo tofu. As a result, Muzan's face turned red like a lobster again, and steam came out from the back of his head again. Shibai almost laughed out loud again. "Hey, I still want to cheat myself, but there is no door. It's a big deal to hurt each other, anyway, I have nothing to fear." Mukago on the side watched the two feed the mapo tofu to each other, and she couldn't help shivering when she saw it. Lord Muzan and Master, these two people are ruthless people. Can eat such a spicy dish, and myself. Then of course I have to eat some other delicious dishes, hee hee. Anyway, after eating, the Master will give Master Muzan what to cook. In the next second, Mukago's whirlwind chopsticks swung up. Advertisement, but Muzan and Shibai are still hurting each other. "You have one bite, I have one bite of mapo tofu." The two of them enjoyed eating it. Soon, the whole plate of mapo tofu was eaten by the two of them with only one bite left. Looking at the only bite of mapo tofu, the two became nervous. Everyone wants to take this mouthful of mapo tofu and feed it to the other party. Just when the atmosphere was tense, the two moved at the same time. With a whoosh, Chi-Bai's spoon was one step ahead of Muzan, snatching the last bite of Mapo tofu. Looking at Muzan, Chi-Bai handed her the Mapo tofu. To Chi-Bai's surprise, Muzan ate the Mapo tofu without hesitation. Immediately, a scheming smile appeared on her face. This smile made Chi-Bai feel a little bad. Sure enough, after eating the last bite of Mapo tofu, Muzan kissed Chi-Bai directly, and then gave Chi-Bai half of the Mapo tofu in his mouth. This made Chi-Bai call himself careless. Soon, the two separated. Muzan asked Chi-Bai in a hoarse voice, "How is this? Is the last bite of Mapo tofu delicious?" Don't ask why Muzan's voice is hoarse, it's hot to ask. Chi-Bai nodded after hearing this. It's delicious, this last bite of Mapo tofu is sweet. After hearing this sentence, Muzan suddenly laughed. The laughing Chi-Bai panicked for a while. "Ma'am, what are you laughing at? Why'd I feel that your smile is very wrong?" Muzan didn't answer Chi-Bai, but instead said, "Hey, there are sweeter ones coming up, do you want to try it?" "Hey." These words successfully aroused Chi-Bai's curiosity. "What is it?" Chi-Bai asked curiously. I saw Muzan leaning on Chi-Bai's ear and whispering softly. Chi-Bai's eyes lit up instantly after listening. Hastily asked Muzan, "Ma'am, is what you said true? Did you really promise me?" Muzan smiled and nodded. "Of course I promise you, as the king of ghosts, can I go back on my word?" Chi-Bai just wanted to raise his arms and cheer, feeling that his own dream was finally fulfilled. Suddenly, the whole person froze in place. After thinking about it, he asked Muzan again, "Ma'am, don't you rinse your mouth? Just now?" Muzan. "Right." Chi-Bai. "FK, FK, FK. Die, die." Advertisement. Chi-Bai didn't even think about it and ran out the door. Good guy, Muzan wants to kill himself. This is too vicious. I must run away. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Although Chi-Bai's Zu is very powerful and can fight Akaza evenly, but he can't beat Muzan. He can't even run Muzan, not to mention, Muzan can make Nakim capture Chi-Bai into the Infinite City. Ever since, Chi-Bai was captured gorgeously by Muzan. Chi-Bai, who was suspended in the air by Muzan's whip, asked Muzan tremblingly. "Woo, ma'am, I know I was wrong, can you let me go?" "I promise, I will never do this in the future," Muzan said without looking back. "Let me go?" "Okay, I've let your horse go, are you satisfied?" Chi-Bai. "Mrs. Own, when did you learn to play word games?" "Ah, help me, I still don't want to end my children and grandchildren." But how could Chi-Bai escape from Muzan's whip? Just like that, Muzan led Chi-Bai upstairs. Before going upstairs, Muzan didn't forget to clean up the plate with Mapo tofu, and then went upstairs satisfied. In a few minutes, Chi-Bai's screams were heard upstairs. "Ah, help, help, FCK, ma'am, I was wrong, just let me go. It hurts to death, it hurts to death, help." However, the screams were doomed to be in vain. Half an hour later, only then did Muzan carry Chi-Bai downstairs. At this time, Chi-Bai's face was as pale as paper, his head was tilted to the side, lifeless, and from a distance, he seemed to be dead. Muzan, on the other hand, wiped his mouth with a towel, took another sip of milk and rinsed his mouth. Immediately, he snapped Chi-Bai and threw it on the sofa. Chi-Bai, who was bumped into the sofa, curled up like a boiled prawn, looking very painful. Looking at Chi-Bai, Muzan sneered. "Hey, brat, it's up to you. You still want to fight my old lady, you are still too young. If you want to fight with my old lady, you should practice for another 10 years. Chi-Bai, on the other hand, has only one idea. This girl is too vicious. Chapter 227 Hanfu So, almost the whole afternoon, Chi-Bai lay curled up on the sofa like a prawn, not daring to move. There were screams from time to time. It is really sad for the listener, and tears for the one who hears it. I was eating. Mukago didn't have any appetite. He just ate the rest of the 3 dishes and 1 soup and stopped eating. However, I have to say that the dishes made by my master are really delicious. And the way of cooking has never been seen before. It seems that I have only seen it in the small broken station, and I will try it myself when I have a chance. After eating, Mukago consciously went to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, under Muzan's gaze, Mukago quietly went back upstairs, not daring to speak. In fact, Mukago wanted to comfort Chi-Bai, but Muzan refused. As for Muzan, he was smiling and screaming at Chi-Bai on the sofa. When Chi-Bai has no strength to scream, he will feed Chi-Bai a few sips of water and give him a considerate neat pillow. So the time came to night. When it was completely dark, Chi-Bai was relieved from the excruciating pain. It's just that once you move, there will still be a heart-piercing pain. This made Chi-Bai sigh. Muzan is really cruel and hardworking. To think of such a terrible way, but, if you ask yourself if you dare to provoke her in the future, Chi-Bai will definitely nod, I dare. As the old saying goes, there is no end to life, but no end to death. Come on. Awesome. Looking at Chi-Bai who didn't dare to move, Muzan asked with a smile. Chi-Bai, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Do you want me to rub it for you? Don't worry, I will be very gentle. Hearing this, Chi-Bai rolled his eyes. Rub yourself? I'm afraid that after rubbing the horse, I'm really useless. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai carefully turned over and turned his head inward, expressing that he didn't want to talk to her. However, in the process of turning over, he accidentally touched the painful place, which made him gasp again. It hurts, it hurts. Advertisement this FCK, it's 100 times more painful than Viega, it's an indescribable pain. After Muzan saw it, he didn't let Chibai go, but continued to ask. Oh, why didn't you talk? Are you angry with me? If that's the case, wait a minute, how about I make it up to you, I have a little boyfriend. Hearing this, Chibai finally spoke, I really appreciate your whole family, ma'am. After finishing speaking, Chibai closed his eyes and didn't want to talk to Muzan anymore. Muzan, on the other hand, let out a very magical laugh. Goose, it sounds a bit like a goose. Chibai, who closed his eyes, was not idle either. I am slowly warming and nourishing the painful part with chi. As for why you didn't use chi to warm and nourish just now, is this? Well, mainly because it was too painful, and Chibai couldn't concentrate on warming and nourishing the painful part. 1 hour later, Chibai suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Finally, no more pain. In response, Muzan didn't have much reaction, which was expected. Looking at Muzan, Chibai unceremoniously stretched out his big hand to pinch Muzan's white and tender face. While kneading, he said, Ma'am, unexpectedly, Hu Hansen, are back again. I really didn't expect that you would be so bad, you could come up with such a terrible method. Huh. Thank you for the compliment, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of this way, Muzan said, reaching out and opening the big hand that was destroying his face. Why do you keep pinching my face? Believe it or not, I'll let you feel despair again. Chibai, who wanted to take back his hand, was very dissatisfied when he heard Muzan's words, and continued to pinch Muzan's face, but this time, he didn't use much strength at all. Despair. Oh, I am not afraid of anything, madam. Seeing Chibai's shameless look, Muzan rolled his eyes. HMPH, this is what the legend says, you won't have a long memory after being beaten. However, Muzan didn't want to argue with Chibai, so he let Chibai knead his own face. I'm hungry, Chibai, let's go out to eat later, shall we? All the dishes you cook, let Mukago eat all by himself. Advertisement. After hearing what Muzan said, Chibai let go of his hands and said, okay, then what do you think it would be better for us to go out and eat later? Muzan thought for a while and said, let's burn the bird. That one is more delicate and tastes good, how about it? Muzan had already spoken, how could Chibai have other opinions? Of course he immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll call Mukago and let's go. Chibai stood up and was about to call Mukago, but was stopped by Muzan. I won't greet her this time. Who asked her to eat all the food by herself at noon? Just let her look after the house alone, you change your clothes and let's go. Speaking of which, Muzan dragged Chibai into the fitting room and chose a black kimono of the same style as himself for Chibai. However, it was rejected by Chibai. Tisk, forget it, ma'am, I don't want to wear this. Muzan was very puzzled when he heard this. Don't want to wear this? Didn't he want to get dressed and go out? If that's the case, all I can say is, awesome. Looking at the puzzled Muzan, Chibai took out a set of laundry from his ring and handed it to Muzan. I wear this to go out, madam will change for me. Muzan looked at the clothes in his hands that were somewhat similar to the kimono he was wearing, not only a little puzzled. Huh? Chibai, what kind of clothes is this? It looks a bit the same as my kimono, but it's different. But it's really pretty to look at. After hearing Muzan's words, Chibai showed a proud smile on his face, and explained to Muzan. This is Hanfu. The kimono on your body is modified from Hanfu. Of course it looks a bit the same, but it's still very different inside. At this time, someone may ask, where did Hanfu come from? Needless to say, it must have been given by the system. A certain kind of injustice system. I don't want to give it, but Chibai is so good at ink. This person is better than Tang Seng, I have to give it. Soon, Chibai changed into Hanfu with the help of Muzan. This time, the Hanfu given to Chibai by the system is Ming-style Jinyue Feiyu suit. Matched with Chibai's tough guy style and tall and burly figure. Don't say it, it's really suitable. Chibai's attire caught Muzan's eyes. It looks really good. Does Chibai have women's Hanfu? I want it too. Chapter 228 Chibai. Unexpectedly, it's quite surprising that Muzan likes this Hanfu. But I was not prepared at all. It doesn't seem to be, Chibai said with a little embarrassment. Just when Chibai thought Muzan would lose his temper after hearing it. A situation that he never expected appeared in front of his eyes. A layer of gray mist appeared in Muzan's eyes, and then under Chibai's gaze, Muzan squatted down slowly, and finally sat on the ground. I don't care, I want Hanfu, Hanfu is so hot and beautiful, it's not for me. Chibai, do you not love me anymore? While talking, Muzan began to thrash out of anger. For details, please refer to Ganwume Zhaobu. Looking at Muzan who was thrashing, a black line appeared on Chibai's forehead. Please, Muzan, you are the king of ghosts, how can you behave like this? Don't you want your image? How embarrassing it would be if other Shangxian saw this. No, ma'am, pay attention to your image. You are the king of ghosts. If you let others see you, it would be so embarrassing. As Chibai said, he was about to hug Muzan up, but Muzan snapped his hand open. I don't care, I want Hanfu. Besides, here are just the two of us with you, what image do I need? You are not an outsider, HMPH, You just say, you can give me Hanfu or not, Chibai. For a moment, Chibai couldn't speak, not because of other reasons, but because what Muzan said made sense. Ever since, Chibai asked the system for another set of women's Hanfu. System. Sin. Why did I set up such a thing? In the next second, a set of women's Hanfu suddenly appeared in Chibai's hands. Ever since, Chibai handed the Hanfu to Muzan. Okay, ma'am, Hanfu is here, get up from the ground quickly, stop making trouble. After hearing this, Muzan snorted, got up from the ground, and then took the Hanfu from Chibai. Advertisement. Then with the help of Chibai, I put on the Hanfu. Muzan's Hanfu is a set of light blue Ming-style Hanfu, with a draped jacket, an inner garment, and a horse-faced skirt. However, Muzan was a little dissatisfied. Chibai, I don't look like you, I don't seem to fit well. In this regard, Chibai gently tapped Muzan's little head. No knitting, we both wear Ming-style Hanfu. Okay, put your shoes on. As he spoke, he took out a pair of shoes similar to Hanfu and put them on for Muzan. Muzan looked at his novelty and couldn't help turning around. Then Muzan asked another question. Chibai, what Ming-style Hanfu? Chibai said, it is the Hanfu style of the Ming dynasty. Ah, then what is the Ming dynasty? Chibai, curious baby. Muzan is online. It's just a dynasty, similar to how I destroy the emperor now, and I create a country by myself, that's it, Chibai explained. Okay. Muzan nodded, and then asked again. Then, what are the characteristics of the Ming dynasty you mentioned? I'm a little curious. This sentence Muzan got the point, but there are too many characteristics. Chibai said that he didn't know where to start. For example, the emperor guards the gate of the country, and the king dies in the country. Beyond that, there are many, many more. However, if you tell Muzan directly, she will definitely not understand. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. In the future, if there is a chance in the future, I will take you to see it in person, but now it is not suitable. Looking at Chibai, Muzan finally just nodded ignorantly. Okay, however, we can go out now. Yes, Chibai nodded. Then the two walked out holding hands. As for Mukago, at this time, she was in the bedroom upstairs, watching food videos with interest on a tablet, and wiping her saliva from time to time. As for Muzan and Chibai not taking them with them when they go out, Mukago said that he is used to it. After Chibai and Muzan left the villa, they went straight to the burning bird shop. After arriving at the roasted bird restaurant, Chibai slapped the table and shouted proudly, "This restaurant, we have booked it tonight." Although some people protested, well, Chibai's ability to make money cannot be supported, so the protests are useless. Advertisement. Sitting in the shop, the two began to eat and burn the bird. One skewer per person, it's a joy to eat. But while eating, Chibai suddenly said, compared with barbecue, this thing is still a lot worse. It doesn't taste like barbecue, so it's exciting to eat. After eating happily, Muzan couldn't help asking in doubt after hearing Chibai's words, barbecue? What is that? Is that the rabbit you roasted that day? Is that a barbecue? Chibai thought for a while after hearing this, and then said, that roasted rabbit is also a kind of barbecue. However, the real barbecue is broad and profound. It can be said that everything can be grilled. No one can do it, only you can't think of it. Muzan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Wow, that sounds amazing, I want to eat it. Chibai, you will definitely do it, can you cook it for me? However, Chibai ruthlessly refused after hearing this. Duh. Muzan. After all, Chibai's size is too intimidating. HMPH, alright. Muzan agreed, eating a string of lanterns viciously. Hearing this, Muzan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there were no dogs outside. In the end, the battle ended with the two eating up all the inventory in the store. From the chef's point of view, it's not impossible to eat yourself alive, not to mention turning yourself into a roasted bird. Could it be? Chibai has a dog outside. I don't like to look at myself, so I reject myself. When you have free time in the future, I will make you whatever you want to eat. What? He even rejected himself. Why is that? While Muzan was thinking wildly, Chibai explained, now eat a woolen barbecue. After hearing this, the chef raised his hand to wipe off his cold sweat and closed his mouth. It's better to shut up. At this time, Chibai and Muzan were eating faster and faster, so that the chef couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. Shut your mouth and be your roast bird. If you dare to say it's useless, I'll let you make you a roast bird. You'd better finish eating the burnt bird in front of you first. The chef who was making the roasted bird on the side had an opinion. However, before he could bring it up, Chibai stared back at him. After the meal, the two left the roasted bird shop, planning to eat something else. However, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. Chapter 229. Chibai. Yushiro, don't you dare on the street. The two didn't take a few steps before they saw a ramen shop on the side of the road. Chibai's eyes lit up, and he said to Muzan, "Ma'am, are you full?" "I'm not full yet. If you're not full either, let's go eat some ramen together." "What if I said I was full?" Muzan asked back. Chibai was taken aback when he heard this, but soon he realized it. "If you're full, then I'm full too. Let's stop eating ramen and go shopping elsewhere." HMPH, you are the only one who can talk. Muzan jumped up and kissed Chibai on the face. "You forgot, I'm a ghost. How can I be full if I just eat ordinary things?" If you want to eat, I will definitely accompany you to eat, let's go. With that said, Muzan pulled Chi-Bai into the ramen shop. 2 hours later, the two held hands and walked out of the ramen shop contentedly. Only a group of tired clerks and a boss with a crooked smile were left in the ramen shop. Walking on the street, Chi-Bai looked here and there thoughtfully, as if he was looking for something. Seeing this, Muzan asked, "What are you looking for, Chi-Bai? You are looking so seriously." After hearing this, Chi-Bai replied, "I'm looking for anyone who sells watermelons. The watermelon I bought last time will be eaten up soon, and I want to add some more. But now it seems that there are no watermelons at all." "Watermelon?" Muzan repeated softly. "Well, it's getting cold now, and watermelon is really hard to find. If you want to find watermelon, you probably need to rely on luck." At this moment, a familiar figure stopped in front of Chi-Bai and Muzan. Chi-Bai frowned, and said in disbelief, "Yushiro? Long time no see. Why do you suddenly have the leisure to go shopping? If I remember correctly, you seem to be inseparable from your dear Mr. Tamayo. You left so rashly, I'm afraid there will be a lot of empty pages in your diary. Yushiro. This damn it guy. Why is his mouth so damn it? A good person just has a mouth. Advertisement, I really don't want to talk to him." Ignoring Chi-Bai's teasing words, Yushiro resisted the urge to hit him and explained, "Do you think I want to come to you? If Master Tamayo had something to do with you, I would never want to see you in my life." "Oh, like this?" Chi-Bai nodded. "Then what does Miss Tamayo want from me? Could it be that Miss Tamayo is getting married? Wow, then I can't go to him empty-handed. Yushiro, wait for me, I'm going to buy some presents for Miss Tamayo." While talking, Chi-Bai walked outside, and at the same time chattered endlessly. "It's a pity, Miss Tamayo is getting married, but the groom is not Yushiro, hee. Finally, Yushiro couldn't bear it anymore, and Yushiro jumped up and punched Chi-Bai. Chi-Bai had quick eyes and quick hands, dodged Yushiro's punch, turned around and hid behind Muzan. "Lu Wei, idiot Yushiro, you can't hit me, I'm mad at you, hee. If you have the ability, come here, look at how my wife treats you, ha ha ha." As he said, Chi-Bai poked his head out from behind Muzan, and hooked his fingers at Yushiro. Muzan. Hey. Naive little boyfriend, but I like it. At this time, Yushiro's patience has long been exhausted. He pointed at Chi-Bai who was hiding behind Muzan, and shouted angrily, "Chi-Bai, you dog. If you have the ability, come out from behind Kibutsuji Muzan and fight to the death with me. How dare you say that Master Tamayo is married? I will beat you to death today. Master Tamayo, it can only be mine." After hearing this, Chi-Bai made a face at Yushiro, slightly slight, "I have no skills, so I won't come out from behind my wife. It's you, if you have the ability, hurry up and beat me. You have a wicked heart but no guts, you only dare to look at Miss Tamayo secretly, and you don't even dare to confess. Miss Tamayo deserves to marry, the groom is not you." Yushiro was very dissatisfied with this. "Why do you say that I dare not confess my love to Lord Tamayo? Chi-Bai." Chi-Bai rolled his eyes. "Oh, if you dare to confess, you don't have to take a small notebook and record Miss Tamayo's behavior in minutes." You. Yushiro couldn't find any reason to refute Chi-Bai's words. Advertisement no way, who told Chi-Bai to only tell the truth? After holding back for a long time, Yushiro's face was flushed red, and he said in a tone almost shouting, "I dare not confess my love to Master Tamayo. Chi-Bai, just wait, this time I must confess my love to Lord Tamayo, and I still want you to watch." "I don't believe it." Chi-Bai hit Yushiro mercilessly. What a joke. When Yushiro saw Tamayo, he was shyer than an innocent boy. If he could confess his love, a sow could climb a tree. "Bah! I say I can," Yushiro roared. Until this time, Chi-Bai came out from behind Muzan, clasping his ears while walking. "If you can, you can. Why are you shouting so loudly? Does it look like you have a loud voice? Besides, I don't think you can, Yushiro." "Sure, Chi-Bai, just wait for me." Upon hearing this, Chi-Bai agreed. "Okay, I'll wait and see how you confess your love. Before I do this, you should take me to see Miss Tamayo. Walk." After hearing this, Yushiro gave Chi-Bai a hard look and then walked forward. However, what Chi-Bai didn't know was that although Yushiro's face was as steady as an old dog, his heart was in a panic. At this moment, Yushiro had only one thought in his mind, it was over, and he insisted on telling Chi-Bai that he dared to confess his love to Master Tamayo. "But, what if we actually meet Master Tamayo later? Do you really want to confess? But really shy, if you don't confess your love, wouldn't you be looked down upon by Chi-Bai? So tangled, but I really like Master Tamayo." How to do. Just when Yushiro was panicking, Chi-Bai was behind Yushiro and laughed very unreasonably. "Ha ha ha, this unlucky boy, he became like this when he said that. If it looks like this, I might be able to see a super famous scene that didn't appear in the original book later. Yushiro confesses to Tamayo. Just thinking about such a famous scene makes me very excited. Tisk, it's really exciting." Chapter 230 The Bad Tamayo. As for Muzan, it's none of my business. Soon, under the leadership of Yushiro, a group of people came to the villa area. Looking at the surrounding villa area, Chi-Bai looked puzzled. "Hey, why does this place look so familiar? I seem to have been here before." Thinking of this, Chi-Bai asked Muzan in a low voice, "Ma'am, why does this look so familiar?" Have we been here? After Muzan heard this, 2 black lines appeared on his flawless forehead. Damn it. Is this boyfriend a little careless? This place was obviously near his home, but he actually asked himself that this place looked so familiar. Had he been here before? What on earth is he thinking? Muzan didn't hold back and hit Chi-Bai hard on the head. Ah. Chi-Bai, are you short-hearted? This area is obviously near our house, but you still say that this place looks familiar. Have you been here before? Come here. Tell me, what do you think? Chi-Bai. FK. I was careless and didn't pay attention at all. It's embarrassing now. Ah. This? Chi-Bai was speechless for a while. But Muzan unceremoniously gave Chi-Bai a supercilious look, then turned his head and ignored him. Only Chi-Bai was left scratching his hair and laughing awkwardly. And Yushiro, who was walking in front, knew nothing about what happened behind him. At this moment, his heart was full of how he would confess his love to Master Tamayo later. After walking for a while, Yushiro suddenly stopped in front of a villa. Here we are. This is Master Tamayo's new home. You wait, I will report to Master Tamayo first.
Speaking of Yushiro, he planned to open the door.
However, after several times of pushing, Yushiro failed to push the door open, which made him somewhat puzzled. I remember that I didn't lock the door before I left? Why is the door locked now? Master Tamayo locked it. Impossible. Master Tamayo wouldn't do that. Just when Yushiro was wondering, his peripheral vision suddenly turned to the house number on the side. Advertisement. I saw the words, Panasonic, written on the house number. For an instant Yushiro stayed there. Why do you ask? Needless to say, because Yushiro has gone to the wrong door. And in this short moment, thousands of thoughts flooded Yushiro's mind. FK. How could I go wrong? How is this possible? Ah, it must be because I have been thinking about confessing my love to Master Tamayo all this time. Ah. Damn, it's Chi-Bai. If it wasn't for him, how could this embarrassing thing happen? At this moment, Chi-Bai stepped forward and asked Yushiro. What's the matter, Yushiro? The gate is broken, can't you push it? Do you want me to help? Yushiro felt embarrassed when he heard this and didn't know how to answer. After struggling for a few seconds, Yushiro suppressed his embarrassment and said, cough, what? Master Tamayo and I just moved here, and I'm not very familiar with this place, so I accidentally walked the wrong way just now. After speaking, Yushiro closed his eyes, waiting for Chi-Bai's taunt. But Yushiro's expected taunt did not appear, only a comforting word from Chi-Bai. Oh, so it looks like this. It's okay, Yushiro, after all, you're not familiar with it, you lead the way and we go back. This made Yushiro very surprised. Chi-Bai can actually comfort people, which is too amazing. Yushiro nodded, turned around and walked in the direction he came from. And the reason why Chi-Bai didn't mock Yushiro is also very simple. You know, Liu Kai or something, hey, anyway, it's hard to say. I feel the same way, so I don't need to ridicule. Wait. When did I mock Yushiro? I was obviously making fun of him. Make complaints, do you understand? It's not a sarcasm. Soon, Yushiro stopped. He stretched out his hand and opened the gate, leading Chi-Bai and Muzan into the courtyard. The 3 of them went straight to the front of the villa. Yushiro knocked on the door lightly. Master Tamayo, I have returned with Chi-Bai. Well, good. Tamayo's voice came from inside the door, and then the door opened, and Tamayo appeared in front of the door. When Tamayo saw Chi-Bai, she didn't react too much. When she saw Muzan next to Chi-Bai, her pupils shrank subconsciously. This is normal, after all Tamayo is separated from Muzan. Advertisement. Then I started a new company by myself, and now I am a little embarrassed to see my former boss. Chi-Bai, long time no see, said Tamayo bowed lightly. Chi-Bai also responded. It's been a long time, Miss Tamayo, I don't know why you came to me this time. Just as Tamayo was about to speak, Muzan asked very dissatisfied. Why, Tamayo, didn't you see me? Tamayo. Sure enough, I wanted to ignore Muzan's idea, but it failed. Ever since, Tamayo greeted Muzan reluctantly, Muzan. What responded to her was Muzan's cold snort. Soon, the 4 of them walked into the room and sat down at the table. As usual, Yushiro went to make tea. Chi-Bai is sitting at the table, looking at Tamayo's new home. Suddenly, Chi-Bai asked. By the way, Miss Tamayo, why did you choose this place as your new residence? Thinking of this, Chi-Bai nodded, indicating that Tamayo was right. At this time, Yushiro also came over with the brewed tea. You have to know that this place is very close to where Muzan and I live, and you still haven't let Yushiro cover it with his vampirism. Aren't you afraid of some accidents? So, you say, is it necessary for me to hide? Yushiro turned his head and looked at Chi-Bai puzzled, not knowing what else was going on. At this moment, Chi-Bai suddenly stopped Yushiro. Chi-Bai. As soon as you get back to the villa, then? Muzan is your wife now, and we still have cooperation. Even if I don't trust Muzan, I will trust you. I might as well find a place close to you. It will be convenient for us to talk about things. I'm right. Seeing Yushiro's confused look, Chi-Bai said, Yushiro, have you forgotten what we just said? To this, Tamayo replied. What kind of surprise can happen? He took 2 cups of tea and put them in front of Muzan and Chi-Bai and wanted to leave. Wait, Yushiro, do you want to leave right now? Well, what Tamayo said makes a lot of sense. Guys, can I say that Tamayo is starting to suck? Since there is no danger anymore, why hide in Tibet? Chapter 231 Day Ghost. Upon hearing this, Yushiru's face instantly turned red. Me. Tamayo on the side looked at Yushiru's shyness and asked curiously, "Hey, just what?" "Yushiro, why are you shy? This is rare." Tamayo is fine if he doesn't speak, but Yushiru's state is even worse when he speaks. His face, which was already flushed, turned red a lot. If you want to know how red it is, please refer to the ripe *** for details. It is already deep red. In the end, Yushiru's cooling system was not enough, and he couldn't suppress the hot CPU, so he rattled and passed out. This scene scares Tamayo a lot. Tamayo hurriedly embraced the unconscious Yushiro, and called softly, "Yushiro, Yushiro. What's the matter with this child? Why did he suddenly pass out?" Chibai on the side held his nose and said casually, "It looks like the CPU overheated and passed out. It's nothing serious. After a while, the temperature of the CPU will drop, and the person will wake up." As soon as Chibai finished speaking, Tamayo asked a question. "Well, let me ask, what exactly is a CPU? I don't understand it." Chibai was taken aback for a moment, and then explained to Tamayo in a way that Tamayo could understand. To put it simply, Yushiro was too shy, and then he was so shy that the human body's self-protection function was activated by the brain, and he passed out directly. You give Yushiro a good rest, and he can wake up. Do you understand now? After hearing this, Tamayo nodded suspiciously. After all, he had never heard of it before. It's a bit nonsense that being shy can make people faint. Although he couldn't believe it, Tamayo made arrangements for Yushiro before sitting down again. Chibai couldn't help but yawned. "What, Ms. Tamayo? I remember Yushiro brought us here for something else. I don't know why you asked us to come here today?" After hearing this, Tamayo slapped his forehead. "Ah, I almost forgot. Advertisement, Chibai. Do you still remember the blood you gave me last time? I have almost done research on that blood, and I have achieved some results." Hearing this, Chibai also became energetic. "It looks like this. Please tell me about this blood, Miss Tamayo. What results have you researched?" Tamayo took a sip from his teacup. Oh, Tamayo's teacup is not filled with ordinary tea, but blood. Then he said, "This kind of ghost who is not afraid of the sun, really don't talk about it. I gave him a code name, call him Day Ghost. The day of the day, the name means a ghost who is not afraid of the sun." Chibai nodded. If I remember correctly, the ghost killing team also gave this ghost a code name. But what was that code name? I didn't listen carefully last time, and I didn't remember it at all, so this is a bit embarrassing. After seeing Chibai nodding, Tamayo continued, "I did an experiment with the blood of day ghosts. Once an ordinary person transforms into a day ghost, he will lose his chance to become a human forever. It can only be a day ghost. Moreover, because this transformation is very violent, people who are transformed into day ghosts will lose their minds and cannot recover." Hearing this, Chibai shook his head. "This FCK, this day ghost is too harmful. It is more harmful than my own wife, this is too much. Second, it cannot be reversed. If it's the same as Muzan's method of transforming ghosts, then it's really, GG. Fortunately, what Tamayo said next made Chibai heave a sigh of relief. Although the transformation process of day ghosts is irreversible, there is only one way to transform him, that is, only with special medicines can he transform. As for the method of transforming ghosts like Muzan, it is not advisable at all. Moreover, the day ghost itself is not contagious, even if it is eaten directly, it will not cause any harm. Of course, I believe that no one can eat people, haha. Speaking of which, Tamayo gave a dry laugh, and when Chibai heard that nothing happened after eating the day ghost, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a good way to eliminate the day ghost. And this way, there is no need for people from the ghost killing squad to take action. Advertisement. The general approach is like this. First of all, let experts collect actual materials and taste the taste of day ghosts. Go back after the specialist has the results. Then broadcast it on TV. Wait, there is no TV at this time, so the effect of broadcasting it in newspapers will be the same. What is broadcast? It was reported that after eating day ghosts, life will be prolonged and the body will be strengthened. Chibai can guarantee that within a year, this day ghost will be eaten and become an endangered species. Okay. The idea of own is really genius. What? Someone asked if eating day ghosts would be burdensome. As for this matter, Chibai suggests that you ask the zombie next door. After all, this method is transformed from the zombie. Just when Chibai thought this method was very clever, he suddenly remembered something. I have traveled by myself. The method of own is only applicable to the previous life, not the present. So I still washed and slept. While Chibai was brainstorming, a question from Muzan interrupted Chibai's brainstorming. Tamayo, I ask you, after I transform into a day ghost, can I use my blood to transform it back again? Hearing Muzan's question, Chibai also became interested, stopped brainstorming, and looked at Tamayo. After hearing this, Tamayo immediately replied, Unfortunately, Muzan, your idea is not valid. After all, I once thought about using your blood to replace the day ghost with an ordinary ghost, and then use the potion to turn it into a human again, but failed. Because the potion for transforming day ghosts contains Shiashen's blood, your blood will only make Day Gyu infinitely stronger. In the end, it can even become comparable to winding. Oh, this? Muzan, who was about to agree, suddenly found something wrong in Tamayo's words. What? Human changing potion. This FCK is worth it. this is not against the sky. Just when Muzan was about to make trouble for Tamayo, Chi-Bai suddenly grabbed her hand and patted it lightly, signaling Muzan to stay calm. Only then did Muzan stop very reluctantly, as a face to Chi-Bai. At this time, Chi-Bai asked, if all this is really like what you said, it may really be troublesome. This is not only a trouble for the ghost killing squad, but also a trouble for my wife. Just before that, I have a little question to ask you, Miss Tamayo. Advertisement chapter 232. A ghost who can shoot rainbow farts will not be too unlucky. You said Chi-Bai. Tamayo said. After obtaining Tamayo's consent, Chi-Bai asked directly, Miss Tamayo, could you please tell me, how did you get these experimental results? The results of your experiments are too detailed, I'm a little worried. Just, you know. Tamayo thought for a while after hearing this, and finally understood what Chi-Bai meant. You mean, I understand, please rest assured about this. It's definitely not what you think. These are the results I observed under the microscope. Chi-Bai nodded after hearing the microscope. Okay, I'm really sorry, Miss Tamayo. I don't believe your performance when I ask this kind of question, it really makes me ashamed. Tamayo shook his head. It's okay, after all, your worry is normal, I understand. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you what the day ghost's nemesis is. Chi-Bai quickly replied. I know this. Day ghosts are most afraid of wisteria flowers. Only a small amount of wisteria flower fluid is needed to instantly dissolve day ghosts. Day ghosts' resistance to wisteria flower fluid is almost zero. Chi-Bai's words surprised Tamayo. How did he know that the day ghost's nemesis is the wisteria flower? Chi-Bai knew what Tamayo was curious about, and told her directly without hiding anything. This is the result of the ghost killing team. We have already held a Juhi meeting on this matter. At the same time, Chi-Bai added silently in his heart. Although the Juhi meeting was held, the ghost killing team didn't notify themselves at all, haha. After hearing this, Tamayo expressed his understanding. By the way, do you know how this day ghost, got here? Tamayo thought for a while and asked. After Chi-Bai and Muzan heard this, they looked at each other, shook their heads in unison, and said in unison, I don't know how this day ghost came here. Anyway, it just appeared suddenly. What the two said made Tamayo couldn't help sucking his teeth. I thought that having a Muzan would be enough trouble, but now it's good, another day ghost appeared out of nowhere. It is estimated that there is no time to stop. Advertisement. As for killing Muzan for revenge, it seems even more impossible now. After all, forget it. Thinking of this, Tamayo felt dizzy and couldn't help sighing. Seeing Tamayo sigh, Chi-Bai couldn't help asking, Miss Tamayo, what's this troublesome thing? Tamayo shook his head, no, I just want to sigh. By the way, what will this day ghost do in the future? If there is no accident, only ordinary ghosts are used as raw materials, and potions for transforming day ghosts can be produced continuously. Before Tamayo could finish speaking, Muzan suddenly frowned and interrupted Tamayo. No, Enmu, he just disappeared suddenly. Chi-Bai didn't panic after hearing this, but said, Madam, if you feel carefully again, are there any other strings that have lost their traces? Muzan nodded, frowning and began to sense carefully. A few minutes later, Muzan said, No, there are no other missing strings. Jiu Huo Nio, Tired, Pei Lang and the others are still there. Only Enmu has lost track, which, I don't understand. For Enmu lost track, Chi-Bai is not worried at all. Because, well, it's really nothing to worry about. You know, Enmu is very good at making rainbow farts when he gets goods. Even if he is caught by the so-called day ghost leader, it is estimated that he can rely on rainbow farts to save himself from danger. As for whether Enmu will be a ghost after turning the corner, who knows? Thinking of this, Chi-Bai comforted Muzan. Okay, Madam is worried about Enmu's sycophant. He is so good at flattering, he must be able to go anywhere, there is nothing wrong, why worry about him? Muzan, who was originally frowning, burst out laughing after hearing Chi-Bai's words. Ha ha ha, Chi-Bai, you are thinking too much, how could you worry about Enmu? I'm just worried about the disappearance of ghosts. Why, are you jealous? Oh, woman, your husband won't be jealous. After Chi-Bai finished speaking, he turned his head with a disdainful expression. After Muzan saw it, he actively got into Chi-Bai's arms and coaxed Chi-Bai softly. This scene stunned Tamayo on the side. Advertisement. This FCK, is it really Kibutsuji Muzan? When will Kibutsuji Muzan laugh, and still laugh so happily? Also, how could she take the initiative to get into other people's arms? Will you comfort others? No, fake. All of this is fake, it's just an illusion of own. Even though Tamayo hypnotized herself again and again, the bloody truth was in front of her, and Tamayo had to accept it. At this time, the missing Enmu sighed. Enmu, wearing a small suit, woke up from a coma. Looking around, surrounded by all kinds of bottles and cans, and the environment of experimental equipment, Enmu couldn't help shivering. Then a man's voice came into Enmu's ears. Although the ghost that is about to step down is a little weaker, it still has enough blood, and it can make a lot of potions to convert day ghosts. But I appreciate your boldness, so let me tell you a few words. What day ghost? When the man heard about the ghost killing squad, he laughed disdainfully. It's just that he also has some shortcomings. After hearing this, Enmu couldn't help asking, Day ghost, what is that? Because he overdraws his life, he has such an amazing regeneration. every regeneration will consume a certain amount of life. A decision was made that went against the ancestors. After hearing this, Enmu was very surprised. This person actually said that the Ghost Slayer team is a waste, and that the boss own is a waste. And who are you? You dare to arrest me even though you know I'm a ghost. Are you from the ghost killing squad? Enmu sat on the ground and listened carefully to what the man said. Although day ghosts are not afraid of sunlight, they are afraid of wisteria flowers and have a short lifespan. Ever since, Enmu suppressed his fear and asked again. Demon killing team, just a bunch of trash. After so many years, even one failed product, Kibutsuji Muzan, can't handle it. Day ghost? You are really bold enough to ask me, the man said. However, that failed product still has some functions, and it is used to make day ghosts. The so-called day ghosts are not afraid of the sun, and they have the ability to regenerate like a string. Counting it carefully, it is just an ordinary failure, not as good as Kibutsuji Muzan. Chapter 233 Yushiro lying on the gun. In the next second, a wooden crutch appeared inexplicably in Enmu's hand. Looking at this wooden crutch, Enmu suddenly understood the purpose of this crutch. I saw Enmu holding up his crutches, and at the moment he raised the crutches, every bit of the time since he became a ghost appeared in his mind. Immediately, Enmu slammed the cane to his knees forcefully. Then he shouted excitedly. In this case, I, Enmu, swear to you, I will be loyal to you. Becoming the ultimate creature that is not afraid of the sun is the long-cherished dream of Master Muzan. He can't do it all his life, but this great opportunity is in front of me, and I have no way to refuse such an opportunity. So what if you lose your lifespan? It's just a small price to pay for not being afraid of the sun, so there's nothing unacceptable. To achieve such a miracle, I am afraid that only a true god can do it. You must be the legendary god. The man was taken aback for a moment, and then he seemed to have received some strange signal. He covered his face and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting ghost, so I decided to turn you into a day ghost. You must know that the two lower strings I caught before were all willing to die rather than submit, and they kept saying that they would swear their allegiance to Kibutsuji Muzan. No way, I can only kill them, and then use their flesh and blood to make them into day ghosts. Come on, funny ghost, accept this reward that belongs to you. With that said, the man came out from the dark, holding a bottle of purple potion, and walked up to Enmu. Reaching out and pinching Enmu's chin, he poured the entire potion into his mouth. After thinking about it, he cut his finger with his own nail, and squeezed out a drop of blood to give to Day Ghost. Ha ha ha, this is the first ghost that I personally bestow blood on in thousands of years. Let me see how much potential you have that can be developed, and whether you can grow into an existence comparable to the next string. After Enmu swallowed the potion in blood, the smile on his face froze instantly. Immediately, the whole person began to twist continuously, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. In the next second, Enmu's flesh and blood suddenly reversed, forming a cocoon of flesh and blood, wrapping it in it. Looking at the cocoon of flesh and blood, the man laughed. Ha 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 ha, it looks like you can bear my blood, and you really haven't let me down. Advertisement. After you absorb this drop of my blood, you can keep devouring humans or ghosts to replenish your own lifespan and become stronger. Ha ha ha, change, come and help me kill Demon Slayer and Kibutsuji Muzan. The man laughed and left here. Only a cocoon of flesh and blood transformed by Enmu was left, quietly transforming. I have to say, Chibai's guess is not wrong. Enmu is so good at flattering, how could something happen? You must know that people who can flatter are always in a hurry and they can get what they want. How do you say that? A ghost who can shoot rainbow farts will always have good luck. At this moment, Chibai's other side, Tamayo looked at the two in front of him and sighed. It's true that people are sitting at home, and dog food comes from the sky out of thin air. If I knew what I was calling the two of them for, I was really digging a hole for myself. Uncomfortable. Soon, Chibai and Muzan finished showing their affection. Chibai thought for a while and asked, Miss Tamayo, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, then Muzan and I will leave first. Tamayo just wanted to say it's okay and wanted the two to leave. A very bold idea appeared in Tamayo's mind. After thinking about it, Tamayo decided to give it a try. After all, with Chibai around, there might be no problem. Wait, Chibai, I really have a small matter, I want to trouble you. Chibai was surprised when he heard this. Huh? What can you say, Miss Tamayo? If I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Hearing this, Tamayo immediately said, I said that just now, I am now developing a medicine to transform people. But well, there hasn't been much progress because of the lack of Oni blood, especially Uzuru or Kibutsuji Muzan's blood. It just so happened that you came, and then, Tamayo pointed to Kibutsuji Muzan who was beside Chibai cautiously. Then he said, can you give me some of Shangshan and her blood? If I have this blood, my research will definitely speed up a lot. Advertisement. As soon as Tamayo's voice fell, Muzan flew into a rage. Tamayo, it looks like I've been too kind to you. Originally because of Chibai's face, I let you go. I didn't expect you to be so reckless and dare to ask me for blood, and to develop a potion to become a human. This is really saying in front of my face that you want to kill me. As he said that, the clothes on Muzan's back suddenly shattered, and the 9-heeled pipe whip extended from the back of the clothes, clawing and clawing in the air, looking a little strange. Yes, it is strange. Because Chibai looks strange, so it is strange, ha ha ha. I thought that Tamayo would show some fear after seeing Muzan's rage, but who would have thought that Tamayo would not back down in the slightest this time. I turned you into a ghost and gave you eternal life. I can't bear to treat you. Tamayo, if you're crying, I'll kill that Yushiro. Instead, he mustered up his courage, stood up, and stood opposite Muzan, not giving an inch. Seeing this scene, Muzan just snorted coldly, but didn't intend to shut up. Soon, Tamayo was weeping. Let me tell you, from the day you turned me into a ghost, I have been thinking about running away from you and killing you, to avenge my child and husband. Then turn back into a human. You have to know that if it wasn't for me back then, you would have died if you were terminally ill. Now, although I'm still looking at you and want to kill you all the time, but now you have your own husband. I had already seen the Don, that person named Ji Guo Yuan Yi, but I didn't expect that you could survive under his hands. Didn't you kill your husband and child with your own hands? Why do you blame me? Kibutsuji Muzan. Now, blame me. When did I say that the potion for turning into a human was developed for you? Right now, I just want to turn back into a human. As he spoke, big tears rolled down Tamayo's face. Looking at Tamayo, who was crying bitterly, Muzan showed a little impatience on his face. However, at this time, Tamayo was crying, and hadn't listened to what Muzan had said for a long time. Chapter 234 Good Clothes Yushiro in a coma. Please, I'm already in a coma, why don't you let me go? It's too miserable for me, and I can't escape being a threatening weight even in a coma. Skull hurts. Muzan's move was very effective. When Tamayo heard Muzan said that he wanted to kill Yushiro, Tamayo stopped crying immediately. He raised his head and looked at Muzan resentfully with his big watery eyes. Muzan snorted and sat down. Stretching out his hand, Chibai, who was watching the fun, asked, "Hey, what do you think about Chibai? You're just going to watch. That BCH over there devised a new potion to kill your wife." Chibai, who was watching the fun, reacted immediately when Muzan gave him such a slap. "Oh, what, madam, it's up to you whether to give or not. It's no use asking me, is it? Don't you have to wait for your decision on specific things?" Muzan. Humph. As for why Chibai didn't persuade Muzan to give Tamayo blood, this is very simple. Muzan is his own wife, and he doesn't have the habit of turning his elbows outward. My own wife, even if I don't turn to her, I can't speak for others. What? After helping Tamayo to talk, did Tamayo live with himself? I helped Tamayo myself, and Tamayo can at most say thank you to himself, and nothing else. Isn't it Muzan who is with me? What? Someone asked, if you say that, then you should help Muzan and scold Tamayo together. In this regard, Chibai said that this is a partner, and some decisions must be cautious. Therefore, it is best to sit on the sidelines and watch the fun. Looking at Tamayo, Muzan thought for a while, and then said, HMPH, forget it, even if you develop a potion to turn me into a human, you can't turn me into a human. You know, I've been a ghost for thousands of years, how could I become a human so easily? I'll just give you a chance, and I'll see what you can do. It is impossible for me to give you my blood, at most, I'll give you a few wounded blood. Do you want love? As soon as Tamayo heard it, he nodded immediately, okay, you can play the string as soon as you play it, don't want it for nothing. Upon hearing this, Muzan almost exploded again. What do you mean don't do nothing? Do you think you can eat friends here? Advertisement holding back his anger, Muzan said, just wait, after the new year, you go to my house to get the blood yourself, don't think that I will bring it to you in person, do you hear me? Understood. Tamayo replied with a nod. Chibai was a little surprised by Muzan's decision. This kind of threat to own decision, Muzan actually agreed to it, this is a bit wrong. Before Chibai could speak, Muzan stood up, took Chibai's hand and walked outside. HMPH. Let's go, Chibai. Chibai was caught off guard and was directly dragged away by Muzan. Ma'am, wait until I stand up before leaving. Damn, shit, it hurts so much. Just when Muzan dragged Chibai out of the room, Tamayo spoke suddenly. Muzan. You wait. Muzan, who was called, stopped, turned his head, and looked at Tamayo impatiently. What are you doing? What else is there? If you have something to say, hurry up and don't talk about it. Looking at Muzan with an impatient face, Tamayo said suddenly, Your clothes today are still pretty, I've never seen them before. After saying this, Tamayo's face turned red for no reason. Chibai, who was watching from the side, rolled his eyes. Still the same old saying, Miss Tamayo, you are blushing like a bubble teapot. When Muzan heard this, Tsunere was written all over his face. HMPH, that's for sure, these are the clothes Chibai specially prepared for me. The clothes are called hanfu, haven't you heard of them before? Does it look much better than the kimono? Tamayo was taken aback, then nodded, yes. Fortunately you have vision. After saying that, Muzan pulled Chibai and turned to leave. And Tamayo looked at the backs of Muzan and Chibai, muttering to himself. Kibutsuji Muzan. Have you really changed? Not long after Chibai and Muzan left, Yushiro, who had fainted due to the overheating of the CPU, also woke up faintly. Master Tamayo. Hearing Yushiro's voice, Tamayo hurriedly hugged Yushiro. Yushiro, how are you? Are you okay? Being hugged by Tamayo like this, Yushiro was still normal, but suddenly became red again. It's not bad, Yushiro replied in a low voice. Advertisement. Tamayo nodded, just when he wanted to get up and go get some blood for Yushiro. Suddenly remembered one thing. By the way, Yushiro, Shibai said at that time, what do you seem to want to say to me? What are you going to say to me? Hearing this question, Yushiro's face turned as red as before. Then he clicked and fell into a coma again. Looking at the unconscious Yushiro, Tamayo hastily leaned over and picked him up. Yushiro, what's wrong with you? And Shibai and Muzan who left Tamayo's house. The two were walking on the road with a clear goal, and they were going to eat something on the street again, because they were hungry again. At this time, Shibai suddenly asked, Ma'am, why did you agree with Tamayo's idea of asking for blood just now? Aren't you afraid that Tamayo will use it for you after making the potion to become a human? After hearing this, Muzan snorted very Tsunere. Don't be afraid, I believe you won't let Tamayo use that potion on me. HMPH, that's why I promised her. Besides, I just gave her some blood from the strings. You must know that there are only 2 strings left, 3 strings. A wolf, a bird, and a tired. Even if she works hard, there won't be any results. Ah, why is that? Shibai asked puzzled. TCH, how can I say you are stupid? It's not easy. Tamayo needs many kinds of blood to compare in order to make a potion that turns into a human. There are only 3 left now, do you think she is that powerful? When Shibai heard it, he thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he did. In the original book, Tan did help her find quite a lot of blood, from the most common miscellaneous fish ghosts to the upper strings, all of them. Tisk. I really didn't expect Mrs. Own to be so smart, what a surprise. Moreover, Mrs. Own has really changed a lot, from crumbs to Tsunere. Hey. Well, my wife is the smartest. You're right, I really won't let Tamayo use the human-changing potion on you, it's agreed. The 2 of us will be together forever, 10,000 years together, Shibai said seriously. Muzan rolled his eyes at this, you'd better deal with yourself first. Look at how much life you have left. How dare you say 10,000 years? Chapter 235 Go to Flower Street, Shibai. Damn it, that's too much, why can't I live less than 10,000 years? You have to know that you were a man covered by a system, wouldn't it be easy to live for 10,000 years? Damn it's Muzan cursed himself that he wouldn't live long, it's really too damn it. Wait until you get home and see how you deal with her. It's time for strict tutoring. Thinking about it, Shibai couldn't help showing a smile that was not suitable for children. As for Muzan, when he looked up, he happened to see Shibai's smile. I couldn't help but jumped up and kicked Shibai's asterisk hard. Shibai, what are you thinking? Why is your smile so not suitable for children? Shibai, who was kicked by Muzan, clutched his asterisk very aggrieved. I didn't think about anything, ma'am, what's wrong with my smile? HMPH, just keep your mouth shut. Then Muzan quickened his pace and walked forward. Seeing this scene, Shibai hurriedly chased after him. Hey, ma'am, what's the matter? How can you say you're angry when you're angry? At this moment, an arm suddenly blocked Shibai's way. Hey, little Shibai, what are you doing in such a hurry to leave? Tell uncle honestly, are you busy going to Flower Street? Let me tell you, don't look at your height, but you are only a teenager, how can you go to Waji? Hearing this familiar voice, Shibai stopped in his tracks and raised his eyebrows. Azumo? He actually appeared? Thinking of this, Shibai looked down, and it really was Azumo. Azumo was still dressed as before, wearing an ordinary kimono and carrying a small medicine box on his back. Before Shibai could speak, Azumo said again, Yo, Shibai, the clothes you were wearing today look pretty good, you look really energetic. It's just that this dress looks more or less familiar. Shibai smacked his lips after hearing this. Look familiar? If Azumo looks familiar, it will be a bad thing. You must know that On's clothes are the flying fish clothes of Ming Dynasty Jinyue. Advertisement. If this looks familiar to him, doesn't it mean that he has been there before? When you think about it, that's really scary. Fortunately, Azumo's next sentence dispelled Shibai's worries. Let me think about it. It seems that a certain Oran from Flower Street wears clothes with a pattern similar to yours, but well, their kimono is much better than your weird kimono. Shibai rolled his eyes at this. What kind of weird kimono? This is a serious Ming Dynasty Jinyue Feiyu suit, how can it be compared with the clothes of some Oran? If Azumo's mouth is so broken, I don't mind if the management system wants to come to him with the 14 powers of Ming Dynasty, and smash him into a sieve. Fortunately, after Azumo said this, he didn't continue to speak, which was regarded as giving Shibai a chance to speak. Looking at Azumo, Shibai only said a word. Your mouth is really broken, why do you have so many words? After hearing this, Azumo laughed. What you said, talk more, you won't make yourself too depressed, and it will help your physical and mental health. Shibai rolled his eyes at this. Okay, don't make excuses for own talkative, I remember you didn't talk so much a few times ago. I guess you must have something else to do when you come to me this time. If you have something to say, just talk about it, and don't beat around the bush with me. Azumo made a sad expression after hearing this. Shibai, you brat, what you said is too hurtful. What does it mean that I am looking for you? There must be something. Then can't I chat with you? Really? When saying this, Azumo pretended to wipe away his tears. However, Shibai didn't respond at all. Keep your mouth shut. If you don't tell me what's going on, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Shibai was about to leave. You must know that Muzan was in front. If he didn't chase after him, he would kneel on the washboard when he came back. What is your reason for asking? Needless to say, it must be, I have gone so far, you dare not catch up, you are dead. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai couldn't help but shiver. When Azumo saw that Chi-Bai was really acting, he hurriedly said, look at you are so puzzling and funny. A 15-year-old child has no vitality at all. While speaking, Azumo dragged Chi-Bai towards Waji. Okay, the street is not a place to talk about things, come with me, I have a good place to talk about things. Advertisement, but Chi-Bai did not resist, but followed Azumo to the direction of Waji. Mainly Chi-Bai was also a little curious, and came out of the cloud to find out what he was going to do. As for Muzan, I will explain it to him when I get home. I believe that Muzan, who is her good wife, will understand own. Both of them moved very quickly, and they arrived at the entrance of Waji in just a few minutes. As for Muzan, he hadn't been able to wait for Chi-Bai for a long time, so Muzan also had some doubts. Turn around and start looking for Chi-Bai. Thanks to Muzan's powerful eyesight, she saw Chi-Bai's figure with little effort. At this time, beside Chi-Bai was a middle-aged man carrying a medicine box. The moment Muzan saw this person, Muzan's face froze. Could it be the person he looked familiar with? Why did he come to Chi-Bai again? Although Muzan really wanted to call Chi-Bai to stop, but after thinking about it, he held back. Then Mimi quietly followed behind Chi-Bai and Azumo. But Chi-Bai and Azumo, who are already on Waji, have fallen into a new problem. That is which flower street I should go to. Cough cough cough. Azumo asked Chi-Bai, young man, where do you think the two of us should go? Chi-Bai spread his hands, damn, you ask me, how'd I know? I don't usually come to this kind of place, I'm not your LSP. Azumo didn't take Chi-Bai's complaints about Azumo at all. But thinking very seriously, after a few minutes of thinking, Azumo slapped his thigh, pointed to a place and said, let's go here today. Let me tell you that the aura here is very, very beautiful, hee. With that said, Azumo dragged Chi-Bai and walked in. Before going in, Chi-Bai looked up. Well, it's Time House. This place, if I remember correctly, isn't this the place where Tantanzi went undercover? I'm really destined. Soon the two walked in. Muzan, who followed behind the two, frowned. Shirenya. Isn't that where Daki is? What are they going there for? Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Muzan contacted Daki. Daki, who was lying flat, heard Muzan's voice and sat up quickly. Master Muzan, I miss you so much, Muzan. No, I don't miss her at all. If you want to ask why, it's that Daki's brain is too small. After adjusting his status, Muzan ordered, Daki, now Chi-Bai and another person went to your place. You keep an eye on me and figure out what they want. Can it be done? Daki didn't hesitate after hearing this, and quickly replied, you can rest assured, Master Muzan, I will definitely do it. Muzan nodded, turned and left Waji, and Daki, after hearing Muzan's words, fell into inexplicable excitement. Ha ha ha, Chi-Bai from damn it, now you have something to fall into my hands. How dare you go to Flower Street with Master Muzan on your back, and was caught by Master Muzan. Next, I just need to work hard and find some ulterior evidence of Chi-Bai, and then I can prove it to Master Muzan. Chi-Bai, what a good guy he is, at that time, I will definitely be able to regain Master Muzan's love for me. Daki's mouth is crooked when he thinks of these, after a certain sister-in-law felt the thoughts of her little sister. Can't help but sigh. Own this silly little sister, when will you be smarter? If that man had cheated, Lord Muzan would have killed him long ago, so you need to monitor him? Hey, own this little sister is really not very smart. A certain sister-in-law decided to remind this silly little sister of Own at a critical moment. At this time, Daki has already happily changed into his Oran clothes, ready to catch Chi-Bai. Meanwhile, Chi-Bai and Azumo had already sat down in the private room. As if returning to his own home, Azumo found two girls very bluntly and held them in his arms. Please do not ask me about the specific process, I have never been to Waji, thank you. Advertisement. Chi-Bai didn't look for a girl, but sat there carelessly. Seeing this, Azumo said, oh, Chi-Bai, are you shy? You don't even want a girl. Don't be shy when you come here. After Azumo finished speaking, he shouted to the outside, 2 more girls. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to Chi-Bai and said, you have to let go when you come here. The money of these 2 girls is on me. I think you have never served meat at Chi-Bai, so I would like to take this opportunity to let you have a taste. After finishing speaking, Azumo gave Chi-Bai a smirk. Chi-Bai. Sick, this person must have some serious illness. Still looking for a girl, he is a decent person, and he has a wife. Chi-Bai really wanted to tell Azumo that even all the girls in Waji combined could not compare to his own wife Muzan. What? Someone asked why. Well, how do you say that? Probably, Muzan can change shape. Anyway, it's just such a sentence, and the rest can be understood. Ever since, Chi-Bai decisively refused. Come on, Azumo, I don't have the slightest interest in these things. Since it's time to talk about things now, you should tell your things quickly. After I hear it, I can go home, but there is something urgent on my side. Hearing Chi-Bai's words, Azumo sighed melancholy. I really wonder if your muscles have grown into your brain, and you are so incomprehensible. After speaking, Azumo waved his hand and led the 2 girls around him back out. Immediately, Azumo sat down and said to Chi-Bai with a serious face, Chibai, I got a very top secret news from the inside of the Demon Slayer squad. Chibai frowned, but didn't speak. Azumo continued. But, I remember that you belong to Zoo, so you must have known this news for a long time. But I'm going to tell you anyway. Now, ghosts that are not afraid of the sun have appeared outside. The name of this kind of ghost is Day Ghost. Hearing this, Chibai was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Azumo knew about this Day Ghost. Advertisement, if I remember correctly, Rengoku Genjuling told me. At present, the news of the Day Ghost is only circulating among the pillars. The rest of the ordinary ghost killing team members knew nothing about this matter, and they didn't even know that there was such a ghost. The reason is very simple, because so far the ghost killing team has only encountered one Day Ghost, and it was Yenju Hamejima Kiyome. In order not to cause panic among members of the ghost killing team, all the pillars unanimously decided to block this news. At the same time, secretly poison the Nichiren blades of all team members. After the poisoning of the Nichiren blades is completed, the existence of the Day Ghost will be announced. However, when the news of this Day Ghost did not spread. But Azumo called out the ghost of the Day Ghost, to say that he didn't have the slightest problem. Even if Chibai was killed, he wouldn't believe it. Chibai can guarantee that if there is no problem with Azumo, then Kaigaku can become a gentleman. Looking at Azumo, Chibai felt that following his words, he wanted to see what kind of purpose he had. Chibai nodded. You are indeed right, there is this matter. But if you only want to talk about these things, then forget it. It's just that you're not afraid of the sun. Is there anything unusual about it? Azumo shook his head. Look at what you are anxious about, you don't understand this. It is said that the newly appeared Day Ghost is very unusual. Not only are they not afraid of the sun, but they also regenerate very quickly. They're irrational and have no fear, so the strength they display is even more terrifying. The most important thing is that the Nichiren blades have lost their ability to slay ghosts. This also shows that nothing can restrain Day Ghosts. The ghost killing team will fall into a more terrifying situation. After listening to these words, Chibai called 666 directly. Good guy, this Azumo has said all about Hiyuki's power, but he didn't say anything about what Hikiki is afraid of. He even said that nothing can be restrained. If he doesn't harbor evil intentions, who else can hide evil intentions? You know, the Day Ghosts are obviously most afraid of wisteria flowers, but Azumo doesn't mention a word. Yes, what you said is not wrong, Uncle Azumo. Chibai pretended that what you said was right. Hey, our Zoo and the Lord are worried about what to do about this matter. As he spoke, Chibai made another melancholy look. Seeing this, Azumo was overjoyed, and continued. Don't worry, I'm currently conducting experiments to try to find items that can restrain Day Ghosts. It's just that there is a very important question now. I don't know if you have noticed. P.S. There are fewer and fewer reminders, and less motivation. I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 237 Too Many Eyes. What's the problem? Chibai asked. Could it be possible that you discovered that I am the legendary armored warrior? That's right, I'm really sorry that you found out. You guessed it right, I am the legendary armored warrior, Emperor Sha. Azumo. What is this all about? What's the mess? What armored warrior, what Emperor Sha? I have never heard of these things myself. This kid Chibai is saying incomprehensible words again. Azumo rolled his eyes. Can't you be normal? What kind of armor is not armor? What I'm talking about is that you haven't considered the source of the Day Ghost. After hearing this, Chibai thought about it very seriously. Well, I really don't know. Anyway, the only thing I can be sure of is that Mrs. Own definitely didn't create this Day Ghost. Seeing Yun like this, does he know? And Azumo looked at the pensive Chibai with a smile. Let's not talk about Day Ghosts first, but just talk about ordinary ghosts. Do you know how ordinary ghosts appear? Chibai nodded. What do you not know about this? Isn't it created by Kibutsuji Muzan? The smile on Azumo's face grew stronger after hearing this. That's right, ordinary ghosts were indeed created by Kibutsuji Muzan. Now let's look at this Day Ghost again. The Day Ghost is not afraid of the sun, but he is still a ghost in essence, which means. Speaking of this, Azumo closed his mouth and motioned Chibai to say the second half. Chibai also had a very giving face, and said, Uncle Azumo, do you want to say that Kibutsuji Muzan has overcome the sun now, and these Day Ghosts are her masterpiece? That's right, Azumo nodded, then picked up a bottle of sake on the table, and took a sip. I'm afraid only Kibutsuji Muzan can have such means. Also, now that the Ghost King has defeated Sunshine, I'm afraid our troubles will be even greater. Hearing these words, Chibai sneered in his heart. Good guy, Azumo has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he has a lot of heart. Visually, he weighed about 140 catties. If there is no accident, there can be 139 catties of mind in this 140 catty weight. As for that catty, who knows what a catty is? He didn't directly say that Kibutsuji Muzan created the Day Ghosts, but he kept guiding himself and letting himself think about Muzan. Advertisement after he said it himself, he would add something else to deepen his own impression. In this way, Muzan took a big scapegoat out of thin air. But, Azumo's calculations are still one thing wrong. Muzan is his own wife. Chibai is very clear about Muzan's every move, and Muzan and himself were the first to discover the Day Ghost. Looking at it now, there must be a big problem with this Azumo. If it is not done well, the appearance of this Day Ghost has a great relationship with him. It's just that all of this is Chibai's speculation for the time being, and there is no substantial evidence. Looking at Azumo in front of him, Chibai asked, "Oh, if Muzan overcomes the sun, that would be terrible. The members of the ghost killing team, can't they kill Muzan in this life?" After hearing this, Azumo immediately said, "No, it's not as exaggerated as you said. If you can still kill Muzan by gathering the strength of everyone, you need to waste some effort. Also, some of your help is needed." When Chibai heard this, he immediately regained his spirits. Here we come. After so much preparation, we finally come to the topic. I have to see for myself what Azumo wants to say. My help? Chibai asked, pretending to be puzzled. Please, although I am the pillar of the ghost killing team, I can't kill Muzan alone. How can I help? Really, if you say that I block other players' swords, that's fine. Hearing Chibai's words, Azumo made an angry look and said, Chibai, how could you say that about yourself? You have to know that your role is actually greater than blocking the knife. You have the key to destroy Muzan. Hearing this, Chibai wanted to laugh. Please, according to the normal plot, the key to eliminate Muzan is obviously on Tanjiro. You must know that he can be regarded as the descendant of Ji Guo Yuan Yi. What does this have to do with me? I am just an ordinary pillar, at most one punch can break Fuji Shizan in half. And Azumo looked at Chibai in front of him with a puzzled expression, and felt that the time was ripe. So he reached out and patted Chibai's shoulder. Advertisement. Chibai, there is one thing I have kept from you for a long time.
Chibai subconsciously asked, what's the matter?
Could it be that I'm your real father, Azumo? Damn it, this little b ****** d, he must be itchy. This is too damn it. Azumo punched Chibai hard, and said angrily, if you dare to take advantage of me again, I will beat you to death today. There is such a serious matter, can you be normal? Chibai, who was punched by Azumo, almost couldn't get up. Chibai complained secretly in his heart, isn't it just a little joke, as for making such a ruthless hand? Cheapskate. Tisk. I have to say, Chibai not wanting faces kung fu is really top notch. Looking at the calm Chibai, Azumo continued, do you still remember those potions I gave you? Chibai nodded, I remember, what's wrong? After hearing this, Azumo continued, a very special substance has been added to the potions I gave you. It took me a lot of effort to extract this substance. This substance is very effective in restraining ghosts, even the king of ghosts is not immune to this substance. Speaking of which, Azumo suddenly opened his medicine box, took out a bottle of medicine with about 500 milliliters in it, and handed it to Chibai. The previous potions only contained a small amount of special substances, because I'm afraid you won't get used to them. But now, the situation is not what it used to be, and time has become tight. This bottle of potion contains a lot of special substances. As long as you drink it, you will have the ability to restrain ghosts. After you drink 2 more bottles of this potion, you will have great lethality against the Ghost King. At that time, every punch of yours can hit Muzan hard. Then you are the last hope to kill Muzan. After speaking, Azumo pushed the potion in front of Chibai. And Chibai looked at the medicine and didn't accept it immediately, but looked at the medicine and smiled. Hey, this fellow Azumo finally showed his foxtail. This is really not easy. Advertisement chapter 238 The Troubled Daki. It's really hard for him to pave the way for so long. He also said that the day ghost was created by Muzan, and that Muzan is not afraid of the sun anymore. It turned out that all he said was just to give himself the illusion that time was urgent. In order to let himself drink his so-called medicine to restrain Muzan. Damn it, this potion can restrain Muzan with a hammer. The greatest use of this potion is that it can overdraw own vitality and potential, thus quickly becoming stronger. After a certain period of time, I will just go straight up. But, then again, why is Azumo so anxious to make himself stronger against Muzan? I don't understand, I really don't understand. However, he already knew what Azumo wanted to do, so it shouldn't take much effort to get all the other words out of his mouth. After serious thinking, Chibai took Azumo's potion. Then he said, Uncle Azumo, I never thought that you would put so much energy and effort into me. I didn't expect that I would be the secret weapon against Muzan. Hey. Don't worry, I will take the potion as soon as possible, so that I can truly restrain Muzan and kill him in the end, don't worry. This remark made Chibai say it with sincerity, and he wished to express his loyalty directly. Azumo was very satisfied with Chibai's reaction. So much for being big, not just a 15-year-old kid. Just say a few lies by yourself, and he can fool him so much that he can't find Bei. Hey, if I knew this earlier, I should have fooled Ji Guoyuan when he was a child, instead of discussing cooperation with him when he grows up. Then he also cut himself a knife. If he didn't run fast, I guess he would be gone. I blame myself, I was too straightforward at that time. Tut tut. Thinking of this, Azumo couldn't help picking up the sake on the table and took another swig. Originally, the sake bottle was small, but Azumo took another sip. This time, Azumo didn't drink wine, but just drank a lonely one, but he concealed his embarrassment very well. Putting down the wine bottle, Azumo said to Chibai, young man, it's better not to worry. Everything should be done slowly, although the time is tight, it is still enough. You have to take the potion well, if you waste it because you are in a hurry, that would be bad. Advertisement, yeah. Chibai nodded vigorously after hearing this. However, he really thought in his heart that when Azumo left, he poured out the potion as soon as possible. And pour it down the sewer. Drink this thing, what a joke. It was not the time when I was in a hurry to become stronger. Now, I have obtained the improved version of the energy source, which is getting stronger all the time. Although the speed is very slow, there are no toxic side effects. Then why do I still use this kind of potion that backfires? Fall directly, not a drop left. Although he thought of throwing it away, after Chi-Bai took the potion in his hand, he put the potion carefully in his arms, pretending that he cherishes the potion very much. After putting away the medicine, Chi-Bai thought for a while and said, "Uncle Azumo, can you teach me how to mix medicine?" Azumo was a little surprised when he heard Chi-Bai's words. "What? Why do you suddenly want to learn how to mix medicine with me?" Chi-Bai said, "Hey, isn't this too dangerous in the ghost killing squad? I just want to learn how to prepare medicine from you, in case I get seriously injured and cannot be treated in time. At least I can save myself, so I won't lie there waiting to die." Azumo didn't doubt what Chi-Bai said after hearing it. After all, the work of the ghost killing squad is really dangerous. Azumo nodded. "Yes, it's very simple, tell me what medicine you want to learn to prepare." Chi-Bai pretended to be thinking seriously, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Is there that kind of?" Before he finished speaking, a very sharp voice suddenly came from outside the box. "Miss Oiran is here." Chi-Bai. Damn it, this sand-sculpted Oiran doesn't come early or late, but he comes when he's talking. Almost delayed the big event of OWN. Just when Chi-Bai was about to continue talking, the door of the OWN box was suddenly pulled open. Immediately, an Oiran in a fancy kimono, with thick white powder on his face and red lips, walked in. Chi-Bai. Advertisement, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? What is this Oiran doing here? Is it pancakes? I still have to say that from Azumo's mouth. Before Chi-Bai could speak, Wakui spoke first. I heard that a distinguished guest came to our Shiren house tonight. As the Oiran of the Shiren house, I can't pretend that I don't know anything. So, I came here specially to accompany the two distinguished guests, and please don't dislike them. Hearing this voice, Chi-Bai's brain twitched. FK. Isn't this the unlucky boy Daki? How could she be the Oiran in the house at that time? Shouldn't she be the Oiran at Kyogokua? FK. Wait, I almost forgot, it was 8 years ago, and Daki didn't seem to have any big problems when he was the Oiran of the house at that time. Just lie flat. Seeing Daki painted like a ghost, Chi-Bai felt an itch in his heart. I originally wanted to test how powerful the potions Azumo could make in the name of learning how to make potions from him. Seeing this scene, Chi-Bai just wanted to say, as expected of you, Daki. Just when Chi-Bai added some trumped-up charges to Daki, Daki was already sitting between him and Azumo. This is also thanks to the variety and thickness of the Oiran's clothes. If it is an ordinary girl, it is estimated that this glass of wine will reveal her secrets. From Chi-Bai's angle, Chi-Bai saw very clearly that Daki didn't drink the sake, but quietly poured it into his own sleeve. Of course, it's impossible to drink it all at once. But, FK, well, although Daki was originally a ghost. Why did you come to interrupt yourself to talk to Azumo? That's good, once interrupted by this unlucky kid, there is nothing left to do. At the same time, he picked up a glass of sake, made a toast to Azumo and Chi-Bai, and then drank it down. When I go back, I have to complain to Muzan, just tell Daki how many important things I have, and I must let Muzan punish her. After Azumo saw Daki, he didn't show too much reaction, instead, he just raised his glass lightly as a signal, and then drank the wine in the glass. But, what on earth does this unlucky child want to do? Daki waits for himself. Wait, chapter 239 Gyutaro. I'm difficult. I've always heard that the Oiran in the house at that time was unparalleled in the world. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation, Azumo said. However, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't stay here too much. After speaking, Azumo got up and left directly, without the slightest hesitation, and left very happily. Seeing this, Chi-Bai hurriedly shouted, "Hey, no. Uncle Azumo, wait, didn't you say that you can teach me how to make a potion? How do you just leave? If you leave, who will teach me?" After Azumo heard this, he turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Chi-Bai. Next time. It suddenly occurred to me just now that there are still some things at home. Don't worry, I will teach you next time. After speaking, Azumo was about to leave. But he remembered something again, turned around and said, almost forgot. Chi-Bai, you are so blessed. I came here with you, and I was able to win the favor of the Oiran. If I hadn't something to do today, I would have stayed here to kiss Fangzhe. But, although I have something to do, you have nothing to do, so you can stay and spend the spring night with this lady Oiran. I will pay for all the consumption tonight. After speaking, Azumo made a familiar expression to Chi-Bai, turned and left. Hearing these words, Chi-Bai felt a toothache. Let's spend the spring night together. Leaving aside the fact that this Oiran is Daki, let's just talk about myself. How about having a wife? Besides, Huakui, just look at the makeup she puts on, her big pale face, it's enough to make people wilt. And, she's still Daki, the woman with a bad brain. I don't know who weighs a pound of iron or a pound of cotton, Tiger Girl. Just when Chi-Bai was still trying to save Azumo, he didn't expect that Azumo's speed was astonishingly fast, and he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only Chi-Bai was left with his mouth open and a face full of tears. Damn it, Azumo, a guy with a heart of 139 pounds, he decided to push her to himself because he saw that something was wrong with Daki. Want to use this to trigger a war? This product is really damn it. But, I just don't know if I can beat him now. If I can beat him, I will definitely let him know why the flowers are so popular. When Chibai was very angry, Daki who was on the side saw Azuma leaving, and started to make sarcastic remarks. Oh, a man who looks as ugly as a bear, advertisement. How dare you come here to have fun behind Master Muzan's back? If you hadn't met me, maybe something else would have happened. You wait, I will tell Master Muzan everything that happened here. You just wait to be slaughtered by Master Muzan, ha ha ha. After Chibai, who was already angry, heard Daki's ridicule, two wells appeared on his forehead. Gyutaro. Get out, daddy, show me your heartless little sister, what the hell did she do? Speaking of her, not enough success, more than failure, are all praising her. Before Gyutaro appeared, Daki replied unceremoniously. The success is not enough, but the failure is more than failure. Who are you talking about? Obviously it's you. With Muzan's love, you can be by Master Muzan's side, yet you don't know how to cherish it. You actually came out alone, shopping in Waji. You're looking for death, ugly guy. Chibai. Riding on horses, Daki, this silly BCH, really hates people. It's a big deal for me, and it's so plausible, so angry. Just when Chibai couldn't bear it and wanted to make a move, Gyutaro finally jumped out from behind Daki. As soon as he appeared, Gyutaro covered Daki's mouth. He gave a slight salute to Chibai, Master Chibai. Gyutaro's words almost gave Chibai a hard time. When did you become an adult? FK. Isn't the title, Master, exclusive to my wife? It has nothing to do with me? Looking at Gyutaro, Chibai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, as the old saying goes, don't hit a smiling face with your hand. Gyutaro is so polite, it's more or less unreasonable to go up and give him a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Chibai coughed. What, why did you suddenly call me sir? Before Gyutaro could answer Chibai's question, Daki started arguing. Advertisement, big brother, it's this black bear again. He didn't say he bullied me, but he dared to come to Waji by himself, ignoring Mr. Muzan. You must teach him a good lesson. Cut off his limbs, and we will eat him bit by bit. Daki's words made Gyutaro's face full of cold sweat. Good guy, although Master Chibai and Muzan said that own little sister is not smart. But I don't think so, own little sister is just a little naive, not unintelligent. But now, for the first time, Gyutaro felt that own little sister might really be a bit unintelligent. When Chibai and Muzan came last time, didn't he hear the phrase wife? Although I don't quite understand the meaning of this word, I can see the intimacy between the two. This will own this silly little sister actually said to eat him. If Lord Muzan hears this, it's not over yet. But, for this matter, you can't blame your own little sister, after all, she doesn't know anything, she is still a child. Ever since, Gyutaro was caught in a dilemma. On the one hand is Chibai who has a close relationship with Master Muzan, and on the other hand is his dearest little sister. This is really the problem of the century. If you offend Chibai, let alone little sister or not little sister, your life is gone. It doesn't matter if you die, but your own little sister will die. But own little sister did feel wronged. The more Gyutaro thought about it, the more his head hurt, and finally he covered his own little sister's mouth with his hand. That, Lord Chibai, I apologize to you. Daki is rude, I will punish her afterwards, please let her go. And when Daki heard that own big brother said that, the whole ghost is not well. The one who loves own big brother the most, unexpectedly favors an outsider at this time. Thinking of this, Daki thrashed up in Gyutaro's arms, wanting to protest. However, Gyutaro forcibly held him down, and Chibai didn't feel much better after hearing Gyutaro's words. Punish her? Is this something that can be solved by punishing her? You have to know that you have no brains, little sister, how much has she ruined me? Even if it's all the way from the winding one to you, it's useless to face her. It's not a trivial matter that she is bad, iron juice. Chapter 240 Angry Muzan listening to Chibai's words, Gyutaro couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Something bad happened? How big a deal must it be? Thinking of this, Gyutaro decided to ask. Well, Lord Chibai, can you tell me what's going on? After hearing this, Chibai just sighed weakly. What's the use of knowing this, it's already spoiled anyway. Hurry up, tell Muzan to come over, I can only tell him about this matter. Gyutaro didn't dare to hesitate and immediately called Muzan in his heart. A few minutes later, Muzan descended from the sky and came into the house with a whoosh. As soon as Muzan came into the house, he asked, Gyutaro, what's the matter with you calling me? After hearing this, Gyutaro immediately knelt on one knee and said, Master Muzan, it's not that I have something to do with you. It's Master Chibai who is looking for you. At this moment, Daki also said, Master Muzan, you asked me to monitor this guy just now. I found out, this guy is not a good person, he even came to Waji with a doctor to have fun. I don't cherish the opportunity you gave him at all. After hearing this, Muzan took a surprised look at Chibai behind him, only to find that Chibai's face was full of helplessness, anger, and pity. It was the first time I saw such a complex expression on Chibai's face. You know, Chibai is always smiling, never had such an expression. And Chibai's expression made Muzan very curious, what happened? Can make Chibai like this? Thinking of this, Muzan nodded to Gyutaro and Daki, then turned to look at Chibai. What's the matter, Chibai? Why do you have such an expression? Muzan asked. Chibai rolled his eyes after hearing this. I don't know, don't ask me, I'm very annoying now. Muzan was even more curious when he heard that. Very annoying. What's bothering you? Of course it's that heartless subordinate, Daki. Damn it. After speaking, Chibai burst out with a foul language. When Daki heard Chibai's words, he was naturally very dissatisfied. This ugly guy, you are the one who is short-sighted. Advertisement. It's obvious that you came here to have fun behind the back of Master Muzan and a doctor. What does this have to do with me? Don't you want to confuse Master Muzan's sight? Muzan, who was originally curious, suddenly changed his face when he heard Daki say the word doctor. What doctor? What's going on? Daki, Gyutaro, make it clear to me. Daki didn't dare to hesitate after hearing this, and immediately told Muzan what happened just now. After Daki finished speaking, Chibai did not speak. Ma'am, why do you have such an expression this time? Damn it, I don't want to look like this, but this tiger BCH really delayed my big event. Originally, I wanted to use this potion as an excuse to test Azumo, but being barged in by Daki and screwed it all up for me. Hearing Chibai's words, Muzan's face also slowly darkened. Daki, are things really as Chibai said? After hearing this, Daki said convincingly. Lord Muzan, it's obviously Chibai, he's just looking for fun, and he's still looking for excuses. I followed your order to monitor him, Before the words were finished, Daki's head was twisted abruptly by Muzan and held in his hands. Daki, do you mean that you were questioning me? Question that I gave the wrong order? Hearing Muzan's words, Daki reacted. She looked at Muzan and quickly explained. No, Master Muzan. How dare I question you, I really follow your order, In the next second, with a puff, Daki's head was directly crushed by Muzan. Daki, you were questioning me, and the order I gave you is to let you watch Chibai, and not to let you touch them, but you dare to make a private claim to touch them. Do you know that you have broken the most important thing? A new head was reborn rapidly around the neck of Daki's body. As soon as he appeared, Daki came directly to kneel down, and so did Gyutaro on the side. Master Muzan, you forgive me, I just want to monitor that Chibai better. Advertisement, please let me go, I knew I was wrong. Muzan sneered. Did you know that you were wrong? I didn't see that you knew that you were wrong. Daki, you really disappoint me. After Muzan finished speaking, he said to Gyutaro. And you, Gyutaro, didn't I tell you to discipline your little sister properly? Don't you take my words to heart at all? Gyutaro replied immediately after hearing this. No, Lord Muzan. I would never dare to do this, what you say is the most important thing. I didn't see it, Muzan said. I see, you two are going to end up in the winding position. As soon as these words came out, Gyutaro and Daki frantically begged for mercy. Master Muzan, I know I was wrong, Master Muzan, please forgive us, I will definitely discipline little sister strictly in the future. Master Muzan. For the two begging for mercy, Muzan didn't take it seriously at all, one of her arms was slowly turning into a huge mouth. If nothing else, Muzan wants to devour the Gyutaro brothers and sisters with this giant mouth. At this moment, Chibai suddenly reached out to stop Muzan. Madam, forget it, Daki's brain is not good, you can't afford to argue with a fool. If you are serious with a fool, wouldn't it appear that you are also lacking in understanding? And everyone has run away, it's too late to say anything now. Muzan didn't stop when he heard Chibai's words, but said, although the person has already run away, can you guarantee that this situation will not happen again? I'm solving the problem from the root, so what's the use of having a subordinate who doesn't obey orders? As he said that, he stretched out the arm that was completely turned into a giant mouth, and was about to start devouring Daki. And Daki was so frightened that he could only stare blankly at the giant mouth falling towards him. Ma'am, Chibai called out again. What are you doing? Muzan said without looking back. I'm doing this to vent your anger on you, and you actually want to stop me. I'm now starting to wonder if what Daki said is true. Chibai. Damn it, if now is not the right time, can I take care of this? Let Muzan eat Daki a long time ago, after all, her brain is really not working well, and it's a bad thing. Chapter 241 Daki is wronged however, absolutely not now. There were already layoffs, and there were not enough manpower. Now, if you want to kill a person who is not very good at thinking, so as to get a capable leader, it is really not worth the loss. Who is the capable person? Who else? It must be Gyutaro. Gyutaro's dedication can be ranked in the top 3 among all ghosts. Why do you say that? Take a look. First of all, it is excluded that Kokoshibu and Muzan are so-called partners. In this regard, Chibai said that he was very upset, his own wife actually has a male partner? Jealous, so jealous. Exclude Kokoshibu before ranking. That is, Nakim is definitely number 1. He is a good employee who works hard and doesn't want to talk. The second is Akaza, he is absolutely loyal, but it is a pity that his wife pulled out the network cable in the final battle. The third is Gyutaro, only limited to Gyutaro, there is no such thing as Daki. For so many years, Gyutaro has been lurking in Waji, working hard and never making any mistakes, isn't that worrying? Comparing Doma, half-heavenly dog, Gyoko, there are too many worries. How about that old saying, there is no harm without comparison? Chibai sighed helplessly and began to persuade Muzan. Ma'am, you should think twice before killing Daki. Have you forgotten? Daki and Gyutaro are twin ghosts. If you want to kill one of them, you must kill the other as well. Otherwise there is no way to kill Daki. Think about it carefully, ma'am. Are you going to implicate a loyal and competent officer because of a woman with a bad brain? Even if Gyutaro dies, he can't die like this. It would be too unfair to die like this. Gyutaro on the side was almost moved to tears when he heard Chibai's words. Although, Chibai belittles his own little sister everywhere, but at least he can save his little sister's life. This is the best ending. I really didn't call him my lord, and he really settled the matter. Muzan also hesitated after hearing what Chibai said. Advertisement: the huge mouth formed by the arm is also slowly shrinking, returning to the original shape of the arm. When the mouth was fully transformed into an arm, Muzan spoke. HMPH, Chibai, there is some truth in what you said. Gyutaro is really doing a good job. I'll just spare Daki once, but you have to remember that this is the last time. If it happens again, I will definitely kill him. After Chibai listened, he nodded. Okay, I see. After speaking, he turned to Gyutaro and said, Gyutaro, you heard what my wife said just now. If something similar happens to your little sister again, my wife will definitely kill her. I hope that after we're gone, you will discipline your little sister severely, and stop making her so brainless. Do you understand? After hearing this, Gyutaro nodded immediately. Lord Chibai, don't worry, I will definitely discipline my little sister strictly. After hearing this, Chibai nodded. The reason why I let Daki go this time is all because I gave you a correct work attitude, and I have been working hard during my tenure, so I have this opportunity. After finishing speaking, Chibai turned to Muzan and said, Okay, wife, we have nothing to do here, let's go back. Muzan hummed, wrapped the whip around Chibai, and disappeared without a trace. When the two disappeared in place, Daki's eyes immediately filled with tears. Then she threw herself into Gyutaro's arms, burst into tears. Woo, big brother, Master Muzan, she doesn't like me anymore. Now Master Muzan only has Chibai with disgusting muscles in his heart, woo. Gyutaro hugged Daki, touched her hair helplessly, and comforted. Okay, don't cry anymore, it won't look good anymore. Also, you can't call him Chibai, you have to call him Master Chibai, did you hear that? If it weren't for Lord Chibai, the two of us might really be killed by Lord Muzan this time. Daki cried even louder when he heard that his own big brother didn't help him to speak, but spoke to Chibai instead. Woo! Gyutaro didn't seem to hear Daki's cry, and said again, My dear little sister, you should be more careful in the future. You can't be so reckless in the future. If you are so reckless again, the two of us may not survive. After Gyutaro finished speaking, Daki cried louder. The entire room was filled with Daki's loud cries. Advertisement and Gyutaro could only pat Daki on the back lightly, comforting her. When does this silly little sister want her to grow a little bit of heart? As for Chibai and Muzan, they were already sitting in an Oden restaurant. Sitting on the seat, Chibai said loudly, Give me a big pot of your signature Kanto cooking. By the way, give me 50 servings of beef tendon. Shopkeeper. Good guy, is this still a human appetite? Kind of scary, but if you don't make money, you're a fool. After hearing this, the shopkeeper really did what Chibai said, and prepared a big pot of Oden for him, and put it in front of him. Chibai ordered the beef tendon, which was even more delicious, soft and fragrant. Such delicious Oden is placed in front of you, but you don't want to eat it. Almost all of his umami is in the soup. Wow, it's delicious, Chibai said with emotion. And Muzan on the side didn't have such a good appetite as Chibai. Chibai picked up a piece of white radish and ate it in one bite, regardless of the fact that the white radish was burning his mouth. This is without sesame paste. If there is mahjong, it is really perfect. Muzan has been frowning and staring at the cauldron of Oden in front of her, wondering what she is thinking. At the same time, he added 50 servings of beef tendon. Don't blame me for not reminding you, if you don't eat it, I will eat it all later. Because of Chibai's meal, he directly ate all his turnover for the day. Chibai couldn't help asking, Ma'am, what are you thinking about? You are so obsessed with thinking. The mouth is also crooked, and there are also Oden restaurants. Earn blood. And this Kanto cooking is a fresh one, you can also drink the Oden soup. Looking at the Oden in front of him, Chibai's mouth is almost crooked. The hot pot is spicy and delicious, and the hot one is surrounded by the stove. Although this thing is much worse than hot pot, its taste is also very good. Chapter 242. Remember, after Muzan heard this, 2 angry hashes appeared on his white forehead. Eat, you will know how to eat, it's annoying. Saying that, Muzan shook his whole body vigorously. This time, Chibai was stunned. Because Muzan is wearing Ming-style hanfu today, which is a little small, so it shows off his figure very much. Muzan's shake just now was really choppy, just like the legendary tsunami. Seeing Chibai staring at him intently, Muzan stretched out a hand, pinched Chibai's face and rubbed it very hard. At the same time, he still said angrily, Take a look, you will know what's good to see. Your eyeballs are about to fall in. You look at it every day, but don't you see enough? Chibai subconsciously said, I haven't seen enough. My wife is so beautiful, even if I look at it for hundreds of thousands of years, I can't get enough of it, I can look at it for 10,000 years. After hearing this, Muzan smiled helplessly. Strolling, own little boyfriend can really talk, make yourself angry, there is no place to give birth. Seeing Muzan like this, Chibai also picked up a string of beef tendon dipped in soy sauce and handed it to Muzan. Okay, ma'am, if you have anything to do, let's talk while eating, don't look so sad. Let me tell you, if you keep frowning, you will get wrinkles. As soon as the words fell, Muzan gave Chibai a snap. Are you stupid? Have you ever seen someone whose face has wrinkles? Chibai, who was beaten, was very wrong. Hey, didn't I just use an analogy? Why do you still hit me? Muzan rolled his eyes again at this. Okay, don't just think about eating, what's the matter with that doctor looking for you this time? Muzan finished. After hearing this, Chibai took out the 500 milliliters potion from his pocket and put it on the table. What's the matter? Give me medicine. Muzan took the potion and looked at it, but didn't see anything, so he opened the bottle and took a sip. In the next second, Muzan's face changed suddenly. Because she clearly felt that as soon as the medicine entered her mouth, it was quickly absorbed by her body. Advertisement immediately, the cells in a part of his body began to divide rapidly, overdrawing his own life and potential. What kind of potion is this? Chibai, he can overdraw his life and potential. Is it because you drank this potion that you became stronger and faster? Muzan said. Chibai was eating Odin, and when he heard Muzan's question, he replied without raising his head, then what else? Of course I became stronger so quickly after drinking this potion. Muzan turned pale with fright after hearing this. Ah, why do you want to drink this potion, Chibai? Did you drink it because you think On's life is too long? Let me see how much life you have overdrawn here and how long you can live. If it really doesn't work, just turn into a ghost quickly. I'm willing to give you half of my ghost blood. Bah! Chibai refused without hesitation. I become a ghost with a hammer. Let me tell you, ma'am, if I didn't drink this potion, I would have been beaten to death by Kaza. You can wait until you say you want me to become a ghost now, don't be kidding me. Hearing this, several question marks appeared on Muzan's forehead. Ah, no way, that. For a moment, Muzan didn't know what to say. But Chibai said very indifferently, okay, madam, don't worry. This potion will not consume my life and potential for me. Have you forgotten the chi in my body? After hearing this, Muzan didn't believe it, but she didn't say anything. I believe in Chibai, if he says it's okay, then it's okay. And I am also a beneficiary of chi. Chi can make myself not afraid of the sun, can it solve this small problem? However, another question appeared in Muzan's mind. Tisk, Chibai, why do I feel that this potion is so familiar? Chibai, who was eating Odin, put down his Odin after hearing this. He raised his head and asked, ma'am, what do you mean by that? Muzan looked at the potion in his hand and said, I always feel that this kind of potion that consumes vitality has a feeling of déjà vu. But I just can't remember where I've seen this thing before. Advertisement. While talking, Muzan shook the potion bottle in his hand. And the crimson potion in the potion bottle, under Muzan's shaking, reflected a strange red light on the table from time to time. Just then, Muzan yelled, Ah, Chibai, I remembered where I saw this potion. I remembered the sound, and Chibai almost choked in fright. Good guy, do you think you are the male protagonist in the chant of the forbidden curse by the holy swordmaker? One sentence reminds me of it, directly hit the invincible hand all over the world. When encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, just shout, I remember, and everything can be solved. The Juggernaut's big move can be used casually, and the 12th level magic can be used casually. I thought Muzan was going to open up. Seeing Chibai's embarrassed look, Muzan not only laughed. Immediately, he raised his own sleeve, and gently wiped Chibai's mouth. Oh, you're such a grown-up, yet you're so careless when you eat, and you can even choke on it. You really don't make people worry. In contrast, Chibai responded to Muzan with a blank eye. I am obviously only 15 years old, well, I am not yet an adult, how can I be so old? HMPH, too much. After Muzan finished wiping his mouth, Chibai said, what's wrong with choking, didn't I accidentally? By the way, madam, when you said you remembered it, do you mean that you remembered where you encountered this potion? Muzan nodded after listening. Well, yes, I remembered, where did I come across this potion? Where? Chibai asked. After hearing this, Muzan said, I remember it happened when I was dying. When you were critically ill. Good guy, when Muzan was critically ill, it was the Heian period, about 1000 years ago, and he was only in his 20s. This potion has a bit of history. At this point Muzan continued. I remember that time when I couldn't see it. Then the doctor who treated me gave me a sip of this potion, saying that it could temporarily save my life. After drinking this medicine, my body has really improved a lot. But in the month after that, my physical condition deteriorated rapidly. So much so that it has reached the dying stage. Chapter 243. Not sure. Hearing this, Chibai also interrupted Muzan's words. That is to say, if there is no accident, Azumo is the doctor who treated you 1000 years ago, madam. Looks like it should be. Muzan nodded. After getting Muzan's answer, Chibai didn't continue to speak, but waited for Muzan to tell the story afterwards. Muzan naturally understood what Chibai meant, and continued to speak. When I was still breathing, the doctor told me that he had developed a medicine that could restore me to health. After all, I haven't lived enough, so I can only take the medicine. But, the potion didn't work at that time, so I stabbed the doctor straight away when I got angry. Later, the family helped me clean up his body and threw it directly into the mountain. Not long after that, my body recovered, but I also became afraid of the sun. Then, I'm a ghost. As for the rest, you should know all about it. I found the news about the blue bana flower from the book left by the doctor. Then I have been searching for the blue bana flower for so many years, until I met you. After speaking, Muzan took out a bowl of kanto soup from the pot and drank it. After talking so much in one breath, I couldn't help feeling thirsty. After Chibai heard what Muzan said, he also became thoughtful. After a while, Chibai spoke. Ma'am, after you threw the doctor's body to the back mountain, you haven't checked if the body is still there? Muzan was drinking the kanto soup, and when he heard Chibai's words, he rolled his eyes. Please, I don't have a necrophilia. I have nothing to go to the back mountain to see some corpses. Once I recovered, I was busy with other things. Hearing Muzan's words, Chibai shrugged and said nothing. Although, Azumo is probably the doctor who treated Muzan thousands of years ago. However, there is still a little problem in this. For example, after Azumo was stabbed by Muzan, why is he still alive? Unless, before Azumo, he had already turned into a ghost. But after Azumo became a ghost, why let Muzan become a ghost? Who would be idle and have nothing to do, and find such a big threat for himself? Advertisement. Muzan is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Furthermore, if it is said that Azumo has become a ghost, but he is not afraid of the sun. There are really too many questions, and I can't tell clearly for a while. Thinking of this, Chibai asked Muzan, Ma'am, what do you think about this matter? If you have any opinion, you can also say it. After hearing this, Muzan said, what do I think? My point of view is that when I see him next time, if I just kill him, it's over. Chibai. As expected of Mrs. Own, this method is really simple and rude, and it is Muzan's style at a glance. Chibai was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what to say. Looking at Muzan, it took a while before Chibai spoke. Forget it, ma'am, you'd better not get involved in this matter, I'll settle it myself. Now, we don't have 100% proof that Azumo is the doctor from thousands of years ago. It's just very likely. Ma'am, if I remember correctly, you should be from the Yubayashiki clan, right? Yes. Muzan replied. Chibai nodded after hearing this, and continued. In this case, when I have time, I will go to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad and ask Yubayashiki Kagaya. In his place, there should be files about thousands of years ago. I hope there will be a portrait of that doctor. Muzan nodded, maybe, maybe not. If it is really confirmed that Azumo is that doctor, you see I won't devour him. While talking, Muzan took a bite of the fish balls in the bowl viciously. If it wasn't for that doctor, why would I be in such a miserable life? I have been looking for the blue other shore flower for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Muzan turned his grief into strength, and launched a fierce attack on the Odin in front of him. Chibai and Muzan ate a whole pot of Odin in a few minutes. Immediately, the two got up and left the Odin restaurant and went home. As soon as he got home, Muzan picked up his own tablet and started playing. As for what she was playing, of course it's still the Plants vs Zombies. Advertisement. Now Muzan has played in the swimming pool, the night level. Seeing this scene, Chibai shook his head helplessly. I am really guilty enough to turn the majestic Ghost King into an internet-addicted girl, this. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have taken out the tablet for her to play with. Now Muzan, except when taking a shower and going out, he cannot play on the tablet, and almost never leaves the tablet at all other times. Looking at Muzan, who was concentrating, Chibai thought for a while and asked, No, ma'am. Aren't you curious about Azumo? Can't you use this time to think about Azumo? Muzan was playing with the tablet without raising his head and said, What are you thinking? Thinking of this, Mukago tilted his head, lay down on the bed, and continued to sleep soundly. I am just a small cord, the sky is falling, and naturally Muzan will support it. What big event, what new Ghost King, does this have anything to do with me? She doesn't even care about important matters related to her own, and only cares about playing games. Now she has become an internet-addicted girl. I feel that this Ghost King is useless. I think it's time to find a new Ghost King. Looking at the elated Muzan, Chibai let out a long sigh. Now I'm curious what the Zombie King will look like in the future. Asked Chibai, Master, what's wrong with you? Why do you sigh when you come back? Hearing this, Mukago was stunned. She can put aside all important matters related to her own, so what else can she say? Mukago, who was sleeping, heard Chibai's sigh, and got up in a daze. Now we know so few clues, even if we think about it, it's useless. After hearing this, Chibai touched Mukago's small head and said, Hey, I don't want to sigh, but look at Muzan. Chibai. No, I might as well play Plants vs Zombies more during this period of time. It's real, Mrs. Own has now completely turned into a girl with internet addiction. Chapter 244. You fake fan. Looking at the two who were sleeping and the other was playing, Chibai suddenly felt that life was hopeless. Forget about Mukago, just a little down the strings, so you don't need to worry about anything. But Muzan is the king of ghosts. Aussie. Thinking of this, Chibai felt a headache. But it's useless to have a headache now, I can only wait until I go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad to communicate with Yubayashiki Kagaya. It's no use worrying now. Even if all the assumptions above are true, what is the purpose of Azumo? This is also a huge problem. Thinking of these questions, Chi-Bai's head grew bigger. Shaking On's head vigorously, let himself no longer think about these headaches. Chi-Bai took out his mobile phone and prepared to watch an anime to have fun. Take out your phone and open the small broken station directly. Chi-Bai thought about it and decided to make up JoJo since he was idle anyway. I can't continue to make people with Muzan, can I? Now make a human with Muzan, the probability of being rejected is as high as 80%. The reason is simple, because she is playing a game now and cannot be disturbed. Looking at Muzan playing the game, Chi-Bai smacked his lips. Wait later. I have to communicate with the system and try to get a laptop from the system. Then download some of the most difficult games on the laptop, such as Wolf or Old Man Ring. Give Muzan a good break from internet addiction. Let her know what the fear of being dominated by games is. Ha ha ha. The more Chi-Bai thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, so he opened the second part of JoJo and started watching. Just after watching the first episode, when the second episode just started, Muzan rolled over to Chi-Bai from the other side of the bed. Of course, it was run over from Mukago. What are you doing, Chi-Bai? Let me see. As he said that, Muzan snatched the mobile phone from Chi-Bai's hand with the jingle of the bell, to see what he was looking at. When Muzan saw the screen on Chi-Bai's phone, several big question marks appeared in his head. Huh? This? What anime is this? Why does it look so familiar? Advertisement. Hearing Muzan's question, Chi-Bai took back the own mobile phone from her hand, and said angrily, of course it looks familiar, this is the second part of JoJo. Why, I remember you saw JoJo, but now you don't know him. As soon as he heard that it was the second part of JoJo, Muzan waved his hands with disdain. TCH, I thought it was something, but I didn't expect it to be the second part of JoJo. It's not interesting at all, I didn't even watch it. After speaking, Muzan was about to walk away from Chi-Bai, planning to go back and continue playing the game. However, before Muzan could move, he was hugged by Chi-Bai in his arms. Hey, ma'am, if I remember correctly, someone told me, he didn't miss all of JoJo's first 3 movies. Now why does someone suddenly say that he hasn't watched the second part? What the hell is going on here? After hearing this, Muzan shrugged and said, it's not easy, because I don't like watching the second part at all. Why? Chi-Bai asked. After listening, Muzan replied, you can see for yourself, the plot of the second part is not connected with the first part at all. And the villain is not Dior at all, and the protagonist is not Da Chao anymore, it's boring. So I watched about 1 episode, then I stopped watching it and skipped to the 3rd one. Muzan's words made Chi-Bai shake his head uncontrollably. Tut tisk tisk, ma'am, you really disappoint me. I really thought you had finished watching JoJo 3, but what I didn't expect was that you skipped and watched. You fake fan. As he spoke, Chi-Bai made a disappointed expression. Ma'am, if the second part is not interesting to others, it is very different to you. What I said, why did you say you liked the role of Dior at that time? I was still curious at the time, why not cats? I didn't expect you to skip the 3rd part. Originally, Muzan wanted to pretend that he didn't hear anything, and went back directly. However, when I heard Chi-Bai say that the second part is different for me, I suddenly became a little interested. Different? What's different? I want to know. If you want to know, then come and see madam yourself, Chi-Bai said. After hearing this, Muzan tilted his head and thought for a while, and finally decided that he should watch the second part of JoJo to see what is different for him. So, Muzan returned to Chi-Bai's arms again, found a comfortable position and sat down. HMPH, I want to see how this second part is different for me, Muzan said while pressing the play button. Immediately, the mobile phone continued to play the second part of JoJo. Advertisement. After 1 episode, Muzan yawned. It's interesting, but it's still rather boring. I don't understand why this step has a different meaning for me, Muzan said and adjusted his posture in Chi-Bai's arms. But Chi-Bai said after hearing this, why are you so secretive, ma'am? Can't you keep watching? Muzan rolled his eyes. Honestly, I don't want to continue watching. Because I feel like Chao is like you. When I see Chao, I seem to see you. I'm a little angry. But Chao is quite a gentleman, unlike you who are too cheap. Chi-Bai. Riding on a horse. What does Muzan call this? What does it mean that he is too cheap? When did you become cheap? Do not understand, very do not understand. Mrs. Own is really. Until Kaz shows up. As the plot continued to advance, Muzan became more and more fascinated watching it. After speaking, Muzan kissed him hard. Anyway, Chi-Bai has reason to suspect that Muzan is himself in the UFO. Don't get angry after kissing, just keep watching. Ma'am. Chi-Bai said through gritted teeth. Without waiting for Chi-Bai to say anything, Muzan continued to look at JoJo. Muzan exclaimed, damn it, is this guy also a ghost? But it doesn't matter, let's continue watching anime. Kiss one. Didn't you see, Katz is the man of the pillar, he's not a ghost. Okay, don't be angry. However, Muzan looked at the angry Chi-Bai but didn't take it to heart. Chi-Bai shook his head, it's a piece of wool. He just stretched out his hand and pulled Chi-Bai's head off. Ever since, the two continued to look at JoJo. A helpless Chi-Bai was left behind. Chapter 245. I don't want to be an ultimate creature anymore. HMPH. What's wrong with the man of the pillar? He's afraid of the sun anyway. I don't care. Katz is a ghost anyway, Muzan said forcefully. Regarding Muzan's unreasonable words, Shibai did not back down in the slightest, but retorted, "Madam, can you use your 5 brains? He is a member of the Dark family, what kind of ghost is he?" "I've convinced you." After hearing this, Muzan snorted and turned his head away, expressing that he was angry. However, within a few minutes, he didn't resist Jojo's temptation and continued watching. After watching for a while, Muzan suddenly asked, "Shibai, did cats become an ultimate creature in the end? By the way, I also wanted to become an immortal ultimate creature before, but I didn't find the blue bana flower, otherwise I would have become an ultimate creature. What else can I do with you, hee. Listening to Muzan's words, Shibai didn't know how to answer Muzan for a moment. You know, spoilers are not a good habit. Besides, cat's his ultimate creature. This buddy should still be floating in space. If he had the opportunity to fly to the universe in the future, he might still have a chance to see him." And Muzan watched Shibai ignore him, just thinking about something to himself. Immediately, she became dissatisfied, and she couldn't believe it. What could be more important than the own issue? "Shibai, did you listen to me?" Muzan asked angrily. After being yelled at by Muzan, Shibai immediately reacted from what happened to cats. "Oh, madam." Muzan rolled his eyes, expressing that he didn't want to talk to Shibai. And Shibai pretended not to see it, and immediately answered Muzan's question. Ahem, it's not a good habit for that madam to spoil things. If you want to know the ending, it's better to watch it yourself. If it's a spoiler, it's meaningless." In Muzan's ears, Shibai's words seemed to be perfunctory. So, Muzan ignored Shibai's words, but continued to look at Jojo, and deliberately fast-forwarded from time to time. Shibai knew that Muzan had a problem with him, so he let Muzan make trouble and fast-forward. The second part of Jojo, a total of 16 episodes, advertisement. It takes only 20 minutes to cut the beginning and the end, a total of 5.5 hours. And Muzan fast-forwarded from time to time, so that the 5.5 hours passed quickly. It was almost 3 hours or so, and the second part of Jojo came to the ending. Seeing Jojo finally reach the ending, Muzan couldn't help rubbing his hands together. Can I finally know if cats has become an ultimate creature? Also, what kind of cats, who became the ultimate creature, is he more powerful than himself? Still, not as powerful as myself. Thinking of this, Muzan was thrilled. The mystery will be revealed soon. And Shibai looked at the excited Muzan, and couldn't help but cut. As far as Muzan's little thoughts are concerned, I don't know yet. He must be thinking about whether cats, the ultimate creature, is as powerful as himself, such boring questions and the like. Woman, hey, although Chibai's sharp voice was very small, it was still heard by Muzan. Chibai, I seem to have heard you cut it, do you have any opinion on me? Muzan asked. Chibai quickly shook his head and said, Ma'am, you misheard, when did I cut it off? I've been watching anime, you can't wrong a good person. As for Chibai's stubborn mouth, Muzan said that he is used to it, and he will deal with him after watching the anime. Ever since, Muzan continued to watch anime. Soon, the plot of JoJo will come to the decisive battle between Kaz and Chao. Muzan looked at the constantly changing cats, his eyes began to light up. Good guy, this ultimate creature is too powerful. It can quickly adapt to the environment and thus evolve rapidly. And the IQ is so high, such a high IQ, if only Daki could share some of it. And Chibai was not as excited as Muzan. Although it is also the first time for me to watch the second part of JoJo, I have watched the duel between Chao and cats countless times. What? You ask Shibai how he can see the duel between cats and Chao even though he doesn't watch JoJo. Advertisement, it's not easy, don't forget, Xiaopo is on the website, but there are many edited videos, Shibai saw it on that. Just when Shibai was full of thoughts, Muzan suddenly exclaimed. Damn it. How is this possible? Hearing Muzan exclaimed, Shibai looked down. I saw that on the mobile phone, it was playing that cats was directly washed into space by the volcanic eruption. Turned into a stone statue, stop thinking forever. For this ending, Muzan said he could not accept it. Hey, it's unscientific, Chibai, Muzan said very dissatisfied. Kaz is obviously so invincible, why did he lose? And the loss is so outrageous. This is the ultimate creature, why did you lose like this? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Muzan was puzzled after hearing this. Why'd I have to become an ultimate creature before I can go to space? Because you're not cats, you don't have the ability to adapt to the environment and evolve quickly. Chibai shrugged and said, because you have to follow the old path of your senior and become a new stone statue in space. At that time, you will be suffocated to death within a few minutes when you go to the sky. So, ma'am, if you don't believe it, you can go to space to find cats to verify it now. However, ma'am, even if you become an ultimate creature, you will probably die if you go into space, and you won't be able to turn into a stone statue. P.S. I have something to do today, and I can only do one update for the time being. I will try it tomorrow and make 3 updates. Ever since, Muzan made a decision. Regarding Chibai's answer, Muzan sighed deeply. Don't be an ultimate creature yourself. But Chibai just said calmly, Tisk, why don't you believe it, isn't that all you said? However, before that, you have to find the blue bana flower first, and become the ultimate creature. Moreover, if he fell into the magma like cats, he would be gone long ago, and he would never be able to survive like cats. Kaz went to the sky, went to space, turned into a stone statue, and stopped thinking forever. Huh? Why? Muzan asked puzzled. If you can go to the sky now, if there is no accident, you should be able to see cats in space. It seems that the pursuit of becoming an ultimate creature is not very good. You have to know that in space, there is no oxygen in a vacuum environment, and even if you become an ultimate creature, you still need oxygen to move. Chapter 246 What a pain, ultimate creatures are really too dangerous. What if he was sent to outer space like cats, what would he do? Muzan trembled a little at the thought of this terrible event. I don't want to go to outer space, and finally stopped thinking. Very scary. Chibai, Chibai. Muzan began to act like a baby. After hearing this, Chibai asked, what's the matter, ma'am? Hey, it's scary to be an ultimate creature. I don't want to go to outer space, Muzan said. If I go to outer space, I won't be able to see you. I can't eat delicious food, and I can't be with you, and I can't go shopping with you. The more Muzan said, the more he was wronged, so that at the end, Muzan was about to cry. Looking at the aggrieved Muzan, Chibai stroked his chin and thought. Although, Katz's end was a bit miserable, but he wasn't afraid to be like this. It seems that if I have time, I have to take Muzan to see the 4 common riders. Oh, it's Common Rider Forze. As for why he is called Sizai is also very simple. Because he is the 40th anniversary of Common Rider. Its content is to tie in with the universe, which should allay Muzan's fears. Okay, ma'am, what are you afraid of? Chibai fooled Muzan seriously. As long as you don't become an ultimate creature, there will be no such messy things. You put your heart in your belly. Hearing this, Muzan nodded in disbelief. She always felt that there was something wrong with this matter, but she had no proof. But soon, Muzan put the matter behind him, ready to continue watching anime. But while the two were talking, JoJo's ending song had already finished playing. The phone's page ejected other anime reasoning. I saw Demon Slayer impressively among them. This scared Chibai into a cold sweat, and hastily exited this page. Although Chibai's speed was fast, he was still one step slower. Huh? Chibai, I seem to have seen Ji Guo Yuanyi's earrings? Go back quickly, I want to take a closer look. Chibai broke into a cold sweat when he heard this. Good guy, I shouldn't use this phone to watch anime, I should use a tablet. Ever since, Chibai decisively rejected Muzan's request, and started talking nonsense seriously. Advertisement, Ji Guowan's earrings, you underestimated, ma'am. Did you be frightened by Katz's ending, so you had hallucinations, which made you see Ji Guoyuanyi's earrings? Muzan, however, shook his head firmly. That's not true, I just saw Ji Guoyuanyi's earrings, which are worn on the ears of a red-haired kid, and there is a scar on his head. Ah, show me quickly, if you don't show me again, I will bite you. As he spoke, Muzan showed his white teeth like a threat. However, Chibai said unhurriedly, yes, but I have a request. That is, please separate the words, thank you, Muzan. Separate articulation? What is that? One word, one. Thinking of this, Muzan's eyes suddenly widened, depend on. I really fell into Chibai's way by accident, this damn guy. Thinking of this, Muzan gave a cruel smile, really? You want me to separate? Okay, but come on, I still prefer to bite the word. Take one trick from me, and you will cut off your children and grandchildren. With that said, Muzan turned around and bid Chibai where he was. Chibai. Young birthday, murdered my husband. It's terrible that he still wants to cut off his children and grandchildren. But I have successfully diverted Muzan's attention. Before Chibai could think any more, a heart-wrenching pain came over him. FK. I was careless, I didn't have time to hide. In the next second, a scream resounded through the sky. Ah! Help, ma'am, let go of your mouth, it's about to break. At this moment, Yushiro, who was having dinner and drinking blood, clasped his ears in doubt. Master Tamayo, is it my illusion? I seem to have heard Chibai's screams? What's going on? Tamayo replied. I heard it too, and I thought it was my hallucination. Chibai's villa is a little far away from us, advertisement. If Chibai's screams could reach us, what kind of pain would it be? I think it's mostly our 2 hallucinations, as Tamayo said, he picked up the blood and took a shallow sip. Swish, swish, half an hour later. Chibai lay on the bed with tears in his eyes, looking at Muzan pitifully. Ma'am, why are you so cruel? Are you a dog? You like to bite people so much? If you are bitten off by me, then you will. And Muzan, who was gargling his mouth, heard Chibai's words, and said unceremoniously, HMPH, what happened if you bit it off? This is what you asked for yourself, can you blame me for this? If I really accidentally bite it off, then you will become a ghost directly. Anyway, after becoming a ghost, no matter how many injuries you have, you can recover, and you will be immortal. Chibai. I am still the old saying, become a ghost with a hammer. Isn't it nice to be a human being? Thinking of this, Chibai lifted the quilt carefully and took a look. Tisk, horrible. A complete tooth mark was imprinted on it, which made the hearer sad and the listener shed tears. Fortunately, no bleeding. At this time, Muzan also finished rinsing his mouth and came over. Before Chibai could speak, Muzan slapped directly on the spot where he bit himself just now. Look at that, Chibai. With this slap, Chibai's face turned pale. If you want to ask how white it is several points whiter than the snow that fell in that winter. You know, this is the second injury. At this moment, Chi-Bai had only one thought. That is, Muzan must have done it on purpose, and it has been confirmed, there is no possibility of whitewashing. Husband. Madam. Chi-Bai was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. You must have done it on purpose, right? Hearing Chi-Bai's question, Muzan nodded and admitted it openly. That's right, I did it on purpose, so what can you do with me? These words almost made Chi-Bai vomit blood. Damn it, how dare she admit it? He even asked himself, what can he do with him? This is absolutely unbearable. I must revive Fugang today. Tell Muzan what family law is. Chapter 247 Dog System. So, Chi-Bai endured the severe pain, sat up from the bed, and stretched out his own big hand towards Muzan. However, before Chi-Bai's hand touched Muzan, he was slapped back by Muzan. Oh, it looks like I've taken it lightly, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Chi-Bai, who was beaten, said he was wrong. I just want to revive Fugang, what is my fault? But watching Muzan straighten his teeth, Chi-Bai was silent for a while, and he was very decisive. Hey, what is that? It's obviously madam, you're thinking wrong. I just want to sleep with you in my arms. I'm so wrong that you said that to me. As he spoke, Chi-Bai tried to squeeze out 2 tears to show Muzan, proving that he was telling the truth. Seeing this, Muzan made a cut, and actively got into Chi-Bai's arms. Who will believe your nonsense? It's okay, you can only hug me to sleep, if you are not honest, I will bite you again, do you hear me? After hearing this, Chi-Bai immediately promised. You can rest assured, I promise to be obedient. Muzan. I would rather believe in ghosts than Chi-Bai. Wait, I am a ghost. However, this does not delay some things. Sleep. Ever since the lights went out, morning. Chi-Bai woke up early today after a long absence. As for why? Because I didn't do anything last night, I just slept, so I am very energetic today. However, Chi-Bai said that he hates getting up early. I checked the time, it was about 8 o'clock. Chi-Bai stretched out his hand to scratch his A*, changed into a loose kimono, and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. After all, it's been a long time since I woke up early, so I have to have some breakfast no matter what. This is called, what is that? A sense of ritual. For today's breakfast, Chi-Bai decided to order Xiao Long Bao and cook a la carte porridge. As for tableware and ingredients, it must be provided by the system. Just after Chi-Bai discussed these things with the system suddenly released a very long-lost task. Open black lens bracket ding ding ding, close black lens bracket advertisement, you have a new task, please check it, close black lens bracket. This task is a welfare task, the host must complete it, close black lens bracket. This is the first time the host has taken the initiative to wake up early since time travel, so the mission is hereby issued. Please use your superb cooking skills to cook a full feast of man and man. Close black lens bracket. Mission rewards. Love tokens. Jade hairpins. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket explanation of jade hairpin. Love decides 3 lives. Close black lens bracket. After reading this task, Chi-Bai fell into deep thought. If I read correctly, the system gave Own the task to make myself a table full of Huxia people. This FCK is just playing with myself? Although I know how to cook, it would be too embarrassing for me to make a full banquet. Own cooking is the realm of home cooking, which can be compared with a small restaurant at most. All of a sudden, it will be a full banquet. Too much. At this time, the system seemed to sense Chi-Bai's thoughts and jumped out very actively. Young man, are you very confused about this task? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you think I'm playing with you? Close black lens bracket. Congratulations. Your feeling is right. I am just playing with you. Ha ha ha. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You really think of me as a department store? If you need anything, just ask me. Let me tell you, I am a legendary system. Is there anyone like you? Close black lens bracket. Chi-Bai. Damn it, this vengeful dog system. Didn't I just care about him asking for a few million things, as for messing with myself like this? Too much. If he allowed himself to find the real body of the system, he would have to break him into a pile of parts. Then let the system make a full banquet for yourself. Just when Chi-Bai was considering whether to delay this task until the end of time, the system spoke again. Young man, let me tell you, don't try to procrastinate on the task. Let me tell you, no way. Close black lens bracket. In order to prevent you from having such thoughts, this mission has specially added a little punishment to you. Close black lens bracket. The punishment for this task is that if you deliberately delay the task, then the parts of your whole body will be randomly reduced by 20 centimeters. Close black lens bracket. As for whether it is random or not, who knows? Close black lens bracket. Listen to my advice, you'd better complete this task before this morning. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement Chi-Bai. This is a threat, this is a blatant threat. It was randomly reduced by 20 centimeters, FK, if it's about height, I dare to say it, but who knows if the last sentence is random. This is clearly aimed at yourself. 20 less, so many, than I only have. Terrible. This dog system is too damn it. At this point the system spoke again. Don't panic too much, young man, although the punishment for this task is terrible, but if you can complete the task, I will be your department store. Close black lens bracket. How about it, am I very mean? Close black lens bracket in this regard. Chi-Bai rolled his eyes and said to the system. Yes, you are really interesting. I really appreciate your whole family, Tongzi. Be polite to me FCK, close black lens bracket. After the system finished speaking, it wanted to get out of the way, but was stopped by Chi-Bai. Wait, dog system, I still have a little problem here, you have to solve it for me. What's the problem? Close black lens bracket, just give me the materials and tools needed to make the Manchu banquet. Otherwise, how can I make it? As the old saying goes, it's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Hurry up and give me the materials and tools. As long as the things are in place, let alone the Manchu banquet, I will make it for you even if you look up to the starry sky pie. The system was silent for a while, and then gave an answer that almost made Chi-Bai die of anger. No, you can find your own way, you have already asked for enough things from me. Close black lens bracket. By the way, don't say I'm bullying you, I'll ease the difficulty for you. The Manhan banquet has 108 dishes, with all kinds of precious ingredients. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If you were asked to cook all of them, it would be really embarrassing for you. If you make the most representative dish in the Manchu banquet, how about you completing this task? Am I very mean? Close black lens bracket. Chi-Bai gritted his teeth angrily, cursing the system. It's enough for you beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. However, no matter how Chi-Bai scolded the system chose to ignore it, disappeared without a word, and stopped talking. There was only one Chi-Bai who was yelling at him. Dog system, just wait for me, sooner or later I will break you into parts. After finishing speaking, Chi-Bai let out a long sigh. What will be the most representative dish in the Manhan banquet? You must know that you have never studied the Manchu banquet before you traveled. Chapter 248. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. My understanding of the Manchu banquet is only superficial. For example, the well-known Buddha jumps over the wall, and boiled cabbage, a state banquet dish. For another example, I don't know. Damn it, this dog system. It can really drive people to death. Just when Chi-Bai was about to swear, Muzan walked down the stairs sleepily. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Chi-Bai's irritable face. Muzan couldn't help asking. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why are you so irritable early in the morning? HMPH, is it because I bit you last night, and you're angry now? Chi-Bai heard and waved his hand. No, you didn't bite me off, so there's nothing to be angry about. I'm like this because of other things. When Muzan heard this, he became even more curious. What kind of thing could it be that could make my little boyfriend become so irritable? He usually looks heartless. Rarely irritable. What's the matter? Muzan said, you tell me what's bothering you to make me happy. Hey. Chi-Bai. On's wife has turned bad, so I know that indulging in Xiaopajian every day will definitely bring her down. No, if you find time by yourself, you must help him borrow some internet addiction. I still remember that at that time the system gave me the lightning and thunder fist. This fist technique can be discharged. Okay, Chi-Lei Dharma King Bai is online. Feel the fear from Professor Yang, the king of thunder and lightning. Ha. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai resisted the idea of calling Muzan immediately and said, okay, ma'am, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Look at you look so good looking, but you just have a mouth. Hurry up and sit down and wait for dinner. Regarding Chi-Bai's words, Muzan snorted very disdainfully, and sat down in front of the dining table. Humph. Hurry up and have dinner, I tell you, I'm hungry, if it's any later, I'll eat you. And Chi-Bai didn't answer Muzan, but kneaded his face while asking no questions from the banquet. Advertisement tisk. The most representative dish in the Manhan banquet, what will it be? At this moment, Muzan suddenly hugged Chi-Bai and lifted the tablet in front of Chi-Bai. Chi-Bai, look quickly, this domineering president is really 2-6. Don't want you to think, I want me to think. Ha, how did he think of saying this? I can't even think of it. Muzan smiled and motioned Chi-Bai to take a quick look. And Chi-Bai didn't want to reject Muzan, so he could only look up at the screen. However, he said very perfunctorily, indeed, it's really interesting. Ordinary people can't say such a thing, and it is estimated that only a domineering president can say such a thing. Fortunately, Muzan did not hear the perfunctory in Chi-Bai's words. Instead, after listening to Chi-Bai's words, he returned to the dining table with the tablet and sat down, continuing to look at the tablet. At this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in Chi-Bai's mind. Then Muzan's words, don't you think I want me to feel this sentence kept echoing in his mind. In this short moment, Chi-Bai suddenly understood. A pair of glasses appeared out of thin air on the bridge of Chi-Bai's nose. Chi-Bai pushed the glasses, and the lenses of the glasses suddenly flashed a dazzling light. There is only one truth, Chi-Bai said suddenly. This sentence startled Muzan, who was looking at the tablet. What are you doing, Chi-Bai? There's only one truth. Chi-Bai, who wanted to become a detective, was interrupted by Muzan's words. Ahem, it's nothing, ma'am, I just thought of such a sentence suddenly, Chi-Bai said in embarrassment. This is really Tasha's death, how can I say such a second grade, or in front of my wife? The shame is directly off the charts. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai glanced at Muzan quietly. Well, it's okay, she didn't respond. At this time, Chi-Bai had already understood the truth. It turned out that the dog in the system was waiting for him here. The most representative dish of the Manchu banquet? Tui. It doesn't exist. It doesn't matter whether Buddha jumps over the wall or boiled cabbage. Advertisement it's all own subjective, but this task was issued by the dog system. In other words, whether the task can be completed or not is entirely at the discretion of the dog in the system. Take Buddha jumping over the wall and boiled cabbage as examples. If these two dishes are all the most representative of the Manhan banquet, then if you make Buddha jumping over the wall by yourself, the system will say that this is not the most representative dish, and the representative dish is boiled cabbage. If I make boiled cabbage again, the system will tell me the same thing again. If you make boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall, the system will tell you that XX's dishes are the most representative. Damn it. It's true that the system has its mouth on it, and it's what he says. Fortunately, I am still thinking about this problem stupidly, it's so damn it. Because of such a small matter, I lost about 1500 words. Are you sorry for the readers? How can it be repaired? At the same time, combine what the system said. For example, the system is just playing with itself and not giving itself ingredients. By the way, there is also that target admission penalty. Reduced by 20 centimeters. This set is really too deep. If you really want to avoid the punishment of the system, at the same time let the system have nothing to say. What, if there is no Mrs. Own, it is estimated that I will definitely make those difficult dishes stupidly. Since the system is unkind, you can't blame yourself for being unrighteous. How did you say that allegory? If there is no 20 centimeters, I will only have 15 centimeters left, how can it be enough? What, damn it's dog system. Even if he said he felt it, then he had to feel it himself. After figuring out the problem, Chi-Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing. I have to make a Manhan banquet, 108 dishes, not too many dishes, not too many dishes. Ah. The dog system. The old sow wears a mask, one set after another. And Muzan, who was sitting at the dining table, couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Chi-Bai's big laugh. Furthermore, the system deliberately lowered the difficulty of the task to confuse itself. If that's the case, it's scary just thinking about it. FK. Hey, it's just for breakfast. What's there to laugh about? I'm afraid there is some serious illness. Muzan picked up the tablet while talking, rubbed his shoulders again, turned and walked upstairs. You must know that some big dishes in the Manchu banquet need to be prepared a week in advance, and I only have half a day. How can I use it? Chapter 249. The legendary steamed bun. I'm afraid that if I walk too slowly, I will be infected by Chi-Bai. And Chi-Bai didn't care about Muzan's reaction at this time. At this time, he was in a good mood, humming a ditty while kneading his face. Do you think a mechanical heart would dream of an electronic kochu? Peach blossom fairy hangs under your roof like a phantom bell. Soon, the dough was kneaded. Chi-Bai puts a stream of chi into the noodles to help the noodles ferment faster. About 10 minutes or so, the noodles can be fermented almost. Taking advantage of this free time, Chi-Bai began to prepare the fillings for the xiaolongbao again. That is of course fresh meat steamed buns. Why do you want to ask Chi-Bai why they only make xiaolongbao? Why not make soup dumplings, barbecued pork buns, baked buns and so on? Well, because xiaolongbao is simple, that's all. As Chi-Bai gradually starts to speed up, the buns are also ready to be steamed on the wok. Looking at the steamed buns, Chi-Bai stroked his chin and started preparing the porridge to go with the buns again. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Don't ask why it's not other porridge, it's simple preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Don't ask why steamed buns go with porridge, because Chi-Bai likes to eat it. Only represents Chi-Bai's personal opinion. Of course you say tofu now, it must be salty tofu now, ha 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 ha. Damn it's sweet party, let's go to war, off topic. Under Chi-Bai's busy schedule, the steamed buns and porridge with preserved egg and lean pork were soon ready. And Muzan and Mukago had already gone downstairs to wait for the buns to boil. Because it is too fragrant. Seeing Chi-Bai slowly walking over with a steamer, Muzan was very anxious. Two pipe whips stretched out directly from the back of On, and took over the huge steamer from Chi-Bai's hand. Oh, your movements are too slow. Get out of the way quickly, let me do it, I won't move slowly like you. After Muzan's whip took over the steamer, a phantom swished across the air. In the blink of an eye, the steamer was brought to the table by Muzan. After Chi-Bai saw it, he was amazed. Good guy, Muzan's whip has developed a new use. You can serve hot dishes, anyway, she is not afraid of being hot. Advertisement ha ha ha. Muzan looked at the small and cute xiaolongbao in front of him. Muzan picked up a xiaolongbao with style, and then opened his huge mouth. With a puff, a small steamed bun died tragically in Muzan's mouth. Chi-Bai and Mukago who watched this scene couldn't help covering their eyes. This FCK, why not be so exaggerated? As for the exaggeration, it is naturally Muzan's eating. Having said all that, Muzan opened his abyssal mouth. This is not an adjective, this is the real mouth of the abyss. While eating the xiaolongbao, Muzan's mouth opened as big as Chi-Bai's head. Chi-Bai, who was covering his face, couldn't help but said, "Ma'am, eating a steamed bun won't open your mouth so big. You can bite the melon seeds off my head with one bite. Is it a bit too overkill?" and Muzan said while eating xiaolongbao. Oh. Do you have to take a big bite to eat to be delicious? When I used to eat people, I opened my mouth bigger than this. Probably enough to eat a person in one bite. As he said that, Muzan also gestured with his hands how big his mouth opened when he was eating people. Looking at Chi Bai gave him a headache. FK, can you stop saying such terrible things in such a cute tone? After Chi Bai let out a long sigh, he turned and walked into the kitchen. You must know that there is still a large pot of preserved egg and lean pork porridge in the kitchen. After serving 3 big bowls of preserved egg and lean pork porridge, Chi Bai returned to the dining table and gave Muzan and Mukago a bowl each. At this time, Muzan suddenly said, Chi Bai, this steamed bun tastes nothing like the buns I used to eat. After hearing this, Chi Bai frowned, picked up a bun and ate it in one bite. Different? What's different? Aren't they still steamed stuffed buns? At most, the stuffing inside is a bit different. What else could be different? Very different, said Muzan and ate another xiaolongbao. At this time, there were about 5 small steamed buns in Muzan's mouth, making Muzan's mouth bulging like a hamster. After Chi Bai saw this, he couldn't help giving a thumbs up to own witty. Fortunately, when I made my own steamed buns, I purposely packed 2 extra drawers. Advertisement yes, that is to say, the same huge steaming drawer, Chi Bai packs a whole 3 drawers, I am afraid that it is not enough to eat. Now it looks like the own decision was correct. After trying hard to swallow the bun in his mouth, Muzan continued to speak. Your steamed stuffed bun is salty, and it tastes very special and delicious. Unlike the buns I used to eat, those buns are all sweet. Muzan's words made Chi Bai spit out all the preserved eggs and lean meat in his mouth. Wally. Muzan is not kidding himself. Sweet buns, I'm afraid I'm crazy. How do you eat sweet buns? This matter is 100 times more serious than salty and sweet tofu. Just when Chi Bai was shocked, Mukago also said, Master Muzan is not lying. I remember before I became a human, I once picked up a moldy bun that was discarded by others. That bun is stuffed with red bean paste. At that time, I thought that this bun was the most delicious food in the world, bar none. Chi Bai. Steamed buns with red bean paste? Forehead? Is there some misunderstanding here? The steamed buns stuffed with red bean paste are obviously red bean paste buns? Why is it a steamed stuffed bun? I don't understand, I really don't understand. Before Chi Bai recovered from the shock, Mukago continued. Well, at that time I also saw steamed buns with sea bream, it smelled really good. Hearing this, Chi Bai couldn't control himself anymore, and interrupted Mukago's words. Wait, Mukago, I can understand the stuffed bean paste buns. But the taiyaki bun you mentioned, what is that? I have never heard of it. After taking a bite of the steamed bun, Mukago said, Master, you should know taiyaki, right? Chi Bai nodded, I know, what's wrong? Isn't it just a sea bream-like snack made with flour, milk, eggs, and bean paste? After meeting Chi Bai and knowing what taiyaki is, Mukago continued. Taiyaki steamed buns, just add 2 small steamed buns of this size before the taiyaki is cooked. As he spoke, Mukago pointed to the steamed buns on the table. After Chi Bai saw it, there was another silence. These FCKS are all terrible dark dishes, and I am afraid that only the legendary stargazing school can compete with them. This is really terrible, too frightening. Advertisement chapter 251st experience with preserved eggs. I'm afraid it's not true, the legendary super chef Lu Angxing's visit is useless. Hey, after Mukago finished speaking, he ate another bun. Instead, I took a sip of preserved egg and lean pork porridge. In an instant, Mukago's eyes lit up. This porridge, Mukago said, taking another big gulp. This porridge is really delicious, its taste is so unique. After hearing what Mukago said, Muzan immediately put down the steamed buns, picked up the preserved egg and lean pork porridge and took a big gulp. After savoring it carefully, Muzan said with satisfaction, well, it tastes really good. Salty and fresh, there are shredded pork in it and, Because Muzan ate preserved eggs for the first time, he didn't know what the preserved eggs were called, so he got stuck for a while. Seeing this, Chi Bai immediately said, that thing is a preserved egg. Preserved eggs. Muzan repeated softly. What's that? It's the first time I've heard of it. Looking at the bewildered Muzan, a smirk suddenly appeared on Chi Bai's face. He suddenly remembered the reaction of the famous Mr. Bei in his previous life when he saw preserved eggs. I don't know how Muzan will react when he sees the preserved eggs. Thinking of this, Chi Bai took out a preserved egg from the own ring and handed it to Muzan. As for Muzan, he took the preserved egg with a curious expression on his face, and looked at it carefully. Isn't this just an ordinary egg? Why is it called preserved egg? As Muzan said, he tapped the preserved egg lightly. There was a click. The preserved egg cracked under Muzan's torment. And Muzan exclaimed as if he had discovered some new world. Wow, this is really the same as an ordinary egg, it can be peeled. While talking, Muzan quickly picked the preserved eggs. During this period, Chi Bai just watched quietly from the side without speaking. He wanted to see what Muzan's reaction would be when he ate the preserved eggs. In less than a minute, Muzan has already picked up the preserved eggs. Looking at the swarthy preserved egg, Muzan dared not speak for a moment. Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Muzan said, Chi Bai, this thing called preserved egg looks so black, is it really not poisonous? While talking, Muzan sniffed the preserved egg vigorously. Suddenly, a very strange smell rushed into Muzan's nose. In the next second, Muzan's face changed suddenly. You came out directly. You also said at the same time, damn it, why does preserved egg still stink? You, it's so disgusting. Seeing this, Shibai still didn't speak, and still looked at Muzan with a smile. As for the stench that Muzan mentioned, Shibai is naturally aware of it. That's hydrogen sulfide. I think I had the same reaction when I ate preserved eggs for the first time, not much better than Muzan. And Mukago on the side was also curious about preserved eggs, so he lay down on the table and observed them carefully. After watching for a while, Mukago suddenly said, Master Muzan, can you let me taste this preserved egg? Muzan didn't hesitate, and immediately said, if you want to eat, take it away quickly, don't worry about me. Mukago nodded obediently after hearing this. Immediately, he reached out to pick up the preserved egg, and carefully broke off half of it. Then I ate it in my mouth and began to taste it carefully. Muzan, on the other hand, stared at Mukago without blinking. Mukago, how does this preserved egg taste? Muzan asked. Hearing Muzan's question, Mukago thought about it very seriously before answering her. Well, how should I put it? Although it doesn't smell very good, it still tastes good and acceptable. After hearing what Mukago said, Shibai said that he was very surprised. It was the first time I met someone who could accept eating preserved eggs for the first time. This Mukago is really talented, and Muzan didn't hesitate after hearing this, picked up the other half of the preserved egg and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Next second, Muzan's face changed suddenly, he stood up from the dining table abruptly, and then rushed to the toilet. Seeing this scene, Shibai laughed heartlessly, ha 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 ha. Ma'am, isn't the preserved egg delicious? At this time, Muzan, who was throwing up in the toilet, yelled angrily after hearing Shibai's question. Shibai, you already knew that preserved eggs smell like this, didn't you? Advertisement, why didn't you tell me in advance? You. After hearing the you, Shibai laughed even more happily. It wouldn't be interesting if I told you in advance what the preserved eggs taste like. Some things you have to try yourself to know, ha 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 ha. Shibai, you dog, why did I fall in love with you in the first place? Muzan's voice came from the toilet, I should just let you be a single dog. I'm mad. You. At this time, Shibai was already out of breath from laughing, and he didn't even bother to answer Muzan's words. And Mukago on the side, mainly looked at Muzan who was throwing up in the toilet with a blank face. A few big question marks appeared in his little head. She didn't understand, the taste of preserved eggs was obviously not bad, why did Master Muzan react like this? No matter how unpalatable it is, you won't be able to spit it out directly. I don't understand, I really don't understand. While thinking, Mukago took a sip of the preserved egg and lean meat porridge on the table. Well, it smells so good. In a few minutes, Muzan came out of the toilet with a pale face and dull eyes, and returned to the dining table. Seeing this, Shibai hurriedly took out a bottle of plain water from the own ring and handed it to Muzan. Come on, ma'am, drink some water and rinse your mouth. After hearing this, Muzan raised his head, gave Shibai a hard look, then took the Hirano water from his hand, and took a big gulp. HMPH, Shibai, I tell you, you are finished. You dare to use preserved eggs to destroy me, how will I bite you later? Muzan said, opening his own mouth, showing his teeth. Seeing this scene, Shibai instantly felt a pain coming from below. What happened last night is vivid. That was so cruel, I couldn't even imagine it. Shibai hurriedly got up and went to beat Muzan's back first, then said, oh, ma'am, isn't it the first time I've seen you eat preserved eggs? I just want you to try it alone and feel its taste. If I had known that you would have such a big reaction to eating preserved eggs, I wouldn't have let you eat them. Shibai showed a very dog-legged smile while talking. However, Muzan isn't buying it. You think I'll believe your nonsense? The way you look is clearly planned in advance. Do you really think I'm stupid, can't see anything? Chapter 251 I said yes. He is looking at Muzan whose IQ was already on the line at this time. Shibai expressed a little panic. But it's not a big problem, you can solve it yourself. After thinking for a while, Shibai said again, ma'am, how can you say that about me? You have to know that foods like preserved eggs abound. There are even more unique foods than preserved eggs. I let you try alone, it's really for your own good, you have to trust me, ma'am. When you eat those unique foods in the future, your resilience will be higher. This serious nonsense, coupled with the rhetoric that there are more unique foods than preserved eggs, made Muzan feel that what Shibai said still had some truth. HMPH. Is what you said true, an even more unique food than preserved eggs? What would that be? It can't be smelly, can it? Hearing this, Shibai's eyes lit up, and he gave Muzan a thumbs up. Oh, ma'am, you are really good enough to hit the point in one sentence. It's just like what you said, that food that is more unique than preserved eggs is stinky. But he smells bad and tastes good. The aftertaste is very long. Muzan. What the hell? I just said it casually, but I didn't expect that there is actually a food that is more unique than preserved eggs. And it still stinks. I'll be good, then. How do you eat that thing? No, it should be said that the thing is really edible? It stinks. I can't even imagine it. Thinking of this, Muzan couldn't help shivering. Can you tell me what that stinking food is called? After hearing this, Shibai said directly, Stinky tofu. When I have a chance in the future, I will let you try it, madam. Let me tell you that stuff tastes delicious. These words made Muzan shudder again. Advertisement at the same time, Muzan silently vowed in his heart that even if he died and jumped off the stairs, he would not eat a little bit of the stinky tofu in Chibai's mouth. After this farce, Muzan lost his appetite looking at the steamed buns and preserved egg and lean pork porridge on the table. After sighing, he got up and left the dining table and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Chibai looked at Muzan's back and asked, "Ma'am, haven't you eaten yet? There are still so many things that haven't been eaten. If you don't eat, there will be nothing later." Muzan waved his hands without looking back. "I don't want to eat anymore. I don't have an appetite. Eat it yourself. I'm going back to watch anime." After Muzan finished speaking, he walked quickly towards the bedroom. After Muzan's bag disappeared, Chibai went to the kitchen, took out the remaining 2 drawers of steamed buns, and put them on the table. Turning his head, he said to Mukago, "Since madam won't eat, let's eat. Eat it all, you hear me, Mukago?" After hearing this, Mukago nodded happily. "Okay, master, I will definitely eat all of these things." After speaking, Mukago immersed himself in eating. Not to be outdone, Chibai ate 5 or 6 xiaolongbao in one bite. Soon, the steamed buns and porridge with preserved egg and lean pork on the dining table were eaten clean by the 2 of them, not even leftovers. After eating, Mukago took the initiative to clean up the mess and went to the kitchen to do the dishes. And Chibai sat on the sofa like a salted fish, staring at the ceiling blankly. Although Chibai is a salted fish on the surface, but at this moment, he is communicating with the system. "Dog system, hurry up and come out to me. I have completed the task now. I want you to reward me with the task right away, do you hear me?" After finishing speaking, the system did not respond. After 10 minutes passed, the system spoke slowly. "Open black lens bracket O. Are you done? Close black lens bracket. Let me see what is the most representative dish you have cooked. Close black lens bracket. Tell you that it must be the most representative dish. Don't try to fool me with an ordinary dish. Close black lens bracket. If that's the case, I won't show mercy to you. Close black lens bracket." After hearing this, the corners of Chibai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "What? If you want to ask me how crooked it is, I can only tell you. For details, please refer to Dragon King Crooked Mouth. Don't worry, I definitely made the most representative dishes of the dog system, that is, small steamed buns, and preserved egg and lean pork porridge." Advertisement. As soon as the words came out, the system fell silent. After a while, the system suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, host, you have failed this mission. Close black lens bracket. There are no small steamed buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the Manchu banquet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If you make a seafood porridge, it's barely passable. I can go a little further, but you actually made a preserved egg and lean meat porridge to fool me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host, you can't blame me for this. I really gave you a face, but you didn't give me a face. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Come on, accept your punishment. Close black lens bracket. After hearing this, Chibai shouted, "Wait a minute, I still have something to say." The system was very confused after hearing this. Open black lens bracket. Okay. The host has failed all missions now. What else do you want to say to me? Close black lens bracket. At this time, Chibai said with a smile on his face, "As you said, my mission failed. But you have to tell me, what is the most representative dish of the Manhan banquet? If you want me to die, you have to let me die as a sensible ghost. This is also advertised. That's right, it's yellow croaker in soup. I said he is. Close black lens bracket. Needless to say, it is naturally a yellow croaker in soup. This dish is the most representative dish at the Manchu banquet. Close black lens bracket. Hey, the system, are you sure it's the yellow croaker you mentioned?" Chibai continued to ask. "Well, if you say he is. So, the host should accept the punishment quickly. Close black lens bracket. Didn't the system expect you to be so powerful? That's for sure. Who made me an omniscient system? Close black lens bracket." Chibai. At this time, the system had no idea that the crisis was approaching itself, and when it heard Chibai boasting about itself, its tail almost went up to the sky. "If you ask me for a specific explanation, I can only tell you, please refer to a blogger named Nanshong, close black lens bracket." The system at this point is pretty deterministic. When the system heard Chibai's words, it felt very reasonable, so it told him. "I said Xiaolongbao is the most representative dish in the Manhan banquet, and he is the most representative dish in the Manhan banquet. It's amazing how much we think the same." Just when the system was about to punish, Chibai suddenly said, "What a coincidence, the system." After hearing this sentence, Chibai's expression brightened, enough for the system to finally say this sentence. "Do you understand, dog system?" Chapter 252, Eating Cherries 2. "I didn't understand what you were saying, host. What do you mean? Close black lens bracket. Obviously the mission failed, but you still have to make strong arguments here. You are really going too far. Close black lens bracket." When the system said this, although the tone was very strong, but if you listen carefully, you can still hear a little trembling in it. Chibai sneered. "It seems that the dog system of Own does not cry when it sees the coffin, so I have to tell him what I have to say. If that's the case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Okay, the dog system put away your set. I've seen through your tricks, do you have to tell me all your tricks? After Chi-Bai said this, he took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on. There is only one truth. Before Chi-Bai could say the rest, the system decisively gave up. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host. The task of the host has been completed. Close black lens bracket. Get a reward. Make love to the hosta. Close black lens bracket. After the system released the rewards, it stopped talking, leaving Chi-Bai alone. When Chi-Bai heard the system confessed, he just cut it in disdain. But the system was not spared. Hey, dog system, are these the only rewards I have? Don't forget the rewards we just talked about. After hearing this, the system released the reward with great reluctance. Congratulations to the host. Now you are waiting for the department store connected to the original time and space. Close black lens bracket. In this department store, only you can't think of it, and you can't sell it without him. Close black lens bracket. Remarks. Live objects are absolutely not sold in department stores. Close black lens bracket. So far, all rewards from the system have been credited to the account. Seeing these rewards, Chi-Bai showed a hint of danger of satisfaction. Thinking about it, I no longer need to worry about some things in the future. Like my favorite watermelon. You can take it out directly through the department store, instead of looking for people selling watermelons all over the street. You must know that during this time period, watermelon can be regarded as a real luxury fruit. Wait, I said something wrong. Not in this time period, even in the future time period, watermelon is still a luxury. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai's mouth almost turned into a crooked dragon king. Now I have finally realized the watermelon freedom. Happy. Thinking of this, with a thought, Chi-Bai took out a watermelon from the ring and split it open with his palm. Can't wait to eat a big mouthful of watermelon, tisk. This is so familiar, it tastes the same as the big watermelon I used to eat. How do you say that? That's called beauty, that's called authenticity. Funny laugh. After taking a bite of the watermelon, Chi-Bai yelled upstairs. Ma'am, let's go downstairs to eat watermelon. Turning to Mukago again, he said, hurry up and eat the watermelon too. After you finish eating the watermelon, let's continue to wash the dishes. Soon, the three of them sat on the sofa, each holding half a watermelon and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Muzan asked curiously while eating, Chi-Bai, I remember that you seem to be running out of watermelons. Why are you willing to eat in such a luxurious way? You may have cut watermelon into small pieces before. After Chi-Bai heard Muzan's question, he waved his hand very boldly. Gone are the days of dicing watermelons. What comes now is watermelon freedom. In the future, you can eat as much watermelon as you want, and there is not only hope, besides watermelon, there are also all kinds of fruits. Only what you can't think of, there is nothing I can't get out. After hearing this, Muzan's eyes lit up. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, I finished the half of the watermelon in my hand. Immediately, he stretched out his hand towards Chi-Bai. I want to eat strawberries, do you have any? Chi-Bai nodded, it's just a strawberry, how could there be none? After speaking, a box of strawberries appeared in Muzan's hands out of thin air. Muzan couldn't wait to open the strawberry box after seeing it. In the end, it wasn't the strawberries that caught her eyes, but the ones she remembered most, cherries. The moment he saw the cherry, Muzan's smile froze on his face. Oh my god. Why is it a cherry, the strawberry that was promised, where did it go? But when Chi-Bai saw the cherry, his eyes lit up. Now, it's time for him to play again. Advertisement. Chi-Bai reached out to pick up a cherry and was about to put it in his mouth, ready to repeat the famous scene. Before Chi-Bai's tongue touched the cherry, Muzan took it away with a whip. Chi-Bai was puzzled. Ma'am, what are you doing? I just want to eat a cherry. FK. Muzan said angrily, don't think I don't know what you want to do. Let's eat cherries like that again. Let me tell you, with me here today, you don't want to succeed. After hearing this, Chi-Bai looked puzzled. Hey, ma'am, how can I eat cherries? Why didn't I understand what you were talking about? After hearing this, Mukago helped Chi-Bai speak. Master Muzan, isn't it just a fruit? As for being so nervous? After hearing this, Muzan said angrily to Mukago. There is no business for you here, get out of here. Okay. After Mukago agreed obediently, he curled up in a corner of the sofa and began to quietly watch the excitement. Immediately, Muzan said to Chi-Bai again. That's the way, that very disgusting look. That disgusting look? Chi-Bai looked at Muzan with a puzzled expression. Ma'am, I really don't understand what you're talking about, why don't you show me the disgusting look you're talking about? After seeing Chi-Bai's puzzled face, which didn't seem to be fake, Muzan decided to perform for him. Hence, Muzan held back his shame, picked up a cherry and put it in his mouth like Chi-Bai did. Then there is a series of Rio. It's just that, when Muzan performed, his face was full of shyness. So the sound is not too loud, but it can be heard clearly. And her things, strictly speaking, are not very standard, just passable. Soon, the show is over. Did you know this time, Chi-Bai? Muzan said. Oh, so that's what you said, ma'am. Chi-Bai pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Oh, if you had performed earlier, wouldn't I have known about it? After hearing this, Muzan snorted angrily. Seeing Muzan's appearance, Chi-Bai said again, but seriously, ma'am, you really surprised me. I really didn't expect that your tongue is so flexible. Hey hey hey. Chapter 253 Torture Muzan. Why do you feel that something is wrong? What is wrong? Muzan was puzzled. Just at this moment, Muzan saw Chi-Bai's wretched smile, and suddenly realized it. Damn it. It turned out that Chi-Bai always remembered the way he ate cherries at that time. As for forgetting or something, you were brushing yourself. Thinking of the shameful action he made just now, Muzan was instantly ashamed to death. And Chi-Bai, at this moment, was still smiling heartlessly. Seeing Chi-Bai's smile, Muzan was furious. If it wasn't for Chi-Bai, would I be able to make such a shameful move? Damn it. Fight him. Thinking of this, Muzan suppressed his embarrassment, pretended to be normal and asked, really? I have a flexible tongue. Yes, yes, yes. Chi-Bai nodded vigorously. Muzan smiled after hearing this, like this, I have something more flexible, do you want to try it? After speaking, Muzan took the initiative to sit in Chi-Bai's arms, and drew circles with his fingers on Chi-Bai's chest. As for Chi-Bai, I am very excited, more flexible? Hey hey hey, but in the next second, Chi-Bai thought of the last time. Mapo tofu with deviled chili, that was heart-wrenching. Fire chicken, and Muzan saw the worry in Chi-Bai's eyes, you can rest assured. Is there any Mapo tofu made of devil pepper around us, just keep your heart in your stomach. Hearing this, Chi-Bai's eyes were frighteningly bright. On the other hand, Mukago covered his ears consciously. Children can't hear what the two of them say. Seeing Chi-Bai's appearance, Muzan is very satisfied, it's time to give him a fatal blow. By the way, Chi-Bai, I have to remind you of one thing, Muzan said. Advertisement Chi-Bai, whose eyes were shining brightly, didn't take it seriously after hearing this, and waved his big hand. If you have anything to say, just say it. Muzan nodded, leaned against Chi-Bai's ear, and whispered. As Muzan's words came out, Chi-Bai's face became paler and paler, so that in the end it was as white as snowflakes. Wait until Muzan finishes speaking. Chi-Bai got up and jumped out of the window. However, as soon as they danced together, Muzan's pipe whip suddenly appeared and tied Chi-Bai tightly. Then Muzan said with a charming smile, Chi-Bai, you are in such a hurry, where are you going? You haven't tried what I just said, don't you feel a little bit moved? Chi-Bai shook his head vigorously, then shouted heart-piercingly. I'm not moved at all. Madam, just let me go, this is too scary. This is 100 times scarier than the Mapo tofu last time. I'd rather go through the pain of Mapo tofu again than this time. It's late. Muzan snorted coldly, grabbed Chi-Bai and walked upstairs, regardless of the fact that it was daytime. As if nothing happened, Mukago took out his own tablet and looked at it. During the period, I did not forget to turn the sound of the tablet to the maximum. Soon, there were heart-piercing screams upstairs. No, 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 help, help, killed, ma'am, I'm going to die. This FCK, is it the legendary torture? It hurts. I'm dead, madam, please let me go. However, Chi-Bai's heart-piercing screams did not stop Muzan, but made Muzan move even faster. Not long after, the screams upstairs stopped abruptly. Muzan, on the other hand, came down from upstairs, holding a white handkerchief in his hand, and was wiping his mouth very gracefully. And the white handkerchief was already stained with bright red blood. If nothing unexpected happened, the owner of these bloods was naturally Chi-Bai. Throwing away the handkerchief in his hand, Muzan sat on the sofa. At this time, Mukago asked cautiously, Master Muzan, how is the master's situation now? It's not life-threatening, is it? After hearing this, Muzan said indifferently. Don't worry, he is my boyfriend, how could I put his life in danger? I just turned my tongue into an iron brush and scraped off a layer of his skin. Heh, I think he will dare to trick me into doing such a shameful thing in the future. Advertisement Mukago. This matter sounds terrible, presumably the owner of OWN has already gone to heaven at this time. May there be no Lord Muzan in heaven, and may OWN master live happily in heaven. Ever since, Mukago looked up with his own tablet very well behaved. It's as if nothing happened just now, and Muzan expressed his satisfaction with Mukago's approach. Time passed by every minute and every second. In a blink of an eye, it was night. Looking at the sky outside, Muzan rolled his eyes. It's been so long, why hasn't Chi-Bai woke up yet? HMPH, he must have woken up a long time ago, but he pretended to be dying upstairs. Thinking of this, Muzan couldn't get angry in one place. I was about to go upstairs and wake Chi-Bai up. Before she could make a move, Chi-Bai limped down from upstairs. Carefully walked to the sofa, then sat next to Muzan. Well, this one works great for now. After hearing this, Chi-Bai responded to Muzan with a big roll of eyes. Mukago was about to agree after hearing this, but was stared back by Muzan. If you don't go to the prison to develop torture, it will be a shame on your talent. I'm not feeling well, so I don't want to go tonight, Mukago said. Oh, then I really thank you, madam, for your mercy. I didn't remember other famous sayings and aphorisms, but I remembered a very, very important sentence. Looking at Chi-Bai's appearance, Muzan knew he was wrong, and just whispered. Who told you to hurt me on purpose? Otherwise, all my flesh and blood will be wiped clean by your iron brush. Mukago, do you want to go out to dinner with me tonight? Regarding this, Chi-Bai was too lazy to say anything. Looking at your condition, it's still pretty good. Never reason with a woman, and even if the woman is your girlfriend. Muzan cast a glance at Shibai. I'll take you to eat taiyaki. Okay. With such a serious injury, I can walk now. If you don't spoil me, can I be like this? Looking at Muzan and the well-behaved Mukago, Shibai made a decision.